Well, at long last.
What?
I say it's high time.
It is, huh?
Well, isn't it?
I don't know. High time for what?
High time you answered that phone. And listen,
Well?
this is Jimmy Bartell.
Oh, Jimmy.
You know, over here at Mono Guarantee Insurance.
Of course I know. How are you?
Well, what happened to you, Johnny? Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for about 4 weeks now.
Didn't you try my call service?
Yeah, I tried you. Huh? Oh, no, I guess I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, well, if you had, you'd have found out that last week I was at Grand Canyon, the week before in Corpus Christi, the week before that in Knoxville, Tennessee, and before that up in Boston.
Yeah, sure, gallivanting around the country while I've been sitting here up to my neck in trouble, beating my brains out, working my head off.
Sounds to me like you need a plastic surgeon.
What?
What's the problem, Jimmy?
The Burma Red, Johnny.
The what?
You heard me, the Burma Red.
Jimmy, are you sure you want me and not the State Department?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, I'll bite. Who is the Burma Red?
Not who, but what.
Well?
And listen, we carry the insurance, $500,000 worth. You hear that, fella? $500,000.
I am deeply impressed.
And, baby, if you can't get it back for us, that's exactly what we're going to have to hand over. In cold, hard cash. 500 G's.
Well, maybe I had better get to work on it.
Good. And I don't need to tell you what your commission will be if you do recover it.
What else do you think I'm thinking of?
Then the job is yours, Johnny. And, brother, I sure hope that you can find it and get it back.
The Burma Red?
Right.
Just one thing, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Sure, Johnny.
Before I start gallivanting around the country, as you put it, looking for this thing...
Yeah?
Don't you think that it might be nice if I have some slight idea, some inkling of what it is, this Burma Red?
I told you. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Come on over here and I'll tell you all I know about it.
Okay.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special message. To the parents of schoolboy patrol members who were taking the Washington trip, the buses with the patrol will arrive at Durham Union Bus Station this evening about 7:15 to 7:30. We repeat, the Durham Schoolboy Patrol Washington buses will arrive at the Union Bus Station this evening at 7:15 to 7:30. Parents are asked to be present to pick up their children. The parents, are also asked to use the Sears parking lot. 7:15 to 7:30 the time.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Burma Red matter. Expense account item 1. $1.20 for a cab from my apartment to Jimmy Bartell's office in the Spear Building down on the square. Jimmy's specialty, incidentally, is property insurance, especially where fine artwork is concerned. And in this case...
Yeah, Johnny, 4 solid weeks I buzzed that phone of yours, and what I thought of you for not being there to answer it wouldn't be fit to print.
All right, I'm here now, so stop bellyaching.
But maybe you're too late, fella. He's already gotten into the country with it.
The Burma Red.
That's right, the Burma Red.
Which is what?
I told you, Johnny, it's... Oh, yeah, that's right, I didn't. Now, listen.
I'm listening.
It was brought over here a couple of years ago as part of a collection by some countess or other. Got written up in all the picture magazines.
Do I hear a slight echo?
Echo?
Yes, from the case I had on my hands last week.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what you had a case of. But listen.
Go on.
Having been a part originally of the Buckingham collection over there in England, well, as you might expect, it was picked up here by Winkler and Winkler.
The big jewelry outfit down in New York.
The same?
Oh, then I do hear an echo. So it's a piece of jewelry and it's been stolen from them.
No.
The same as the Otara's necklace I recovered last week.
No again.
For Northeast indemnity. No?
No, Johnny. It's just a single unmounted stone, a ruby. But so help me, it's big enough to choke a horse, and now it's gone.
When did you say it was stolen from them?
I didn't, because it wasn't. They'd sold it to that wealthy old Mrs. Harvey Larriman Brittingham. Lives out in the edge of town.
Oh, I see.
But 4 weeks ago, somebody neatly chiseled open her wall safe and walked off with it.
Chiseled?
Okay, blew it. What's the difference?
Plenty. Knowing a safecracker's method can help a lot in pinning him down.
No, the police think they know who did it, all right.
Well, what do you need me for?
To get that stone back.
But if they already know who did it...
But they couldn't prove it. Sure, the modus operandi, the way the safe was blown, it pointed straight to him and nobody else. But also he was known to be here in town.
Who?
But they couldn't pin it on him. He had himself a perfect alibi.
Who, Jimmy?
So maybe it was rigged. They couldn't break it.
Jimmy.
But, Johnny, it had to be Oscar Mayfield.
Mayfield?
They held him as long as they could, went through everything he owns, checked out every contact he made while he was here in Hartford. And all that got him was nothing, and not very much of that.
I'll say this. If Oscar Mayfield, the old master, made that heist...
So what could they do but let him traipse merrily on back to New York, where he's been living lately?
Look, Jimmy,
But I figure, despite the police report and all the work they did, I figure that somehow Mayfield got away with that ruby.
Jimmy, I'm inclined to think you may be right. I know Oscar Mayfield. He's clever. I've tangled with him before. And, come to think of it, he made a promise to me once.
Mayfield made a promise?
Mm-hmm.
What was it, Johnny?
That if I ever tried to interfere with him again,
Yeah? Well?
he'd see to it that I had a very nice funeral.
To look neat in the heat, look for Dacron on the label, 'cause Dacron is a man's best friend.
Right, men, Dacron is your best friend when it comes to staying wrinkle-free and neat all summer. Look for Dacron in lightweight suits, handsome slacks, good-looking sport coats, too. You'll stay well-pressed and well-dressed thanks to Dacron by DuPont.
There's just no denying in the clothes he'll be buying, Dacron is a man's best friend.
Expense account item 2. 65 cents for a cab to police headquarters where, after some inquiries, I ended up talking with Sergeant Holly Holcomb. He wasn't very encouraging.
Sure, Dollar. He was known to be in town. Known to have tried to leave right after it. Trademark he left on the wall safe was his. Plain as the nose in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And we pride ourselves on knowing the M.O.s of all the safe men within 1,000 miles.
Yes, I know you do, and rightly so.
But he couldn't pin a thing on him. All the direct evidence we didn't have on him because of his alibi apparently checking out all the way, we simply couldn't hold him on nothing more than suspicion any longer.
Yeah.
Especially with that smart mouthpiece he dragged in. If he tried, he would have sued us from here to Kingdom Come. I mean, if you know Oscar Mayfield.
Only too well, Sergeant.
You know what I mean. I suspect him just as much as you do. But till we have something definite, some real tangible clue. Well, anyhow, he went back to New York.
Have you notified the police down there?
Sure I am. Lieutenant Singer at the 18th Precinct. And, isn't he an old friend of yours?
Randy Singer? He certainly is.
Well, I haven't heard a word from him, not in over a week now, so why don't you call him? Or better still, go down there and see him. See what goes.
All right, Sergeant. Maybe I'll do that. There was some more talk between us, and Sergeant Holcomb gave me every detail of the job. Told me what they'd found and what they'd done about it. And yes, all the completely unconfirmed evidence pointed straight to Oscar Mayfield. Unconfirmed and unconfirmable evidence because of the man's unshakable alibi. Item 3, 85 cents for a phone call to Lieutenant Randy Singer, 18th Precinct, New York Police Department.
You mean to say you just now found out about that heist?
That's right, Randy. I just found out.
You see, Johnny, if you didn't spend so much time gallivanting all over the place, you might be of some use around here.
You didn't get a promotion for all the gallivanting I did for you last week.
Oh, darn it, I guess I should have worked that case myself. Well, how about this Mayfield?
You've kept an eye on him?
I've done everything but tap his phone line.
And?
Nothing, Johnny, absolutely nothing. You just didn't get on this one soon enough.
I know what you mean. Unless he's changed these last couple of years, Oscar Mayfield is not one to hold on very long to whatever he's lifted.
Right. And if he did snatch that stone, you can be sure he passed it on and collected for it long before this.
And yet there's always the chance.
So, in the case of a big hunk of rock like that, it means one of two things. The guy who bought it from him is either carting it out of the country and far away, or having it cut up into little ones that nobody will ever be able to identify.
I guess Mayfield would have passed it along in one big fat hurry.
I know we couldn't find it. Anywhere on or around him. We tried every trick. And I mean trick, Johnny. Until he started to yell at the DA, and the DA started yelling at us. Johnny, I understand. I've just heard this, mind you.
Yeah?
Well, I understand that one of my boys... Oh, Wally was off duty, of course, so it was completely unofficial, you understand?
Yeah.
Well, I heard he even went so far as to roll Mayfield one night in the alley back of a nightclub.
What?
Not a sign of that, Ruby.
Randy, if the department ever catches up with these unofficial tricks of
Look,
yours...
I told you, Johnny, I only heard that. But I know myself it isn't hidden anywhere in his apartment.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Randy, Didn't you and your clever little boys completely overlook the Otara's necklace that was hidden in the back of a camera just about a week ago?
Oh, now that was different.
So that I had to get lucky and find it for you?
Okay. So you happen to guess right. For once.
So maybe I better get on down your way and look around for myself. Tell me, where does Mayfield live?
A hotel apartment over at 614 East 49th. But it's no use, Johnny.
Why, just because he's always gotten rid of things quickly in the past?
Nope.
Or because you knuckleheads couldn't find the ruby?
No, Johnny.
You haven't been able to hold him on suspicion and make a real investigation?
I mean, because by the time you can get here, he won't be.
All right, then I'll grab the first plane I can and... What was that?
Your pal Mayfield has paid up his rent and he's moving out. He's got himself a reservation on a plane to Mexico City this afternoon.
Uh-oh.
By the time you get to his place, he'll be gone.
Randy,
Yeah?
can't a genius like you come up with some excuse to hold him there for me?
Oh, flattery will get you nowhere, Johnny. The answer's no. I've run out of tricks. Anything else I might try would only get me into hot water.
No, wait, Randy.
Yeah?
Maybe I know a little trick to hold him over.
Well, don't expect any official help from me or the department if you do come down it. What kind of a trick, Johnny?
What's the difference?
Now, look, if you're thinking of doing something illegal,
Oh, Randy, how
that
you
would
talk.
only get us in order to clamp down on you.
Don't worry about it. I'll be in touch. Illegal? I don't know why, but I'd suddenly remember that during my run-in with Mayfield a couple of years ago, there'd been talk about a man who was fencing his stuff. A man who had been only vaguely identified as Hugo. The last name had never come to light. Okay, maybe that name still meant something to him. If so, it justified item 4. $1.26 for a telegram to Mayfield. It read as follows. Urgent, that before you make any deal, you call me immediately at Plaza 3, 9970, and I signed it, Hugo. And I had them put a rush on it, hoping it would give me some much-needed time. Item 5, $6 for a cab to Bradley Field. Item 6, $10.12 for a plane to New York. And when I got there, item 7 is $5.80 for a taxi to 614 East 49th Street. It was a smart, good-looking apartment hotel, which is more than I can say for the stuffy uniformed doorman.
Mr. Mayfield, did you say?
That's right. Mr. Oscar Mayfield. Is he still here? Is he in?
Whom shall I say is calling, sir?
Don't.
Don't.
Just give me his apartment number.
Your name, please.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, but I must have your name, sir.
It's Dollar. Now, what's the apartment number?
Dollar. Very well.
No, you don't. Just put the phone down.
I beg your pardon.
It's granted. Now, the number of his apartment.
Not unless I announce you, sir.
Now, look, I am a special investigator.
Oh, you are?
Yes, and if you'd like to call the police and check on me, only I haven't time. Look here. These are my credentials.
And I tell you, sir, that unless I... Oh, I see. Mr. Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
The insurance investigator.
Yes.
I didn't know.
Well, you do now.
Well, nonetheless, Mr. Dollar...
Just give me Mayfield's apartment number, please. Now, what is it?
Well, it's 7G.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll phone that you're on your way up, sir.
You do, and I'll break your neck. 7G, Just in case he remembers what he once promised, I better make sure that this thing is working properly. Here we are. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, 7A. 7... Oh, there. 7E, 7F, and 7G. Well, Mr. Mayfield, I hope you are still here. Mr. Mayfield? Mayfield? Doggone it, if he's already flown the coop. He left it wide open. Mr. Mayfield? The well-furnished living room was empty. And so was a kind of study off at one side and a little bar kitchenette beyond it. As for the bedroom in the back, well, as I started through the door, I caught sight of a couple of handbags in front of a chest of drawers. So he was still here. What I didn't catch sight of, though, was the gun shoved around the side of the door into my back.
Just lift them up slowly, Dollar. Slowly, while I see whether you're armed. Ah. Yes, here it is. Thank you.
Okay, Mayfield.
Now over there, next to the bed. Go on.
Sure. Sure, why not? Are you happy now?
Dollar, I made you a promise once.
It's kind of foolish of you, wasn't it?
I'm going to keep that promise now.
You going to pull off a shot in a place like this?
This apartment is absolutely soundproof. One of the reasons I selected it.
I see.
Well, are you ready?
Have you tried the mild, kind taste of Kent? You should, because
You'll feel better about smoking with the taste of Kent. Kent with the micronite filter. Refines away harsh flavor. Refines away hot taste. It makes the taste of a cigarette mild as a balmy day in the month of May. Kent is the best for the flavor you like. Kent is the best for the flavor you like.
yes, Kent is the best for a mild, kind taste. Smoke a carton of Kent without switching. Discover the kind taste of Kent's blend of the world's finest quality tobaccos. Then try your old brand. What a difference in taste.
Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite filter. Refines away harsh flavor, refines away hot taste.
You'll enjoy the mild, kind taste of Kent with the micronite filter.
And it looks like you were expecting me, Mayfield.
Oh, yes, Dollar, I was. You see, I figured right from the beginning that you might be called in on this case.
Then you do have the Burma Red, the ruby.
Now? Oh, of course not. You should know that I wouldn't hold on to a thing like that. Let's say it's been successfully disposed of.
And why do you hang around here?
Because I'm waiting for...
Yes?
I was waiting for you. To settle my old score with you. When I received that silly telegram, I was certain that you would be here.
No? You mean I pulled a boo-boo? Your old pal Hugo is dead?
I mean that ridiculous number you gave me to call.
It's too bad. I thought it was a pretty good idea to keep you trying it until I could get here.
Oh, I'll confess it did make me change my reservation to a later plane. But after all, when I got nothing but a busy signal 8 times in a row, I naturally called the operator.
And she told you?
Yes, that it's a number used for testing. That a busy signal is all it ever gets. Obviously a trick, then. Worthy of you. So I waited for you. And when the doorman, following my explicit instructions, called me, told me you'd arrived, Oh, but I'm wasting time. What's more, I'm expecting someone else. So, Dollar, this is it.
Expecting me, maybe?
What?
Randy!
Just drop it right there, Mayfield. Gently now. All right, now dollars again. Now sit over there in that chair next to the window.
All right, anything you say, Lieutenant.
Oh, Randy, you're like the U.S. Marines. Here, you better keep this gun of his.
You know, I'm just glad you got careless and left that front door open out there.
I thought I heard a door close just before you made your dramatic entrance. But how come, Randy?
What do you mean, how come?
Well, from what you said on the phone...
So what? I'm off duty. Any reason I shouldn't just kind of drop around for a visit?
Oh, I'm glad you did.
You know something, Johnny?
What?
So am I. Now, I'll probably hate myself in the morning for saying this, but I've waited a long time for a chance to return some of the favors you've done me over the years.
That I've done you.
Well, Mayfield?
I'm afraid your so-called visit is completely pointless, Lieutenant. You must know very well that you won't find the ruby around here or anything to even remotely connect me with it.
Do I need to after the little party I walked in on? Yeah, that's right.
Huh?
You can stop smiling now.
Oh, very well. Very well, if you insist on booking me for an alleged attack on Johnny Dollar with a, quote, deadly weapon, unquote. Let us go down to your station house and have done with it.
This Grand Central Station?
Shall we? Shall we go, Lieutenant?
You just stay in that chair, Mayfield, while I...
No, Randy. While I answer the door.
Okay, but leave this one open so I can hear.
Right. Yes?
Yeesh, what a fancy layout this is.
Who are you?
You Oscar Mayfield?
Well, who did you expect to find here? Santa Claus?
Yeah, well, no. Look, Mr. Mayfield, you mind putting down a gun, huh?
Not till I'm sure you're okay. Come inside.
Yeah, sure.
All right, now what's your name?
Yeah, Rosie Gilliam. Look, you can frisk me. I'm clean.
And that package?
Well, it's from the boss. It's from Hugo. It's what you've been waiting for.
Oh, it's from Hugo, huh?
Yeah, sure, honestly. He said I should deliver it and get a receipt, then maybe you'd hand me a fin or a tenner.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe I better make sure that it's, whatever he was supposed to send over to me.
Well, do you think I'd meddle with it, maybe do myself out of these delivery jobs he gives me and pays me so good?
You're on the level?
Yeah, honest, if you hit it.
Well, this contains, and I think it does. By the way, where does Hugo hang out?
Well, how should I know? All I know is he calls me now and then, meets me at some place, and gives me something I should deliver.
I guess you're okay, then. Sit down there while I take a look at this.
Yeah, sure.
We'll just see now.
You know, you're the first gent to ever open one of those deliveries in front of me.
Am I?
Yeah, you're the very first. Holy jumping, look at that loot.
Where is he waiting to pick up the receipt, Rosie?
Yeah, I don't know. He only hunts me up when he's ready. Look at all that dough.
What kind of a receipt, Rosie?
He said you'd know what kind. Oh, man, would you look at that? Would you look at it?
All right, I'll write you one.
Yeah, maybe I could have a 20 for bringing it.
I'll give you a receipt to Mr. Hugo. Let's see. How is it now that he spells his last name?
You don't know, Mr. Mayfield?
Well, don't you know?
I should know how to spell Hemperschlag.
Hemperschlag. So that's it.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Listen, you are Mayfield, ain't you?
All right, Randy.
Randy who?
Lieutenant Singer of the police. Come in, Randy.
The police? Oh, no, I've been took. Mr. Hugo will kill me.
No, Rosie, I don't think he'll ever get the chance.
Just take it easy, Rosie.
Oh, no, listen, cop, I was...
We'll give you all the protection you need after we sign you in at headquarters.
Rosie, whatever your name is, you hairbrained idiot.
Just take it easy, Mayfield, and sit down. You too, Rosie.
Well, now, look at all this beautiful money.
Randy, unless I'm awfully wrong, it's payment to Mayfield for the ruby. And if you can locate a Hugo with the unlikely name of Hemperschlag, or maybe you'll save us the trouble, Mayfield. After all, now that we have his name, and who knows, if you talk, maybe the judge won't throw the whole book at you. Well?
Okay, Dollar. I know when I'm licked, I'll talk.
Mr. Hugo Hemperschlag, believe it or not, turned out to be a gem setter for the famous jewelry house of Winkler & Winkler, where he couldn't help knowing about all the important stuff brought into this country, and with the know-how to break it up after he'd arranged to have it stolen. Expense account total, well, in view of the commission I'll get on this one, forget it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I'll be back with a rather unusual story. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber, sound patterns by Joseph Cabibo. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Paul McGrath as Oscar Mayfield, Al Hodge as Lieutenant Randy Singer, Ivor Francis as Jimmy Bartell, Jack Grimes as Rosie, Santos Ortega as the sergeant, Mercer McLeod as the doorman. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roger Foster speaking. Durwood Kirby's favorite program, The Gary Moore Show, weekdays on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS for Durham, Raleigh, WDNC.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to poke a hole in the Iron Curtain with just one weapon, a little white pill. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, Bill Sorensen was arrested in the Balkans the other day.
Bill Sorensen? He and I used to be roommates at the Naval Academy.
I know. That's why you're elected.
Elected to what?
Sorensen was arrested on charges of espionage. His trial started today. He's confessed to a lot of things, among them being a member of Naval Intelligence.
What? Now, look, if Sorensen were a member of Naval Intelligence, that's the last thing in the world he'd ever admit, Commissioner.
I know. Now, Steve, we think Sorensen's under the influence of a certain drug. We think it's a new one that makes you say anything you've been told to say. Now, if we're right, if that's the drug that's being used, here's the antidote. This little white pill.
Sounds like a lot of ifs, Commissioner.
I know, but that's all you've got to work on, Steve.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not trying to tell me I'm supposed to go over to the Balkans and give Sorensen this pill, are you?
Yes, he's being held in a jail in the city of Zava.
Look, isn't there anyone who can help me?
Yes. Here's a torn page out of a book, Steve. Take it to the Benesh bookshop in Zava. You'll find help there. Now, Steve, get over there. Administer the antidote to Sorensen, and then get him and yourself out of there if possible. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in just a moment. But first, a word from Frank Martin, the Wheaties man.
Say, speaking of Wheaties, breakfast of champions, if you've got a small baseball player around your house, the kind who comes in from the corner lot barely in time for supper, we've got a message for him. It's from Jackie Robinson, pride of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and a Wheaties fan. My advice on training, Jackie Robinson says, is to start young. Get lots of Wheaties, nourishing, swell eating. And you bet they are. Wheaties, nourishing. Vitamins, minerals, food energy. You can't beat whole wheat for nourishment. And you can't beat Wheaties for whole wheat. For kids, for grown-ups. Well, there you are. Whole wheat flakes with milk and fruit. This champion recommends them. If you've got a growing-up champion on hand, dish them out and have some yourself, huh? Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Yeah, this is a job I'm going to love. I can see that already. Steve Mitchell, armed with a book page and a pill, saves the day. But the only thing that's worrying me is who's going to save Steve Mitchell. It's Tuesday when I get to the Benesh bookshop in Zarva. I flash the torn book page to Benesh, and he leads me into the back room.
Here you are, Mitchell, the floor plan of the prison. Study it carefully.
Hey, brother. This makes Alcatraz look like a country club.
Now, here is the cell on the 3rd floor where Sorensen is imprisoned. On the floor, directly below, is the courtroom where his trial is being held.
Yeah, and here's the nearest outside door on the ground floor below the courtroom.
Yes, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a truck outside the door, but it can only stay there for 3 minutes. The trial will continue all afternoon. If you and Sorensen can get to that door around 5, you can make your escape in that truck.
Well, you told me how to get out of the place, but you've omitted a couple of small details, like how am I going to get into the place? And how am I going to slip this pill to Sorensen?
How you give him the pill will have to be up to you, Mitchell. But this camera and these forged identification papers identify you as an employee of World Photos, and you will be given admittance to the trial.
I see. Look, have you any idea what Sorensen found out that they didn't want him to know?
I do not know. But you had better get over to the prison, Mitchell. You have no time to lose. Remember, the truck will be waiting outside the gate at 5 this afternoon.
May I have your attention, please? Quiet! Please. Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself to the press. I am Colonel Mitro, commandant of this prison. Now, I have gathered your reporters and photographers together in order to examine your papers. You, sir, I will start with you.
Me?
Yes, your papers, please.
Oh, well, here they are.
So, yes, they appear to be in order. One moment while I check my list. Yes, your name is on it. Here is your pass, which will admit you to the trial.
Thank you, Colonel.
One moment, please.
What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing is the matter. I merely wish to inform you that one of your colleagues is here.
My colleagues?
Yes, another representative of World Photos.
Oh, I see. Well, it's a pretty large outfit, Colonel, and I've...
There she is over there. Miss Travnik.
Oh, look, don't bother.
You called me Colonel Mitro?
Yes. Here is a colleague of yours, Miss Travnik, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, really?
You will excuse me now. I must examine the rest of the credentials. You over there, may I see your face?
Your face looks familiar, Mr. Mitchell. I believe we have met before, haven't we?
I don't know, have we?
Perhaps in Vienna last year.
Yeah, perhaps.
How long have you been working for World Photos?
Oh, not very long. How about you?
5, 6 years. Strange. We should have run into each other several times, both working for the same company.
Well, it's sort of a big outfit, you know.
Yes, but even so...
All your papers are in order, ladies and gentlemen. And now, if you will follow me, I would like to conduct you on a brief tour of our prison. We want all of you people to see what a model prison this is. How every comfort is provided for each prisoner. In our spotless kitchen down there at the end of the hall are prepared tasty and nourishing meals which are... Here, you will be able to see and judge for yourselves. Krupal.
Yes, Colonel?
Krupal, show the people the fine food you are carrying on that tray.
Yes, Colonel.
There. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite a tasty lunch. To which prisoner are you taking this tray, Krupal?
To the self-confessed spy and enemy of... enemy of
the people, Krupal.
Enemy of the people, Colonel.
Yes. You see? We show mercy even to confessed spies like this Sorensen. You may go now, Krupa.
Thank you, Colonel.
And now we will resume our tour. On the right, you see the administration officers. Notice how clean and official. And on the left...
Hey, Krupar.
Yes?
Would you like to have your picture taken?
My picture? Oh, but of course, that would be nice.
Sure. Servant of the people, carries food to enemy of the people. Here. Just hold it a second like that. There.
Oh,
now,
thank
wait,
you,
wait a minute. I want one of you without the tray. Here, I'll take it. That sure looks like a good lunch. Stew, hot tea. I'll just set the tray on the floor. And have a... Whoops.
Oh, please be careful,
sir. That's okay. I just spilled a little tea into the saucer. I'll pour it back. There, yeah.
Oh, I hope it is all right. The colonel would be furious if anything happened to that specially prepared lunch.
Specially prepared? Why, I thought these were the kind of meals you served all the time, even to the enemies of the people, Krupa.
Yes, of course. I forgot.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Oh, Colonel Mitro.
Mr. Mitchell, may I inquire what you are doing?
Why, just snapping some pictures of Krupar here.
No harm was intended, Colonel.
It is the firm policy of this prison that all members of the press will stay together under my supervision.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Colonel. Well, let's resume the grand tour. We finished the tour, then go into the courtroom to wait for the trial. I'm sweating it out, wondering if Sorensen has drunk the tea I'd slipped the pill into, and if so, how long before the antidote will take effect. Then a husky guard leads Sorensen into the courtroom. They sit him down about 6 feet from me. I have to keep my camera covering part of my face because if Sorensen is still under the effect of the drug and spots me, he'll probably spill all about me. A gent with a face like a vulture starts hammering questions at Sorensen, and his answer sounds like he's reading them out of a book.
Is that not true?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sorensen, it is also true that you own a marine construction company.
Yes, it is true.
Now, this company undertakes the construction of various piers and also repairs boats.
Yes.
But actually, this company is but a front for your espionage activities directed by you.
Yes, that is true.
Now, tell the court the exact nature of your espionage activities.
I spied on ship movements at the waterfront. I also kept records of troop movements.
Go on.
I spied
Go on.
No. Wait a minute. What am I saying? No, that's not true. I've never done any spying.
The prisoner was confined.
I'm not a spy.
The question.
I run a legitimate business. I've never engaged in this. Take your hands off.
Take the prisoner.
I tell you, I'm not a spy.
The courtroom's in an uproar. The guards yank Sorensen out of his seat, and just then our eyes meet. Sorensen droops one eyelid for a second and then turns to go. The antidote has worked. He's okay now, and now is my chance. I shoulder my way through the crowd into the hall. A lot of people are milling around. I get to Sorensen and the guard just as they reach the elevator.
What do you want? Stand back. Sorry, Buster.
Come on, Sorensen. Let's get to the elevator fast.
Okay, Steve. Oh, brother, am I glad to see you. What happened, Steve?
They had you drugged, Bill. I slipped an antidote into the tea they brought you. Look, our only chance is to get to the ground floor and out to the truck at the gate before they sound the alarm.
Here we are.
Good. The hall's deserted. They're probably still milling around upstairs. Come on.
That door down at the end of the hall, Steve. Does that lead outside?
Yeah, there should be a truck waiting there for us. Here we are. Oh, great. It's locked.
What?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be open.
Steve.
Huh?
Somebody's unlocking the door from the outside.
Yeah, brother, we better get lost.
Here they are.
My guard and another one with him.
Come on.
Indeed, yes, both of you. We will not hesitate to shoot. So, you would escape, huh? But the little plan did not work. And now you will have a cellmate, Mr. Sorensen.
Wheaties now. Are you with them? All over this big, wide country, people are going to be shaking the Wheaties into the cereal bowls tomorrow morning. All over the country. In big houses, little houses, penthouses, ranch houses. Because all different kinds of people, no matter what they do, know that a good breakfast can help them do it better. If you're going to do the ironing tomorrow, or if you've got a tough day ahead, do it better all morning with the help of Wheaties for breakfast. Yep, first you need your Wheaties. Farmers can farm better, drillers can drill better, plumbers can plumb better with a better breakfast. You start with these likable little flakes of whole wheat, and you work better all morning long. Crisp, and they're crackling with energy. Fresh, and they're bouncing with nourishment. Just pour the Wheaties into the bowl, sugar them, cream them, strawberry them if you want to. See if you don't feel the difference. Tomorrow, start with Wheaties and work happy. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
We have done well, Fathers. We have captured not only Sorensen, but the man who was helping him escape.
The colonel will be pleased with us.
Run, tell him at once. I will hold my gun on these two while you're gone.
Very well. Well, thanks for the try anyway, Steve.
That's okay. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
But it will, Mitchell.
Huh?
Go quickly.
Hey, what do you mean?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're the boy that they told me would help me inside the prison.
Yes, when you grabbed Sorensen from me at the elevator, I was not expecting you would hit me so hard.
What?
That is why it took me so long to get down here and open the door for you.
Oh, brother, now I've seen everything.
But you must hurry. The truck is waiting for you over there.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, guard. Thanks a lot.
One moment.
Huh?
Hit me.
Again?
I must have some reason for allowing you to escape. Hurry, you have not much time. As soon as they discover you got away, they will set off the alarm.
Well, okay. This is a pretty poor way to show my appreciation, but thanks. Anyway, come on, Sorensen. We spot the truck outside, dive into it, and roar through the prison gates. A siren splits the air, and the gates clang shut behind us. We turn into the highway, and I jam the accelerator down to the floorboard. automatic machine gun.
What about you?
I'd sure give a lot for an automatic pilot in this buggy right now.
Steve!
I'm okay, just a little broken glass in the face. There. We're out of sight for a little while now, but they'll be coming after us. We've got to ditch this car and take off to the city on foot.
Listen, they're coming after us, all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Those low-hanging trees on the side of the road.
Steve, watch it! Tree trunk ahead!
I see it.
You know, Steve, I thought we used to get into scrapes when we were plebes at the Naval Academy, but they didn't hold a candle to this.
Yeah? Well, midshipman, you better come up with an operation plan right now as to where we're heading. You got any ideas?
Yeah, my fiance's brother. He's a black market operator, has a hideout in town.
Well, lead the way.
Steve, I've stumbled onto something hot. There's a Navy task force cruising in the eastern Mediterranean heading this way.
You mean one of ours?
That's right. And sometime tonight they're going to run into some mines.
What? How do you know?
Well, the other day I spotted a fishing boat down at the waterfront. It looked phony to me, so I did a little snooping. It was a mine layer. I got close enough to pick up a little of their conversation. Their plan was to lay a few mines in the path of the task force. Afterward, they could always claim they were floating mines from the last war.
Oh, great. Look, have you any idea where they laid the mines?
Well, from what I picked up, I think I could locate them on a chart, but somehow we've got to get word to that task force, Steve.
Yeah, that isn't going to be easy.
Here we are, Steve.
Who is there?
Sorensen.
Sorensen. Quick, come inside.
Okay, come on, Steve. Tribnik, this is Steve Mitchell. He arranged my escape.
But where is Eva?
Eva, what do you mean?
Well, I thought she would be with you.
Why?
Well, she said she had worked out escape plan for you.
What?
She went to the jail posing as photographer. She had little red truck with her.
Wait a minute. Eva Travnik.
Yes, my sister, Sorensen's fiancée.
Holy smoke, that's the girl I met in the prison. She was posing as another representative of World Photos.
She was what?
Yes, she had little red truck, and she was going to try and arrange an escape.
Steve, I'm going back there. They'll hold her as your accomplice.
No, you're not.
Eva's in trouble. I tell you, I'm going back.
Don't be a fool.
Get out of my way, Steve.
Look, if anyone goes back there, it's going to be me.
Well, but you can't...
Look, you've got to plot the position of those mines on a chart and get word out somehow. I'll see what I can do about Eva.
But how can we get word out? They probably got the telephone switchboard tapped.
Yeah, and they probably got the depot covered, too.
Wait a minute. Hey, why didn't I think of it? Travnik's plane.
What?
Like I told you, Travnik here's a black market operator. He does a lot of flitting around undercover. He's got a little plane stashed out at a cow pasture just outside of town.
Yes. You see, Mitchell, I do not approve of the government in power here, so unknown to them, I make them pay me for the privilege of remaining in power.
Well, if we could get out of here by plane, we might be able to contact the task force by radio. Travnik, I guess it's up to you. Look, you say you like to make the government pay you. Well, this would cost them plenty, but I'm afraid there wouldn't be any dough in it for you.
That's what bothers me. But men once told me there were other things in life beside money. Perhaps this will give me a chance to find out if he was right. Very well. I will try to get you out.
Good. Write down the location of the cow pasture where you've got the plane. Sorensen, get out a chart and plot the position of those mines.
You going to go after Eva?
I'm going to try. You two, get out to the plane and get it warmed up. And if I'm not there in 1 hour, well, don't wait for me. I take back streets and cut across fields. 20 minutes later, I get to the road outside the prison. They've set up a searchlight and a roadblock, and there are a long line of parked cars and trucks. The guards are checking them one at a time. I spot Eva's red truck, the third one back from the roadblock. I've got to act fast. Then I see a lieutenant in a heavy overcoat standing on my side of the road. I ease over.
Halt!
Lieutenant.
Who are you?
One of the reporters covering the trial, Lieutenant. There's a body over here.
A body? Where? Show me.
It's in the bushes.
But I don't see any body. What is it?
Right here, Lieutenant. It's going to be yours. I slip on the lieutenant's coat and cap. Then I run over to Eva's truck and jump onto the running board.
What do you... Wait. It's Steve Mitchell.
Yeah. Pull out a line and head for the roadblock.
But they will stop us.
Maybe not if they don't get a good look at me. Come on.
All right.
Keep going slowly. Straight ahead.
Halt! Those cars and trucks ought to be checked.
Colonel Mitro's orders.
Oh, Forgive me, Lieutenant. Proceed.
Speed up. You know how to get to that cow pasture where your brother keeps his plane?
Yes, Steve.
Okay, head for it, and don't spare the horses.
There it is. They've moved it out of the barn.
Come on, hurry.
Eva! Eva, you okay?
Yes, Bill.
Get in. We're
Come
all
on,
ready
get
to
in.
take off.
Okay.
All set?
Yeah, let her go. Hey, look ahead of us. On the field.
Police cars. They must have followed you here.
Oh, great. 4 of them blocking the runway and a grove of trees behind us. That's it, brother. We're through.
Here's why it's Wheaties, breakfast of champions. What are you doing tomorrow? Going to the factory? Getting to the shop early? Or just taking it easy with 3 kids and the house to clean? If you've got things to do tomorrow, start tomorrow with Wheaties, breakfast of champions. They're whole wheat flakes, and they give you whole wheat energy. Vitamins, minerals, proteins, too. All the good work-speeding nourishment that whole wheat has to offer, you get in Wheaties. That's why with milk and fruit, they help make a better breakfast that helps you do a better job. So look, tomorrow, next day, as soon as you can, get Wheaties onto the breakfast table. Be good to yourself. Have a bowl of Wheaties and feel the difference in the morning's work.
Now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
Steve, what are we going to do? We can't take off.
And who says we can?
But those police cars are blocking the runway ahead.
So we will just go the other way, that's all. Full engine. Left, rather.
Hey, what the... Hey, you're turning the plane around.
Certainly. Now we taxi.
Hey, you're heading right for those trees. Watch out.
Oh, brakes. And right, rather. So.
Look, there's a clearing in the trees.
Well, certainly. In my business, one must prepare for such emergencies. Now, left, rather.
Hey. Well, what do you know? Another cow pasture on the other side of the grove.
This one I call my emergency runway.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Travnik, but we're not off the ground yet.
Hold on. It's going to be bumpy takeoff.
Steve, look back there. Gun flashes. They're shooting at us.
Get down, Eva. Bill.
Oh, dear. Well, a hole in the wing cuts down wind resistance, I suppose.
Yeah, we're liable to collect more than a hole in the wing if you don't get this baby airborne soon.
No sooner spoke than did.
Oh, boy, you better head for the coast, Travnik.
Yes, I agree. The sea air will be welcome change right now.
Steve, I plotted the location of those mines, but how are we going to get in touch with that task force?
Hand me that microphone, Travnik.
Yes, certainly. Here you are.
Steve, what frequency are you going to try?
I was trying to remember. There's an aircraft voice circuit that they always guard. 4-1 something.
That's right. Wait a minute. It's 4145 kilocycles.
Yeah. I'll tune to it.
How are you going to call them? We address them as U.S. Navy Task Force. They'll think it's a trick.
I know. We don't have any idea what code name they're using. Wait a minute.
Huh?
We'll tie it in with the Naval Academy somehow.
What do you mean?
Well, the name of a building or... Yeah, that's it. Look, Bill, you and I room together as plebes in Bancroft Hall. Maybe that'll work. I'll give it a try. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
I hope they're within range so they can receive us.
I'll try it again. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe.
Hey!
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Identify yourself. Over.
Steve, they picked us up.
Yeah. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. If you've got a Navy register aboard, look up Steve Mitchell, class of 1935. But first, take this message. Mines. Floating mines. At latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north, longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east. Repeat and over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north, longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east.
Emergency turn 9, emergency turn 9.
Oh, boy. They must have been right on top of those mines, Bill.
Yeah.
I heard someone give an emergency turn signal.
Oh, brother, that's too close.
You know the frequency of the Zarva radio station, Travnik?
Oh, certainly, but they have lousy programs, Mitch.
Well, turn her around a bit and see if you can pick up a newscast. I'd like to see how we're doing.
All right.
You know, I'd sure hate to go through a routine like this every day.
You can say that again.
But we are safe now, and that is all that matters.
Wait. Here is Zava radio station.
Good evening, friends and comrades. This is Colonel Mitro speaking.
Well, our old friend.
I have been asked by the radio station to make a statement concerning the brazen and treacherous jailbreak this afternoon. Rest assured, the fugitives will be apprehended shortly.
Don't hold your breath, Colonel.
And I am happy to announce that the ringleader of the plot has been executed. A prison guard who turned traitor to the people.
Steve!
Turn it off, Travnik. That was our friend.
Yeah.
He was trying to help, and now he is dead.
Yeah. And we think we went through a lot. Well, I hope he knows we got away.
He must know.
Yeah, well, one thing I know. As long as there are guys like him, that Iron Curtain's going to have a few holes in it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow, Perry Como sings at the Supper Club on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Whoa, hold everything. Here's a couple of old friends.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, And you'll know that Chesterfields are mild.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack, give 'em a smell, then you'll smoke 'em.
Over most of the earth at this time of year, men begin looking forward to the end of winter, begin sniffing the air for the first faint signs of spring. Much too early, they begin repairing trout rods, poring over seed catalogs, planning vacations, and longing for the joy and freedom of an outdoor summer. Or at least they did these things in times gone by, in the years before North Korea.
Sie, Julie! Jean! Utai! Oh!
Toi, đi lại đi.
Wagwan! Kay Demon. You are Li Chan, I believe.
You speak English?
A concession to your many years of professorship in the subject at Harbin University, Professor Lee.
I am no longer a professor. Since the war, I have become a shoemaker.
So I am informed. I am Lieutenant Te Mao of the People's Army of North Korea, now in charge of this sector.
The village of Chinchung is greatly honored, Lieutenant Mao.
I am also informed that you are not generally considered cooperative to our government, Professor Lee.
I have caused no trouble.
You have a granddaughter, I believe, Lee Song.
Yes.
Very pretty, I am told.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
I mean you will become much more cooperative immediately. Do we understand each other?
Yes.
Good. Woman Chu! Tain!
A refugee from the north brought the information into Kusan yesterday, Ken. A man from the village of Chinchung.
Chinchung. Near the Manchurian border, isn't it, Chief?
That's right. About 70 miles inland from the Yellow Sea coast.
Uh-huh.
And, Ken, hold on to your hat. Roland Patterson is hiding out there.
Patterson? Patterson's alive?
I know what you mean. You heard he crashed at sea on that solo flight from Formosa last month. Only he didn't. Or at any rate, he was rescued.
Oh, thank God for that. He's the greatest expert in the world on Oriental affairs.
Ken, he predicted Pearl Harbor a year ahead of time. The invasion of South Korea 6 months before it happened. And probable Chinese intervention the day the UN forces crossed the 38th parallel.
Only then, nobody would believe him. I think they're ready to now.
Except for one thing. He's not available. He's in North Korea, hiding out with a man named Lee Chan. Used to be a professor at Harbin.
I've heard of him.
Apparently, Patterson's in no shape to try and escape on his own.
Well, we've got to get him out some way.
That's right.
And from here, it looks like a one-man job.
I'm afraid so, Ken. If the enemy finds out he's there, well, that'll be that.
It's got to be secret. And it's got to be smooth.
Well, we're in contact now with the Army and Navy in Tokyo. They'll cooperate fully. Anything you want.
In that case, I guess I'd better plan the operation from there, Chief.
You can get a plane out in an hour. And, watch yourself, Ken.
Oh, sure.
Incidentally, it's almost too good to be true, but what's happened to Zellschmidt lately, I hope?
Pagan. The last time I saw him was when he got a telegram from Uncle Ahmed and took off for Washington.
Washington, huh?
You know something? I wish you hadn't asked me.
Why not?
Oh, well, you know. Speak of the devil. Chief, I'll call you from Tokyo.
Guam, now loading. Civilian passengers, please use gate C. Flight 7, now loading. Tokyo to Guam.
Pardon me, sir. You're Mr. Thurston, I believe?
That's right.
Lieutenant Commander Barnes, Naval Intelligence.
Oh.
I'm assigned as liaison officer to your project.
Fine, it's good.
If you'll give me your check, I'll have your baggage cleared through customs and we'll go straight to headquarters.
Thanks, Commander. Here you are.
I'll be right back.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, it's nothing, my good man, nothing. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, no. I knew the chief shouldn't have asked.
Asked what, Mr. Thurston?
Pagon, what are you doing in Tokyo?
Oh, just making an honest buck or two.
Smuggling or black market?
Mr. Thurston, I'm the Far Eastern representative for Uncle Ahmed, Incorporated.
That still leaves the question open.
But he's strictly legitimate now. Very big at the Pentagon building. He's a 6%er, you understand?
6, eh? Nothing cheap about Uncle Ahmed. And you're the Far East representative.
Oh, sure. You see, I know the Orient, well, like the back of my head.
You don't say. Ever hear of the village of Chinchung in North Korea?
Ching-chung? Like 42nd Street.
Pagon, would you be interested in a little job?
Well, I'm pretty busy, Mr.
For,
Thurston.
say, $500.
I'm not that busy. What's the job?
Smuggling.
You know, for a second I thought you said smuggling.
Stick around, Pagon. Stick around.
We're crossing the main ridge of the Paisang Range now, Mr. Thurston. That Ching Chung's that spot of light right ahead of us there. You want a last-minute briefing?
No, I think it's straight enough, Commander. Those escort bombers will attract their attention by attacking the supply depot to the east, while we parachute into the foothills north of the village.
Right. And your next contact with us will be at Anshu Inlet on the seacoast, 70 miles west.
Yep. I've got the charts.
We'll have a PT boat standing by offshore every night from dusk till dawn, starting tomorrow night. They'll watch for your signal and take you off the beach.
Right. Well, guess we'd better start getting into these chutes.
Yeah, the escort bombers ought to be starting the runs about now. Here you are. Does your partner know yet?
No. Pagon, you better come get into this thing.
Oh, I'm plenty warm now, Mr. Thurston, with all these clothes you had put on. Hey, that's a parachute.
Yeah. Yep. Commander Barnes will show you how to get into the harness.
Oh, no, he won't. Oh, no, you're not going to catch me stepping 1 foot outside of this plane tonight.
There go look at the flashes from the first bomb run. We're about over the village now.
No,
Commander, what were your orders exactly?
To drop 2 men by chute, sir. I guess we'll have to throw Mr. Zellschmidt out somewhere over the Yellow Sea on the way back if he doesn't want
Never mind. How do we fasten this box? Boy, what a sacrifice was. I thought we were just going to fly over the dump.
Come on, Pagon.
Well, you're on your own from here on, Mr. Thurston. I guess you know what that means in enemy territory.
Yep. I'll see you at Anshu.
Did he say enemy? That's enemy territory down there?
Sure. Go on, Pagon. Jump.
Stop pushing, Mr. Thurston. Oh!
So long, Commander.
Good luck.
Pagon, where are you?
Over here, Mr. Thurston. I think I'm dead already.
Get out of that parachute and roll it up. Hurry. Here. Take my chute, too, and bury both of them. I want to check this map.
When's this plane coming back to pick us up, Mr. Thurston?
It isn't coming back.
Huh?
Our only way out of here is at Anshu Inlet, 70 miles west.
Oh, now I find out. Why don't I keep my big mouth shut?
I often wonder.
Why, I never even heard of this town, this Ching-Chung.
You what?
Well, I mean, I thought I did at first.
Pagon, so help me, I will wring your neck. Now get to work. There it is. Shop on the left. Lee Chan Shoemaker.
It's a good thing all these characters go to bed early. Or we'd shoot.
Quiet. That sounds like an army patrol. Yeah, back between these buildings.
If I get out of this alive, I swear by the father of my father...
Shut up, will you? Come on. Let's head for Lee Chimes. That was our lucky break for tonight.
Lucky? When I lost 10 years of my life.
Here we are.
Oh, good. Nobody home. Let's go.
A friend. Open up. You're Professor Lee Chan?
Yes.
My name is Ken Thurston from the States. We've come for Roland Patterson.
Thank heaven. Come in quickly. Then my message did get through.
Yeah, how is he?
Very sick. Unconscious most of the time. Here, let me light the lamp. I was at my wit's end. They're very suspicious of me out here.
Who is it?
2 men who have come to take Mr. Patterson out of Korea.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Gentlemen, my granddaughter, Lee Song.
Oh, how are you? Where is Patterson, Professor Lee?
Right above us here. There is a narrow loft between the ceiling and the roof.
Good. Well, I think Patterson had better be moved as quickly as possible. Who's there?
Up into the loft. Both of you, quickly. Lee Song will...
Over here. One climbs up the shelves. Like this.
Ready?
Do not move around. Mr. Patterson is lying here behind us.
Good evening, Professor Lee. You are up late.
Yes, we both are.
It is the devil, Mao.
Perhaps the noise of the bombing awakened you. Or perhaps you knew there was going to be a bombing.
No, I knew nothing about it, Lieutenant.
Where is your granddaughter?
She went out somewhere.
Where?
I do not know where.
In other words, Professor Lee, you are of no use whatever to me.
He's drawn a gun.
Shh, Lisa.
And for those of no use to me, I have only one answer. This.
Oh! He killed my grandfather.
Oh, Lisa.
He killed my grandfather.
What are you going to do, Mr. X?
Nothing. Too late to help Lee Chime, and the important thing now is to get Patterson out of here.
Oh, I wish I would have stayed in Tokyo.
Why? This way you're learning about life. The kind of life they live in North Korea.
We'll continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Well, here it is, right in the middle of winter. There's nothing more fun these winter nights than curling up in front of a good warm television set and let the laughs, chuckles, and downright merriment of television entertainment warm the cockles of your heart. And if there's one thing that's more fun than just plain television, it's television on a new RCA Victor set. You probably know that RCA Victor television is America's favorite, that it's called Million Proof because almost 2 million families today are happily using RCA Victor television in their homes. And you'll know why when you watch the lifelike picture of RCA Victor's new model, the Kent, now on display at your RCA Victor dealers. The Kent brings you clear, big 17-inch pictures locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer. And then, too, look at the value of the Kent. It's like having console television at table model price. You'll say that RCA Victor television is the best way to warm up your heart with television fun and keep the frost off your pocketbook. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leanne Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt.
How much longer are we going to have to stay here in this barn and freeze ourselves, Mr. Thurston?
At least until Lee Song gets back from that farmhouse up there.
Well, another half an hour and it'll be daylight. Boy, what a night. I wish I was as unconscious as this Patterson guy.
Don't tempt me, Pagan. Now, keep those blankets around him.
Hey, he's breathing better. You know, that penicillin must be working.
No, he needs a doctor, though, badly. Wonder what's keeping her, anyway. I sent her up there about 20 minutes ago.
Mr. Thurston, maybe she's pulling a double cross.
No. With her guardian dead, her only chance now is to get out with us.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Mr. Thurston, I brought Guam back with me.
Good.
Welcome, Mr. Thurston. Has been a long time since conference in Seoul. Many changes.
How are you, Kwang? It's good to see you.
The song has said Mr. Patterson is with you. It is bad when friends dare not confide in one another.
We did not know who to trust. Forgive us.
This old one understands, child. In our country now, each man fears his brother.
Kwang, is there any way you can help the four of us get out of here toward Anshu Inlet?
Can take you in ox cart to Luzhou, 12 miles west.
Ox cart, yeah?
Is possible for you to lie in back, covered with load of straw.
It might work.
In Luzhou, it's possible you can make further arrangements.
Yeah, I know a man there who may have a truck, if he's still alive. All right, Kwang. Let's hitch up the cart.
From a haystack in a barn to a haystack on wheels. And twice as cold, Mr. Thurston. You know, we're getting nowhere fast.
We're within a half mile of Luzhou. It's better than walking.
But I'm allergic to hay.
I'm allergic to bullets. Lee Song, how's Mr. Patterson coming along?
He's all right, I think. He's sleeping again. Mr. Thurston, there's a road guard station just ahead. It's necessary that we're very quiet.
Yeah, I understand. Now, listen. I can't go myself. So are you sure you know where to find the man I told you about in Luzhou?
Yes, I know. I've heard of him.
Well, Huang is going to drive us on through town in the cart. We'll wait for the truck on the Anshu Road. Got it?
Yes, I understand.
You don't move. See, good eye. Hi, hi.
Hey, don't farmer Kwang. Where you go, Kwang?
To Luzhou with load of hay.
I know this one. It's
Load
from
of hay.
Chinchu.
Maybe something for black market.
No, nothing.
Maybe
Only
some
hay.
meat, a fat pig.
No, nothing.
If he shoves that bayonet in here, I'll have to kill him and risk getting away.
Wait. Let me talk to him.
What do you mean?
I'm a woman.
All right. Have a try at it. I'll keep you covered.
Hey, have a care. What is it you try to do?
Lee Song, why are you there, hiding?
Sometime one wishes to run away from grandfather and see what things are in next village.
And Kwang is help you? Ha! Sly fox, old farmer Kwang.
But like you say, old.
Oh, in 3 hours, one would be off duty here.
In 3 hours, it's possible one would be in marketplace. Drive on, Kwang. Hoi!
Hey! 3 hours. 3 hours.
Mr. Thurston, I haven't breathed for 5 minutes.
Well, you can thank Lee Song that you're breathing at all. She's got a lot of courage.
Oh, I don't know. I doubt if we were in real danger. Hey, look. I tore my coat sleeve on a nail or something.
It wasn't a nail. That's where the guard poked that bayonet through the hay when he...
Oh!
Idiot! Oh, this is a fine time to faint. Easy now, Pagar. Let's slide him into the back of the truck.
I've got his shoulders, Mr. Thurston. Now!
All right. Now, get those blankets around him. He's in no shape to stand a chill.
The owner did not dare to wait, Mr. Thurston. He left the truck and walked back to town. He'll report it as stolen tomorrow.
Good idea. There's certainly no point at... Oh, what's it? Oh, half a dozen hand grenades. Well, let's hang on to them.
How about letting me drive, Mr. Thurston? I know these Japanese army trucks will just like the...
Like the back of your hat, huh?
Just give me one of those things with a tank full of octanes, and I'm off like a bat out of my belfry.
Well, hurry up. We're pushing our luck.
Okay, everybody, hang on. Motor must be cold. It always takes a while for these, you know. It must be flooded. Or something.
All right, Pig, I'll move over.
But, Mr. Thurston, just give me a little time to... What did you do?
Turned on the switch. Well, it's 50 miles to Anshu, and from here on, anything can happen.
But why? It's all open country. There are no more guard stations.
Oh, well, just call it a hunch. Things have been too easy, Lee Song. Far too easy. Well, Anshu Inlet, end of the line.
Boy, it's so dark I can't see the nose in front of my face.
How will we find the boat, Mr. Thurston?
We won't. It'll find us as soon as I signal. Let's get Patterson down to the beach first.
Do not move any of you. You are covered by a dozen rifles. Panchadi, light the lanterns.
Lieutenant Lamau.
Yes, my dear. I don't believe I've met your friends, though we did find their parachutes.
Pagan?
Well, the ground was froze, Mr. Thurston. I couldn't bury them.
Ah, Thurston, the famous Mr. X. We are fortunate tonight. The Patterson you mentioned will have to be identified later.
How did you know where to look for us?
First, the parachutes. Second, Li Song reported heading west by a road guard. Third, my own intelligence.
Yes, congratulations.
Nothing, really. And now, Li Song, if you would move a few steps to one side. The accuracy of a machine gun is never quite dependable.
No.
Oh, please, my dear. You have nothing to worry about. I have entirely different plans for you.
As a matter of fact, I think you better change all your plans, Lieutenant. Do you notice what I've been holding in my hand?
A hand grenade?
That's right. The pin has been pulled, so don't move. If I release this, you're too close to me to get away. Order your men to drop their arms.
Pingo! Yumabulo! Xiangwutai!
Pagon, take his machine gun.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. Thanks, chum.
Now, Lieutenant, order your men to hit the road east, fast. In 10 seconds, I'm going to heave this grenade after them.
Bingdao!
Well, I guess we can signal that Navy boat now and get out of here.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, what about that hand grenade?
Yeah, I guess the time's about up. Pick up your feet, boys. Up. Lieutenant Mao, you're a prisoner of war.
All right, boys, lay him there in the center of the launch and keep him covered up. We've got a Navy medic there on the PT boat.
Good. Now, he's come through it pretty well, Commander, but he should have attention. Oh, sit here, Lee Song.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, shove off. Keep your eye on that prisoner.
Mr. Thurston, if I ever leave this United States again, it's only going to be over my dead body.
All right, kick him over and let's go.
My grandfather.
What the... Mao, did you have some more men there?
I think it is the same ones who have come back. They were undoubtedly puzzled by my orders and have decided I was a traitor.
Well, we'll be out of range in a few seconds. Oh, Lee Song. Here, the flashlight.
Mr. Thurston, she's,
Yeah. Pagon, give me that machine gun. Thanks. All right. Whichever one of you fired that shot... and all the other shots at all the other helpless people in the world...
That stopped them, Mr. X. They're not shooting anymore.
I'm afraid it's too late to do her any good, though.
I know.
Well, at least one thing worked out all right, Mr. Thurston. You rescued the expert you went after.
Yes, and we need him. We need any man who can tell when and where the next war may strike. No question of it. But even more, we need a man who can show us how to end wars. And when you come right down to it, the kind of expert mankind needs most today is an expert on mankind.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may, at one time or another, have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And you ought to know that the others you heard were Peggy Weber, Will Wright, Lalchand Mehra, Byron Kane, Ted Osborne, and Bill Conrad. Next week, Ken goes to Iran in search of a tiny bit of microfilm that may hold the key to peace in this world. And Pagan, oh yes, he'll be along in the person of Leon Velasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Join your hit parade and have fun with Dennis Day, both on NBC.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The district attorney knows that crime has its roots in emotion, and of these, the most deadly is greed. This case started in a large, badly kept junkyard on the outskirts of town near the city dump. The junk dealer and his wife are seated at the dinner table in the ramshackle house, but the man isn't eating. He's reading a newspaper.
Will you stop reading that thing and eat your supper, Nick?
I ain't hungry.
You've had your nose buried in them new car ads ever since you got the check from the salvage company. Fat lot of good it's doing you. We can't buy one.
Oh, we could. If I didn't have to pay that Mexican for helping me.
Well, you do have to pay him, so stop daydreaming. New car. You ain't never going to do enough work on your own to get anything new, let alone a new car.
If you know what's good for your men, you'll stop picking on me.
You could have taken the pipe and stuff out of those condemned buildings by yourself if you wasn't so lazy.
Are you going to shut up? Or are you looking for a punch in the mouth?
I didn't mean nothing.
All right. Shut your trap and keep it shut. $1,800 for that pipe, and I got to give half of it away.
Well, there ain't nothing you can do about it, Nick. He knows you got the check. He was supposed to be paid as soon as the stuff was weighed out. You can't stall him much longer. He'll be coming over again tonight to ask for it. That'll be him now, Nick.
Yeah. Coming right up to the front porch. Looks like he owned the place. Get busy with your dishes. I'll handle him. Well, Morales, what do you want?
Oh, Mr. Howard, I come for my money for the work I do.
I told you I'd bring it to you when it come. I ain't got it yet. I can't give you what I ain't got.
Please, Mr. Howard, I don't like to bother you, but my wife, she's sick. We're going to have another baby.
Well, look, I got troubles of my own, Morales.
Well, I know you got the money, Mr. Howard. I call the salvage company. They say everything is paid.
Oh. So you're checking up on me, are you? Now, look, Morales. I'm going to tell you what it'll do. Here. It's better than you deserve. Here. Here's $50.
For 3 months' work?
Go on, take it, and we'll just call it square. And if you don't like it, you and your family can get out of that shack of mine by morning.
Oh, no, Mr. Howard, you don't cheat me. I want my money. All my money, $900.
You better take this 50 while you can, Morales. Because it's all you're going to get.
Mr. Howard, if you don't pay me now, I go tomorrow to the law.
The law? Why, you no good. Mr. Howard, oh, please. You'll take that 50. You'll sign that paper right now, or I'm going to beat the life out of you.
Nick, what's going on?
Stay out of this, men. Morales and I just made a deal.
In the second drawer on the...
No, don't sign no paper, Mr. Howard.
Come back here, Morales. Come here.
I go to the law.
You ain't going far.
Nick! Nick, no, not the shotgun!
Yeah, let go of me with it.
Oh! Nick, you're crazy!
Morales! Come back here!
No!
All right, then. But you ain't never gonna reach that fence.
Nick, what did you do?
Shut up, Nick. Shut up, Nick.
Nick? He's dead, Nick. What are you going to do?
Will you shut up? Shut up now and let me think. I gotta think. Men, we gotta move him someplace away from here. Come on. Help me lift him up. We gotta move him. Come on.
Oh, I can't, Nick. I can't touch him.
Come on. Help me, I said. Keep your mouth shut. Forever. From now on, forever, you keep it shut. Or I'll shut it just like I shut his. All right, now, come on. Come on, grab his feet.
Well, there he is, Chief. Department of Sanitation boys found him. They were bulldozing some of those ash heaps to level them out.
It's a good thing they saw him, Harrington. If he ever ran the bulldozer across here, he'd been buried for good.
Yeah. Doc says he's been dead about 40 hours.
You say the Missing Persons Bureau has a report on a man of this description?
Uh-huh. Report was filed yesterday by a Mrs. Morales. Said her husband didn't come home the night before last.
Well, that fits in with the length of time the doc says he's been dead. Now, let's get a better look. Shotgun killing, huh?
Yeah. He got it behind the head and through the back. Heavy charge. Gun was probably 12 gauge.
You know where Morales lived?
Yeah, one of those shacks on the edge of the dump someplace. None of them have any address. But when Mrs. Morales made the missing person report, she said the shack belonged to a junk dealer named Hubbard. Although it beats me how Hubbard owns anything that's standing on city property.
Where is Hubbard's junkyard?
Well, it's way down at the end of the dump, about a mile and a half, that high board fence. Hey, see it?
Yeah.
You'll have to drive around past the gas works to get to it. There's no direct way from here, unless you want to ruin your car.
Yeah, I'll go around. Hubbard may be able to give us some information about Morales. I'll meet you in town when I'm finished.
Okay, Chief.
Yeah, we heard about it maybe an hour ago. Somebody called to tell my husband. Let me turn this washing machine off, will you? So old you can't hear nothing when it's going. Everything we've got is old. Junk my husband picked up someplace.
Where is your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
Oh, he drove over to the shacks to tell Mrs. Morales and see if maybe there wasn't something he could do for her and the kids. Morales sometimes worked for my husband.
So I understand. Did Morales ever come here? Here to your home, I mean.
Only when he had some business with Nick, my husband.
When was the last time?
Well, I can't say for sure, Mr. Garrett. Like I said, he'd come to see Nick on business.
You'd probably be around when he came, though. When was the last time you saw him?
Well, I can't say for sure. I'm too upset to think. Well, that's Nick's truck coming now. Nick will know. He'll tell you.
Hello.
Hello.
Nick, this here man is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
Oh. Well, sure glad to know you, Mr. Garrett. Seemed like an old friend. I voted for you so often.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard.
Hey, is your car?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, sure is slick looking. I must ride like a dream.
Nick, Mr. Garrett wants to know something about Morales.
Yeah, I know. Well, I just left his widow. Yeah, this thing's hit her kind of hard. Sure feel awful sorry for her and them kids.
Just a few things I want to know, Hubbard. When did you see Morales last? Your wife couldn't remember.
Well, you sure are upset men. Now, you ought to remember Morales stopped by here night before last.
Well, I wasn't sure that...
Night before last. What time?
Well, it was just after we finished supper. 8 o'clock, maybe.
Same night he was killed.
Huh? You mean he's been dead that long?
Well, that's what the coroner thinks. You have any reason to think differently?
Well, I mean, he was only found this morning.
He's been missing since the night before last, though. His wife reported that to the police yesterday. You knew that, didn't you?
Oh, well, sure, I knew it, but... Well, I figured he was off celebrating with that roll of money he had.
What roll of money?
Money I paid him for the job we did together.
You mean you paid him when he stopped by here the night before last?
Sure. I handed him $900. Wait a minute.
What, Hubbard?
Something Mrs. Morales told me. Just a while ago when I was over there. Somebody dropped in on Morales the night he disappeared.
Who?
One of the shantytown bums, a guy named Shorty. Morales wasn't there when he came. The Shorty waited around for a while, she said, and then he said he'd walk across the dump toward my place, see if he couldn't meet Morales on the way. You know, you asked me, this Shorty may be the man you're after.
Sounds like a strong possibility, Hubbard. I'm going to see Mrs. Morales and get more information about Shorty, whoever he is. Want to tell me how to get there?
Well, I'll do better than that, Mr. Garrett. I'll drive over with you.
Oh, fine. Let's go. Goodbye, Mrs. Hubbard.
Bye, men. I'll be back later.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay if we take your car, Mr. Garrett?
Sure.
You know, you jounce around too much in my old truck. It's ought to be a pleasure for me to ride in a new job like yours, eh?
Hop in.
Yeah. Sure is smooth. I'm going to get me a new car soon. Ah, sure does hum, don't you?
Yeah. Now, which way do I go?
Oh, through the gate and turn left. Sure is a shame about Morales. But I guess you ain't going to have much trouble finding your killer once Mrs. Morales tells you where to look for that fellow Shorty, huh?
Seems like he had a motive, all right.
Sounds like the killer to me. I hope you get him, Mr. Garrett. Morales was a mighty fine worker, mighty fine. Hate to see anybody get away with killing him. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a fine car, ain't it? Hey, just listen to her purr.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the murderous junk man, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The body of Juan Morales, a junk man's helper, had been found in the city dump. The dead man's employer directed me to a threadbare but cleanly scrubbed shack where the widow lived with two wide-eyed kids who clung to their mother's skirt. There was heartbreak in her eyes, but she kept it smothered for the sake of the children, until she sent them out so we could talk.
Go. Lay in the back. Pipito, help Rosa find her doll. I try not to cry when they are near me.
Take it easy, Mrs. Morales.
Easy? What is easy? Life is hard for me, for them. And now they have no father to turn to.
Now, everything's going to be all right. I told you can stay on here, rent-free.
We didn't want to stay here. We were going to move away to the apartment house for the new baby that is going to come. As soon as you gave Juan his money, why did you make him wait so long?
Oh, well,
For 3 days. Every day he asks you for his share. And you keep saying that you don't get the check yet.
What is this, Hubbard?
Oh, well, I didn't want to give Juan the money. I wanted to give it to Mrs. Morales here. I asked him to bring her down to the house to collect it.
Why?
To make sure it went to her and the kids, that's all.
Mrs. Morales, Hubbard says you told him about somebody coming here to borrow money from your husband the night he didn't come home.
See, the man who works with Juan at the brickyard one time, 2 years ago. They call him Shorty. His name is Shorty Davis.
Did you tell him that your husband had gone over to Hubbard's?
See? Then he said he would not wait anymore. He would walk across the dump and try to meet Juan. And then he went away.
Where does Shorty live?
I don't know. The shack's up that way.
I'll have my men check them all. They'll get him. I'll see that somebody comes to give you some help, Mrs. Morales. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Come on, Hubbard. I'll drive you home.
Here's the ballistics report on the Morales killing, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks, Miss Miller. Any report on Shorty Davis yet?
I don't know, but Harrington's on his way in.
All right. Anything worthwhile in this?
A few things, I think. The shotgun pellets followed a downward trajectory, indicating that the gun was fired from above and behind the victim.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, hello, Harrington. Just got the ballistics report.
Yeah, I know. Morgan handed me a copy when I passed the lab. I read it in the elevator on the way up.
And what about Shorty Davis?
Yeah, we're too late, Chief. Looks like he's making a run.
Why?
I will located his shack. A few of the dump tramps said he took off a couple of hours ago with his clothes in a bundle.
You put out an all-points bulletin?
Yeah, gave it to the radio division a half hour ago. He won't run too far if they spot him.
Well, how come?
He's got a bad leg. Broke it in a transit accident on the subway 3 months ago. He's got a civil suit pending against the transit company. Supposed to come up in court tomorrow, but he won't be there.
I want that courtroom covered just the same.
Yeah, it will be. But he's the kind that...
I'll get it. District Attorney's office. That's right, Lieutenant. Good, I'll tell him. He'll probably be over right away. Lieutenant Levis from the 9th Precinct. One of his prowl cars just picked up Shorty Davis. They're holding him.
Good. Come on, Hardy. Let's go. Leave us say where they picked him up?
Yes, sir, the railroad yards. He was trying to get into an empty boxcar on a southbound freight. Not that he had to take a freight train.
What do you mean by that?
Levis says he had a couple $100 in his pocket.
Come on.
All right, Shorty. Just sit down right there, across the table.
Yeah. Hey, look, won't somebody tell me why them cops picked me up? I ain't done nothing.
If you haven't, you've got nothing to worry about. Where are you heading for?
Florida? I got a bad leg. I wanted to get where it's warm. See?
Why the rush? You've been around here a couple of months with that bad
Well,
leg.
I couldn't go before. They're rough on tramps down there. I was waiting to get some money.
Well, apparently you got it all right. And we want to know where you got it.
Well, I got it from the subway company. I busted my leg in the subway.
Your suit doesn't come up before the judge until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, we settled it out of court yesterday. They give me $300.
It won't take long to find out if you're telling the truth. Who's your lawyer?
Robert Hoxie over on Center Street.
Call him, Harrington.
Right.
Listen, mister, tell me something, will you?
Sergeant.
What do you think I got the money?
You'll find out later, Shorty. Do you have the whole $300 you claim you settled for?
Yeah. Well, all except a couple of bucks I spent for eating.
What time did you leave your shack this morning?
Oh, left it early. As soon as I knew the bank was open, I could get my money. They give me a check.
And you didn't know that Juan Morellis was found dead this morning?
Dead? Morales?
Murdered. He was murdered the night you stopped by his shack to see him.
Oh, I never got to see him that night.
But you did stop by the shack.
Yeah, but he wasn't home. His wife could tell you that. Asked her, huh?
His story about the money is legitimate, Chief.
I know it is. I'm telling you the truth.
And just keep on telling it. Mrs. Morales told you where her husband went that night, didn't she?
Well, just that he was over to Hubbard's junkyard.
Didn't you say you were going down there to meet him?
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, I wanted to borrow a couple of bucks, see, because one knew me. We worked together once, and we used to borrow, from each other, and I always paid him back.
We're not checking you for a credit rating, Shorty. What we want to know is what happened after you met Morales.
I didn't ever meet him, I told you. I must have waited, half hour maybe. Then I seen the Hubbards come walking through the gate.
Walking?
And you didn't let them know you were there. Why?
Oh, I'll tell you why, mister. I didn't want Hubbard asking me what I was doing on his property at night when he was out.
Yeah? What were you afraid of?
A shotgun, if you want to know. A shotgun. He's a mean guy. You'd ask anybody in Shantytown. He thinks everybody's crooked. He's afraid they'll cart some of that junk off and sell it off to another junkie.
He has a shotgun, huh?
Ooh, you bet he does. He near blasted one of the guys once.
The Hubbards could have been walking back from the dumps, Harrington.
You mean they might have packed Morales' body out there? Why would they kill him?
Hubbard's been stalling Morales on some money he owed him. And his excuse was full of holes. Now I'm going to call Miss Miller. Shorty can repeat when he told us and sign it.
District Attorney's Office.
Garrett, Miss Miller, I want you to take a cab over here to the 9th Precinct. Take a statement from Shorty Davis. Have him sign it.
Was it a confession?
No, he's not the man.
Well, whoever the man is, I hope you get him soon.
Why? What's the matter?
Mrs. Morales collapsed at the morgue after she identified her husband's body. They had to take her to General Hospital.
How bad is it?
She lost the baby she was carrying, Mr. Garrett.
I'll see you later.
What are you so mad about, Chief?
I don't want to talk about it right now. Listen, Shorty.
Yeah?
How did you get into Hubbard's yard? If you were so afraid of him, you didn't use the gate.
No. There's a couple of loose boards in the fence. You know, a part that runs right alongside the dump?
Thanks. We're going to have a look at that place, Harrington, without being seen.
What's she watering with that hose, Chief? No plants or anything growing there, not even grass.
I know. He's been at it for some time, too.
What's she want a mud puddle in the middle of the yard for? The rest of the place looks like it never got water.
Come on.
You gonna let her see us?
I want to find out why she's doing that. Hubbard isn't around. His truck is gone. Good evening, Mrs. Hubbard.
Oh, hello. You frightened me. Excuse me while I turn this off.
I'll get it.
The ground seems kind of dry.
It's wet enough now. At least this one spot is. Wet enough to cover any blood stains that might have seeped into the ground.
Well, don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Let's have a good look around here, Harrington.
What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you.
If we find what we want, we won't need your help.
If there was anything, Chief, it's washed away for good. Mud's an inch thick all the way over to that old car cushion on the ground. It's
a car cushion. Look at it, Harrington.
I don't see... Hey, it's riddled with small holes.
The same kind of holes that shotgun pellets might make. The full charge didn't hit Morales. Some of it went past him.
Nick didn't kill Morales. He didn't.
He committed 2 murders if the truth is known, Mrs. Hubbard, because Mrs. Morales just lost the new baby she was expecting.
Oh, no.
Where's the shotgun?
In the house, I'll show you. We started water in there after you brought him back from Morales' shack. And he told me to do it. Just keep wetting it down good till it was all soaked. Gun is behind that bureau, hanging on nails. He put it there.
Yeah, 12 gauge, all right, Chief.
Maybe I ain't a good wife. Maybe I shouldn't have told you. But I feel better about it now. Some night, maybe I'll sleep again if I live to be old enough.
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
I don't know. He just walked out this afternoon whistling. Whistling like he owned the world.
Chief, there's a car just turned into that gate.
That don't sound like Nick's truck.
It isn't a truck, Mrs. Hubbard. It's a car. A brand new car. Get away from the window, Harrington.
Men! Hey, men! Come out and give your eyes a treat.
Don't answer him.
Men! Hey, men, why didn't you... Oh. Hello, Mr. Garrett. I forgot
Don't
something.
move, mister. You know this shotgun is loaded. It's yours.
I told him, Nick. What? I told him everything. How you tried to cheat Morales, how you shot him in the back.
Shut your crazy mouth!
No, you don't. Don't try that again. Now get up.
You finally got a new car, didn't you, Nick? You know where you're going to drive it, don't you? You know where?
Come on, Nick. This time we'll use your car. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
It took a jury less than 15 minutes to return with a verdict of murder in the first degree against Nick Hubbard. He was subsequently executed. Mrs. Hubbard, an unwilling accessory, was sentenced to prison for a term of 5 years. With the help of civil authorities, Mrs. Morales was able to find and maintain a more suitable home for her minor children. And now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
And now, the Man in Black takes from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime.
Good evening. This is the Man in Black. A year ago tonight, an innocent man was murdered in a small New England village. He was murdered by Clyde Ross. Listen to what happened in Clyde's own words. He was executed. As I walked across the village square toward the church, I knew I was going to murder old man Hanson, the good sexton, the church bell ringer. Oh, it was going to be so simple and easy. A couple of things left to do first, and that was all. One was to see Father Vincent and tell him how worried I was about Hanson, that he was too old to be climbing the tower to ring the bell, that he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. I knew how Father Vincent would react, and he did, just as I expected. I even remember how he said it. Why, we cannot retire the old man as sexton, my son. Why, next to you, this is his whole life.
And I remember how I told him that, sure, he was so right, but that I loved Hanson like a father and worried about him. Well, I left it at that and went to walk the old sexton home. I lived with him, you see, but he wasn't my father. Oh, no, he was just an old goof whose wife had died 5 years ago, and he'd taken me in off the streets. Frankly, I hated the sight of him. But the old man was loaded. He'd saved all kinds of money, and no one to leave it to. So I buttered him up for a year or so and got it all fixed, legally. I inherited his money when the old man croaked. Yeah, I was going to fix that, too. All I needed was a good, simple plan and a witness to say I was somewhere else when it happened. Oh, it was easy. First, old Hanson was going to fall out of the church belfry and kill himself. He was going to fall out. Yeah, because I was going to push him. Second, Henry Freckleton was going to be the witness to say I was somewhere else. Henry has a hamburger stand at the edge of town, and for months in advance, at the same time, every Thursday evening, I'd drive past Henry's and honk and wave at him. He knew I was on my way to Bedford. That's a town about 10 miles away, to see a movie. So every Thursday, Henry'd wave me out of town, and a couple hours later, he'd wave me back. So it was established where I went every Thursday night. Clever? But one night, the big night, I didn't go to Bedford. I drove past Henry's, all right, but then I circled back on a little wagon road that led to the woods right behind the church. I hid my car there, and in a few minutes I was silently climbing the narrow steps to the belfry. Old Hanson just begun to pull the bell when he saw me, and he smiled at me. I smiled back happily. Waited till he pulled the bell for the last time, and then I jumped him quick and pushed him over. Just a little push. He fell without a cry. And it seemed right somehow that he landed in the cemetery at the side of the church. Afterwards, I never heard it so quiet. All the way back through the woods to the car, it was as quiet as death. And then I was right on time for Henry's wave when I drove back into town. I knew then the circle was complete. The crime was perfect.
Clyde Ross finished his story and said no more. The end is well known. 2 short days later, Clyde was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? By telling Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety. Because he'd been so convincing, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Hanson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He simply rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, The Man in Black takes from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime.
As he walked across the village square toward the church, Clyde Ross knew he was going to kill old man Hanson, the good sexton, the church bell ringer. Oh, it was going to be so simple and easy, he thought. There were only a couple of things left to do. The first was to see Father Vincent, to tell him how worried he was about old man Hanson, to tell him that Hanson was too old to be climbing the tower to ring the bell, that he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. Clyde knew how Father Vincent would react to this, and sure enough he did. "We cannot retire the old man as sexton, my son. Why, next to you, this is his whole life." Clyde knew that would be the answer, and told Father Vincent that he was right. And he carefully added that he loved the old sexton like a father, although in fact, of course, Clyde hated him, and Hanson was not his father, but just a lonely old man whose wife had died 5 years ago, and who had given Clyde a home. Long since, however, Clyde had discovered that old Hanson had saved his money for years and now had an impressive sum to will to someone. Without much difficulty, Clyde wormed his way into the old man's heart, and now it was all legally arranged that he was going to inherit the money when old Hanson died. But Clyde was impatient, and one day he decided upon a faster way to get the money. All he needed was a good, simple plan, and a witness to say that he was somewhere else when the old man died. He found both easily. First, he decided that old Hanson would fall out of the church belfry and kill himself. And then, to prove that he could not possibly have been present, Clyde settled upon Henry Freckleton as his witness, that he was elsewhere when it happened. Henry had a hamburger stand at the edge of town, and for months in advance at the same time every Thursday night, Clyde would drive past Henry's and honk and wave at him. He let Henry know that he went every Thursday to Bedford, about 10 miles away, to a movie. And on Clyde's return, Henry would wave him back into town. And so it was established where he went each Thursday. But one night, the big night, Clyde didn't go to Bedford. He drove past Henry's all right, but then he circled back on a little wagon road that led to the woods right behind the church. He hid his car there, and a few minutes later he was silently climbing the narrow steps to the belfry. Old Hanson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw Clyde, and he smiled at him. Clyde smiled back and waited until the sexton had pulled the bell for the last time. Then Clyde picked him up gently and threw him over. The old man fell without a cry, landed in the cemetery at the side of the church, and died instantly. Nobody had heard or seen the accident. Clyde took one brief look below and then hurried back through the woods to his car. Shortly afterwards, Henry Freckleton waved him back into town. The circle was complete. The crime was perfect. And yet, 2 days later, Clyde was arrested for murder. Where had he made his mistake? By telling Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety. Because he'd been so convincing, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Hanson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He simply rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. Within the next few minutes, a major crime will be committed somewhere in the United States. Before this program is off the air, a criminal will have struck and vanished, having accomplished a perfect crime. But is it? From his files, the Man in Black brings you another story of a crime that was almost perfect, of a criminal who made only one mistake.
Good evening. This is the Man in Black. A year ago tonight, an innocent man was murdered in a small New England village. He was murdered by Clyde Ross. Listen to what happened in Clyde's own words as he told it to me, just before he was executed. I was going to murder a man, and the whole idea of it felt good. Right then, as I walked across the village square toward the church, I knew I was going to murder him. It was going to be so easy, simple and easy. A couple of little things left to do, and that was all. Then the church bell started ringing. I looked up at the steeple. Even at night, you could see the belfry clear enough. I could even see the bell banging first one way, then the other. The only thing I couldn't see was him, Edgar Branson. He was the sexton. Big deal. Dig a few graves, keep the old church cemetery looking homey, and ring the bell. That was old man Branson. That was his whole life. That was the guy I was going to kill. Not tonight. Later. A week or so, maybe. I went inside the church, through the vestibule, down the long, dark hall that led to Father Vincent's quarters. When Father Vincent answered my knock, I looked worried. That was part of my plan. Right away, he wanted to know what was wrong, so I told him. I was worried about old Branson. He was too old to be climbing the tower, that maybe he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. Oh, I played it big, like a son being worried about his father. And Father Vincent went right along with it, as I knew he would. I remember just how he said it. "We cannot retire old Edgar as sexton, my son. Next to you, this is his whole life. To take it from him now, to say to him his usefulness is gone, would be a grievous wrong, my son. Perhaps a fatal wrong." Yeah, sure. Sure, I told Father Vincent. Sure, he was so right. Boy, both of us were pretty choked up by the time I left. I walked old man Branson home. You see, I lived with him. Why not? I wasn't blessed with a family. Besides, old man Branson was loaded, saved all kinds of money, and no one to leave it to. His wife had died 5 years ago. After a year or so of me buttering the old boy up, it was all fixed legally. I'd inherit the whole load when the sexton croaked. Let me tell you, I earned it. Brother, how I earned it. Playing nursemaid to an old goof you can't stand the sight of. All the time, acting like he's doing you a big favor, taking you off the streets. You think that's easy? And what's worse, I'd given him something to live for. Everyone said so. Something to live for. Great. And all I ever wanted was to give him something to die for. Old goof. Well, once I knew I was going to kill him, the pressure was off. All I needed was a good plan. A simple one, you know. And a Class A bona fide witness that said I was somewhere else when it happened. A simple plan. Old Branson was going to fall out of the church belfry. He was going to fall out. Yeah. 'Cause I was going to push him. You see, I started the pattern a few months ahead of time. Every Thursday night, I'd drive to Bedford, about 10 miles away, to go to a movie. Got so I was driving past Henry Freckleton's hamburger stand at the edge of town at the same time every Thursday night. Henry'd wave me out of town, and a couple of hours later I'd honk and he'd wave me back into town. Henry, Father Vincent, and old man Branson, they all knew where I went every Thursday night. Except that once or twice I didn't go to Bedford at all. Oh, I drove past Henry's all right. A few miles out on the Bedford Road. Then I'd circle back on a dinky little wagon road that led to the woods behind the church. I found out I could hide my car there and enter the church belfry unnoticed. After a while, it would be simple to complete the circle and pass Henry's again as I came back into town. Yeah, and it worked, too, like a charm. Not a hitch anywhere. Henry waves me out of town on schedule. I didn't even pass a car on the old wagon road, and the woods were as quiet as a tomb when I went through them. I was silently climbing the narrow, twisting steps to the belfry, and old Branson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw me, and he smiled at me like I was his son. I smiled back. When he pulled the bell for the last time, I moved on him quick and threw him over the side. Fell to his death without a word. It seemed right somehow that he pitched right into the cemetery at the side of the church. Afterwards, I never heard it so quiet. All the way back through the woods to the car, it was as quiet as death. And I was right on time for Henry's wave when I drove back into town, too. I knew then the circle was complete. The crime was perfect. Clyde Ross finished his story and said no more. The end is well known. 2 short days later, Clyde was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? What thin web of circumstance became the cord about his neck? As in the case of most perfect crimes, Clyde turned out to be his own hangman. If he had not told Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety, he might well have lived to inherit the old man's wealth. But because he told his story so convincingly, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Brandon, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of a criminal who attempted to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. Within the next few minutes, a major crime will be committed somewhere in the United States. Before this program is off the air, a criminal will have struck and vanished, having accomplished a perfect crime. But is it? From his files, The Man in Black brings you another story of a crime that was almost perfect, of a criminal who made only one mistake. And now, The Man in Black.
The young man's footsteps echoed hollowly across the cobblestones of the deserted village square. His pace was regular, brisk, until he reached the steps of the church, and there he paused. And for a long moment the half-light of a nearby street lamp caught the sensitive features of his young face as he narrowed his eyes and peered intently up toward the bell tower. Slowly, then, the church bell began to peal, and the young man smiled. He could see the bell, but nothing else. Apparently satisfied, he hurried up the church steps, in through the vestibule and back to Father Vincent's quarters. Somewhere along the way, the smile left his face and was replaced by an expression of grave concern. It was this expression that greeted Father Vincent as he admitted the young man to his rooms. "Clyde, my son, what is wrong? You're troubled. Are you ill?" Clyde managed a weak smile. "I'm not ill, Father. Troubled, yes." His eyes indicated the bell tower. It's he, old Branson, who troubles me." Father Vincent evidenced concern. "The sexton? But why, Clyde?" "Why, Branson and I had a long talk this evening. His health is good, exceptionally good, and his faith, his spirits are in excellent order." And here the priest smiled. "Thanks to you, my son. You bring him such happiness." There was protest in Clyde's reply. "Please, Father, listen to me. He'll be down soon. I have to meet him to walk him home. There's not much time to talk. Now, perhaps I'm wrong, but I worry about him climbing to the tower. When I don't worry about him, I fear that he may fall from the tower itself. His health is good, yes, but he's an old man, Father. His step's not as sure as it was. You understand. I felt I had to tell you." A great warmth and admiration reflected in Father Vincent's eyes. "You would have him retire as sexton of our church, son? Why, next to you, this is his whole life. It gave him a usefulness his nature demanded, when he felt there was nothing else to live for. Why, to take it away from him now, to say to him his usefulness is gone, would do a grievous wrong, Clyde. Perhaps a fatal wrong." Later that night, long after old Branson was asleep, Clyde smiled to himself in the darkness of his own room. Father Vincent had reacted just as Clyde knew he would. To relieve Branson of his duties as sexton might indeed prove fatal. Father Vincent and Clyde both realized that. What the good priest did not realize was that keeping the self-same job would also prove fatal for old Branson. The sexton would fall from the bell tower to his death. And Clyde would be miles from the scene of the accident at the time. Or so it would appear. Clyde let a week pass, then 2, and finally he settled on the night itself. He planned it, just as carefully planned every step of his way into the old sexton's heart. 5 years before, Branson's wife and only son had died tragically in an accident, and Clyde had appeared, out of orphan poverty, to take their place, and with very good reason. Old Branson was a man of means in the village. It was widely known now that when the old man died, it was Clyde who would inherit his wealth. But 5 years was a long time, and Clyde waited impatiently for the old man to die. Finally convinced that it was he and the job as sexton that actually kept Branson alive, Clyde settled on a course of murder. In recent months, he had formed the habit of visiting a neighboring community on a certain night each week. On his way out of town, he would wave at Henry at the hamburger stand. Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had a carefully contrived short cut. He could drive past Henry if... Oh, nuts. Can you take that? Can we take it over again?
Just pick it up. Go back about a sentence behind it, Paul.
Can you cut it out? Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had carefully contrived a shortcut. He could drive past Henry a few miles, circle back... Can we cut it and go again? Oh, this is murder.
Go back and pick it up at the same place again, Paul.
Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had carefully contrived a shortcut. He could drive past Henry a few miles, circle back on a less traveled path, seclude his car in the woods behind the church. It was always possible to enter the bell tower unnoticed, and Clyde had proved to himself that no one was visible to the street from the tower. Once he had pushed old Branson from the tower, it would become a simple matter to complete his circle tour and again pass Henry as he entered the village. The night was at hand. With apparent ease, Clyde repeated his well-rehearsed plan. Henry was at his post to wave a greeting. No one else traveled the back road that night, and all was serene as Clyde made his way through the woods, then silently up the narrow twisting steps to the bell tower. Old Branson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw Clyde, and smiled, for Clyde was like his son. Clyde smiled, too. And when the old sexton pulled the bell for the last time, Clyde moved quite quickly and surely. The old man fell to certain death without a word. Fittingly enough, he fell noiselessly into the cemetery to the side of the church. Clyde took one brief look below and then made his way as silently as the old man had fallen, back through the woods to his car. Half an hour later, he was entering the village again, and sure enough, Henry looked up from his duties to wave again at Clyde. The circle was complete. The crime was perfect. And yet, 2 short days later, Clyde Ross was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? What thin web of circumstance became the cord about his neck? As in the case of most perfect crimes, Clyde turned out to be his own hangman. If he had not told Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety, he might well have lived to inherit the old man's wealth. But because he told his story so convincingly, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Branson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal for Father Vincent to assure him that all was well. He rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of a criminal who attempted to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Here's the sanitarium, Harvey.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Here comes the attendant.
We're all ready for him, Mrs. Jackson. Take his feet, Harold. Oh, had to tie him, eh?
Yes, I had to give him a good one on the chin.
You'll have to watch him. He may try to get away when he comes to.
Don't worry, we've got a lot of tough cases here.
Don't let him know who brought him here.
And don't let him know I had anything to do with it.
Leave everything to us.
It's a 2-hour drive back to the city, Donna.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll phone you tomorrow.
Good. If anything happens, we'll call you.
Thank you. Good night.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales. I know many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the mysterious tale of Death Has a Thirst. The long black car with a handsome man at the wheel and the woman beside him returns to the highway and speeds on through the night. The man and woman sit staring ahead, lost in thought. The man is Harvey Davis. The woman, Mrs. Victor Jackson, wife of the unconscious man recently deposited at the sanitarium.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Harvey. But I had to have some help, and I knew I could depend on you.
It's all right, Donna. I only hope it'll do some good. Victor never drank a drop while we were in school.
He didn't drink when we were first married. But after his father died and Victor took over the business, he started.
It's a huge concern, and I guess he just couldn't take it. He's always had an inferiority complex.
But the thing that hurts me most is that the drinking has completely changed him. Why, he's suspicious of every move I make. He accuses me of the most disgraceful things. Accuses me of lying to him about everything and of being in love with other men. Oh, countless things.
Other men? What men?
Any man I speak to. Even you, Harvey.
Me? Well, after all, if he's going to be suspicious of any man, it would logically be me.
Why?
You've brought most of your troubles to me. He knows that. I'm as good a victim as any. He knows I'm terribly fond of you.
Are you, Harvey?
From the first day I met you, I said, here's a woman, a strong woman. Maybe she'll develop some backbone in my willy-nilly friend, Victor.
That's very nicely put, Harvey.
Let's hope this sanitarium does him some good.
If it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't worry, Donna. Just remember, I'll do anything for you.
Thank you, Harvey.
About midnight, the black sedan arrives at the Jackson mansion. The butler greets Harvey and Donna at the door.
Evening, Mrs. Jackson. Evening, Mr. Davis.
Evening.
Dr. Saunders is in the library, ma'am. He's waiting for you.
Dr. Saunders at this hour? What on earth does he want?
You'd better see him, Donna. Maybe he knows.
How could he? Come with me, Harvey.
Of course.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Saunders.
Good evening, Donna. Evening, Harvey.
Hello, Doctor.
This is quite a surprise.
I can imagine.
Harvey and I, we've just been for a little drive. I felt I needed some air.
Oh, that's so.
Did you come to see Victor?
Victor isn't here.
Really?
But I know where he is.
You do?
He's in a cheap dive of a rooming house downtown.
What?
But that's impossible.
That's where he always goes.
Well, you're wrong this time, Doctor. I took him by force to a sanitarium tonight. Harvey helped me. Maybe they can do something for him.
You told the sanitarium that I was his physician, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they called me an hour ago. He's escaped.
What?
Oh.
They said he came to and broke away from them. I know where he usually goes, and I can find him. If you want me to find him.
Well, what are you inferring, Doctor?
Donna, I know what you've been through with Victor. I know what a trial it's been. I've tried, and you've tried. We've all tried everything we could do to make him stop. Not many women would have put up with what you have. We've dragged him through before. We probably can do it again. I just thought that, well, maybe you'd had enough.
You do know where he is.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, then find him. I'm determined to cure him if I have to take him to a desert island.
That's an idea. A long ocean trip might be the answer. Should have to hog time.
I could do that, too.
Very well, I'll have a talk with him. I'll phone you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Oh, Harvey.
No. You've done your best, Donna.
Oh, but I feel so hopeless. I don't know what to do.
Try the desert island.
Why not? Harvey, it might work, mightn't it? You can help. Your yacht. Dr. Saunders may be right. Oh, at least it's worth a try.
I wonder.
Please, Harvey, it may be the answer.
I can't get away just now, but if you're determined, you're welcome to the yacht.
Oh, please, I'd feel better if you came along.
All right, Donna. I'll go. I'll arrange it. But he won't want to come.
We'll take him aboard by force.
Shanghai? Well, all right. Just let me know when you find him, and I'll arrange everything.
He sure was plastered. Well, I'll leave you alone with him, Doctor.
Thanks. That high pole will bring him out of this. Victor. Victor.
What's going on here? Who are you? Get away.
Quiet. Take it easy, Victor.
Huh? Who are you?
Doc Saunders.
Doc? Oh, what you want?
I want to talk to you, Victor. It's very important.
Important?
Come on, Victor. Snap out of it.
Hey, what's the idea? What'd you slap me for?
To wake you up. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Doc. What are you after?
Is your head clear?
I guess so.
Well, then listen to me. You know where you are?
Yeah, my old haunt.
You know how you got here?
Well, let me see. No, I can't seem to remember.
Well, I'll tell you where you're going if you don't pull yourself together.
Where?
To the insane asylum.
Did you say asylum?
I did. I haven't told you this, but your great-grandfather died insane.
What?
And that was your father's greatest fear, that he would be a victim.
Oh.
And there's nothing that hastens final mental breakdown more than alcohol.
Insanity? Are you just telling me that?
No, I can prove it.
Good Lord.
Do you want that to happen to you?
Well, no. Oh, but I just can't seem to quit.
You're going away, Vic.
Away? Where?
I'm sending you on a long voyage with no liquor.
Oh, no. No, you're not. No, now, I'll get hold of myself.
You said that before.
I can take it or leave it alone if I want to.
But you haven't so far. You've gone from bad to worse. Now you're going where you can't get it.
But, Doc, I can't. I'd die. I couldn't stand it.
You'll stand it and like it. If I have to kill you.
No, I won't be pushed around by anyone. I know who's back of this, Donna. She wants to get rid of me. Asylum, yeah. Yeah, that'd suit her fine. She'd like that. So she can cavort around with Harvey and all the others.
Shut up, Vic.
You're all planning to get rid of me. You don't like me.
You're taking a trip.
Get rid of me and you all share in the estate. Well, you'll see how much good it'll do.
But you are taking a trip, Victor.
And now, here you are, Victor. Several hundred miles at sea. And worried, too, aren't you, Victor? That talk about insanity really upsets you. You believe it, too, don't you?
What's this? Where am I? Donna.
Do you feel better?
What is this? It's moving. I feel dizzy.
I don't think you're dizzy. We're on a boat, darling.
What boat?
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
A boat? Doc Saunders.
That's what he said. A voyage. It's his
Oh,
idea.
now, Victor, everything's going to be all right.
I know what you're planning to do. You're planning to kill me. You want to get rid of me. Want me to die.
You won't die.
Whose boat is this?
Harvey's yacht.
Harvey. Now I know it's a plot. Now I know what it's all about. You and Harvey, that's it.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Victor. Harvey consented to let me have the yacht.
Is he on board?
Yes.
Of course. You and Harvey and me a prisoner. What a perfect setup.
You don't mean that, Victor.
I've been suspicious of you two all along. Who else is on board?
Nobody but the captain and the crew of 4. And Harvey and the doctor.
Where are you taking me?
We're just cruising.
Just cruising. Till you find the right spot.
Right spot for what?
To dump me overboard. No one will ever know, will they? And you'll say I jumped over. I was washed over the side.
Oh, Victor, what has happened to you? You're like a stranger to me. I just don't know you. It doesn't seem possible that you're the man I married. My darling, what's happened to you?
Don't you know?
If I only did.
Why, I'm crazy. Insane. Surely you knew that. My great-grandfather was insane, and my grandfather, and undoubtedly my father, so why not me?
You're talking nonsense.
No. Hasn't Doc Saunders told you what he knows?
No.
Oh, come now. You three are closer than that.
Stop talking such nonsense. I won't listen.
I'm getting out of this cabin. I can't stand to be cooped up like
No,
this.
please stay here for a while, Victor. Please. Here, I brought you some milk. Please drink it.
Milk? Ah. Got a funny color to it. And it smells strange. What's in it? Arsenic?
It's just plain milk, Victor. Now drink it.
Do you like milk, Donna?
Yes, I love milk.
Then drink it yourself.
Victor! Oh, all over my dress.
You're trying to poison me, that's it. Now get out of here. Get out.
Oh, Victor, please, darling.
Get out! Oh. What do you want, Doc?
How do you feel, Victor?
They're trying to kill me. They plan to kill me.
Who?
Donna and Harvey. She just brought me some milk, and it had poison in it. I could tell by the color.
I think you're imagining things, Victor.
No, I'm not. They want me out of the way. I can tell.
What made you think the milk was poison?
It was a purplish color. Here's the glass. Smell it. Maybe I'm not so crazy after
I didn't
all.
say you were crazy. I only want you to stop drinking. Drink may bring it on.
Doc, where would they get poison?
Oh, come now, forget it.
Do you know where they get poison, Doc?
I'll see you later, Victor.
Maybe.
Did you send for me, Doctor?
Yes. Did you take some milk to Victor?
Yes, I did.
What'd you put in it?
Why should I put anything in it?
Victor thinks you did.
You should know me better than that, Doctor.
You did put something in it.
Oh, yes, I did. Some of that red liquid to make him quiet.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what it was.
And he threw it all over me. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted, Doctor. I can't go on with him this way. He isn't drinking, but there's something wrong. I decided to give it up as a bad job. I'm going to get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm afraid it's too late for that, Donna.
Too late? Why, what do you mean?
Well, there's something I haven't told you. I've been hoping it wouldn't be necessary. But after today, I've given up all hope.
Why can't I get a divorce?
You can't get a divorce from an insane person.
Insane? Good heavens.
There's been a secret in Victor's family for several generations. Not even Victor knew it. It touched his father ever so lightly, but Victor has all the symptoms. And the liquor has hastened the crack up. I couldn't be certain as long as he was drinking. But today, I realized the truth.
Why, I'm bewildered. I've never been so shocked in my life. I wish you hadn't told me.
I'm sorry, Donna. I wanted you to be on your guard. He has some strange hallucination about you and Harvey. He thinks you're planning to do away with him.
Do away with him? Oh, but that's ridiculous. I've never had such a thought. Never. Oh, but now I am frightened. Doctor, what about Alice?
Your daughter's only 8 years old. There are no symptoms, and It may miss her entirely.
But think what this will mean. If this gets out about Victor, why, it may ruin her whole life.
I understand that.
That must never happen. It must remain a secret.
That'll be difficult. It's going to be hard to handle when that craving returns.
Yes, he will. I'll think of something. I'll find a way.
Doctor, come quickly. It's Harvey Davis.
What's wrong, Captain?
Found him in his bunk with a cord around his neck.
Good heavens. Quiet, Donna. Come along.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. Found him just in time. He'll be all right in a few minutes.
Thank heaven.
Harvey.
Harvey.
Donna, what's wrong? What's happened?
Nothing much, Harvey. Just a little accident. You'll be all right.
Oh, my throat. What's going on?
You don't remember?
No, I was just taking a little nap. I feel as though I'd been choked.
Better tell him, Donna. Come along, Captain. Any liquor aboard, Captain?
Yes, Doctor. Several bottles in the locker in my cabin.
Let's have a look.
I keep it locked because, Hey, it's been jimmied. Well, what do you know? It's all gone.
I expected that.
I'll skin those men alive.
Don't blame the men, Captain.
What do you mean? What the devil is that? We've hit something. Come on. Captain! What is it, man? What's wrong with you?
The boilers blew up. We must have hit a reef. All three of the men of the crew were down there. We've got to abandon. I'm hurt bad, Captain.
He's dead.
See to the lifeboat. Round up the others. I'll go below.
Yes, Captain.
Murphy! John! Fleming! Are you there? Good Lord, what a mess. I can't imagine.
Days pass. The sun beats down relentlessly on the 5 survivors in the open boat. The doctor watches anxiously over the still unconscious captain. And Donna and Harvey keep a constant eye on Victor, who sits alone in the end of the boat staring at the horizon.
How's the captain, Doctor?
Still holding his own. Must have had a bad fall down that companionway.
I don't think he fell.
Good thing you went down after him.
We're running low on water. I hope we sight some land today. How much water have you left in your canteen, Donna?
Half full.
Hey, look over there. What's that?
Why, it's a ship.
No, it's land. An island. Grab an oar, Victor. Come on, Doc. Well, I've looked all around. The place is as barren of food and water as the Sahara Desert. I'm afraid if we do locate any water, it won't be fit to drink.
There must be water.
What do you care about water? You've got a canteen full of whiskey.
How much water is left?
I have some, and Dr. Saunders has some.
So I'd better get busy. Although my experiences on these islands haven't been so good.
Here's a chance to put your chemistry to use, Harvey. You know the test for lead and zinc?
Yes.
I'll give you 2 vials, some sodium sulfide tablets, and some potassium chromate. You know the test, 1 tablet of each and 10 cc's with water.
Mm-hmm.
A dark precipitate means poison.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Doc. Well, I'll start off and keep a direct line to the other side. Wherever that is.
Wait a minute, Harvey. I think I'll go with you.
Oh, why?
Oh, maybe I can help.
I'd go with you, Harvey, but I'd better keep my eye on the captain. He's the only one who knows where we are. I've got to pull him through.
That's all right, Doc. I don't need any help.
I think I'll go anyway.
All right. If you insist, come on.
Harvey, wait. I'm going too.
Why?
Because I want to.
We don't need you.
But I'm coming just the same. Please, Harvey, I'd like to come.
All right. Let's go. It's certainly hot. How do you feel, Donna?
All right. How far have we come?
Oh, 10 miles, I should say. This is a pretty big island at that. And nothing but desert.
Are you sure those last 2 water holes were poisoned?
Certainly.
Look good to me. I'm getting mighty thirsty.
Better quit drinking that whiskey. It'll only make you thirstier.
Harvey, can I have a little water?
I'm sorry, Donna, but you'll have to suffer it as long as you can. Please wait.
You suppose we'll ever get out of here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all my fault. What a shame to get you into such a mess. Please forgive me, Harvey.
There's nothing to forgive, Donna. I'd do it again 100 times over. For you.
Would you, Harvey?
Yes. Poor Victor, what a sad thing.
No one must ever know, Harvey. Promise me if we get out of this. Promise me you'll never let anyone know.
No one will ever learn from me.
I got him. I got
What
him.
on earth?
Harvey, he's got a gun.
Where'd you get it? Come on.
I got him. Look. Look, a lizard. A big one. I knew we'd find something.
Put that down. You can't eat that.
There must be water around here. There must be.
Where'd you get that gun?
Out of the captain's locker.
Better take it easy with those shells. We may need them.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Have a drink?
No.
All right. I'd sure like some water. How about it?
There's just enough for one of us to get back. And if only one goes back, it'll be Donna.
Donna. How chivalrous. Who's got the water?
I have.
Come on. Let's keep moving.
There's water around here. There must be. And I'm going to find it.
Donna, if we don't find water, he's going to start pleading for what you have. No matter how much he raves or pleads, don't give it to him. Even if he threatens us with the gun. Tell him you drank it all. I want you to have the best break out of this.
Thanks, Harvey. I appreciate it.
I found it. Water. I found water.
Hurry, Donna, hurry.
Well, what about it? What's the test show?
Just like all the rest. It's full of lead and zinc and heaven knows what else.
Poison, huh?
Worse yet.
How about some of that water?
What water?
In Donna's canteen.
There isn't any more.
Who drank it?
I did.
You both did. You left none for me.
You've got your whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey all the time.
Done pretty well on it for several years.
I've got to have some water.
Harvey won't you?
Harvey. Is that all you think about, Harvey? You should have married Harvey.
Perhaps you're right about that.
Are you sure that water's poison?
I'm not drinking it, and I'm thirsty too.
Maybe you're just waiting.
For what?
I don't know. But I can imagine a few things.
We'd better stop here for the night. Are you very tired, Donna?
Awfully.
Better try and get some sleep. Where are you going, Victor?
Just going to look around. May find something. I'm hungry.
I'm going to build a fire with this brush. Don't get too far away.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Keep a close watch on your canteen, Donna. I have an idea what he's up to. I'll try not to sleep, but I'm dead tired.
I'll do my best, Harvey.
If he goes to sleep, I'll try to get that gun away from him. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Harvey.
Night comes on. The fire burns low, and only a red glow remains. Donna, in spite of herself, drops off into a sound sleep. Victor stirs from his place 20 feet away, looks about him, and crawls silently toward the sleeping Donna.
Put it down, Victor.
I want some water.
There isn't any more.
I think there is.
You heard what I said.
You're lying. You have got some.
Victor, what is it?
You've got some water and you won't give me any.
Harvey.
I'm wise to you. You don't want me to have any. You want me to die. You're in love with each other.
You're drunk.
What if I am in love with Harvey? What of it?
Donna.
You want me out of the way. Neither of you's very thirsty, no. Because you had some water. And you got it out of that pool. You're lying to me. It's good water.
You're crazy.
You sneaked it out of there while I was asleep. You tried to make me think it was poison. I ought to shoot you both.
All right, Victor, if you're so positive. Go on down and drink out of the pool.
Oh, that gives me an idea. I'll just find out if that water's poisoned. Go drink some of it, Harvey.
Certainly not.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
It's poison, Victor.
Go ahead, drink or I'll shoot.
No, don't do it, Harvey.
Then supposing you drink some, Donna.
Very well, I will.
Victor, it'll kill her. Donna, wait. I'll drink it. You're a fool, Victor. But come along.
This is going to be very interesting.
Not as much as you think.
Get off of me! I'll kill you! Oh. Maybe that'll hold you, Harvey.
Oh, Harvey.
I'm all right, Donna. It just hit my shoulder. I hope you're satisfied now that it is poison, Victor.
Maybe. But you two are getting water from someplace. All right. Hand over that canteen, Donna.
Please, Victor. That's for Donna.
I'll take care of it for all of us. And if either of you make a move toward me, I'll shoot both of you. Good night. And sleep tight, both of you.
The night slowly fades, and the chill of dawn creeps in. Then, as the sun comes over the horizon, Harvey stirs fretfully, opens his eyes, and looks for Donna. She sits beyond the dead embers of the campfire, her hands folded before her, staring blankly into space. Harvey raises up with a start and moves quickly to her side. Victor is sprawled on his back, the hilt of a hunting knife protruding from his breast.
Donna. Good. What's happened to Victor?
He's dead, Harvey.
Dead? That knife. Why, it's yours, Donna.
Yes, it's mine. Now no one will ever know. Will they, Harvey?
No.
I had to.
Harvey, hello there.
It's Dr. Saunders. Here we are.
Well, thank heavens we found you. Sighted a ship, built a signal fire. They're waiting for us. Well, what's this?
Well, Victor must have gone crazy in the night and stabbed himself.
Now, let me see. He's dead, Harvey. How'd this happen?
I told you he must have
stabbed himself.
No, he didn't. I stabbed him. It's my knife. I got to thinking and I did it. I crept over and I stabbed him.
Oh, I see. When did you do this, Donna?
It was not more than an hour ago. I couldn't help it, Doctor. I couldn't help it.
Please, Donna, please. There's nothing to fear.
I didn't want anybody to know. Because of Alice.
They won't know, Donna. You didn't kill him. What? He's been dead for at least 3 hours.
Oh, what do you mean?
Look at his eyes. Look at his lips and his tongue. The swelling of his stomach. Did you test the pool, Harvey?
Yes. Every pool we've come to has been heavy in mineral content. I warned him, but he thought we were lying to him. Last night he pulled a gun and took Donna's canteen. There wasn't much in it, but it was all we had.
He's been drinking whiskey, so a little water wouldn't satisfy him. So he drank from the pool. Poor Victor. I guess it's just as well.
Don't worry, Donna. No one will ever know. We'll lay doctor.
There's nothing to tell. Except Victor Jackson poisoned himself in a fit of extreme thirst.
No, Donna. No one will ever know. You did your best. You tried hard to make things work out. But somehow fate seemed to take things right out of your hands. But you know better, don't you, Harvey? You know what happened. Tell us, Harvey. Tell us.
After Victor took the canteen from Donna and drank the few swallows in it, he fell off to sleep. Then I took the canteen and filled it from the poison pool. I knew he'd wake up with a greater thirst, and he did. But I'm not sorry. He's better off. And I found I do love Donna. And I'll take care of her for the rest of her days.
There you are. From drama to tragedy. From tragedy to a beautiful love story wherein they will live happily ever after. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler stories are written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originate from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the incredible tale of the Secret Seven. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to save the lives of several thousand people with just a ferry boat whistle, a window, and a hunk of tape.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him slaving over a hot swimming pool.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I'll have his papers in order when you're through with him, Commissioner.
Steve, what do you know about Istanbul, Turkey?
Well, is that something like Chicken a la King?
You can take that up with their Chamber of Commerce the day after tomorrow.
What? I'm flying to Turkey?
You're practically airborne right now.
What's the deal?
Steve, with the Korean situation, what it is, we're up against a giant conspiracy to discredit us in all parts of the world. And we've got to be on the alert against it, no matter how fantastic these attempts are. Last week, for example, we were accused of dropping potato bugs in eastern Germany to ruin the crops.
Yeah, I guess you can call that fantastic, all right.
Sure it is. But don't forget that a lot of people in this world have been brought up to believe what they're told.
Yeah, but look, how does all this tie in with my flying to Istanbul?
There's a radio commentator named George Champlin who's been touring the Near East. This morning, he called his headquarters here in the States to tell him he'd recorded something pretty hot on his tape recorder.
Well, what was it?
We don't know. He said over the phone that it affects our government directly, and that whatever it was going to happen Thursday. Then the connection was broken off, and Champlin hasn't been heard from since.
He said it was going to happen Thursday. Well, look, it's Tuesday now. I won't even get to Istanbul until Thursday.
I know. It's cutting it awful close, but we can't help it. Now, Steve, this could be another of those attempts to discredit us. We've got to find out. Lieutenant Deverick of the Istanbul police is in charge on their end. Get over there. Work with him and find Champlin and his roll of tape. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Isn't that a perfect name they thought up for him? Says just exactly what they are. Wheaties. There just isn't anything that sounds wheatier than that. Nothing that gives you more 100% whole wheat energy either. The good kind that stays right in there with you all morning long. You just try it and see. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You get a bowl of Wheaties under your belt or apron tomorrow morning and see how the big Thursday chores all seem to turn out to be little ones. Dishes to do? Breeze right through them. Tough customer to call on? Nothing to it. Papers to carry? Ball game to win? They're all going to seem a lot easier with Wheaties vitamins and minerals helping you out. So tomorrow, for sure, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the swell thing about my job. I'm always fighting the hour hand. All I have to do is fly 5,000 or 6,000 miles to Turkey and find a guy named George Champlin and his tape recording the day I get there. Well, my plane lands at Istanbul, and I head for the police station. Lieutenant Deverick is roosting behind his desk, staring glumly at two natives who are squirming uneasily in their chairs across from him.
I am afraid you are too late, Mitchell.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
You are looking for this man, George Champlin.
That's right.
His body has just been taken to our morgue downstairs.
What?
Yes. You, what is your name again?
I am Kozan, honored lieutenant.
Yes. Tell Mr. Mitchell what you have just told me, Kozan.
Yes. It was a bad thing. I was leading my horse cart along a narrow road in the hills outside the city. Suddenly, I saw a car traveling down the road toward me very fast. It was weaving back and forth across the road. Oh, I was covered by fear. I looked for a place of safety, but I
Confine
could
your
find...
story to the essentials, Kozan.
Yes, Honored Lieutenant. I jumped to one side just as the car hit my horse cart and plunged over the side of the hill. I ran to the edge of the hill and looked over in time to see the car burst into flames.
One of my men nearby heard the crash and went to investigate. He found a body in the wreckage. We have identified that body as that of the American George Champlin.
I see. Kozan, you said the car was weaving back and forth across the road as it approached?
Yes, it was so. At first, I thought the driver was drunk. But then, as the car drew near, it looked as though he was struggling with someone who was in the back seat.
Did you get a close look at this other person?
No.
Could this other person have jumped to safety as the car went over the hill?
That is a perhaps. The car hesitated on the side of the hill for an instant, then plunged to the bottom.
Where does this other fellow fit into the deal, Lieutenant?
Permit me. I am Abdul. What this man Kozan says is true. I was walking along the road when this car sped by me and hit his horse cart.
Did you get a look at the person in the back seat, Abdul?
Only for a moment. It seemed to me it was a woman.
A woman?
But I could not be certain.
Very well, very well. The two of you may go now.
Thank you, Honored Lieutenant.
Thank you.
But leave your names and addresses with the sergeant outside this office.
It will be done. One question, if you will permit.
What is it?
Who is to pay for my horse and cart?
You will be notified as to the insurance company involved. The matter rests between you and them.
Thank you, Honored Lieutenant.
A most regrettable development in the case, Mitchell.
Yeah. I suppose you know I'm also looking for some tape on which Champlin supposedly recorded something pretty hot.
Yes. According to our understand, it was something vital to our government. We did find a tape recorder and some spools of tape in the back of Champlin's car.
What?
But they were almost completely destroyed by fire.
You say Champlin's body is in the morgue now?
Yes, downstairs.
Come on, let's take a look. There was nothing in his pockets, huh?
No tape, if that is what you mean.
Well, I guess we can't find out anything more here. Brother, his clothes sure look like they took a beating.
Yes, they are quite scorched.
Yeah.
You see how the sleeve pulls away in your hand?
Debrick.
What is it?
Look, wrapped around his arm under the sleeve.
Ah, a fragment of tape.
Yeah, just a fragment, but maybe it's what we're looking for. Come on, let's get a recorder and play it.
I'm ready, Mitchell.
Let her go.
Very well. I will start the machine.
Nasif, you know who this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise. There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment. Do you understand? Do not tell me you are getting faint-hearted, Nasif. Of course many will die. That is the plan. The Americans will be blamed for it. And do not let me hear any more of your stupid fears. One more thing. Contact the other party involved and have him telephone me for his instructions within 30 minutes. I will wait here until 10:30.
That's all there is of the tape?
Yes, the rest was burned beyond use.
Oh, great. We've sure got a lot to go on. So there's going to be a meeting somewhere in Istanbul tonight. It has a lot to do with a plot to kill a lot of people. Look, I still don't see how my government can be blamed.
It is very mystifying, Mitchell. We have only a recorded fragment of a telephone conversation to go on. But one thing is certain. We must find the location of that meeting place before midnight tonight.
Yeah, but how? That guy on the phone wasn't kind enough to furnish us with his address. Hey, wait.
What is it?
Rewind that tape and start it over again.
Very well. What do you have in mind, Mitchell?
There's a sound in there I want to hear again, up near the front.
Yes. Yes, I was wondering about that also. There, it is rewound. Now, here it is again.
Nasif, you know who this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise.
That's the sound I wanted to hear.
It sounds like a boat whistle, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Have you heard enough?
Wait.
There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment.
Turn it off.
You understand?
It's not much to go on,
Indeed, it is not. All we know is that a boat whistle sounded as he was talking on the telephone.
Yeah, we also know that that whistle was sounded at about 10 p.m. The guy on the phone said that he'd wait there till 10:30. That's 30 minutes later. The pegs the time for us, doesn't it?
Yes, but we still do not know where he called from.
Yeah, that's what we've got to try to find out.
And we have no idea what's behind this whole thing.
And you've got me.
Excuse me.
I wonder...
Lieutenant Deverick speaking. Yes? What? But... I see. Send him in at once. Mitchell.
What's the matter?
A very strange occurrence. This must be the man now.
You are Lieutenant Deverick?
Yes? You are the one from the university?
That is right, yes. I am Kumsar.
Hey, you look like you've been tangling with a meat grinder.
Tell us your story, Kumsar.
I work for the university in their research laboratory. An hour ago, I was carrying a rack full of test tubes to the vault. I was attacked and knocked unconscious. When I recovered, the test tubes were gone.
What was in these test tubes?
Cultures of many rare bacilli. I have the list written down, as you can see.
Skip the technicalities and give it to us in plain English.
Very well. In those test tubes were some of the most deadly bacteria known to man.
What? Look, do you have any idea who jumped you?
No, I heard one of them call the other Nassif, I think it was.
Nassif? That was the name the guy on the tape recording used. And he told him to get what he called the necessary equipment. It ties in, Deverick.
But that means those test tubes will be at the meeting tonight.
$11. Say, I've got a little story to tell you about that. One of my wife's girlfriends was saying the other night that every time she goes to the store to buy laundry supplies, it reminds her to buy a couple of boxes of Wheaties. She knows doggone well if she's going to do the washing, she needs all the stamina and drive and energy she can get. So, naturally, she starts wash day off with a good big bowl of Wheaties. What's on your things to do list for tomorrow? Maybe it's not the washing. Maybe you're going to go a couple of rounds with a vacuum cleaner or sell a man a new car or cultivate the South 40. Well, then, isn't it good sound sense to let Wheaties' good sound vitamins and minerals give you a boost? And if this is your vacation, why, you can even loaf better when you've had your Wheaties. Wheaties, the golden, light-hearted little whole wheat flakes that eat as good as they make you feel. Honest, substantial Wheaties. Each crisp flake made from a whole kernel of plump, ripe wheat. Well, how's about you? You just try it. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, as you suggested, I have checked with all the boat companies along the waterfront. There is a ferry boat which makes a regular trip along the waterfront each night. At 10 o'clock, as it nears its mooring, it sounds the whistle.
That could be the boat whistle we heard on the tape recording.
But that whistle can be heard over this entire section of the city. That does not help us locate the room from which that man was telephoning.
What time is it?
6 o'clock.
And we've got to find that meeting place before midnight. That doesn't leave us much time.
Have you been able to think of any reason why you Americans would be blamed for anything that might happen with those deadly bacteria?
No. I telephoned my boss, the commissioner back in the States. He's checking on it for me. So far, all he knows is that we've sent quite a few engineers and equipment over here.
Yes, I am aware of that, but I still don't see the connection.
Look, Deverick, suppose you call the ferry boat company and tell them to have their boat stop its engines at 10 tonight and keep sounding its whistle. Then mount all the tape recorders you can get hold of on Jeeps and trucks. Use the same volume setting that was used on Champlain's recorder.
I do not understand what you have in mind.
It's a slim chance, but it's our only chance of locating that room. Have your boys meet me at the ferry boat slip at 5 minutes to 10 tonight, and I'll fill them in on the plan then.
Attention, men. Quiet. This is Steve Mitchell from the United States. You will take your orders from him.
I want you men to start up this road which leads away from the waterfront. Station your jeeps at 4-block intervals. When that ferry boat starts tooting its whistle in a couple of minutes, record it. Then drive a block away as fast as you can, cut your engines, and record the toot again. Each of the jeeps will cover 4 blocks. Lieutenant Deverick and I will cover the 4 blocks closest to the waterfront in our jeep. Now, when you've made your recordings, take them to police headquarters as fast as you can. Any questions? Okay, shove off and take your station.
I hope this will work, Mitchell.
Well, we picked a nice night for the job anyway. Look, the moon's just starting to come up over that building across the street.
Yes. One wishes he were not engaged on official business on an evening such as this.
Yeah, That's funny. Looks like a man in the moon. Hey, Deverick.
Yes?
There's a guy on top of that building. Get down.
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah. That second shot hit the door handle beside me. Looks like somebody doesn't like the color of our tape recorder.
Come, we may be able to catch him.
No, there's not time. It's 10 o'clock right now. There's the boat whistle. Start recording.
The recorder's on, Mitchell.
Okay, we'll drive to the next block now. Turn the recorder off and label the recording you just got.
Yes.
We'll take one at each block in our stretch, and then we're going to make a beeline for head police headquarters. You got all the recordings together, Deverick?
Yes. 6 jeeps, 4 recordings each. 24 recordings.
24 hunks of tape. Well, I hope our answer's in there somewhere.
What are you going to do with them?
I've got 2 recorders here. Each of them is hooked up to a volume indicator. On one machine, I've got the recording of the guy on the phone.
And on the other machine, you're going to play the tapes we just made, huh?
That's right. We'll be trying to match the volume of that boat whistle. Now, watch those volume indicators. When the 2 needles hit the same spot on the dial, that's it.
I am ready.
Okay. I'll start the tape we made. Now, you start Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
No, too loud. Shut it off. The one Champlin recorded was louder than ours. Okay, we'll try the one we made a block closer to the waterfront.
But, Mitchell, we have 24 recordings to cover. This will take all night.
If it takes past midnight, we're cooked. Come on, set up that next recording. Start ours first and then Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Hey, we're getting closer. What recording was that you just played?
Number 8.
Okay, try number 9. I'll reset the original. Ready?
Yes.
Let it go.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Yeah, that's it. Look at the needles on those volume indicators. They're the same level. Okay, turn it off. That was number 9, huh?
Yes, it was recorded 9 blocks from the waterfront.
Show me on the map of the city here.
Very well. Now, let me see. Here, at this spot.
Okay. And I've got the ferry boat's location already plotted. Now, I take this compass, I point the point at the ferry boat position, and the pencil on the spot the whistle was recorded from. Then I draw a circle.
Yes, I see. The 2 whistles were of the same volume. That means our number 9 recording was made at the same distance from the whistle as the original tape.
That's right. About 1,000 yards from the whistle. It also means that the room we're looking for is somewhere on the circumference of that circle I just drew on the map.
But half of the circle is out in the water.
Yeah, we get a break. We can forget about that part of it. And another quarter of the circle is out in this side of the channel in the harbor. We can throw that out, too. Well, that just leaves us a quarter of it. Are your men standing by, Deverick?
Yes.
Give them copies of this map with the quarter circle drawn on each one. Have them start along the rim of the circle from each end. Give them pictures of that dead correspondent. Tell them to try and find somebody along that route who remembers him. What time is it?
11 o'clock.
That's what I was afraid of. We've got just 1 hour to find that meeting place. So, we sit and wait and sweat. The minutes tick by. 11:15, 11:30. Then, at 11:40, Deverick's phone jangles. One of his boys has found a small apartment house whose owner remembers the dead radio correspondent, Champlin. Deverick and I beat it out.
You say you rented an apartment to this man Champlin several days ago?
Yes, Lieutenant, but I have not seen him since. Here is the apartment.
Unlock the door.
Very well.
No sign of Champlin having lived here. Mitchell, it is obvious that he rented this apartment for but one purpose.
Yeah, to make that tape recording. And that sort of points to the apartment next door. Who lives there?
A man called Groven, but I do not see much of him. He comes and goes mostly by night.
I think we're getting pretty warm, Deverick. Come on, out in the hall.
What are you going to do, Mr. Mitchell?
We're going to crash that party next door if there is one.
Oh, please, I do not want any trouble.
You got a key?
Yes.
Lieutenant Deverick.
What do you want, Turhan?
This cablegram from Mr. Mitchell arrived at police headquarters right after the two of you left. Here you are.
Thanks. Huh. From the commissioner back in the States.
What does he say?
It's a list of the projects here in Istanbul that American engineers are working on.
Good. Maybe we can get some idea from studying it as to what is behind all this.
Look, this is no time to be reading lists. I still want to find out what's going on in this apartment next to Champlin's here. Give me that key.
Here you are.
Okay, get ready for anything, Deverick.
Yes.
Okay, come on.
It is empty.
Oh, great. Look, this has got to be the meeting place. Champlin already had an apartment in Istanbul. Why would he rent the one next door here unless it was to make that recording?
Maybe the meeting has not yet taken place.
What time is it?
1 minute after midnight.
Oh. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to wait. Hope we're not too late.
Yes. Oh, it's stuffy in here. I will open the window. There. That is better?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
Oh, brother, have I been a chump?
What?
I was so busily listening to the sound of that ferry boat whistle on the tape recording that I didn't pay any attention to another sound that was just as important. Look, this can't be the room where the meeting's to be held.
But why not?
You just opened that window. How did you open it?
Why, I just pushed it open.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a casement window. Now, think back to that recording. How did that guy close the window?
Why, let me see. He just... Wait. He pulled the window down.
Yeah, that's the point. It was an up and down window. And this one's a casement window. This isn't the room.
Yes, you are right, Mitchell. But that means we have lost.
Where's that apartment house owner?
Dragner?
Yes.
Look, Dragner, do you have any apartments in this building that have up and down windows?
I don't believe so. They all have casement windows, except a little room on the roof.
What little room?
Oh, just a small place on the roof which is rented to a friend of Groven, the man who has this apartment.
Come on, Deverick.
You think that is the place, Mitchell?
It's got to be the place. I only hope we're not too late. Here. This must be the door that opens out on the roof. Yeah.
Mitchell, there is the room over there.
Yeah. Sort of a poor man's penthouse.
Wait. Someone is coming out.
Yeah. One of them's got a little black bag.
Abdul, the police, take care of them. I will take the bag.
Very well. Stop, or I will shoot. You will not shoot.
Out of the way, Buster.
Mitchell, the one with the black bag jumped over onto the next roof.
You missed. Come on, after him. Careful now.
Mitchell, do you realize who those two men are?
Sure. Cozen and Abdo, the two innocent peasants who witnessed Champlin's accident. That was quite a little act they put on for us. But now they've changed clothes and voices.
Yes. As soon as I heard Kozan's regular voice a second ago, I recognized it as the voice on the tape recording.
I gotta hand it to them. That was a pretty neat cover. Hey, look, Cozen went through that door. When we reached the stairway, Cozen is nowhere in sight. We pound down through the building and out on the street just in time to spot a car pulling away fast. It's Cozen heading out of the city. Deverick throws a couple of shots after him, but they don't take effect. We grab the first car we see and start hightailing after him.
We are not gaining much on him, Mitchell.
I know. Where's he heading anyway?
This road leads out to Lake Derkos.
But why should he be... Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Lake Derkos?
Yes, why?
That name rings a bell. I think the commissioner listed it in this cable. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Hey, that's one of the projects the American engineers are working on. A new water filtration plant.
Yes, that is right, Mitchell. And that plant started pumping at midnight. It supplies one entire quarter of the city with drinking water.
So that's the plan. Kozan dumps the bacteria in the water, and then half the city drops dead. And Kozan's got a half a mile's head start on us.
We are almost to Lake Derkos, Mitchell. There. There is the water filtration plant ahead of us on that rise.
Yeah, I see it. And Kozan is there. Look, he stopped his car.
He's getting out. Watch out!
I'm okay.
Here we are.
He's heading for that water tank.
Yes. Yes, look. There is the night watchman.
There was the night watchman. See if we can get a shot at him, Kozan.
Yes. Oh.
Debrick! Debrick!
Just a shoulder wound. I am all right. Get him, Mitchell. It is up to you.
I head for the water tank. And Kozan, if I've counted right, his gun is empty. If not, he's got a slug for me. When I get to the tank, he's halfway up the middle ladder. Then I spot his gun on the ground and know my arithmetic is okay. I start climbing up after him. He's almost to the top by now, but I'm climbing faster than he is because he's holding the little black bag of tubes in one hand. Just as he reaches the top rung, I grab one of his ankles. He kicks at my hand, grinding my knuckles into the ladder. I let go, then grab both of his ankles. He twists his body and pulls me off the ladder. But I'm still hanging onto his legs. He's only hanging on with one hand now. I know if he goes, I go with him. I swing back to the ladder and wrap my legs around it. Then I jerk as hard as I can. I get back down the ladder, and Lieutenant Deverick is bending over Kozan.
He is dead, Mitchell.
Yeah? I shouldn't wonder. I almost went with him.
1 second more, and we would have...
Yeah, 1 second more, and we'd have been too many. Well, it's pretty fitting, I guess.
What do you mean?
Kozan was out to kill a lot of people with that little black bag, but that bag is the reason he couldn't hold on to the ladder. Yeah. Those bacteria were deadly, all right, to Kozan.
Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy.
Well, Frank, I'm waiting.
You're waiting, Mr. Donlevy? Waiting for what?
Waiting to find out what you're going to say about Wheaties tonight.
Oh, why so interested, Brian?
Well, I want to see if you'll say about the same things I would.
Well, let's see. Wheaties are whole wheat.
Yep.
And that means good, solid, all morning long energy.
Check.
Wheaties are packed with plenty of vitamins and minerals.
Oh, lots of them.
That help you feel better and work better and play harder.
Check, check, and check.
Wheaties taste so good.
Check. Well, that isn't all, is it?
Well, what do you... Oh, you mean see how...
Check.
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well done, Frank. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Check, Brian. See you next week. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment. Now, Brian Donlevy, I believe you said you had another word for us.
Yes. I want to remind everyone that they can help feed Europe's hungry through CARE. $5.50 to CARE, New York, will send a package of food to a hungry family in Europe. Mail your $5.50 tonight. CARE, New York.
Next, The Falcon, one of 3 exciting mysteries, tonight on NBC.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lush tropical island in the Caribbean. A paradise lost through the overpowering greed of a lovely woman and a dangerous man as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in their exciting tale, Treasure Incorporated.
Well, are you coming?
Huh?
You're coming with me, or aren't you?
What for?
I feel lucky. Got a feeling today is going to be the day.
You've said that for months. Why don't you leave me alone?
She turned away and stared out the window at the jungle. Her face was a dissatisfied mask. She had on that old faded red beach dress. She wore it all the time now. And a sloppy pair of slippers. Her hair was pulled back off her neck with a piece of string, matted. And that wry, crisp figure she'd once had was going fast.
He's up there.
Sure, he's up there. He's always up there.
I'm not going with you.
All right, stay. Stay, I don't care. You're no help to me anymore.
And it won't do you any good to go either. Burn yourself up in this tropic sun, and for what? Not while he's up there watching. Always watching.
Who are you trying to kid? You know you'll sneak up there to see him the minute I'm gone. And he'll just kick you out again.
Shut up.
Look at yourself. Not even good enough for that beachcomber.
Shut up. Shut up!
That was Amanda. And I'd once thought her beautiful. And I'd thought this island was beautiful. A paradise. It seemed a million years ago when I first told Brewer about it.
All right, Eddie. So you found a pretty island in the West Indies. Now what?
Oh, you should see the island, Brewer. More than a square mile of tropical paradise, just as nature made it. Complete with native village and volcano. With enough money, I can get a 25-year lease. I've got it all figured out, Brewer. I can make it the best-paying resort in the Caribbean.
Oh, I don't know, Eddie. There's so many resorts. What do you think, Amanda?
Sounds intriguing. Why not, Paul?
Believe me, it's surefire with a gimmick like mine.
Gimmick?
Buried pirate treasure. How do you like that for tourist bait?
Eddie, I'm afraid you're dreaming. There's never any treasure in those places.
Oh, I know that. That's what makes my gimmick so good. I'm going to bury the treasure myself.
You are?
Oh, sure, nothing too valuable. Just bait, you understand? You know, old Spanish coins, pieces of 8, daggers, bits of old sea chests.
Can you get that sort of thing?
Oh, I can get it. I know a guy who handles antiques. He can get it for me. Well, what do you think of it? Is that a gimmick or is that a gimmick?
Eddie, you're a genius.
You like it, Brewer?
Well, it sounds good, but I'd have to think about it. How about a drink?
Okay.
I'll fix this one. Scotch all right?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Think you'll go for it, Amanda?
You'll go for it.
You sure? You didn't sound so positive.
Relax, Eddie. Don't worry so much. I'll get your island for you.
Not for me, baby. For us.
Eddie, take it easy. Remember, I still belong to Brewer.
That's Amanda, the kind of a woman that always gets what she wants. She got me my island. I started planning the resort. Brewer was to supply the money, and I was to be the front man. It was a great plan. It couldn't miss. But I'd figured without Clive. I'll never forget the first time I saw Clive, the only white man on the island. He was bald, but he was young. He had a blonde beard. He was sitting in a tangle of jungle wearing nothing but a pair of white ducks ripped off at the knee and some binoculars slung about his neck with a length of vine. He was painting a seascape. Hiya, Gillespie's the name, Eddie Gillespie. I've been looking over the island.
I know. I've been watching you.
Terrific place. Say, that volcano, any chance of it erupting?
No, it's dead. Dead many years.
Well, that's a relief. Say, I'm sure surprised to find a white man here.
You are? Why?
Well, so far away from civilization, nothing to do.
And then what are you doing here?
Me? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this island on the map.
Really?
Yep. See that beat-up building down there by the beach?
That once was a fine old plantation house.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to turn it into a swanky hotel.
Hotel?
Sure. Perfect spot for it with all those palm trees around it. And a golf course sweeping up over that hill. Of course, we'll have to clean all those dirty vines out. That dock is a pretty sick-looking thing, but the harbors are natural. What are you looking at through the binoculars?
Devil's Cove.
Why? What's going on down there?
Nothing. I'm painting it.
Through binoculars? Why don't you walk down there if you want to paint it?
I prefer it this way.
That's the tropics for you. How lazy can you get?
Mr. Gillespie, after you've been here a while, you'll learn to go with the island, not try to change it.
Oh, you just wait and see. When I get through with this place, I'll make Nassau and Jamaica look like Rockaway Beach. Incidentally, those natives, they dress that way all the time in those faded old rags.
You don't like it?
Well, you gotta keep it quaint, you know, as advertised. Gotta give the tourists dollar value. We'll fix up the natives with bandanas and bright sashes, necklaces of coral, big earrings, baskets of fruit on their heads. Of course, they'll have to quit wearing those shoes.
How about rings through their noses and a bone in their hair?
You know, I get the feeling you're not going to be very cooperative.
It took me years to find a place that was remote from the world, and now that I have, I don't want it destroyed.
Destroyed? Why, man, you're crazy. I'm going to do things for this island. I'll have this place humming in no time, and I'll... What's the matter? Don't you think I can do it?
No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Through the centuries, 6 flags have flown over this island, and each flag brought colonization and industry. Sugar, rum, the leaves of the bay tree, but not one of them could survive. Not one of them could hold back nature, the winds, the damp rot, the jungle, the vines that creep constantly day and night ensnaring everything they touch. They couldn't do it, Mr. Gillespie, and neither can you or your hotel.
No. You just watch me.
I will. But if I thought you had one chance in a million to succeed, do you know what I'd do?
What?
I'd kill you.
In the beginning, he stayed up on top of that hill of his like he owned the world. He ignored me completely until my tractors and bulldozers went to work. Then he began to come down more and more. I never heard him coming, and yet he always seemed to be around. And as I ran into trouble, wind, rain, rot, rats, I had to fight them all. It seemed to amuse him to watch me.
Is your paradise fighting you back, Mr. Gillespie?
Why don't you go up on your hill and stay there?
What a beautiful swimming pool. A symbol of civilization. Do you expect it to last?
Why, of course it'll last. Why don't you leave me alone?
Be careful. It's bad to lose one's temper. The heat, you know.
Yes, heat. Always heat. But I wouldn't give in to it. I drove myself. I drove everybody who worked for me. Come on, boys. We got 2 more hours of daylight. Get those vines out.
They do grow, don't they?
What do you want?
I like to watch you fight them. It's such a useless task. They'll grow over you in the end, you know.
Yeah? Well, I'll civilize this island. I'll show you. Go on and laugh all you want, but you'll see. When Eddie Gillespie starts something, he finishes it. Before the summer was over, we'd cleaned away all the vines and seeded the golf course. We dynamited the harbor, rebuilt the docks, working 18 hours a day. And then one afternoon, just before the hotel was finished, she arrived. I just knocked off for the day, and I was sprawling in my hammock in front of my hut.
Hello, Eddie.
Amanda! What are you doing here? You weren't supposed to come until the hotel was open.
Aren't you glad to see me?
Where's Brewer? How did you get here?
In a launch.
All the way from New York?
Of course not. We've been anchored at Charlotte, Amelia for a week.
You didn't break with Brewer, did you? I told you not to break with him until after the hotel was finished.
Don't get excited, Eddie. Brewer doesn't even know I'm here. He left this morning for Puerto Rico on a big deal.
Oh.
You haven't said you're glad to see me.
I'd forgotten. It's been so long, I'd forgotten how beautiful you are.
Eddie?
Look, Amanda, you better go back if Brewer finds out that you've been
What's
here.
the matter, Eddie? Are you afraid of Brewer?
Of course I'm not afraid, but use your head. He financed my island. I'm going to take his girl away from him. Until I get on my feet here, let's keep everything on the up and up. What's so funny?
You and Brewer.
What about Brewer?
I was thinking of Brewer keeping everything on the up and up on his side. Look, Eddie, why do you think he set you up on this island? Because he wanted to own a hotel? A resort?
What do you mean? It was an investment.
I'll say it was.
Well, if you've got a point, Amanda, get to it.
I will. Treasure. That's the point. $1 million worth of buried treasure.
$1 million? You're crazy. That stuff isn't worth anything.
I'm talking about a real treasure. The diamonds and emeralds and the pearls. The treasure Brewer's going to dig up.
You mean there's $1 million worth of stuff buried on this island?
Not yet. But there will be after Brewer buries it.
That doesn't make sense. Why would he do a thing like that?
Oh, it makes sense. Brewer always makes sense. You know what he did? He bought a huge lot of stolen jewelry from an international fence. The pieces were so identifiable and so hot he was able to buy it for a song. But he couldn't get rid of it. Then you came along. Eddie Gillespie with his little island and his buried treasure gimmick.
Wait a minute. He told you this?
I was with him. We were on the yacht not far off the Azores when we made rendezvous with another boat and took the jewels aboard. And now Brewer's in Puerto Rico having the stones taken out of their settings. And when the time comes, he's going to dig them up out of your island in a moldy old sea chest in front of witnesses. Got every angle covered. All legitimate.
So what?
Aren't you interested?
Well, if that's what he wants to do, that's his business. I've got the island, and I'll have you.
Will you?
Amanda, what's the matter with you? What's eating you?
$1 million. I want it, Eddie. If you really want me to break with Brewer, you'll get it.
What kind of talk is that? I thought you loved me.
I do, Eddie. That's the point. I want us to have the money.
But we'll have each other.
That's not enough, Eddie. I want that $1 million.
I got a good mind that...
What, Eddie?
There's someone in the brush. Who's there? Who is it?
Good evening.
Clive, what are you doing here? You're always sneaking around.
You're getting angry again.
Get out of here. What are you laughing at?
I was just thinking how much trouble can be caused by $1 million.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, it's a long time between fun on the weekends, but it's a lot shorter if you find the midweek fun that's here on most of these same CBS stations every Wednesday night. Midweek fun with Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen in 1, 2, 3 order. Try listening to them all every Wednesday night. Groucho, Bing, and George and Gracie. And you'll find the week speeding by much more merrily. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
She went back, and I was left to finish the hotel. But the whole thing had soured for me. All my enthusiasm for the project was gone. But I buried the tourist bait, the pirate treasure. I scattered the pieces of 8, the rusted hinges, all the old relics over the island as per plan. And then I was open for business, and the tourists began to pour in. A change came over Clive. Now he set up his easel down by the dock, and he was gay and gregarious, and I trusted him less and less. He was up to something. And what galled me, the tourists were crazy about him.
Whatever made you become a beachcomber, Clive?
Women? Beautiful women like yourself. They drove me to it.
Oh, Clive, I don't believe a word you're saying, but it's fun. Where did you get him, Mr. Gillespie? He's priceless.
Clive, why...
I came with the island, standard equipment, along with the volcano and the treasure.
Is there really treasure on the island?
Well, you found a piece of an old saber yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, and my husband found a golden sovereign, but I mean real treasure. Chests full of gold.
Look for it, Mrs. Chapman. Every cove, every bay. It could be anywhere, on the mountain, in the jungle. Legend says that Captain Kidd himself stopped here, loaded with treasure from the Spanish Main. He slew all the Caribs, every single one, buried his loot, and sailed away. And, as legend has it, he never came back.
Just think of finding it.
Then dig, Mrs. Chapman, dig. Take one of our donkeys and a pick and shovel and go out on the trail.
Oh, I will. I'm going again this morning. Mr. Gillespie, I'm simply mad about your island.
Thank you.
Cynthia, darling.
Oh, there's my husband. Here I am, Fred.
Come along, dear.
See you boys later.
Aren't you overdoing it?
I'm just being helpful, adding local color.
All that stuff about a legend. You didn't talk that way when I first came here.
Things are different now. By the way, when is your pirate coming?
Pirate?
Brewer, I think you called him.
It was 2 days later that Brewer and Amanda arrived. I was on the veranda watching as the seaplane settled on the water. I watched them walk up to the hotel. Oh, yes. Clive was on the dock painting. He watched them, too.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi.
Good to see you, Eddie. You've done a great job with the hotel.
Paradise. That's the name for it, all right.
It's the best investment I ever made, Eddie. Why, I even read about your island in the New York papers. You got a big spread about tourists finding old pieces of eight in an old sea chest. There was positive inspiration, Eddie.
Wasn't it?
What's the matter? Don't you feel well? You look tired. You've been working too hard. Come on up to the room. We'll have a drink.
He was so charming and so relaxed, I began to wonder if Amanda had told me the truth. For the next week or so, I watched him all the time. But he was just a guy on vacation having a whale of a good time.
Look at him. The life of the party.
Come on outside. I want to talk to you. You know, I think you lied to me. I don't think there is any treasure.
Don't be a fool. Of course there is.
And when is he going to bury it?
I don't know. We'll just have to wait.
If I find out that you lied...
Eddie, you don't believe
Maybe you're trying to pull some kind of a double cross on me.
Let's go back, Eddie.
Well, this is the hard way to get exercise.
I think you sound beautiful.
Well, if you want exercise, why don't you come out and dig with us, Brewer?
I will one of these days.
Oh, that's what you've been saying all week. Look at my waistline. I've taken off an inch.
Why don't you come tomorrow, Mr. Brewer? It's lots of fun.
I like to sleep in the morning.
Oh, come on.
Sure, come on, be a sport.
Okay, I'll dig with you tomorrow morning. Who knows, I might be lucky.
Tomorrow morning? Eddie, that means he'll have to bury it tonight.
Yeah.
You'll have to watch him. Don't let him out of your sight.
I waited outside until every window was dark, until the hotel was quiet. I waited and waited, but he didn't come. And still I waited until...
Still up, Eddie?
Clive!
You might as well get your sleep. He isn't going to bury the treasure tonight.
What do you mean? How do you know?
Because he's already buried it.
Well, you're crazy. He couldn't have. I've watched him constantly.
Apparently not close enough. What about the hour just before dinner when you and the girl were on the other side of the volcano?
Where did he bury it? Tell me.
In Devil's Cove.
Devil's Cove?
Oh, there's no point in your going there now. You don't think I'd leave it there, do you? I dug it up.
I know I couldn't trust you. All that talk about getting away from civilization, you know better than anybody else.
Oh, I'm not going to keep the jewels. What would I do with money?
Yeah? Then where are they?
I buried them again.
You what?
You ought to thank me. I'm making an honest man out of you, Eddie. You advertised buried treasure on your island? Well, now you have it. Like you said, gotta give the tourists dollar value.
Why?
Just think, tomorrow or the day after, or next month, one of your tourists will dig it up, as advertised.
Clive, look, don't do this to me. If you don't want the jewels, just tell me where they are. I'll give you anything, only just tell me.
And miss all the fun? Oh, no.
Morning, Eddie.
Good morning.
Great day, isn't it? You coming out to the diggings with us?
No, Brewer, I've got some work to do here.
Say, you look tired, Eddie. You work too hard. You ought to take it easy. Have some fun, relax.
Relax? I wondered how relaxed he'd be when all he dug up was dirt. I watched him go off down the trail with the other guests. I tried to concentrate on my work. The hotel was quiet. Everyone was at the diggings, but I couldn't think. I was checking supplies in the wine cellar when Amanda came back.
You should have been there, Eddie. Oh, you should have seen his face when he found it was gone. Where'd you put it, Eddie?
I haven't got it.
Of course you have.
I told you I don't have it.
What are you trying to do? Double-cross me?
Brewer!
Paul,
I'll take care of you later, Amanda.
But, Paul, he forced me to tell him.
She's lying.
All right, Eddie. Where is it?
I don't know.
Come on, Eddie, talk.
I haven't got it, I tell you. Clive took it.
Clive? Who's that?
Clive, the beachcomber. He saw you bury it, he dug it up and buried it again.
Nobody saw me bury it except maybe you.
Wait a minute, will you? I tell you, it's true.
Talk. Where'd you put it? Talk. Talk.
It's no use. I haven't got it.
You'll tell me the truth if I have to beat you and...
Amanda,
I had to do it, Eddie.
He killed him.
Don't worry, everyone's at the diggings. No one could have heard it. Oh, Eddie, your face.
What'll we do with him?
Oh, when everyone's asleep, we'll get rid of him. I'm glad I killed him, Eddie. Now it all belongs to us.
I haven't got it.
You mean you were telling the truth about that beachcomber?
Yeah, he moved it. He buried it some other place. Because he wants one of the tourists to find it. It's part of his plan to get even with me.
We can't let anyone else find it, Eddie. We've got to do something.
Oh, my head.
Eddie, listen to me. We've got to get rid of the tourists.
Yeah. Gotta get rid of them. Every one of them. We waited until siesta, when all the guests would be asleep in their rooms. Then we went to the construction shed for the dynamite that was left over from blasting the harbor. We loaded it and Brewer onto a donkey and went up the back trail to the volcano crater. I pushed Brewer into the crater, planted the dynamite inside the top edge. Amanda strung the wire down the slope to a cave on the east side of the island. I went down to the cave. My island was asleep. I had my hand on the plunger. I was ready to throw it, and then I realized fully what I was about to do. With one gesture, I'd be destroying everything I'd worked so hard for.
Eddie, what's the matter?
I can't do it.
Give it to me.
No, Amanda, no! I sat on the side of the mountain and watched the island become alive with frantic, frightened people. They streamed out of the hotel, half-dressed, clutching their belongings. They tripped over one another in their frenzy to get to their boats, terrified of a dead volcano. Our threatened eruption was a complete success. By nightfall, there wasn't a tourist on the island. Even the natives had scurried away in their canoes like so many frightened rats. And there were just the three of us left, Amanda, Clive, and me.
How will we get the treasure? We can't dig up the whole island.
We won't have to. Any man that's got that much loot stashed away will dig it up himself. You can't tell me money doesn't mean anything to him. We'll wait. And we did. We waited and got on each other's nerves. We waited until we couldn't stand it anymore. But Clive didn't make a move to dig it up. It was clear he'd never go near it as long as we were there. Our only escape was to dig. We started in systematically, on the east side of the island, then the north. In the rain, in the wind, in the boiling sun.
This heat, I can't take it anymore, Eddie. I'm tired.
I never thought I'd hear you say that. This was all your idea, don't forget.
I don't care, Eddie. Why don't you give it up? Get away from here.
What? Go and let him have it? Oh, no. So that's what you want, is it? It's Clive now, huh? You and Clive. Well, you won't get your treasure that way. I'm staying, and I'm going to dig without you. I'm going to dig until I drop. It was hot. It was always hot. My eyes ached from the glare of the sun, but I forced myself to keep going. For days, I'd been digging near the old sugar mill. But today, I had a feeling I'd be lucky. My pick hit something hard. I dropped to my knees and furiously began to claw the dirt with my hands. But it was only rock, a big rock. I moved it aside, and there it was. A pearl. One single pearl framed by the fresh imprint of a sea chest. And then I heard him from a long way off. Clive, and he was laughing at me. He was watching me through those binoculars of his, and he was laughing at me. And suddenly I knew what his game was. That's why I hadn't found the treasure in all this time, because he'd kept moving it. And he'd left a pearl behind this time to tell me he'd done it. I knew then what I had to do. I had to kill him. I went up the hill by the back trail. And just at the top, I stopped and took a firmer grip on my pick. Clive's back was to me. He was sitting exactly the way he had been the first time I saw him, in a tangle of vines painting through binoculars. I crept up to him. I raised my pick and brought it down with all my strength. But it was too late. He'd sensed me and ducked the blow. The pick had ripped through the canvas. In fury, I raised to strike it again, and my hands froze in midair as I stared at the torn canvas. It was a picture of me, and the pick had pierced my chest. Me, holding a pearl in my hand, and the look on the face he'd painted was horrible. The pick slid out of my hands.
Here's your pick, Eddie. Take it. You'll need it. Take it, Eddie, and dig. And by the way, I had to kick Amanda out again today. Keep her home, will you?
That was months ago. How many months? I've lost count. The jungle has claimed the island again, just like he said it would. The damp rot, the hurricanes, the vines. The hotel sags on its timbers, and the big front door is gone. The last wind took most of the roof. And there are bougainvillea roots growing up through the cracks in the swimming pool. The jungle has claimed Amanda, too. She's lost interest in everything, except Clive, and he won't have her. She doesn't care about the treasure anymore. She won't dig. But not me. The jungle's not going to get me. Nothing is going to stop Eddie Gillespie. Every day I dig. Once in a while I hear him up on top of the hill laughing. And I know he's moved it again. But someday I'll beat him to it. Someday I'll find it. Yeah. Someday.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Treasure Incorporated by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Eddie, John Hoyt as Clive, Mary Lansing as Amanda, and Harry Bartell as Brewer. Also heard were Eileen Prince and Paul Frees. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are sitting in a cheerless gray cell, staring at the rain through the small barred window above your head, and struggling desperately to keep your sanity. For in 12 hours, you must die or escape.
Next week, we escape with James Poe's seething tale of blasphemous terror and violent death, present tense, starring Vincent Price. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. It's no joke when an accident happens to you, and an accident can happen to you. This winter, take time to be careful. Whether you're driving or walking in traffic, be cautious. Cross streets with care. Drive safely. Keep your wits and windshield clear. In traffic, walking, or driving, be careful. Be sure to join us at this same time next week when we offer you Escape, starring Vincent Price. And now stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Wait. wait. Hear those two guys again.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Join me, Junior. Let's sum it up musically.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So, open a pack,
give 'em a smell,
then you'll smoke 'em.
There are some who say that the history of modern man began in ancient Persia, now called Iran. And there are others in the capitals of the Western world who fear that the end of modern man may begin there also, with the thunder of the weapons of war as the hordes from the north march down to seize the oil-rich lands of the Middle East. On a lonely, windswept plateau in the Socialist Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan, just north of Iran, a sheepherder huddles in his tiny hut. Huddles over a shiny, portable, shortwave radio transmitter.
This is Outpost calling X in Tehran. Outpost calling X in Tehran. Listen closely. May not be able to repeat. Listen closely. The information will be aboard the Tehran-Baghdad plane on the 25th. Take seat 10B. Your contact will be... Oh, contact will be... Pig.
So, Daggett. Daggett, we have finally caught up with the traitor.
It was inevitable, comrade.
But the message he was sending about the information, we found him too late, Dagilev.
No, we did not find him too late. I assure you that information will never reach the man called X.
We've lost a contact in Azerbaijan.
Looks like it, Chief. I haven't been able to raise him again.
Well, any idea what the information he mentioned was about, Ken?
Yep. Russia's military plans regarding Iran.
What?
That's right. Everything she's been doing about massing of troops, moving military supplies and materiel. The works.
Good Lord, Ken. That information's vital to us. Vital to the entire Western world.
Yep. And it'll be somewhere aboard the Tehran-Baghdad plane on the 25th.
But we don't know who has it, who the contact is. How the devil are you going to get that information?
That's an interesting question, Chief. I'll give you the answer later. After I land in Baghdad.
Tehran-Baghdad plane is now ready at gate 2. All passengers will please get aboard at once. This is the last call for the Tehran-Baghdad plane.
That's the entire passenger list, Major Chugga?
That is correct, Mr. Thurston. And we have complete intelligence dossiers clearing all but 3 of them.
Who are they?
The first is a Professor James Gilbert, an English archaeologist.
James Gilbert.
He was recently stricken with a heart attack and is accompanied by a nurse, Riza Hussein.
And the third?
He terms himself a financier from Luxembourg. Rather strange person.
What's his name?
He calls himself Count P. Vonetsu Zeltschmidt.
Zeltschmidt?
Yeah. He is perhaps the contact you were seeking?
He'll contact me, all right, but as for being the man I'm seeking...
Oh, time for you to get aboard, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, thanks for the help, Major Chugga. Let you know how I make out.
Well, please do, until we know definitely just how strong is the threat from the north. There is little sleep for anyone in Iran.
That goes for the rest of the world, too, Major. We're seeing you.
Good luck, Mr. Thurston. Oh, your pardon, Effendi. Your pardon.
It is nothing, sir. Nothing.
Did you recognize that man, Dagilev?
Major Chugga, Iranian intelligence.
Then we must be right, Dagilev. about the information being aboard.
There is no doubt of that, comrade. The man with whom Churka was speaking is the man known as X.
The man called... Once you let him get aboard the plane, Dagilev. Once he obtains that information and lands at Baghdad...
There is no cause for alarm, comrade. That plane will never land at Baghdad.
I beg your pardon, my dear sir, but would this seat next to you happen to be unoccupied with nobody in it? Like I was saying, my friendly traveling companion, if this seat is empty without any passengers, and you would like to spend a few pleasant moments discussing financial type matters with a brother financier.
Sit down, Pagan.
Thank you. Pretty clever how I did it, eh, Mr. X? Nobody on board this flying jalopy could even know we know each other.
All right. What's the pitch this time?
Pitch? I don't get it, Mr. X. I'm not after no money from you.
Then who asked you to get aboard this plane?
Always joking, eh, Mr. X? You asked me naturally.
What? I didn't even know you were in Tehran.
Well, that's not what my Uncle Ahmed told me.
Your Uncle Ahmed?
Sure, I'm working for him in Tehran. A big importing and deporting business. He's got big connections, you understand?
Now, wait a minute. Just what did your Uncle Ahmed tell you?
Just what you told him. That you wanted me to take this trip with you. It was all very hush-hush, important, top-secret stuff. So here I am. Well, so what's cooking, Mr. X?
Pagan, if I could believe for 1 minute that...
Pardon, sir, but would you happen to be a Mr. Ken Thurston?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I am Riza Hussein, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Hussein?
And I'm Mr. Pagan Zelschmidt. Welcome on board.
I am a nurse, Mr. Thurston, and my patient, Professor James Gilbert, is becoming quite bored and restless on the trip, and this is bad for him. He suffers from a heart ailment, you see.
Oh.
Well, yours was the only other name on the passenger list that might indicate an English-speaking person. And I thought perhaps you might not mind talking with the professor.
Oh, I'll be glad to.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Mr. Thurston. Yeah. Me and this pretty little pill peddler will talk over things while you're gone, huh, Miss Hussein?
He is in seat 14B, Mr. Thurston. And thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, Miss Hussein.
So you're a nurse, huh, baby? Well, sit down.
Professor Gilbert?
What's that? What? Oh, yes. I'm Professor Gilbert, and you must be Mr. Thurston, eh?
That's right.
Sit down, please. Sit down.
Thanks. I understand you're an archaeologist, Professor.
I was until this heart of mine began acting up. The winds and colds of Azerbaijan proved too much for it.
Azerbaijan.
Yes. You'd be very surprised at what interesting things one can uncover up there. For example, there's a lonely little plateau at the Russian border. So lonely, I've named it the Outpost. Descriptive, eh?
Yes, very. Find anything up there?
Yes, some remarkable data, Thurston. Remarkable. It might affect our entire concept of history. Perhaps you'd like to look over some of my notes regarding it. Or would that bore you?
I doubt it, Professor.
Good. Now, if you'd be kind enough to call Miss Hussein, she can help. Good. And what was that?
That's an explosion in one of the rear compartments.
Sabotage.
Better tell me where those notes are before we crash.
Right. You'll find everything you want for complete data stashed away in the...
So I got to get information before crash.
Everything is all right, Mr. Thurston. There's no need for concern. Everything is all right.
Got to get... What, Oh, it's you, Miss...
Yes, Mr. Thurston. You are in a hospital in the village of Hamadan. You suffered a slight concussion. We have kept you under sedatives for the past 24 hours. Your arm, please, Mr. Thurston.
Never mind the hypodermic. What happened in that crash? What about Professor Gilbert?
Well, he suffered a slight heart attack, but he should be in perfectly safe hands by now. Your friends flew him back to the Tehran hospital.
My friend? Pagan?
No, Mr. Thurston. Your friend who flew down here this morning. I believe his name was Mr. Dagilev.
not feeling better, Mr. Thurston. Are you returning directly to Tehran in the plane I sent for you?
That's right, Major Chugga. I've got to learn what happened to Gilbert. What have you turned up there?
There would seem to be no doubt that he was your contact. The one carrying the information about Russia's military plans regarding Iran. We have since learned that he is a British agent.
I was pretty sure of that. But what about him now? Have you located him?
No such person was admitted to the Tehran hospital. And so far, our dragnet has failed to pick him up.
Major, I've got Pagon and Riza Hussein aboard. As soon as we land, I'm going to send her over to your offices. Maybe she can find a picture of this man named Dagilev.
And what of you?
I'm going to visit Pagon's Uncle Ahmed.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, you're just wasting time. My Uncle Ahmed may be a character, but he don't know nothing about any kind of a secret information. You could trust him just as far as you could throw me.
Where is this shop of his?
Right over here, Mr. X. Right here. Some classy joint, eh?
Ahmed's import and export establishment. Sheepskins, tobaccos, carpets, also tricks with dice and cards.
Just something to add life to the line, you understand?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Hey, what's been going on here? Look at this joint. Huh, like a bull in China. And where's Uncle Ahmed anyways? And what's been happening since... Mr. X, the lights just went out.
Yeah. Where's the main switch?
Huh? And a straight storage room in the back.
Well, let's go.
And it's practically pitch black in here. Oh, you got a pencil flash. Why do you always have to think of everything?
Come on.
There's nobody in here, Mr. X.
Wait. Listen.
That sound. What is it?
Look up there. At the rafters.
Mr. X.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my Uncle Ahmed. Hanging from a rope. It's my Uncle Ahmed.
Yes, again, Pagan.
Huh?
It's Professor Gilbert.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter. And now we return to the second act of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
What about it, Mr. X? Is he...
Oh, we got him down too late.
Oh, the poor professor. Yeah. But look at him, Mr. X. What happened to him?
He was questioned, Pagan.
Oh, they must have wanted to know where that military information is pretty bad, eh?
Yeah.
Do you think he told them anything?
One thing is certain. He didn't have those notes on him, or they wouldn't have done this. Look out, Pagan! Pagan. Pagan!
Yeah, Mr. X. Over here.
What are you doing under those carpets?
Oh, I started to running, to your rescue. You understand? Somewhere along the way I got lost.
Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
But maybe I ought to stay here in the shop, Mr. Thurston, just in case some customers come in or something.
Don't be an idiot. That man in the alley's in no condition to hurt anyone. The rest of them are gone.
Oh, well, in that case. Come on, Mr. Thurston. Let's get out of there. Boy, you really gave this character what he had coming to, Mr. X. That'll serve him right for... Hey, that's the guy.
What guy?
The guy I saw in Hamadan Hospital with Dagilev when they kidnapped Professor Gilbert.
Well, that answers one question. Gilbert didn't talk.
Huh? How do you know?
If they'd found his notes, they wouldn't be hanging around looking for me. Pagon, you better go find your Uncle Ahmed.
You think you know something, Mr. X?
There's $50 in it if you find out.
Huh? Where'd they collect?
I'm going to Major Churga's office.
The intelligence guy? What are you going to do there?
About time I talked to our little friend Reza.
Professor Gilbert told me nothing about them.
Just before the plane crash, he asked me to get to you, so you could give me those notes.
I do not care what he told you. I know nothing about them.
Then what about this man, Dagilev? Could you identify him?
No. I know nothing about him either. Only that he took Professor Gilbert away from Hamadan after the crash.
Well, didn't the professor put up any kind of a fuss?
I told you he had suffered another heart attack. He was under sedation at the time.
All right, Reza. I'll get your stuff from Major Churga and then see you safely home.
You are very kind, Mr. Thurston. Very kind.
You heard, Major?
Every word, Mr. Thurston.
What about her things? Did you check them?
I did. Her purse, medicine kit, overnight bag, there was nothing. Does that mean you still suspect she might be guilty of some complicity?
I was wondering why I was in the Hamadan hospital for 24 hours before coming to.
But you explained that. You had suffered a concussion, were being kept under sedatives.
Maybe she's a little too eager with that hypodermic.
Huh?
What if somebody wanted me out of the way for 24 hours, long enough for Dagilev to get down there and pick up Gilbert for questioning?
It is a possibility, of course, Thurston, but you're speculating.
There's something else that isn't speculation. Reza said Professor Gilbert was under sedatives for a heart attack when Dagilev picked him up. Remember your report from British intelligence?
Yes, Mr. Thurston. They reported that James Gilbert had no heart ailment, that he was in perfect health.
It was most kind of you to see me home, Mr. Thurston.
Here, I'll take that medical kit.
Thank you. I will have the lights on in a moment.
Do not bother Miss Hussein.
Mr. Thurston!
And do not move, either of you. My men are well armed.
Who are you?
My name happens to be Dagilev. And as for why I'm here, surely I do not have to tell you that, Mr. X.
Major Churga. Very well. Send him in at once.
I got it, Mr. Thurston. I got it. Believe me, this case is blown up higher than... Hey, Mr. Thurston isn't here?
That is correct, Sir Schmidt. He has taken Reza, his son, home.
But I got some real hot dope for him.
Concerning your Uncle Ahmed?
How did you know?
Mr. Thurston asked me to take your information for him.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Nobody gets what I know but Mr. X himself. No, nobody.
He also left me $50 in American money.
Except, of course, you, my oldest, my dearest friend, Major Churga. Boy, 50 smackaroos. 10, 15, 20...
The information, Sir Schmidt.
25, 30... Huh? Oh, that. Well, believe me, it's hot like a griddle, yeah. You know what that Uncle Ahmed of mine was doing? 35, 40... He was going to... go between some sheep herder and Azerbaijan and the Professor Gilbert. Only he didn't know it.
You were certain of this?
45, 50... Sure, some microfilm was being shipped into my uncle's inside sheepskins he was importing. And the stuff was being bought by Gilbert.
Microfilm?
That's right. By accident, he found out what he was doing, yeah. When that Dagilev and his character marched into the shop. with guns.
So he sent you aboard that plane to warn Mr. Thurston.
Are you kidding? He sent me aboard to get rid of me. He owes me $75 in commissions.
Major Chugga. What? You're certain? Very well. Carry on as planned. Come with me, Zellschmidt. We have work to do.
Work?
That was one of my men calling from Riza Hussein's apartment. The place is empty. And there are blood stains on the floor.
This way, if you please, Miss Hussein, Mr. Thurston. You will find my farmhouse quite comfortable, even though a bit off the beaten track. Sergei, stand guard at the door.
Da, Comrade Dagilev.
So, we are here. What do you think of my headquarters, hmm?
You didn't bring us here for small talk, Dagilev.
Really, Mr. Thurston, must we proceed so quickly to business? I am proud of this farmhouse. You will not find many like it in Iran. So well equipped with shortwave radio, recording apparatus, airplanes, concealed hangars.
Please, what is it you want? What is going to happen
It's
to us?
simple enough, Riza. He didn't get what he wanted from Professor Gilbert. So he's going to try his luck with us.
That is quite correct. Gilbert had no microfilm on him, nor would he tell us where he had hidden it, despite our persuasion. Perhaps you and the young lady will not prove so stubborn, Mr. X? I shall leave you in the good graces of Sergei while I get the plane warmed up. The plane?
The plane?
Yes, Miss Hussein. This time the questioning shall be conducted at our leisure. There will be no chance of interruption within the borders of my own country.
Ken, does it really mean that?
Tell me, Riza, who hired you to act as Gilbert's nurse?
Why, he did.
Was that just before the flight to Baghdad?
Yes, but...
And who said he had a heart attack at Hamadan when he was given sedatives?
Why, the man with Dagilev. He said he was a doctor.
Thanks, Riza. I think that explains a lot of things.
Ken!
What is going on out there?
Better take a look, Sergei. But first, I'll take that gun. Oh!
Ken, what is happening?
Come on and see.
Look, those are military cars.
That's right, Riza. Under the command of Major Churga.
Major Churga?
I figured that Dagilev would be after us when he didn't get anything from Gilbert. Churga had some of his men tailing us.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Small world, isn't it?
Hagon, this is one time when I can truthfully say I'm glad to see you.
Well, you got nothing to worry about. I got everything under control. The whole cat and caboodle. All these characters are rounded up. And everything is... Hey, I didn't know Major Churga had an aeroplane here.
He hasn't. That's Dagilev.
Dagilev?
He's getting away.
All right, Pagon, let me have that wheel.
The wheel? But where are we going, Mr. X?
Hang on to your hat.
Mr. X, you're driving this thing right into the runway.
That's right.
But that airplane, it's coming this way. We're going to smash into it.
Get ready to jump.
Jump! But...
Get ready.
Ha!
Now. Jump!
Ken, are you all right?
Thurston, are you hurt, Thurston?
No, I'm all right. What about Pagon?
I don't know what it is, Mr. Thanks. But every time I try to help you out of some kind of a mess, I get in trouble. Why do you always have to... Hey. Oh, look at that aeroplane.
Yeah. Dagilev and his agents are no longer a problem in Iran.
Oh.
However, we still have the much greater problem of locating that missing microfilm.
I think Riza can give us that, Major.
Me, Ken?
Yeah. There's only one reason why Gilbert, a perfectly well man, hired you as a nurse to carry the film for him.
To carry the film?
Riza, did Gilbert order any special medicines?
Why, yes. Penicillin.
What would a man suffering from heart disease want with penicillin?
Oh, I don't know. I wondered about it, but...
You've still got the kit, Riza. Take a look at those ampules.
Of course, Ken. Here is one.
Thanks.
Thurston, the film. The information about Russia's plans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's that. It's all over, Mr. X.
No, Pagan.
Huh? You mean we can't relax and take things easy?
Not as long as plans like these are still around. Plans for war. We've got to be ready. for anything. But there's one everlasting satisfaction about all the sacrifice. Peace on earth is well worth fighting for.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. It's been said that the entire history of the American people during the past 50 years can be summed up in one sentence. The automobile took them out of the home, and the television set brought them back. And the set that does most of the bringing back is an RCA Victor. And that's because RCA Victor television is owned most, proved most. In fact, it's million-proof. Almost 2 million families are happily enjoying RCA Victor television in their homes today. If you want to see a set that turns gadabouts into homebodies, look at the new RCA Victor Regency console, one of the 14 new RCA Victor models for 1951. It has great big 17-inch television, clearer and more powerful than ever, framed in a luxurious cabinet of authentic Regency styling. See the RCA Victor Regency console, and then bring your family happily homeward every day with America's favorite and best-looking television, RCA Victor. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And before I say anything else, I think you ought to know that in tonight's cast were Gladys Holland, Will Wright, Eric Snowden, Ken Christie, Stan Waxman, and Ted Von Eltz. Next week, Mr. X digs into one of the most vicious, most insidious rackets the world has ever known, dope smuggling. And speaking of, I beg your pardon, but Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Join your hit parade and have fun with Dennis Day, both on NBC.
Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Gentlemen, we 7 scientists have banded together because the government of Austria is in deadly peril. We have evidence that Austria is being dangerously undermined by the Nazis, and that nothing is being done from the standpoint of the law to prevent it. We have therefore resolved to take measures into our own hands and prevent this chaos. At our next meeting, we shall present the names of those in high places who attempt to divide and conquer, and shall decide then as to what action shall be taken against them.
And such was the organization in which Hans Minkler, the young, mild-mannered biologist of Vienna, suddenly found himself a member. Hans Minkler, whose whole life was dedicated to the preservation and the saving of human life. Hans Minkler, referred to by his classmates as the man who couldn't kill a fly.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the incredible tale of the letter. Hans Minkler, the young biologist, only half heard the speech of the leader of the 7 scientists, for Hans was dreaming of his beloved experiments. His experiments and the pretty niece of Monsieur Gallet, the lovely Viel, who had been living in Vienna these past 4 years. Kindly Monsieur Gallet was interested in Hans Minkler's theories, and Hans was hoping Gallet might finance them.
Well, Dr. Minkler, I've studied the outline of your proposed experiments, and I've come to the conclusion that you can accomplish great things.
Oh, well, that makes me very happy, Monsieur Gallet.
How much do you think you'll need to carry on?
I feel quite sure that I could get along for a couple of years on 5,000. If my cell experiments prove successful, human life may be prolonged considerably.
I have all the faith in the world in Hans, Uncle.
My niece is certainly sold on your ability, Dr. Minkler.
So are you, Uncle. You may as well admit it.
Young men with your principles are all too scarce today. Europe seems to be saturated with men who claim they want to save mankind. They all seem to want to arrive at it through a destructive method.
Well, it's only a temporary condition.
Who do you plan to have assist you? Kurt Lassner?
Kurt? Well, I haven't decided yet.
Kurt is a fine young man.
Yes, he was a good student, but he's drifted away from his studies. He's become absorbed in politics.
Very well, Hans. I'll start you out with 5,000. Is that the way you want it, Viel?
Yes, Uncle, you're a darling.
I hope that someday I may be able to repay you.
See where that is, Viel. Come into the library, Hans. I'll give you a check.
Yes, of course.
Oh, good evening, Kurt.
Hello, Viel. Well, how are you?
Very well, Kurt.
You're very lovely this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. The prettiest girl in Vienna. Is Hans here? I said I'd pick him up on my way downtown.
Yes, he's talking to Uncle. Talking business.
I've had a busy day. Not enough hours to go around.
Sit down, Kurt.
Thanks.
Kurt, why have you given up your career?
Biology? Oh, I don't know.
But you could do so much good. You were so well equipped to carry on in science. Think of the things yet to be done.
I'm going to do things. Great things.
I mean things that will really benefit mankind.
Well, that's what I mean, too. You sound like Hans.
Hans is very sad about your dropping your work. He counted on your helping him in his experiments.
Oh, he'll get over it. Besides, those experiments can wait a while.
No, Hans is going ahead.
Who's going to help him?
I am, if no one else.
You? Well, how can you help him?
I can learn biology.
But it'll take a lot of money to do what he planned.
He has the money. It's all arranged. My uncle has financed him.
Your uncle?
Yes.
Well, I wish Hans luck.
And I'm going to marry Hans.
What? You and Hans? Well, what a surprise.
Yes, I've made up my mind.
I see. Well, I guess...
Good evening, Kurt. Glad to see you.
Good evening.
Hello, Kurt. Oh, have you heard the good news?
Yes, Viel just told me. And I wish you both good luck. I hope you'll be very happy. And when's the wedding?
Wedding? What wedding? Oh, yes. Me, of course.
Typical absent-minded professor.
See, look, I have the money for my experiments.
Well, Hans, it's 7:45. We better run along. We have an appointment at 8.
Oh, yes, the meeting. I'd forgotten. Yes, I'll be right with you. Goodbye, monsieur.
Bye.
Good night, Pierre. Darling.
Good night, Hans, dear. I'll see you in the morning.
So Hans Minkler reluctantly attends his second meeting, and with Kurt Lassner joins the 5 scientists in the darkened room. The single low lamp on the table casts their shadows on the wall. The leader is speaking again.
Gentlemen, we have learned who these 5th columnists are. So it is our duty as loyal citizens to take action against these men. We have learned who the leader is, and naturally he must be the first one to go. In this envelope I have his name. We will now draw lots to select the one among us to carry out instructions which will be read later. Are you ready with the straws, Kurt Lassner?
Ready, sir.
This is an old and simple method, but since there are only 7 of us, it will suffice. Proceed, Kurt.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of us have drawn, sir.
Good. Here's the envelope containing the name of our victim. Who has the short straw?
Well, I guess I have.
Hans Minkler. Here's the envelope. But before you open it, we must tell you what the committee has decided to do about this man. He is to die.
Die?
And that task has fallen to you.
You mean this man is to be murdered?
Exactly.
What? You don't know me, gentlemen. I'm a saver of life. I wouldn't consider such a thing for a moment.
Herr Minkler, you are a member of this group. You know our secrets. It will be best for us and for you if you completely forget your scruples.
Oh, but I can't belong to a society with such diabolical purposes. Why, I didn't realize what this was all about. Oh, no, I withdraw.
It's too late to think about withdrawing.
Do you mean that you actually expect me to kill someone?
You have been selected.
You are fools. Oh, I couldn't kill a fly. I couldn't harm a living thing if the whole country went up in smoke. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. You're not scientists. You're a band of madmen. Fiends.
Sit down, Hans Minkler. We're not a band of madmen, and we are not fiends. We are loyal patriots of Austria who are determined to save our country. Any one of us might have drawn that straw.
Well, I don't want to be a party to such a plan. I'll not commit murder.
Unfortunately, you know too much about us now to pull out.
And suppose I refuse?
Then you will accomplish nothing. Not only will we eradicate our selected victim, but we'll see to it that you are eradicated with him.
Who is this victim?
Open the envelope.
Very well. What? Why, you are insane. The whole lot of you. Monsieur Gallet is the soul of honor. Monsieur Gallet is one of the most honest men I've ever met.
Monsieur Gallet is the leader of the Nazi party.
I don't believe it. Why, I'm to marry his niece.
Did you say Monsieur Gallet?
Yes, you know that's ridiculous, Court. He'd never do such a thing.
Gallet is the leader. We have proof. He also has a very lovely niece, and I'm sure you'd want nothing to happen to her. Would you, Herr Minkler?
No. No, I wouldn't. But you must give me time. Time to think.
There is nothing to think about. It has been decided. Gallet must be exterminated within 12 hours.
Very well. And there's nothing else for me to do. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Herr Minkler. And remember, if you don't accomplish this task within 12 hours, we will be forced to take care of you. And if we can't find you, we will find the girl.
Yes, I understand. Good night.
Well, Hans, what are you going to do about it? You've sat in your apartment for 2 hours now. Which shall it be? 3 lives are at stake. The uncle's and yours and Viel's. Hans gets his car and drives to Monsieur Gallet's home.
Well, hello, Hans. What on earth are you doing here? I didn't expect you back this evening.
Where is Viel?
Why, she went to some friends. She probably won't be back till after midnight. What on earth's wrong with you?
Get your hat and coat, Monsieur Gallet.
What? Have you been drinking, Hans?
Get your hat and coat.
Now, wait a minute. Suppose you explain.
There's no time for explanations. Get your things.
What for?
You're coming with me.
I was just ready to turn in. You better run along, Hans. You'll feel better in the morning.
Put up your hands, Monsieur Gallet.
What? This is the funniest thing I've ever encountered. Have you really got a gun in your pocket?
I have. I hope you don't force me to prove it.
This is certainly a surprise. The meaning of all this?
I've just discovered that you're the leader of the Nazis who are trying to undermine the Austrian government.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Who told you such a thing?
There's an organization which is determined to eradicate all Nazis one by one, and you are the leader. Read this. It says leader Paul Gallet. Death.
This is the maddest thing I've ever heard of. I've been highly active in anti-Nazi work.
They say that's merely a cover-up.
Are you a member of this secret organization?
Yes.
You've been selected to kill me?
Yes.
Unbelievable that you, Hans Minkler, could be mixed up in such a thing. I think you're being hoodwinked. I am an anti-Nazi. If you plan to kill me, you must belong to the Nazi organization.
Get your things and come along.
What do you intend to do with me?
That's all planned. Come along.
Very well. No, you. Give me that gun.
You fool. No, don't. You don't. Monsieur. Good Lord.
Hans stands staring at the body of Monsieur Gallet for a few moments. Then, in a daze, he turns out the lights, closes the library door, and returns to his apartment. For the remainder of the night, he sits at his desk staring into the darkness, lost in thought. And then morning comes, and Viel at her home opens the library door and...
Well, he's been dead about 8 hours, Fräulein.
Who on earth would do such a thing? He had no enemies.
He was quite active in anti-Nazi work.
Yes.
Here's something we found on the library floor.
A pipe?
Yes. The bowl is hand-carved, has initials on it. As you see, the stem is broken. Have you ever seen this pipe before?
Well, I don't remember.
There's something else we found, a note, which reads, Leader Paul Gallet, death. Do you recognize the handwriting?
No.
Do you know anyone whose initials are H.M., the initials carved on the pipe bowl?
Yes, the pipe belongs to my fiancé, Hans Minkler.
Your fiancé. What time did you return home last night?
I attended a party and got here about 1 o'clock. I supposed Uncle was in bed. I didn't look in the library. I went straight to my room.
What is Hans Minkler's address?
I'm sure Hans had nothing to do with this.
Are you?
He lives at 13 Cronhead Street.
I'll run over there. Please don't touch anything in the library.
I won't.
Good morning.
Court, something terrible's happened. Uncle was murdered last night. The police have just left. They found Hans's pipe on the library floor. It was broken. They've gone to his apartment. Please come over right away.
Hello, Hans. This is Kurt. The police found your pipe in Gallet's library. They're on their way to your place. You've got to get out of the country immediately. Don't wait a moment.
Oh, Kurt. Kurt is terrible.
Now, control yourself, Ian.
Oh, Kurt, I can't imagine why anyone would do such a thing. Kurt, do you know where Hans is?
Well, I suppose he's at his apartment. Hasn't he called you this morning?
He usually does, but he hasn't. They found Hans's broken pipe near Uncle's body. Kurt, I must warn Hans. I must let him know what's happened.
Hans' pipe, huh? Oh, that's bad. By all means, phone him at once.
How will you call him?
Of course.
It's Kronigstadt 4347.
Right. It's ringing.
He must be there.
He would have answered by now.
Where could he be?
I haven't the slightest idea.
But he always calls me before this. Kurt, it isn't possible. It can't be.
Now, just try to control yourself, Yale.
Oh, see who it is, Kurt.
Special delivery. Sign here, please.
Well, thank you.
Who's it for?
For you.
Kurt. It's from Hans. Good heavens, read it.
Leaving Vienna on important business. Contact me at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris, under name of Pierre Cabot, H.N.
Well, I don't understand it. What does he mean? What important business? Why should he disappear like this?
I've no idea, but it does look strange. Your uncle is murdered and Hans disappears. Oh, but what motive could he have had?
But they found his pipe near Uncle's body.
You know Hans had nothing to do with it. I'll admit he's always been rather peculiar, never seemed to let loose, always seemed to be on his guard, but I can think of no reason for this.
But what could this important business be? He never told me of it. And why on earth should he go to Paris under an assumed name?
That is strange.
Kurt, that officer said something.
What?
Well, you know that Uncle was active in anti-Nazi work. Do you suppose it could be a Nazi?
Oh, why not? But who? Who do we know that's a Nazi? I certainly
Wait
don't.
a minute. You just said that you felt Hans was always on his guard. Do you mean you felt he was concealing something?
Well, there have been times when I've felt that, but on the whole, I've thought of him as a slow-thinking, absent-minded professor.
But it does seem strange that the moment Uncle gave him the check, that this should happen and he should disappear.
Maybe he went to visit our old pal, Jean Renault. You remember Jean? He was one of our classmates.
But I have a strange feeling that Hans wouldn't go away like this without telling me beforehand, unless something were wrong. Do you suppose that Hans has been deceiving us all along?
What makes you ask that?
Well, it suddenly occurred to me that he spoke French without the trace of an accent. And I remember Jean Renault said once that he spoke English without an accent.
So what?
Well, if he did, where did he learn to do that? Certainly not by living in Vienna all his life.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Why didn't he tell me beforehand that he was leaving?
But he wrote you this letter.
Yes, but it wasn't written by the Hans I know.
Oh, I think you'd better forget about it.
Good. I didn't tell you this. The police found a note on the floor. It said, Leader Paul Gallet, death. It must have meant that Uncle was an anti-Nazi leader and he was sentenced to die. And if this ties in with Hans' disappearance, then Hans must have been connected with the Nazis.
Oh, darling, you're getting yourself all worked up.
You don't think Hans was a Nazi?
Well, I'll admit, the way you've got it all worked out, it sounds plausible, but if he was a Nazi and he's left the country, what can we do about it? He won't come back.
But why should he go to Paris?
Well, Jean Renault was a good friend of ours. I'm sure Jean knows nothing about Hans being a Nazi. Jean would never suspect him. Maybe Paris is his next assignment. Nazis are just as busy in France as they are here. Let's see that letter from Hans. He says here, contact me 16 Rue de Roche, Paris. That's Renault's address, 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh, good. I just can't believe it. How could I have been such a fool?
I'll see who it is, darling.
I'm Captain Gruber from police headquarters.
Oh, come in, Captain.
Sorry to trouble you again, Fräulein, but we went to Herr Minkler's apartment. He wasn't there.
He wasn't.
His car has not been in the garage all night.
That's strange.
We found this writing on the notepad on his desk. Is it his handwriting?
Yes.
He's written the same two words over and over again, Gallet and Billet, as though he tried to make up his mind about something.
But what's become of his car?
The car's been found.
Where?
In a public garage. From all indications, Minkler's left the country, probably for France.
Oh, why France?
We've discovered that Hans Minkler is a French citizen.
A French citizen? Well, he always led us to believe that he was a native Austrian.
Now, we'll want to check things over a little further. We'll be back this afternoon. Please don't disturb anything.
No, we won't.
By the way, what is your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Kurt Lasner.
Good day.
Kurt, what did you see? What were you looking at just then?
What do you mean?
What startled you on Uncle's desk?
Well, nothing at all.
Here, let me see. Good heavens, I see it. Here on the desk blotter, Uncle's handwriting, it says, Find Hans Minkler. And it was Hans. It was. Uncle was trying to tell us who did it.
Maybe.
To think that he could be so low as to take Uncle's money and then kill him.
Oh, please, Viel.
I just can't believe it. I won't believe it. I mustn't.
Well, I'm sorry to say that all the evidence is certainly against him. Oh, come, Viel. Try to get this off your mind. Try to get some rest. The police will take care of everything.
Oh, yes, good. I guess you're right.
If Hans did do it, he'll pay. He's the one who'll do the suffering. Believe me.
But during the night, the Nazi hordes rolled swiftly into Austria and without firing a shot took over the reins of government. A few weeks later, France declared war. Then one night, Hans Minkler makes his way through the maze of Paris traffic and knocks at the door of number 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh.
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Is Jean Renault in?
Who shall I say is calling?
Why, Pierre Cabot.
Won't you come in, Monsieur Cabot? Major Renault has just stepped out. He'll be back shortly. Was he expecting you?
No. Did you say Major Renault?
Yes. Since war has been declared, he's gone on the active service list.
Oh, I see. I've been phoning for a week, but no one answered.
You haven't seen the Major in some time.
No, I haven't. I've been in Austria for several years. Renault and I went to school together in Vienna.
Oh. Are you by any chance Hans Minkler?
How did you know that?
Why are you traveling incognito?
Well, where is Renault?
I regret to inform you that Renault has been in Africa for some time. He's due back in a few weeks, however. Did you know Monsieur Gallet in Vienna?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Monsieur Deveau, of the French Sûreté.
Oh, police.
Yes. Did you ever accept any money from Monsieur Gallet?
Why are you asking me these questions?
You never accepted money from Gallet?
No.
Search him, Larry.
No, just a moment.
Sorry, Minkler. I'll take the bill for Larry. Yes, sir.
I don't understand all this.
You understand, all right. Well, so you never received money from Gallet. What's his check for?
Well, that's to help carry on my experiments.
Undoubtedly. Monsieur Gallet was helping you and quite a number of others to carry on experiments.
Others?
I suppose you say you're new at this game.
Game? I don't know what you mean. I had nothing to do with his death. Nothing.
Yes, I believe that. Why should you kill one of your own?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you were intending to carry on experiments in Vienna, why is this check drawn on the Bank of Paris?
Well, maybe he had a surplus of funds here.
Indeed, he did.
How did you know I was coming here?
We knew. Just what were your plans?
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not a spy. I was engaged to marry Galet's niece.
Really?
Some way I got mixed up with an organization which planned to rid Austria of all Nazis. They claimed that Monsieur Gallet was the leader in Vienna. I denied it. But nevertheless, I was selected to murder him.
Oh, I see.
And told that if I refused, they'd also kill me and my fiancée as well. I decided to get them out of the country. I went to Galet's home. My fiancée was not there. I knew there was no time to lose. So I tried to take him away by force. He was suspicious of me. We suddenly got into a scuffle. And then someone behind me fired a gun. I don't know who it was. And Gallet fell dead.
I see.
I went to my home. Next morning learned that they were looking for me. I got out of the country, and in a roundabout way, I came to Paris.
A good story. But it doesn't hold water. Gallet was a Nazi leader, and there's too much evidence against you, Minkler. Come on. Let's go down to headquarters.
2 weeks later, Jean Renault returns to Paris. Then, 6 weeks after Austria surrenders, Kurt and Viel escape from the Nazis and make their way to Paris. Jean Renault meets Kurt on the street and asks him to bring Viel to visit him at 16 Rue de Roche.
Come in, Kurt. Well, Viel. It's been a long time. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
So you two are married. Well, my congratulations. Though I didn't expect it to work out quite this way.
No? Why not?
Well, I always had an idea that you might marry Hans Minkler.
Well, one never knows.
No, Kurt. One never does.
By the way, have you seen Hans? He's in Paris, been here for several weeks.
Has he?
Yes. Don't tell me you haven't seen him.
Well, he told us he was coming to visit you.
Oh, yes. He's in Paris. I wasn't here when he arrived. He left several notes. I found them when I returned.
But do you know where he is now?
Yes. Would you like to see him?
Yes, I would.
Hans is dead.
Dead?
What? Dead?
Yes. He was executed as a Nazi spy.
A Nazi spy?
Yes. I got here too late to help him. They had conclusive evidence against him.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Hans is dead, nevertheless.
But what happened?
Well, it seems Hans got into some trouble in Vienna and came to Paris to see me. In some way, the Sûreté here was informed that he was a Nazi, was coming here to carry on.
But who on earth would accuse Hans of such a thing?
I wonder. But they received a letter from Vienna accusing Hans. The Sûreté found a check on him from a high Nazi official. There was nothing that could save him.
A check from a high Nazi official? Who was the official?
Paul Gallet, Viel's uncle.
What?
Didn't you know about your uncle?
I don't believe it.
Whether you do or not, he was a Nazi. The Secret Service has known it for years. He may or may not have given the check to Hans for Nazi purposes. But the evidence was against Hans. Then the letter came to the Sûreté saying Hans was a Nazi agent. They found him here, arrested him. That's all there was to it.
But who would write such a letter? Hans had no enemies.
Would you like to read the letter?
Yes.
Here it is.
Hans Minkler, under alias of Pierre Capot, has given evidence of being a Nazi spy. Locate him at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris.
And that's all that was necessary.
How awful. I can't imagine such a thing.
Notice the handwriting, Kurt.
What? Ah, yes. Viel. This is your handwriting.
It is not.
I'm positive. You wrote this.
No.
Don't lie to me. I know your writing. You wrote this letter.
All right. All right, I did. I was convinced that he'd deceived me. I was convinced he killed Uncle. Yes, I wrote it.
How could you?
Oh, I never dreamed Uncle was a Nazi. I thought Hans was a Nazi. I was determined to make him suffer. You believe me, don't you?
Yes, Viel. I believe you. But I'm awfully, awfully sorry for you.
Poor Hans. Poor Hans. Oh, I'll never forgive myself.
Yes, Viel. What a terrible injustice you have done. But someday, perhaps you'll learn what really happened to your uncle. It wasn't Hans who killed him. Hans didn't even have a gun, just a pipe. But Hans wanted to get him safely out of the country. And Kurt knew that Hans would never go through with the order of the Secret Seven. So he followed Hans. And when he saw what was happening, he shot Gallet and disappeared and let you think Hans did it. Because Kurt was in love with you, too, Viel.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange tale of Out of the Fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hey, down here in New York at State Unity Live.
Phil, how's my one-time fishing pal?
Slowly but surely going nuts with this business.
All set to open the trout season?
Not a chance.
I am. Sunrise on opening day is going to find me out in the middle of a stream, gently dropping flies in front of ravenous rainbows.
Yeah,
And you know
I
where
know.
I plan to do it?
Yep.
Oh?
The point is, do you?
Well, of course I do.
I
On
doubt
a private stream only half an hour's drive from here is the clearest, coldest... What was that?
Yeah, you see, I was right.
Right about what?
You're not knowing where you're going on opening day.
What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me?
Oh, I heard all right, but you're wrong.
Oh, I am,
Sure. Because, Johnny, you're going to do your trout fishing on the Esopus River.
Down there in New York State?
That's right, near the little town of Mount Tremper.
Who says?
It's just west of Kingston, the other side of Ashokan Reservoir, and about halfway between...
Oh, I know where it is, and I've taken some nice, fat native browns out of the Esopus, and I love it dearly. But what makes you think that's where I'm going to open the season?
Well, after all, if we're going to pay your expense account...
Oh, you are?
Yeah, and for once, you won't have to hold back on it.
Well, that's a little different.
I kind of thought you'd see it that way.
Tell me all.
Come on down here to New York, and I will.
I'm on my way.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, New York City office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Blue Rock matter. After carefully packing all my trout fishing gear and clothing to go with, including waders and a set of long johns, expense account item 1 is $5.75 taxi fare to Bradley Field. Item 2, $10.12 plane fare to New York. Item 3, $6.20 cab fare into Phil's office at 500 Fifth Avenue.
Sure, Johnny. And I know that old saying just as well as you do. The time that a man spends in fishing
is not deducted from his lifespan. Right.
Right. But I just haven't had the time these last couple of years.
Well, why don't you unchain yourself from this desk and join me there on the Esopus?
Nope, I'm afraid it's no go.
Why not?
I wouldn't dare show my face up there where you're going.
Why not?
Because the man I want you to keep an eye on knows me.
Oh, who might that be?
Thomas Gerald Aspinwall.
And who's he?
A man who would stop at absolutely nothing to get his paws on the Emery Archibald fortune.
Archibald? Big stockbroker?
The same.
I thought he was dead.
He will be within a matter of weeks. One of those incurable things.
Oh? Well, where does this Tom Aspinwall come in?
He was married for a while to Nancy Archibald, Emery's daughter, and last of the line, except for little Barry.
Who's Barry?
Barry Aspinwall, Nancy's 5-year-old son.
By Tom Aspinwall?
No. No, in spite of the last name, he's by an earlier husband who died about the time little Barry was born.
I see. Go on.
Now, in his original will, the old man left half to Nancy, half to Tom.
Mm-hmm.
But in a brand new will, that's all changed. When old man Archibald goes, and that could be most any day now, the whole of his estate, including nearly $1 million of insurance, gets divided 50-50 between Nancy and the boy.
I see. And Tom doesn't like that.
Unless, Johnny.
Yeah?
Unless the youngster dies before the old man does. In which case his share goes to Tom Aspinwall as in the earlier will.
Ah.
Don't ask me why, but that's the way it is.
In any event, Tom would like nothing better than to see the youngster out of the way.
Right. Before the old man dies. And that's why I suddenly got worried when I learned that Tom's taking the child away for a few days.
Do you think he'd try to kill him, his own stepson?
I think he would.
All right. Now, what's all this have to do with my opening the trout season on the Esopus? Or was that just a gag to get me down here?
No, not a bit of it. Now, I've made a reservation for you up there at Mount Tremper at the farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Fritz Hornblock. It's only a couple of 100 yards from the big pool below the bridge over the Esopus.
Blue Rock Pool?
Yes.
Where I've wet many a line, Phil.
Oh, but not many people fish that spot anymore.
Because unless you know every inch of it, and with the high, roily water this time of year especially, it's about as dangerous a place as there is.
Right. So, when I tell you that the only other guests the Hornblocks will have for opening day...
Tommy Aspinwall and the boy?
Yes.
Wow. If there's one place on that river to fake an accident and make it look legitimate, that's it.
Yes. You, like to run on up there and keep an eye on things? Maybe prevent a murder?
What do you think? Expense account item 4 is $28 even. Includes cocktails and dinner, a movie, a soft bed at the Lexington, and breakfast the next morning. After which I spent item 5. $275 for a 3-day non-resident fishing license. Item 6, the usual $50 deposit on a rental car. I drove north on Route 9, crossed the Hudson at Poughkeepsie, north on 9W to Kingston, then west around the Shokin Reservoir to Mount Tremper. By the time I got to the Hornblock farm, it was late afternoon, and the weather had turned very windy and very cold.
Now, you think I'm too old to carry these packages of yours, Mr. Donald?
Well, no, but let me carry some of the fishing gear at least.
Nine. I'm strong as an ox.
Are there any other guests, Mr. Hornblock?
Here now. Right in here. Okay?
Oh, looks fine to me.
Good. A nice warm feather bed for you, and if you like it, I built you a nice big fire here in the fireplace.
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary.
Or maybe while the mama is out, you like maybe a little schnapps to keep the cold away.
Well, now, it just happens, Mr. Hornblock, that I brought a bottle along with me.
Oh.
You know, just in case of snake bite.
Oh, snake bite this time of year. Oh. What kind?
Well, if 8-year-old Scotch doesn't offend your finer sensibilities.
Well, why don't we see?
Why don't we? There you are. To your heart's content.
Now, let me see.
Well. What's going on here?
Well?
Hey, just what are you up to, Fritz?
That was good, Mr. Dahl.
Well, good. Will you join us? Oh, with that cold wind coming up out there, maybe I'd better. My name is Tom Aspinwall.
Ah, yes, Mr. Aspinwall. This is Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Tom. Yeah, well, hi. Dollar, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know why it should. I'm just a fisherman up here for the opening.
Yeah, so is Mr. Aspinwall. Him and his little boy, that cute little Perry.
Oh, your son, Tom? Stepson. I figure if a youngster learns to fish at that age, he'll be forever grateful for it.
Sure he should. Even I might learn sometime.
Yeah.
Oh,
by the way, where is he, Tom?
My wife, she took him in to do the shopping in the village.
Yeah.
And she promised to buy some more rocks for him.
Rocks?
Yeah.
Well, he's crazy about those little hard candies, sugar candies, red and blue and yellow kinds.
Yeah, rocks, he calls them.
Oh, I see. I hope she doesn't give him too many, though. Make him sick.
Oh, so isn't the little boy entitled now and again? Eh?
Even if it gives him a terrible stomachache sometimes?
For a little boy, it always passes away.
Mm-hmm. Except last time, I thought the poor kid was going to die.
Line. You just let him lie still for a while on the bed, and he'll be all okay again, no matter how sick he thinks he is.
Well, yeah, I suppose you're right, but... Well, this time I've brought him up here to learn to fish, not to lie around with a stomachache because of the way you and your wife spoil it.
Now, Mr. Aspinwall.
And, didn't you say there isn't a doctor this side of Kingston?
Now, we take care of him. Now, don't you worry about him.
You going out first thing in the morning, Tom? Yeah, I certainly am. Johnny, did you say? That's right. Yeah, I haven't missed an opening day in years. Where do you plan to fish? Oh, I don't know. Somewhere along the river. You? I'm not sure yet.
Well, I will tell you, boss.
Yes, Fritz?
You know where's the big hole below the bridge?
Oh, you mean where the Blue Rock is?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, of course. It's an ideal spot.
And nobody else will be fishing there.
Right, that's for me.
Only one thing, though, Mr. Aspinwall.
Yeah.
I won't let you take that little boy there.
Oh? Why not?
It's too dangerous, all those slippery rocks.
Oh, now look.
And with all that ice on them in the early mornings, 9.
Well, with me along.
Maybe later in the day after it gets warm.
Okay, Fritz. We'll see.
Now, you don't take him there.
Okay, Fritz. Hey, now, wait a minute. Yeah? If that's such a hot spot...
Sure it is.
Well, Tom, why don't you and I hit it at the crack of dawn? Well, now, just wait a minute, Johnny.
Sure, that's a good idea.
Sure, what difference would it make to a youngster of 5? Well, it's simply that I promised him. I mean, a place where he'd be sure to get some fish. What's more, it'll be a lot warmer later in the day.
Of course.
And after you've caught your limit, we hope, you'll feel a lot more like taking the time to teach him.
Yeah. You leave him with us in the morning.
Now, listen,
he can play around this place the way he likes to.
Does he really care about fishing at that age? Well, he will, once I've shown him how. Well, he'll enjoy learning a lot more if he's warm and comfortable. I suppose you know all about kids. No, not very much, but if he does enjoy playing around the farm the way Fritz says he does...
Sure, that's what he really likes.
And, you want the truth, Tom? Truth. Well, apparently you're the expert around these parts. I'm not, so I'll use whatever arguments I can to make you help me get a limit tomorrow morning. Johnny, now... And don't you think that would be the sporting thing for him to do, Fritz?
Sure it would.
All right, then it's all set. You and I open the season with a bang at this hot spot of yours. Then later, when it's warm and the rocks are dry, we can both take Barry out and teach him how. Well, thanks, but I prefer to teach him myself. Okay. Would you care for a little snort out of this jug?
Yeah, sure.
No, thanks. I've got to run over to Kingston to pick up some dry flies I forgot to bring along.
Sure. That's much, much better.
Yes, I think so, too.
Say, more trout flies, did he say? That's funny.
Is it?
You should see what he bought. Every fly that was ever made.
Well, more to the point, Fritz.
Yeah?
Purist though he may be, and I like to think I'm one, too, doesn't he know that dry flies would be ridiculous this time of the year?
Sure he does.
Some wet flies or nymphs or streamers, maybe, or even when you come to being practical about it.
Yeah. Some of the nice fat worms that I have already for you, eh? And he knows that's the way to fish this water at this time of year, as well as you do, if you want to catch the fishes.
But there he goes.
Yeah. Oh, and look, from the window. Here comes Mama back with the little boy.
It was obvious from the way he spoke of him that Barry wasn't overly fond of his stepfather. But he was a cute little tyke, and I didn't blame Mrs. Hornblock, a sweet, typical housefrau, for wanting to spoil him just a little. A little. Judging by the size of the sack of hard candies he clutched in his hand, blue rocks, he called them, she was doing a pretty good job of it.
The kind he likes the very best, his steppapa says.
There was something about those candies, though, that vaguely reminded me of... I wondered...
Yeah, and the blue ones, those are his favorites. Any kind that's blue, he loves it. But, Fritz, where's the steppapa?
Oh, just to Kingston to make an errand.
Tell me, Barry.
Uh-huh.
You looking forward to fishing tomorrow?
Oh, I'd rather stay here and play with the pigs and chickens.
Sure you would.
I'd eat rocks. You want one, mister?
No, thanks.
Now, come, Liebchen. You must wash off all the sticky.
So much happier the boy is with the pigs and chickens. But he's bound he teach him how to fish. And so he will.
Willie.
Huh?
I wonder. It was only too obvious how Aspinwall planned to get rid of Barry. And I made up my mind to be among those present whenever he headed for the river with the youngster in tow. But you know something? That turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. For two people.
Pardon me, mister.
She said,
Do you have a match?
the old gag. Sure, I said. Do you have a cigarette? She had one. Newport filter cigarettes. We lit up. Some smoke. Finest rich tobacco flavor I'd ever tasted. Real tobacco, the way I like 'em. The right touch of menthol and just a hint of mint,
A great combination.
she suggested.
Makes Newport more refreshing to begin with. More refreshing all the way.
She wasn't kidding. Been smoking 'em ever since. Newports. Newport filters cigarettes.
Shortly before dinner, I beg your pardon, I mean supper, Aspinwall returned from Kingston decked out in a new fishing jacket. And judging by the way one of his pockets bulged, he'd added to his collection of flies and lures. During the meal, his annoyance, a couple of hours earlier, seemed to have disappeared.
You must really like the new coat, Mr. Aspinwall, wearing it to the table, huh? Would you like some more pig's knuckles?
Oh, no, thanks. No, I just want to make sure it's broken in, Mrs. Hornblock, before Johnny and I hit the river in the morning.
Oh.
That's a good-looking jacket, Tom. I like those bellows pockets.
Yeah, they're nice and roomy.
Mm-hmm. Looks like you bought a pocket full of new lures, too.
Oh, nothing of any consequence.
Mama, please, some more sauerkraut.
Yeah, here you are, Papa.
And did you buy me some more rocks?
Now, Barry, don't you think these folks gave you enough of that hard candy?
Oh, no.
Well, it seems to me that everywhere I turn, there's some of it lying around, waiting for you to find it.
I know, and I look for it. And every time I get a stomach ache, too.
You sure do.
Well, I don't care.
No, of course you don't.
And he always gets always.
You're still set for the crack of dawn, aren't you, Johnny?
I sure am.
But just the two of you.
Why, sure, Fritz. Just the two.
Yeah.
And, Barry, while we're gone, you can fool around the barnyard.
God, can I have my dessert now?
Yeah, in a minute. Papa.
Yeah?
When you go to the village in the morning, you'll buy my little boy some more blue candy.
Oh, blue candy.
Yeah.
Oh, there isn't enough of it around here.
Oh, and I must take some butter over to Mrs. Hilga after breakfast.
And I'll stay here and watch your chickens.
That's right.
You'll leave him alone?
Oh, just for a little while. He will be all right.
Sure.
If you say so. Oh, by the way, Tom, I'm guaranteeing that we'll bring in the limit tomorrow.
You mean if we're lucky?
Oh, luck won't even enter into it.
Oh, no?
No. Papa Hornblocks promised me a secret weapon. Haven't you, Papa?
Yeah, that's it. A secret weapon.
Like what?
You just wait. I'll show you tomorrow morning after you're through beating the river to a froth with no results. At dark next morning, the temperature was in the mid-20s. But after fortifying ourselves with pork chops, hotcakes and bacon, 3 fried eggs apiece, and plenty of steaming hot coffee, Tom and I set out for the river, leaving the Hornblocks to their errands and little Barry to play around the farmyard. We crossed the bridge, then worked our way down to the Blue Rock Pool. Fritz had been right. There was a slick coating of ice on all the rocks and ledges. And, incidentally, I noticed the pocket of Tom's jacket wasn't bulging the way it had the night before. And I meant to ask him about it. I wish I had. But having given up on lures, I'd resorted to Papa Hornblock's secret weapon, a can of fat, sassy earthworms. Then, precariously perched on a slippery rock, I tied into the first trout of the season.
Yo-ho! Hey, good boy, Johnny. Looks like you've got one.
Oh, I sure have. This one's a dilly.
Well, and here I come for some of that secret weapon.
Just watch your footing, Tom.
Oh, don't worry. My hand's free. I can hang on to bushes along the side.
There he goes again. Oh, he's a good one.
Yeah. Johnny Dollar, huh?
What?
You think I didn't know why you came up here?
Wait a minute. Oh, look at him go.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look at you.
Go. Hey! Things happened fast, as Tom, holding onto a bush, gave me the shoulder. My feet went out from under me on the icy rock, and I fell sideways into that treacherous, frigid pool. But in twisting around, I'd grabbed at one of his legs and managed to hang on, and then the two of us went in. From then on, all I can say is that it's a miracle we ever got out of that freezing, rushing torrent alive. But somehow we did. Then up on the bank, the water on our clothing freezing into ice.
All right. All right, Dollar. So you think you won, huh? Just because you got me.
And you did bring that youngster up here to kill him.
You bet I did.
All right. Come on now, back to the house before we freeze to death. And we'll make sure that Barry's still okay.
Johnny, Dollar, it's no use. Because you gave yourself away.
What?
You knew that he was only 5. You said so before you even saw him. So I knew you were onto something when you came here.
All right, so I goofed. Now, come on.
I remembered who you are, and I knew you wouldn't let me get him down to the river alone. So that's why I made other plans.
You what?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That pocket on your jacket.
Yeah, that's right, Dollar.
From the wetting, there's a blue-green stain all over it.
Huh?
Blue vitriol, copper sulfate that you bought in Kingston.
Oh, so you're smart now, huh?
And the little chunks of blue vitriol.
Look just like the chunks of the hard candy that kid likes.
Yeah, and they both have a kind of sour taste. You see?
Yes, I see. Come on.
No, it's too late, Dollar. Because I left enough of that stuff around for him to find to kill him 10 times over.
Come on.
When he sees it, he'll think the Hornbachs left it for him. And even if they're there, you think they'll worry over his stomachache before it kills him?
Barry! Barry!
You're too late, Dollar. You're too late.
Barry!
So, maybe you caught me, but at least that lousy kid will never get the money.
Barry! Barry!
A big dramatic ending? Oh, I'm sorry. Not this time. Thanks to the fact that Mrs. Hornblock had changed her mind and had taken Barry along on her morning errand. By the time they got back, I'd cleaned up every chunk of the blue vitriol that Aspinwall had planted. Mostly around the chicken coop. So the only casualty? Aspinwall, who'd nearly frozen to death in his wet clothes on the frozen ground where I'd knocked him out. And he was a very docile prisoner when I handed him in at the Kingston Hooskow. Expense account total, including a bit extra for the Hornblocks? Oh, call it 200 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a lesson in how to crack a safe. And I'm perfectly serious about that. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were William Mason as Tom Aspinwall, Carl Weber as Phil Taylor, Louis Van Ruten as Fritz Hornblock, Bryna Rayburn as Mrs. Hornblock, and Sarah Fussell as Barry. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The mystery of violent death is securely cloaked in a great many curious and unpredictable phenomena. Your local police chief, if he would, could sit before you and unravel such harrowing tales as would congeal your blood. Tales of the living dead. Tales of mental and physical baseness that even he does not like to think of. Experiences he speaks of with others of his profession in awe and wonderment. The weird, unhealthy pranks the human body on occasion plays on its owner are facts that every law enforcement officer anticipates with horror. He knows that sometime in his career he will meet with one of those mysterious, unholy circumstances. He knows this and awaits it with inward trepidation. Dead men who live, living substance that seemingly is dead. All the unpleasantness that a man of the law keeps to himself. With this preface, we come to Captain Bart Friday and a certain Dr. Croft walking on the sands of an isolated beach late at night on a sparsely inhabited portion of the coastline across the bay from San Francisco. Captain Friday has a beach shack in the village of Holman, and he has brought Dr. Croft across for a restful weekend.
About a mile to the village, did you say, Captain Friday?
Yeah. Rotten walking, too, on a foggy night. Can't see your hand in front of you.
Beautiful moon out tonight. Harvest moon, eh, Captain?
Yeah.
Queer there should be a village on the beach so far from communication. 2 miles from a railway. Not even a road in.
Sort of a summer resort. Only a couple of dozen families stick it out the year around. Regular old mossbacks. They never leave.
Yes, but no road.
Well, they come in from San Francisco by boat.
Do they have phone service?
Yes, after a fashion. That is, the mayor's got a phone, and the rest of the town folk go over to his place if they have to call outside.
So the village of Holman has a mayor, too, eh?
Oh, very important personage. He's the village doctor, judge, and coroner, as well as mayor.
Bravo. Now, look here, tell me, Captain Friday, how in the world did you ever discover such a place?
I have property over here.
A detective with property?
Well, it's not my fault. It was left to me by a great aunt or something.
Can't I carry the bag for a while?
Oh, no, it's not heavy, Doctor. Besides, you have enough with your medical kit. So why did you bring that along? Nobody ever gets sick over here. Even if they did, old Doc Sims would probably shoot you if you invaded his territory.
Doc Sims? Oh, that's the mayor, eh?
And doctor and coroner. Got a sign out over his gate.
Hello. We don't seem to be the only pebbles on the beach. Villagers?
You don't seem to recognize them.
Probably a couple from the resort.
No. The resort's closed a week ago. Last of the vacation crowd cleared out then. Huh. Girl and a boy.
Yes, they caught sight of us.
Seems to want to join us.
Unless the moonlight's awfully deceptive. That's a mighty pretty girl, Captain.
Yes, isn't she?
Why, she's just a child.
Hey! What are you two doing out here on the beach this time of night?
Queer. Act as though they didn't know whether to answer or run away.
I smell trouble. Come on.
Always the detective.
Hey, just a minute, you two. Why don't you answer when you... Uh-oh. Say, Johnny, supposing you point that gun somewhere else.
Please, Andres.
Do you think this time I miss again, huh, maybe?
Andres, don't. These people are different.
I don't know whether you'll miss or not, but I'll tell you this much. I'm covering your heart. One crazy move out of you, and you'll never have the opportunity to miss again.
If you think maybe you can frighten Andres Ruiz away from this place...
Oh, nothing could have been further from our thoughts.
Well, then why you sneak behind us, in front of us, all around us, huh?
Oh, did we?
Someone did. When we saw you in the moonlight.
Somebody's been trailing you?
Well, something, yes. Andres shot at it twice, but...
Missed, huh?
Or else.
Yes?
There isn't anything that bullets can't hurt, is there?
Oh, who are you anyway? It seems to me you're pretty much of a youngster to be prowling about this lonesome place at night.
You think maybe I'm not good protection for my cousin?
I'm Carmel Ruiz. Andres is taking me to my uncle at Holman.
Uncle? What's his name?
Mr. Andrew Walters.
Walters? Is that old codger your uncle?
What's the matter with him, I'd like to know?
Say, I know you, Ruiz. You're the boy who arrived at Walters' place last week, aren't you?
See, that is correct.
Kept pretty much to yourself, haven't you? Never down in the village?
I have no business in the village.
You say, Carmel, that Ruiz is your cousin and he's taking you to Walters. Is Mr. Walters also his uncle?
Of course. You see, I haven't any people. I've been in a convent in the south.
Well, it's funny. You're cousins, and yet one of you speaks good English and the other talks with a distinct accent.
Is it not possible that one branch of the family should live in Mexico and the other branch live in California?
I suppose so. Why the sudden family reunion?
Well, Uncle Andrew's getting old. Andres and I are both all alone in the world, so he asked us to come and live with him. He's lonesome, and he needs someone to look after him.
You came by train?
Yes, the 9 o'clock. Andres met me.
Well, as long as we're headed in the same direction, let's continue together. How about it, Captain?
Okay.
Perhaps if we know who you are, we should accept your invitation without so much misgiving.
Oh, quite right. I am Dr. Jamie Croft of San Francisco.
Oh, you're a doctor, eh?
Yes, quite. This is Captain Friday. The captain's a private investigator.
So?
Yeah. Bother you?
No, it does not bother me.
Well, shall we proceed?
Where's your bag, Carmel?
Oh, it came ahead of me on the boat.
How far are we from Holman now, Captain?
About a quarter of a mile, something like that. Look here, Owie. About that fellow was following you.
See?
If you saw him closely enough to take a shot at him, must have gotten a pretty good look.
Oh, yes.
What did he look like? How was he dressed?
Tall. Tall.
Did you see his face?
No. But he had on a long black robe.
Why? That's odd.
Probably a long overcoat.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Was it, Andres?
Without a doubt, it was not. It flowed out behind him.
Yeah?
And when the wind whipped it back from his body...
Andres, please. Maybe we were mistaken.
No, there is no mistake.
Come on, what happened when the wind blew the robe aside?
There was a skeleton underneath.
Oh, see here.
A skeleton underneath.
Yes, there was. I saw it 3 or 4 times. It was all white and shiny under the black robe.
Didn't you see his face?
No. He had on some kind of a big black hat.
Wonder what graveyard he escaped from.
You really think that he...
Oh, no, nonsense, child.
What happened when you shot at it?
Nothing, senor. He just flitted away behind the rocks.
And then we'd see him again. Someplace where we wouldn't be expecting him at all.
Queer business.
Imagination. Say, what about...
Look! Look there!
Where? Oh, just someone lying on the beach.
I don't know about that, Captain. Doesn't look natural to me. Sprawled.
Let's have a look. You stay here.
Supposing it's the one we saw.
Wait here with Reese.
Oh, yes. Yes, I wouldn't go near that one.
Come here, quick. Dr. Croft. Something's wrong, all right?
I thought so. Don't look natural.
Lying on his face. Help me turn him over.
Body's still warm. Over. Easy now, easy now.
Hey. It's Doc Sims.
Who?
Doc Sims. You know, mayor, judge, coroner.
Well, Captain, Holman is going to have a new mayor.
Dead, huh?
Right.
Murder?
Well, offhand, I would say it's a natural death.
Yeah? Well, this is going to be a 7-day sensation. It's the first death in Holman in 20 years.
Too bad.
Well, we've got a job. I'll hunt around and get a couple of sticks. We can fix up a makeshift stretcher with our coats, and we'll take him up to the morgue.
Morgue?
Sure. Holman's got a morgue. Sims here built it himself. Coroner has to have a morgue, eh?
I see.
2-story concrete building. White tile, everything. Only modern building in Holman.
The man must have been morbid.
Goofy. Here's a queer twist, too. Old Sims himself will be the first body to use it.
Irony of fate.
Captain Friday, what is it?
We'll be with you in a moment. Dr. Croft, I'll hunt up some poles for the stretcher. You send this girl on with Reese.
All right, Captain. I'll join you in a moment. Louise, you better take your cousin and go on ahead.
Oh, si, senor. The senor is dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Que lástima.
Yes. You go on ahead now, and Captain Friday and I will arrange to see you in the morning.
Oh, please come. It isn't far, is it, Andres?
Si, it is not far, senor. Nothing is far apart in the village.
Good. Now, don't frighten yourselves. Everything will look much happier in tomorrow's sunshine. Good night.
I'm sure it will. Good night.
Good night, senor.
And so it begins.
Hi, Dr. Croft. Are you coming?
Coming, Captain. You find your poles?
A couple of lengths of driftwood. That'll do. Slip your coat off and run a stick through each sleeve. See? The way I'm doing.
That's ingenious.
Yeah, I guess that'll do. All right, let's lift him on. Over a little. I've got him. All right, down. I'll take the pole at the head. You take the feet.
Quite an efficient stretcher, Captain.
Yeah, good thing we haven't much further to go. Poles are none too strong. All right, up with him.
He's not a heavy man, is he? By the way, Captain, is Holman proper right on the waterfront?
Yeah, most of the houses front right on the beach. The one street runs back up the hill at right angles to the beach, and a few scattered houses back on the hill.
This is a pitiful business. Having to break the news to the relatives?
Not in this case. No relatives to notify.
Oh, really? He lives alone, eh?
Yep. Neighbor woman did his housework, cooked his meals at her place, and carried them over on a tray. Straightened up the place once a week.
Recluse?
Yeah, mighty near. Want to rest?
No. Doing very nicely.
Yeah. Doc Sims didn't like folks much.
Any enemies?
Just old Andy Walters.
The uncle of Carmel and Ruiz?
Mm-hmm. Same fellow. Nobody likes him, though. Mean old skinflint.
Just a general dislike between them?
No, something deeper. They hated each other like poison. Some kind of feud. There's a light in Walter's place up ahead right now.
What was this trouble between Sims and Walters?
Oh, you know how it is. Two biggest frogs in this puddle. Both of them have money. Between them, they own practically all the land in this part of the country.
Rivalry, eh?
Yeah. Sims here had the edge, though. Just about ran the village. Everyone, that is, except Walters.
Is that why you ask if it were murder?
Not particularly. Being a detective, I guess I'm naturally suspicious.
I see.
We're running into Holman's main and only street. See that white building up there?
Obviously.
That's the morgue.
Aren't we liable to have the whole village tagging after us?
Hardly. Must be 10:30. Everyone's been asleep an hour.
I forgot we'd gone rural. Sidewalks and everything, eh?
Yeah, we better stick to the street, though. Boards in the walk are rotten. Liable to go through and break your neck if you don't know where to walk.
Rather harsh aspersions to cast on the administration, Captain.
Yeah? Well, he won't mind. We're carrying the administration, and he's dead.
Oh, who lives in that square box yonder ahead of us?
Oh, that's Sims' place. Come on, we'll cut through this lot. Shortest way to the morgue.
Good-looking structure. Quite modern. You say it never had a corpse in it?
Nope. Oh, by the way, we'll have to go into Sims' pockets for the key to the place.
I'll leave that activity to you.
Okay. Well, this is it. Let your end down.
There.
Here's the keys.
You know which one?
Oh, can't miss. This is the only door in town with a Yale lock on it.
Wonderful. Electric lights.
Oh, sure. There we are, all right. Now, let's go. Slab's in the back room.
Nice introduction to Holman, I must say. First place I visit is the morgue.
All right. Lower it to the floor while I open the door and snap on the lights. Little light while we...
Captain Friday, look.
Hey, a body on the slab.
I thought you said nobody ever died in Holman.
Another body on the slab.
Interesting corpse, too.
Yeah?
Yes. He's been shot through the heart.
Captain Friday brought Dr. Croft to the isolated village of Holman across the bay from San Francisco for a weekend. A quiet weekend. But first they find an hysterical girl and boy, Carmel and Andres Ruiz. Then they find a corpse on the beach. They take the body to the village morgue, and on the slab is a second body. A body with a bullet hole through its heart.
Shot through the heart. You know who he is, Captain?
Here, let me have a look. Yeah, sure. That's Rich Hartley's half-wit boy.
Village half-wit.
Half-wit boy shot through the heart. Now, isn't that interesting?
See here, Captain. That's murder, pure and simple.
Yeah. Are you still certain old Sims here died a natural death?
You think there's a connection?
I can't see any reason why Holman should go along deathless for 20 years and...
What in blazes?
Girl screaming. She's coming this way. Come on.
What this place needs is a police department.
It's that Carmel girl. She's running down the road.
Yes, with her cousin right after her. Better get out and stop her. She's insane with fear.
I'm going to have to shoot that Ruiz guy yet.
Not yet.
He's dead. He's dead. I can't bear it.
Stop it, Carmel. Stop crying like that.
Santa Maria. It is you, Senor Doctor. Hold that Carmel. She's go crazy.
Now, see here, Ruiz. Stop waving your arms like a madman. You frighten the child into hysteria.
Me? I have frightened... But, Senor, I was only saving Carmel from destroying herself in the ocean.
Yeah, we saw you chasing her, waving your arms, yelling.
If you haven't frightened her, then what has?
Oh, I forgot you do not know.
He's dead. He's dead.
Who's dead?
The Senor Walters, my uncle.
What? Walters, too?
See, it is true. With a rope about his neck in his room.
You mean hanged, Andres? What's going on in this place? Captain, is there anyone we can question?
Sim's housekeeper, old lady Parsons. The lights on in her house. That screaming and yelling's probably waking the whole neighborhood.
Good. Ruiz, take Carmel to Miss Parsons and then join us at your uncle's place.
Of a certainty.
Where's your uncle's body?
In his room.
Where's his room?
It is the second floor front. The door, it is open.
Miss Ruiz, we understand what a shock this is, but try to get hold of yourself.
Take her along, Ruiz.
Beastly. Utterly beastly.
Let's get up there, Croft. It may not be too late yet.
Set the pace. I'll follow.
This is the place. The door's open. In this way.
Second floor, he said. Running certainly not my forte.
Yeah. Here's the stairs.
Right behind you.
Right.
Careful. Darker than a coal bin.
That's better. Lights on upstairs.
He said the front room. Must be down that way.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
You got a sharp knife?
Yeah. There's a lot of Boy Scout in me.
Joe. Most unpleasant.
They're right in here. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look here, Doctor.
He's been cut down and left lying on the bed.
Say, what kind of a show's going on here anyway?
He's past our help, Captain.
Yeah. I can see that.
What do we do now?
Get him over to the morgue, I suppose. The girl Carmel won't want to come near the place as long as he's here.
Exactly. Now, this is a light cut. Now, suppose we leave the body as it is and carry the whole thing down to the morgue.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Don't touch it any more than you can help. There might be fingerprints.
Thinking of clues, eh?
That's right. It can't be a natural death, a murder, and a suicide in a town of 30 people all in one night without something being the matter.
That would be stretching coincidence, all right. Ready?
Let's go. I'm sorry about all this, Dr. Croft. I promised you a quiet weekend. If I'd had any idea that everybody in Holman was going to die tonight... Now, here, we go down these stairs.
Apology accepted. What do you make of it,
Well, if you want my idea, somebody's committing a nuisance.
That's a king-size understatement.
No! Hey!
Hold it! Hold it!
Tripped over the stairs carpet. Watch your step. It's loose and it skids.
I'm watching. So you think there's a definite connection between these three deaths?
You're darn tootin'.
Well, in that case, we'd better have a closer look at Dr. Sims.
That's our first job.
The autopsy may disclose something of vital interest.
Yeah. Easy now. Cot'll slide through the door.
So far, so good. Now, down the steps.
Rickety old house. Glad to get out of it.
Look at the lights. Everybody in town seems to be awake.
That means the whole population will be out to know what it's all about. One person's business is everyone's business in a place of this size.
Naturally.
If we step along, though, we may make it to the morgue before the population gets into its pants.
I suppose it's too much to hope that they won't annoy Carmel Ruiz tonight. That child needs to be left alone.
Thing to do is to shove this body in with the rest. Lock up, and go over and get her.
Get her?
Yeah. And take her and her husband down to my shack. I have plenty of room.
Oh,
yeah. You can look after her then, and we'll lock up the busybodies out.
I quite approve, but that will involve you directly in the case.
Involve me? I'm in it up to my neck right now. So are you, whether you realize it or not.
You're keen to get to the bottom of it,
Wouldn't miss it.
Well, as a matter of fact, so am I. No end. Now what?
You know, they've been trying to elect me constable of Holman ever since I came over here. I've been putting them off. Now I think I'll accept the nomination.
Well, it would give you an official standing.
That's the idea. Give me a chance to go after the guilty guy right. Well, here we are back again. Shouldn't have left the door open.
Hardly matters, I suppose.
Probably not. Right inside.
I saw a shelf of fresh sheets. Yes, there they are.
We'll cover up all three and call it a night. Hello, Doctor. Look here. Somebody's been visiting our morgue.
My word.
Must have gone through Doc Sims' pockets. They've turned him on his face.
Most peculiar. He's lying crumpled up just as we found him on the sand.
Doctor, I don't mind telling you this sort of thing gives me the shivers.
Shall we turn him back?
No bother. I'll cover him up. Say, what do you suppose he had in his pockets anyone would want?
Money?
Nobody carries money over here. Haven't any place to spend it.
Keys, then?
That's it. Keys. Well, they didn't get him. Good thing I took him off him.
Gives Sims' death a decided flavor of murder, doesn't it?
Doesn't add up. Doc Sims and the Hartley boy dead. Walter's a suicide.
Captain, if someone wanted to rifle Sims' pockets, why didn't they do it out on the beach where we picked him up?
Maybe we arrived on the scene too soon.
That's an idea.
There. Well, that's the best we can do for them tonight. Come on, I'll lock up and go over to old lady's Parsons.
Grisly atmosphere, this morgue. Imagine erecting one in your backyard.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'll lock up.
Good.
Yeah, that's that. Doctor, I had a funny feeling when I saw Sims just now. Change in position. Can't get it off my mind. Oh, old lady Parsons' house is this way.
It might have been the final relaxing of certain muscles.
You're sure he's dead, all right?
Oh, as dead as anyone will ever be. I say, Captain, don't dwell on the thought. It's bad enough as it is.
3 deaths in one night is bad enough, all right. But when one of the bodies is moved, and another moves itself...
What in the world are you talking about, Captain?
As far as I'm concerned, that moving of Sim's body is the most important thing that's happened. You know, Doctor, if somebody stepped out in front of me and said, boo now, I'd go higher than a kite.
Nerves, my dear fellow, all nerves.
Yeah. Oh, here's the place. Ruiz, I thought I told you to meet us over at your uncle's house.
Oh, but it was not possible. My cousin Carmel, she was so much afraid.
Where is she now?
Upstairs.
Has she been put to bed?
How is it possible? 5 or 6 women are with her.
Scandal mongers at work already.
Oh, bad, bad. Andres, shall I go up and see what I can do, Captain?
Okay, go ahead. If you need any help, call out.
I think I can take care of things.
But where can you take her?
I'm taking you and your cousin over to my place for the night. Dr. Croft will be able to look after her then.
Oh, thank you, senor. It is a great worry off my shoulders.
Yeah. Say, Ruiz, have you been outside?
I do not understand.
Outside, over to the morgue, for instance.
But I assure you, senor.
I don't want to be assured. Have you or haven't you?
But I tell you...
That's the girl. Now, you just lean on me.
Oh, they're coming down.
We'll have you in a place where you can sleep in a jiffy.
Got her, huh, Doctor?
Oh, please.
Easy, easy. Now, Ruiz, supposing you support her from the other side.
I'm all right.
Of course, of course. Now then, we're ready.
If only we didn't have to go by the morgue.
Well, now, supposing you just close your eyes. We'll guide you, and you'll never know when we're passing it.
It's only a couple of blocks to my place.
Oh, this is most distressing. Death all around us. El Diablo!
In heaven's name, Captain, what's that?
The sheet. He's wearing the sheet around him.
Did you see his face, Captain? Did you see it?
Yes, Croft. That's our dead man, Doc Sims, going down the road ahead of us.
Old Doc Sims has risen from his cold marble slab in the morgue to walk the streets of Holman. Then dead men do prowl. Or do they? The second episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled The Prowler at Work, will come to you next week at the same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The village of Holman, isolated little beach resort on the Marin County coast, 2 miles from the nearest railway and 5 miles from the only road, has for transportation facilities only commercial tugs and private sailboats, which ply between San Francisco and its one rickety pier at varied intervals. There are perhaps 30 permanent residents in Holman. This late in the season, all the summer residents are gone, and the resort hotel is closed. And to this out-of-the-way nook, Captain Bart Friday has brought Dr. Jamie Croft for a quiet weekend. But it was anything but quiet. Let Captain Friday tell it.
Well, first, we found Carmel and Andres Ruiz, cousins, on the beach, frightened by what they called a skeleton parading in a long cloak. Carmel and Andres are niece and nephew of Andrew Walters, one of the 2 rich men of Holman. Next, we found the body of old Doc Sims on the beach. Sims was the village's other rich man. Apparently, he died of natural causes. Doc Sims, among other things, was coroner of Holman, and at his own expense had erected a tiny modern morgue. To date, the morgue had never had a victim. But on carrying Sims to the concrete structure, we discovered on the slab the body of the village half-wit, murdered. But that wasn't all.
No, that wasn't all. In fact, it was just the beginning. For on top of everything else, Carmel and Andres found the body of their uncle, Andrew Walters, hanging in his room. 3 deaths in one night, and Holman hadn't had a death for 20 years. And then to add a dash of macabre to the mystery, who should Captain Friday and Dr. Croft see walking in the moonlight ahead of them but one of the bodies they had just locked in the morgue? At the moment, Dr. Croft and Carmel Ruiz are at Captain Friday's cottage.
Now, Mr. Ruiz, sit down on this little footstool, right up close to the fire. Oh, you must get over this fit of shivering, you know.
I'm so cold, Dr. Croft. If maybe I had something hot to drink.
A splendid idea. Now, you sit here close by the fire with this blanket around you, and I'll rummage about in the kitchen and see if I can't make some coffee.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Now, Mr. Ruiz.
Please, won't you call me Carmel? Miss Ruiz makes me feel so lonesome.
You look like a very small infant huddled up in that blanket.
I'm 18.
Oh, quite. Now then, I'm going to see about that coffee.
Dr. Croft? Dr. Croft?
Hello? What's up?
Dr. Croft, how could a dead body be walking down the road?
Now, see here. Didn't I tell you you weren't to think anything more about that?
I can't think of anything else.
Now, here, let me take your hands. Ice cold. Now, this will never do. The coffee's on. Supposing I sit down here beside you and hold these cold hands. Oh, in a very professional manner. And then we'll talk.
That was the worst of all. Dead man walking around. Everything else was bad enough. The skeleton that followed us on the beach. My uncle hanging. Oh, why doesn't Andres and the captain come back?
They'll be here presently.
I don't think they should have followed the Dr. Sims.
Tell me, Carmel, tell me something about yourself, your childhood.
There isn't very much.
Oh, there must be a great many things.
Mostly, I've been with other girls in the convent. I was very little when I went there. Hardly 6.
You've been under the care of the convent since you were 6?
That was when Mother died. I don't remember Father at all.
But you've had some very happy years, it would seem to me.
Oh, yes, they were so good to me. But I did want someone of my very own. Family, the same as other girls.
Quite naturally.
And so when Uncle Andrew sent for me... You see, I didn't even know I had an uncle until he sent for me.
Queer business.
Oh, but I was happy. I came just as quickly as I could. Then when I got off the train on this side of the bay, there was Andres.
And you discovered that you had not only an uncle, but likewise a cousin, eh?
A real family. Then it all started. All these terrible things.
Now. See here, you're not going to tremble anymore. See how warm your hands are getting.
Oh.
Hello? Here comes Captain Friday and your cousin.
Hello, Doctor. Here we are.
Oh, please, Carmel, is everything all right? You see, it was necessary I go with Captain Friday, or I would not have gone.
Did you catch him?
Aye, we have found nothing. Almost we have come to the conclusion that we have made mistake.
Well, make yourself comfortable, Andres.
I'm making coffee out in the kitchen. Now, if you'll come along and show me where you keep things, Captain.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Any luck at all, Captain Friday?
No, not much. Nothing about this thing makes sense. It's beginning to give me the jitters.
Fancy that.
Well, fancy all you like, but that was Doc Sims that went down the road ahead of us.
But Doc Sims is dead. We placed his body in the morgue.
Yes, I know that.
Oh, but how can you be certain? Did you catch him?
No. But we went back to the morgue and had another look.
I see.
Yeah. I didn't care about that either.
My word. Don't tell me that the great detective Captain Friday has nerves.
Oh. We went back and had a look in the morgue. Doc Sims' body was gone.
But does that necessarily mean that the body got up and walked off?
Well, what else does it mean? We saw it leaving.
Still, you might consider the theory that someone hid the body and then dressed to look like Sims.
But I saw his face. And I know Doc Sims' face when I see it.
Well, what do you think?
That the coffee's done. And if you get more cups and spoons, we'll give our guests a hot drink and put them to bed.
That was a good idea, bringing Carmel and Andres here.
Yeah. Now, somehow I've got a notion they're going to play a pretty important part in this thing before it's finished.
Ah? You think it isn't finished?
Oh, not by a jugful. Rich Hartley's half-wit son shot to death. Andy Walters hanged. Doc Sims starts walking around after dropping dead. I'll say it's not the end.
Doc Sims' body is the only one that has moved?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Captain, what about informing Mr. Hartley about his son's death?
I've had enough tonight. The morning will do just as well. Grab the coffee pot, Doctor. Let's go back to the front room.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to minimize everything before Carmel?
Yeah. Yes, too bad about her. Attractive youngster.
She's 18.
Yeah? She doesn't look it.
You can't always tell, Captain. You can't always tell.
Coffee served.
Come now, Carmel. You'll have a cup. And then we're going to tuck you into bed and see that you get a good night's rest.
Oh, please. I don't think I could sleep.
Of course you will. I guarantee it. Snug as a mess of puppies.
And just to make sure, I'm going to give you the bedroom that hangs out over the beach. When the tide's in, the water laps right up under your windowsill. That'll rock you to sleep.
It might help.
But, Senor Captain, supposing it should lap over the windowsill.
I'll never ask so far, fella.
But is it not possible?
Perhaps, Carmel, to satisfy your cousin Andres, you should wear a bathing suit to bed in place of pajamas.
Oh, you're all so friendly. Would have been wonderful to know you all if...
Well, for me, I think it is wonderful to find so good friends in this trouble.
Yeah, we'll pull you out of it, okay? You just forget about it and let us do the worrying.
No, it is my burden, and I shall not forget my part of it. Still, it is very good to know that one has friends. You know, these people in Horman, they have not been very friendly. I do not know why. Perhaps because they do not speak English very well.
Yeah, mossbacks. Don't like anything that's different.
Well, 3 deaths in one night aren't going to set very well with them either, I'm afraid.
I'll say it won't. They'll be buzzing like a hatful of bees by morning. Coffee make you feel better, Carmel?
Queer. I do feel like sleeping.
Sleepy, eh? Captain, where is this room?
Clear at the back. Right down to the end of the hall. And I'll show you.
Ready, Carmel?
Well, all right. Good night, Andres.
You wait here, Andres. We'll get your cousin settled and be right back.
See, I will wait. Good night, Carmel.
We brought all your personal effects from your uncle's. You'll find them in the room.
You're all so good.
This it, Captain?
Yeah, that's right. Here you are, Miss Ruiz.
Please don't call me Miss Ruiz. I prefer Carmel.
All right. Carmel it is.
And I think the room's beautiful.
Hey, look. Come into the window. See how close the ocean is? Looks friendly, doesn't it? Hello? What's that?
What is it, Captain?
Tugboats pulling into the wharf. You can see the searchlight.
Is that unusual?
Yeah. Never heard of it before. Not at 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, probably some citizen of Holman anxious to get back home from San Francisco tonight.
No. Holman residents don't go to the city.
Perhaps a delivery boat with supplies for the store.
This time of night?
Oh, well, we're keeping Carmel up. When you're ready, knock on the door and crawl into bed. Then I'll come in and give you something to make you sleep. Don't want you tossing and fretting.
Thank you, Dr. Croft.
Good night, Carmel.
Good night, Captain.
Now, Doctor, I have a notion to go down to the wharf.
Everything seems to be taking on a sinister hue for you tonight.
Yeah. Why shouldn't it?
Well, what is it now? Something else?
Nothing at all, Andres. The captain saw a tugboat landing down at the wharf, and he's just wondering about it.
There are too many coincidences taking place tonight.
Hardly call them coincidences, Captain. I never saw a more unrelated set of circumstances.
Of course they're related.
Really? Well, I can't see it myself. Now, what relation is there between Doc Sims falling dead on the beach and Andrew Walters hanging himself in his home?
The two rich men of Holman dead on the same night. That's enough for me.
But what's the relationship between them and the village half-wit we found in the morgue shot through the heart?
The mere fact that there hasn't been a death in Holman for 20 years, and then suddenly there are 3 deaths. It smells like plenty of trouble.
Yes, I suppose it does. But where does the skeleton in the moonlight, seen by Andres here in Carmel, enter the picture? And what has all this to do with Dr. Sims' body wandering about after we've definitely locked him up in the morgue?
Not so fast, Doctor. Let's take them one at a time.
Dr. Croft.
Carmel is calling.
All right, you may come in, Dr. Croft.
You'll excuse me, please. I just put a drop of sedative in the child's coffee, but I want to give her one more tablet to be certain she sleeps.
Okay, go right ahead, Doctor. Andres, tell me something about your uncle. How was he acting before you left the house tonight?
My, what a nice lot of hair. Didn't let you cut it in the convent, I see.
No, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to open this window. The salt air will make you sleep like a top. The sound of the waves will lull you. Seems to be stuck. There it is. There. Doesn't that sound good?
Oh, yes.
Now then, sit up and take this tablet. And here's a glass of water. Just enough to get the tablet down.
It's down.
Good girl. Now then, lie down. You going to be warm enough?
Oh, yes.
Well, that's all right then. I'm going to make the captain give me the room right next to you. There's a door in between, and I'll leave the transom open. Now, if you want anything, just call.
Thank you. That way I won't feel so frightened.
No, of course not. There's nothing to be frightened of, child. Good night now. I'll snap out the light as I leave.
Good night.
Well, that seems to settle that pretty well.
I assure you, Captain Friday, it is everything I know about my uncle.
Yeah? I'd say there were a lot of things you haven't found out yet. Oh. Got your patient settled, Doctor?
Yes. Carmel will sleep.
Seems to me I promised you a restful weekend. I intended having you lie down all day Saturday and Sunday just listening to the ocean. Wait. What was that?
Oh, I say, Captain, you do have the jumps.
Didn't you hear it? Something on the porch.
Could it be the walking body?
Oh, come now.
There. Didn't you hear it?
Rather. What do you suppose?
Quiet.
Well, if it's old Doc Sims' body, it hasn't forgot its manners.
Manners?
Yes. Open the door and let the corpse walk in.
In the weekend cottage of Captain Friday in the isolated village of Holman, the girl Carmel has been given a sedative and put to bed by Dr. Croft. The 3 men, Croft, Captain Friday, and the girl's cousin, Andres Ruiz, were discussing the 3 deaths of the evening when there came a knock on the door. A midnight visitor.
Is it Dr. Sims' body?
Has the decency to rap before entering anywhere.
I will hold my gun on the door.
Oh, nonsense.
Just the same, keep it handy, Andres.
For certainty.
Shall I do the honors, Captain?
I'll answer it. You keep back out of the way. Well?
Oh, please. Have you a room where we could stay tonight?
A room? Well, this isn't a hotel.
I told you how it would be. Come on, Gale.
Oh, I say, Captain, how about having them in for a few moments anyway?
What's going on here tonight, anyway? Okay, come on in. Follow the doctor into the front room.
Of course, if we're not wanted.
Oh, it's okay. Come on in. Oh, drop your bags there in the corner.
Right in here. Well, where did you two drop from? Both of you look badly done up.
We are. But may I introduce myself? I'm Gail Stanley, and this is my brother Martin.
Delighted. And I am Dr. Jamie Croft, and this is Captain Bart Friday, who's your host. And here is Mr. Andres Ruiz, the guest.
How do you do?
Where did you two say you came from?
From the south.
You see, when we heard that our uncle had died here in Holman...
What's that?
Well, he did die, didn't he?
Who?
Well, our uncle. Isn't Dr. Sims dead?
Well, my dear child, but who sent you word that Dr. Sims was dead?
Well, it was just signed a friend.
When did you get it?
The messenger boy got me out of bed at 3 o'clock this morning. Said Dr. Sims had died suddenly and we should come immediately.
Funny you should get the message this morning when he didn't die until sometime this evening.
Well, how horrible.
Got the telegram with you?
You have, haven't you, Martin?
Yes, of course. Just a minute. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it's authentic, all right. You two came over on that tug we saw a few minutes ago, I suppose.
Why, yes. We came just as fast as we could. You see, the message said for us to hurry.
Uh-huh.
We thought there'd be a hotel or someplace we could stay tonight, but there wasn't a single light in the whole town except in this house.
Yes, that's the reason we came here.
And quite properly, too. Well, how about it, Captain? You enough beds?
I suppose so. There are 2 bedrooms with twin beds and the lounge in Carmel's room.
Just a minute. I want to get this straight. Dr. Sims is dead, isn't he?
Well, what's wrong? He is, isn't he?
Say, Gil, there's something queer here.
You don't know the half of it, brother.
Well, why don't you tell us? Is he dead or isn't he?
Yes. Yes, he's dead, all right.
Well, then?
Yes, he's dead. But he doesn't seem to know it.
What do you mean?
Now, see here. I think the best thing to do is for us all to get a good night's rest and then tomorrow thrash this whole business out.
But if there's something we should know about...
Nothing that won't keep until the morning. Now then, Captain Friday permitting, I'm going to assign sleeping quarters.
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Then I suggest that Miss Stanley take the couch in Carmel's room.
Oh, I wouldn't disturb anyone.
No, you won't disturb anyone. The girl who's a cousin of Mr. Ruiz here is already asleep. Now then, I'll take the next room so that I'll be close by in case Carmel grows restless.
Is she ill?
No, but she's had a most distressing evening. Andres, supposing you occupy the second bed in my room.
With pleasure.
That will put you, Mr. Stanley, with Captain Friday in the bedroom on the other side of the hall.
If it isn't an imposition.
Well, how about it, Captain?
As good as any. I'll get extra bedding for the couch.
Well, please, if you'll just give me the bedding, I'll make it up.
Okay, Miss Stanley. I'll leave everything just outside the door.
Please, I too have had a hard day. You would excuse me if I should retire?
Run along, Andres.
Please then, good night.
Good night. Second door to the right, you know. Now, how about you, Mr. Stanley?
I'm dog-tired, all right, but I would like to know something about this business of my uncle.
Please, Mr. Stanley, in the morning.
Right. Where's the room I'm to share with Captain Friday?
Right down the hallway, son. I'll show you the room. I'll be right back, Miss Stanley.
Night, sis. Queer business all around, all this bother.
No bother in the least. Right in here. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, here you are, Captain. You have Miss Stanley in tow, I see.
Oh, we're making so much trouble.
Oh, forget it. Wait until you see the sort of hotcakes I turn out for breakfast. Now then, here's plenty of covers.
Oh, yes, plenty.
Well, I guess that's everything.
Will the light bother the other girl?
Oh, not in the least. She won't awaken.
Then good night.
If you need anything, just call out.
Well, I'm certain I won't.
Good night.
Oh, it'll be good to get out of these clothes. One slipper. 2 slippers. Oh, dear, another runner. Quaint old-fashioned room. Perfectly darling. Just imagine sleeping on the edge of the ocean.
Hello. Who are you?
Oh, I've wakened you. I'm sorry.
No, I've been awake.
Really? I'm afraid you're just being kind.
You're a friend of Captain Friday.
No, we're total strangers. I'm Gail Stanley. Captain Friday was good enough to put Martin and me up for the night.
Martin?
Yes, he's my little brother.
Little?
Well, he's 22.
Oh.
I'm Carmel Ruiz.
You're sleepy, child. I'll turn out the light.
Oh, no, you're not finished undressing.
Well, I can easily finish in the dark.
I'm glad you're here. I mean, sleeping in here with me.
But that's awfully generous.
Not really. I feel a lot safer now.
Safer? Well, what's there to be afraid of?
Then you don't know?
There, you're getting yourself wide awake. I'm going to turn out the light and crawl in. I need sleep terribly.
Honey, I feel awfully drowsy in spite of everything.
There. Oh, my, but a bed feels good. Imagine going to sleep to the sound of waves.
Isn't very dark, is it? The moon coming in.
It's simply enchanting. What? That's strange.
What?
That shadow. Didn't you see it cross the room?
Why, no.
Huh. Queer. I guess it was my imagination. Well, good night.
Good night, Gail.
I can just feel myself unwind. Uh-oh. Huh. Who's there?
What is it?
Shh. There's someone at the window.
Oh, please. Call Captain Friday. Don't let it get in.
Be quiet. Wait.
We mustn't. We mustn't, I tell you.
Listen.
There. Don't you hear it?
Don't you? Yes, of course. What is it? It sounds like bones rattling.
That's what it is. Bones rattling. It's a skeleton. It's after me. It's after me.
Skeleton? Oh, that's silly. It's probably the wind blowing the shutters. Of course there's some explanation.
Oh, no.
Carmel, you're just nervous. Look, supposing I come and get in bed with you. Would that help?
But you said yourself there was someone.
Well, I shouldn't have. It was just that I heard the noise, and I was startled for a minute.
Would you come and sleep with me?
Of course. That big bed looks absolutely luxurious.
I feel kind of lost in it. It's so big.
Our grandmother slept in beds like this. Oh, marvelous. Old-fashioned feather bed.
You don't think it was the skeleton?
Say, what in the world are you talking about, Carmel? What skeleton?
The one that followed Andres and me on the beach tonight.
Why, I never heard of such a thing.
I never did either until I came to Holman. But it did.
You mean just a bare skeleton?
No, it was wearing a cloak. A long black cloak. It had a huge black hat pulled down over its face.
But if it was covered, well, how do you know it was...
Because the wind blew the cloak back and there it was.
And you think it's come here now?
That's what I thought.
Do these people, I mean Captain Friday and Dr. Croft, know about it?
Yes.
What did they say?
They didn't say anything. But I know they think we were mistaken.
Oh, of course you were. Skeletons don't walk around. You're old enough to know that. Hush. Listen.
It isn't the shutter at all. You can tell it is.
Well, if it's a skeleton, he's certainly giving himself a good shaking.
Miss Tanner, get back in bed. What are you going to do?
I'm going to see what's outside the window.
Please. Please don't go near the window. Please.
Nonsense.
You mustn't. 3 people have already been murdered and...
What did you say?
It's true. Please keep away from the window.
Did you say 3 persons were murdered?
I don't know. But they died. There it is again.
You stay in bed. I'm going to have a look.
Please. Please.
I'll only be a minute.
Come back. Please come back.
Oh, no!
Let go of her throat. Captain Friday! Andres! He's dragging her out of the window. He's dragging her out of the window.
So already the new arrivals, Gale and Martin Stanley, have been dragged into the evil which is afoot in Holman. 3 dead. Andrew Walters, rich man, hanged. Doc Sims, mayor, coroner, and second rich man, dead of natural causes. And third, the half-wit boy, shot through the heart. One of the bodies on the prowl, and the skeleton of still another, keeping a close and menacing guard over Captain Friday's cottage. Listen next week to Chapter 3 of Dead Men Prowl, which is entitled The Dead Do Walk at Night. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Three men have been killed in the tiny isolated village of Holman, across the bay from San Francisco. 3 killed and a corpse on the prowl. The corpse of one of the dead men. For at least 2 people have seen Doc Sims prowling about the street after his body was carried to the morgue. Dr. Jamie Croft had gone to Holman as a weekend guest of Captain Friday. On the beach, they had found Holman's mayor coroner, Doc Sims, dead. At the morgue, they found the village half-wit, Rich Hartley, on the marble slab, shot through the heart. And finally, Andres and Carmel Ruiz, cousins, had found their uncle, Andrew Walters, hanged in his home. Doc Sims and Walters were the 2 rich men of Holman. Captain Friday, you take up the story here.
Holman had not had a death for 20 years, and 3 sudden deaths roused my interest. With Dr. Croft, I took Andres and Carmel to my beach cottage. In the middle of the night, a launch docked at the village, and 2 more people entered the picture. They were Gale Stanley and her brother, Martin, niece and nephew of Doc Sims. They'd been called from their home in Santa Barbara by a telegram announcing Doc Sims' death. But the telegram had been sent while Sims was still alive.
There were 3 bedrooms in Captain Friday's cottage. The 2 girls were put in one, and suddenly, under their open window, came the strange, terrifying rattling of bones. Carmel thought it was the skeleton. Against the younger girl's warning, Gale Stanley went to the window.
Please. Oh, please don't go near the window. Please.
But Gale refused to heed Carmel. She leaned out.
Let go of her throat! Andres! Captain Friday! He's pulling her out of the window!
Carmel, my cousin, have you gone mad?
Oh, Andres, the skeleton's got him. It came to my window.
Son of perdition, where is everyone?
I don't know. Outside the window.
Oh, Mike, who was that screaming?
Dr. Croft. Captain Friday, the skeleton's got Gale.
Got Gale Stanley?
It dragged her out of the window. Had her by the neck.
My word.
Come with me, Doctor. You got a gun?
I'll get along very nicely.
Andres, watch after your cousin.
Si, senor.
Here we are. Gale Stanley's gone, all right.
Pulled her out of the window. Captain, let's go through the window. He or it can't get very far carrying a 110-pound girl.
Yeah. The moon's still good. Should be able to follow. Easy now.
I'm down, Captain. Come on.
Stand to one side. There. You see anything, Dr. Croft?
Not a soul in sight.
Be careful where you step, Doctor. There'll be footprints.
Right.
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, here they are.
Which way?
Seem to lead around the house and up on the grass, out of the sand.
I see. You have a match, Captain?
Yeah, better than that. A flashlight.
Right. You notice anything about these footprints, Captain?
I'll be a son of a gun. Nobody carrying a girl in his arms would make that sort of a track.
Not likely. But what did he do with her?
Might have dumped her in the ocean.
Well, in that case, the tracks would lead to the edge of the surf.
Well, let's have a look. Could have strangled her and thrown her in.
And that would be the end of Gail Stanley. And the tide's right, too, to carry her out to sea.
No tracks going down to the ocean.
Just a minute, Captain.
Girl kidnapped from my own house and murdered. A fine reputation I'll have.
Captain Friday. Here, right under the window. Get down and dig sand like you've never dug before.
You go nuts.
Captain, if you value a human life...
What's that? You mean the girl's buried here?
Oh, faster, man, faster. She can't be very, very deep.
Yeah. Couldn't have had much time.
Diabolical. Here she is. I've uncovered her feet.
Well, keep at it.
Her head's where you're digging.
Yeah. Here, give me a hand.
Ghastly. Oh, the poor child.
Don't stop to sympathize. Get the sand off her body.
Righto.
Is she dead?
Well, I don't know yet. There. I think we can pull her out.
Yeah.
Easy. Careful now. Careful. There. Now, lay her down. I want to see about her heart.
What's the verdict?
Oh, splendid. Her heart's still beating strong. Her respiration's weak.
Buried her alive. Of all the terror.
Now, I'm going to give her a few artificial respiration measures to force the air out of her lungs. Watch closely how I do it so that you can believe me if it takes longer than I think. Now, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. See, Captain Friday? Press, release. Press, release. Forces the air out. The lungs automatically refill with fresh air. It's a crude first aid method, but it's working.
Lucky we found her when we did.
Another 10 minutes, it would have been too late. Wet sand packed around her face.
That's one up for you, Doctor. I can't figure out yet how you knew she was buried there.
The fact that the man didn't carry her away was the first tip. And I noticed that wet, pyramid-like stain against the side of the house. Evidently, this amateur gravedigger threw the sand against the house.
Yeah, I missed it altogether. Fine detective I turned out to be. Well, what next?
Then I noticed the sand had been disturbed. We can be thankful the sand was wet.
That's smart work, Doctor. I gotta hand it to you. How's the girl?
Doing well. It's going to be all right.
Look here, have you got my sister out there?
Is that you, Stanley?
Yes.
Where are you?
Leaning out of the window right above you. Is that Gail?
Yeah, what about it?
What's the matter with her? What are you doing to her?
Supposing you climb out the window and find out.
No. You can do better than that. Go and tell Carmel and Andres to put a pot of coffee on. She'll need something hot.
But see here, what's the matter?
Do as you're told, fella.
But first, toss a blanket out of the window. We're bringing her in now.
You hear, Stanley? We want a blanket.
I heard.
And do what you're told, and hurry.
Well, you don't need to snap my head off.
She's breathing regularly now. It's going to be all right.
Here's the blanket. Catch.
All right. Now go tell Carmel and Andres.
Hadn't I better help?
Say, listen here, Stanley.
Oh, all right. Kind of a dump this.
Spread the blanket out and help me lift the girl onto it.
Okay. How's that?
Good. Take her legs. Now, there's plenty of hot water, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, we'll want to get hot packs on her. She's thoroughly chilled, poor child. There. That'll do. Now, can we carry her together?
I can carry her alone. Up with it. We'll go around and come in the front door.
Oh, have it your own way. I'll go ahead with the flash.
Okay, you lead the way. Yeah, that poor kid. Well, keep away from those footprints, Doctor. I want to give him a closer look in the morning.
Good idea, Captain. Look here. I think we'd better reassign rooms for the rest of the night. Neither of the girls will be willing to go back to their room.
Don't blame them.
Well, naturally. Supposing, then, you and I take the girls' room. We'll let Andres and young Stanley get along as best they can, and we'll put Carmel and Gail in my room. The windows are high and small. No one likely to get in them unnoticed. We can lock the door into the hallway, and the door opening between the two bedrooms will be an added protection for them in case of emergency.
Oh, that's okay.
Can you get in the door with her?
Yeah. Get in sideways.
All right. Easy. There you are. Good. They've got the fire built up. Here. Lay her on the lounge.
There.
Yeah, everyone must be out in the kitchen. Andres! Carmel!
Captain Friday! Come here, quick!
Oh, what now? Stay with the girl, Doctor.
All right.
Kill you!
Here. What's going on?
Captain, make them stop fighting! Make them stop!
Stop fighting. Here, you two. What's this about?
El Diablo, I will kill this person.
Oh, you will you? Well, that black eye is just a taste.
Take it easy, Stanley.
As if we didn't have enough trouble without
What's
all...
the reason for all this rumpus?
There is reason plenty.
It's me.
Oh, you, huh?
Please, Captain Friday, it's not funny.
But see here, Carmel. Male attention is meat and drink to most girls.
See, but Captain, this Stanley person insult my cousin.
Insult, huh? What are you up to, Stanley?
Is it an insult to admire a girl?
But with the look you give her.
Hands off, Stanley. You're admiring from a distance. As a matter of fact, you might be showing a little more concern about your sister.
You said she was all right.
Go on in the front room. I'll bring the hot water. Dr. Croft is with your sister.
Please, Captain Friday, may I wait for you?
Well, if you like. Now, you two go on in and give the doctor a hand.
Okay, have it your own way.
Please, Captain Friday.
Well?
What did you mean about men being meat and drink to most girls?
Out of the convent and into the fire.
What?
See here, Carmel. You've got to expect a certain amount of attention. You've been shut off from the world. Now you're out in it. One of these days you'll want to marry. Won't you?
Why, yes.
Of course. Well, you've got to have men around you. Otherwise, how are you to know which man you'll want to marry?
Oh.
Yeah. And if you're a wise child, you'll be amused by the attention. You'll be very diplomatic. Appease all of them. Keep the friendship of all of them until you discover which is the one you want.
But how does the girl tell which one she wants?
Don't worry, you'll know. It's automatic. But take my advice and see if you can't keep those two young Romeos from each other's throats. Try it. I've got a hunch you have a knack for diplomacy.
Well, I'll try.
Now let's go into the other room. Mind now. Run into any trouble, you come to me.
Hi, Stanley. Call Captain Friday. Your sister's coming too.
Oh, coming too, huh? All right, Doctor, we'll take care of her.
It took you a long time to get that hot water, Captain.
Had to settle an international dispute.
See here. Miss Stanley's pajamas are wet from the sand. She must have something dry. Carmel, get some fresh pajamas out of her bag. Oh, Andres.
Si.
You go along with her. Hurry now.
Assuredly. Come, my cousin.
Captain, will you wring out a cloth in this hot water, please? Bathe her face and arms. The pulse is good. And respiration's normal.
She going to be okay, Doctor?
Oh, no doubt about it. You see how the color's coming into her face? It's better if we can get her into dry things before she comes to.
We found another pair of pajamas in a bathrobe. Will they do?
Nicely. Now then, Captain, you and the two young men clear out for a few minutes. Carmel, you stay here.
Yes, sir.
Stanley.
Oh, we're going to have Miss Stanley back with us any moment now.
Doctor, will she cry?
Cry? Oh, I don't think so. But she'll be very ill. She's had a terrible experience.
Gail never cries about anything.
She was very near the brink of death. Persons returning from so near the edge are apt to be filled with a terrible horror.
Oh, Sadie, go away.
Look the expression on her face. Oh, she is terribly afraid.
What's the matter with her, Doctor?
You said my sister'd be all right. You said she'd be all right. What's the matter with her? What have you done to her?
Easy, Stanley.
What have you done to my sister? What have you done to her?
Gail Stanley is alive, but she's a very sick young woman, choked and dragged out of her bedroom window by the skeleton and left lying on the wet sand for dead is an experience out of a nightmare. When she began to come to, her mental horror was so terrifying, she frightened her brother almost to the point of hysteria.
Something's happened to her. Gail never cries. What have you done to her?
You think something is wrong with her, eh? You know she was dragged from her bedroom window by some creature and was buried alive in the wet sand, and you stand there asking, is something wrong with her?
Is she insane?
Insane? What kind of a guy are you, Stanley?
Well, I never saw my sister act like that before.
You don't seem to understand. It is terrible to approach death, but not one half so terrible as to return to life after you have once looked on the other side.
You mean she'll know what dying's like when she comes to?
Perhaps. Don't you see all the delicate machinery of her body came almost to a standstill? It was a terrible strain on her system, getting it started again.
No, don't choke me anymore. Don't choke me anymore.
Captain Friday, can you carry her again?
Sure, Doctor. Why?
Well, bring her back to the room she's to occupy. Now, you two men, gather up all the extra blankets you can find and heat them one at a time before the fire and bring them to me.
Most assured, right away.
Carmel, see if you can't find a hot water bottle. Fill it and bring it.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Captain, bring her along.
There now. Easy there. There we are.
Say, my sister must be pretty sick. Is that as bad as you feel? Oh, let me alone. Look here, Andres. I'll hunt around for blankets, and you warm them and take them into the doctor. Here's one.
Very well, if you wish.
Andres,
There is a hot water bag in the bathroom. It hangs behind the door. I saw it.
do you think it's safe for me?
Come on, I'll go with you together.
No. I think she is safer alone.
Oh, you do you?
Well, I... Don't be so dramatic, Andres. Of course Mr. Stanley will look out for me. Please do come.
You want me to come?
Of course.
But, Carmel,
Please, let's hurry. Dr. Croft wants the bag right away.
How am I doing, Cousin Andres?
Here it is. I'll have to get hot water in the kitchen.
Okay.
You'd better look for more blankets, Mr. Stanley. I won't be afraid in the kitchen. Oh, please.
Don't act like that.
But you're hurting me. So tight, don't
You are pretty.
I thought you weren't a gentleman.
Say, you asked me to come along, didn't you?
Because I was afraid. You know, I could call for help.
Why don't you?
Because I'd feel sorry for what would happen to you.
Oh.
Haven't you that much consideration for me?
You're growing up in a hurry. You don't sound like the frightened baby I tried to kiss out in the kitchen less than an hour ago.
If you'll take your hands off of me. Thank you. Now go and find more blankets.
Well, I'll be doggone. All right, you win. You're sure you're not afraid to go back alone?
Please, if you'll wait here until I get down the hall.
All right. I'll watch until you're safe.
Oh, there you are.
Yes,
I was just getting ready to come and look for you.
that would have been foolish, Andres.
Oh, I see you have the hot water bottle. Shall I go to the kitchen with you?
If you keep talking, I won't be afraid.
See. I've taken 2 blankets into the doctor. Miss Stanley, she stopped crying now. The doctor, he give her something. She's talking with them. Do you hear me, Carmel?
Yes, please keep talking.
Well, the doctor is giving her medicine to make her sleep. He says these hot blankets will make her drowsy. Oh, you have it filled already, huh? Good. Well, I have another blanket ready. We will go together, eh?
I wish you would come with me, Andres.
Carmel, did this Stanley fellow, did he bother you?
Why, what a silly question.
Because if he did...
Please, don't bother your head about it.
Then he did.
Mr. Stanley was a gentleman, Andres.
Well, then it was an accident. Here, they have put Miss Stanley in here.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. And as I leaned out of the window,
2 strong hands grabbed me around the throat.
Well, didn't you see the face?
Just for a second. It sort of swam before my eyes. I was being choked and...
Anybody you ever saw before?
No, I couldn't tell. It wasn't like a normal face. It was all puffed out, almost round. And the eyes were dead.
Oh, here, Miss Stanley. Take another sip of this. It will help you to forget.
Dead eyes, bloated face. Nobody in Holman of that description.
No one answering the description of the skeleton Carmel and Andres saw either, is there?
Curly. Is there anything else you saw, Miss Stanley?
Yes. Something so awful, I can't believe I saw it.
Yeah?
There was a rope around his neck. It was tied around his neck and hanging down in front of him.
My uncle! My uncle!
Carmel, don't you dare faint.
You slapped me.
You
much better off slapped than in a faint.
Please, Carmel, you sit down. See?
No. You stand up. Walk about. Keep moving. You'll be all right in a moment.
Bloated face, dead eyes, a rope around his neck. Andrew Walters was found hanged tonight. Look here, Doctor, that can't be true.
What can't be true?
I'll swear Walters was dead when we found him.
I know he was.
Then what's he doing walking around?
We saw Doc Sims walking around.
I must be going nuts.
And one dead man has as much right to walk around as another.
Do you know what you're talking about?
No. Do you?
I know one thing. I'm going over to the morgue right now. If Walters has been walking around...
Oh, come, Captain. You don't really believe...
Well, if Miss Stanley... Look here, Miss Stanley. Are you... Oh. Sleep.
Yes. I gave her a pretty severe sleeping potion. She'll sleep until morning.
Well, I'm going over to the morgue. You want to come along?
No, I think I'd best stay here.
It's only about a block.
No. Now, you take Andres. Where's young Stanley?
Yeah, where's that guy? Either of you seen him?
Why, I left him gathering up blankets about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Just a minute. What's he up to?
Carmel?
Yes, sir.
Carmel, as soon as the captain is gone, I want you to get into this other bed.
Oh, but I couldn't sleep. I couldn't.
Yes. You'll sleep all right. I'll see to that.
Supposing someone should get in while we're asleep.
No one will get in. We lock all the doors, and one of the boys will be here with me. We'll keep a lookout.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you were, and maybe you weren't. Come on in here.
Don't try to manhandle me. I don't care who you are.
Here, you're not so loud, Stanley. Can't you see your sister sleeping?
I was in my room getting a blanket, and this fellow jumped on me and began pushing me around.
Getting a blanket, huh? Didn't think I saw you stick this revolver down under the covers, did you?
That's my gun.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm telling you. What you doing with it?
I just got it out of my grip for protection.
Yeah? And why did you hide it when I came in?
A person ought to be able to protect himself without letting the whole world in on it.
Yeah?
Give it back to me.
Okay, baby. I'll be mighty careful what I did with it. Now then, Doctor, I'm going over to the morgue. Andres will go with me.
If you wish.
All right then, Stanley. You stay here with me.
Come along, Andres. Get your hat.
Dr. Croft, you will look after my little cousin.
Oh, don't worry. She'll be safe and sound asleep when you return.
Ready, Andres?
I am coming, see. Good night, Carmen Mia.
Be careful, Andres. Be careful, please.
Oh, you must not worry for me. Good night.
All right, let's step on it. Still moonlight.
See, it does not seem possible this is the same night we first met. So much has happened.
Doesn't it that? Look here, Andres. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Here, we can take this path across the lot. It's shorter.
See. Well, what is it you wish to ask?
You were, as far as we know, the last to see your Uncle Andrew alive.
I do not know that. I was with him just before I left to meet Carmel at the train.
That's what I mean. Andres, what frame of mind was he in when you left?
Oh, very much interested in what Carmel would be like. We talked for almost an hour, making plans.
It's not a suicidal frame of mind?
Oh, no, senor. I am sure he did not contemplate suicide. No, it was not possible.
Yet who would murder a man by hanging him? And what man would stand around and let himself be hanged?
If he were unconscious before... Captain Friday, look.
A body.
Is someone else dead?
There's only one way of finding out.
See, he is sprawled out.
It's Doc Sims' body.
El Diablo. The dead man who we see.
Still wrapped up in his sheet. Here. Andres, help me turn him on his back.
Is his heart go?
No.
But we see him walking.
Well, you can tell by looking at his face that he's dead.
This is most horrible thing.
Well, come on, there's nothing to do but take him back to the morgue.
Senor, you wish
Only
me
a couple of steps back. Yep. Grab a hold of his legs.
Oh, I do not like these.
Yeah, maybe you think I do. Grab hold. Ready? See? All right, let's go. Put him in the morgue. Here, hang on, don't let him slip.
I have not let him slip.
Well, he moved. We'll put him in the morgue and have Doc Croft come down and give him another examination. Not much use, though. I know a dead man when I see one.
Oh, this is bad thing.
Yeah, this is the place. Lower him to the porch while I unlock the door.
See?
Well, I'll be. The door's unlocked. And I locked it sure as I'm a foot high.
Senor, you think someone else has been here?
The door didn't unlock itself. Come on, let's carry him in.
Where will we take him?
Right straight through to the inner room where the other bodies are.
Oh, please. Please, I would rather not look at him if you do not mind.
Okay, look the other way. But you'll have to help me get Doc Sims in.
Well, if it is necessary.
Yeah. You're right in here.
See.
Careful. And now then, lay him on the floor while I turn on the lights.
Oh, before you turn on the lights, I will go out.
Wait for me outside the door.
For sure, senor.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You call, Captain?
Andres, the half-wit boy's body is gone. It was here on the slab.
Senor, you think maybe he is walking?
Look at your uncle's shoes, Andres. Wet sand on them.
The rope around his neck.
Fellow, I'm beginning to think dead men do walk.
The body of the village half-wit boy is gone, and the shoes on the corpse of Andrew Walters covered with wet sand. Here is evidence that the dead may rise and go about their morbid duties. You will hear the fourth episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled Conversation with the Walking Dead, next week at this same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to plump me right into the middle of a nice, juicy war. Morning, Commissioner.
Oh, Steve. Have a seat. I'll be with you in a second.
Okay.
Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner.
Steve's here now.
Fine. I'm working on his plane reservation right now. I'll probably have it by the time you're through with it.
Good.
Well, needless to say, I'm about to set forth into the wild blue yonder again.
That's right. Steve, there's a guerrilla leader over in the Orient. Nobody knows who he is, but he's been raiding the supplies and military equipment we've sent over there. In short, we think he's building up the strength of his organization so that he can launch an attack similar to the other one that was launched recently. And we got to stop him now.
You've got to find him before you stop him, you know.
You've got to find him, you mean?
Oh, just like that, huh?
When you get to the coast, there'll be a small plane waiting for you. You're to fly yourself to the town of Yabney, inland. When you get there, go to the Grand East Hotel. You'll be contacted by Dr. Mao.
Yabney, Grand East Hotel. Dr. Mao, who's he?
An influential leader of the opposition to this guerrilla chief. Now, Steve, get over there. Find out who this guerrilla chief is and stop him before it's too late. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Wake up tomorrow morning and listen, family. Reach for the Wheaties. Tuck yourself around a bowl of Wheaties at 7 a.m. and see if you don't feel the pleasant difference all morning long. Crisp? My goodness, crisp as a sunny morning. Good? You bet they're good. There's sound, rich, whole wheat goodness to them. And what they do for you. Listen. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's how Wheaties can give you so much. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals to help you sail through the morning like a breeze. Drive a cultivator, clean the house, or pound a typewriter. Wherever you are, whatever you do, have a bowl of milk and fruit and Wheaties in the morning. And see how good you can feel all morning long. Try it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Do that now, will you?
Sure. I've got my assignment. A breeze. Just a simple matter of flying to the Orient, finding a guerrilla leader that no one's ever seen, and stopping a war before it starts. Well, it's Friday when I get to the coast. A small plane is waiting for me, and I fly it to Yabney in the interior. On the way to the hotel, I spot two characters following me. I check in, go up to my room, and already I've got company.
Forgive us our intrusion, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I didn't know I was holding open house. Who are you?
Oh, permit me. I am Dr. Mao, and this is Colonel Diane.
Oh, you're the man that was to contact me.
Yes.
Well, what's the setup, gentlemen?
Precarious one, Mr. Mitchell. The guerrilla leader we are after is clever and diabolical.
He seems to have very accurate sources of information. His raids are well timed and well organized. Then he and his men vanish without a trace.
Mr. Mitchell, you must be tired from your trip. I suggest you rest this afternoon and come to my house for dinner this evening. We can discuss the matter further.
And in the meantime, Mr. Mitchell, a word of advice, if you will permit.
Sure. What's on your mind, Colonel Diane?
This guerrilla chief has informants everywhere. Even now your presence and the purpose of your visit may be known to him. I advise you to be ever alert as to your own safety. I am sure you realize you would be no good to us dead.
And with that bit of cheerful philosophy, Colonel Diane and Dr. Mao take off. I stay in my room all afternoon, and then a little before 7, I leave the hotel and start walking toward Dr. Mao's house. Suddenly, I spot one of the characters who was tailing me before. He's closing in on me, and he's got a knife. A rickety taxicab comes cruising along about then, and I jump on the running board, pull open the door, and dive inside, right into the lap of the other boy who was tailing me.
So happy to see you.
Oh, great. So long, Buster.
So sorry, but you're not leaving.
What?
So, you may proceed, driver.
When I come out of it, I'm lying on a couch in some sort of a mansion. There's a scent of jasmine in the air and a thin thread of music. The guy who conked me is standing at the door, and sitting across from me is a woman who's a dead ringer for the Dragon Lady.
Finn.
Yes, honored madam.
You may leave the room, but stay by the door.
Yes, honored madam.
Who are you?
I am called Madame Tia. The situation is that you and I, as you might put it, are on the opposite sides of the fence.
Oh?
Do I make myself clear?
I think so.
It is known that you have been expected. And now that you are here, let me make it very clear to you that you will not be able to carry out your assignment.
I see.
You have two choices.
Oh, that's nice to know. What are they?
You may leave at once and return to your country.
I take it that's choice number 1. And if I don't?
Choice number 2. You will be killed.
You seem to have it all figured out, Madame Tia.
It is quite simple. Excuse me?
She picks up the phone and listens for a second and then does a big take. She looks like she's pretty absorbed in the conversation, and I know this is my only chance. She doesn't see me edging towards the window, but just as I get there, the door opens and her stewed Sin comes in.
Stop! Stop! Stop it! Sin! Stop shooting! Stop it, fool!
As I tail it away from there, I'm wondering why Madame Tia told Sin to stop shooting. It doesn't make sense. I head for Dr. Mao's house. He and Colonel Diane are waiting.
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Mao, I didn't realize you were throwing this big a party.
Oh, just a few friends. Dr. Mitchell, you are slightly cut and bruised.
Yeah. A lady told me to get out of the country or drop dead, and she was willing to arrange the latter.
Who was this woman?
Oh, a very beautiful little doll named Madame...
What is the matter, Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, nothing, except that the lady in question happens to be approaching us right now.
What?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Madame Tia, as always, I am delighted to welcome you to my house. But there seems to be some misunderstanding. Mr. Mitchell suggests that you...
Indeed, there was a misunderstanding, Mr. Mitchell, and I must apologize. You see, my men picked you up thinking you were the hired aviator we had information about.
Wait a minute. What hired pilot are you talking about?
I can explain, Mr. Mitchell. We have had information that this guerrilla chief has directed most of his operations from the air. Last week, he is rumored to have lost his private plane and pilot. Our further information is that he had arranged for another plane and an American pilot.
Oh, so Madame Tia here figured I was the boy, huh?
Yes. Please, my apology for this stupid mistake.
Your first desire to aid the cause is worthy of commendation, my dear. But as always, your impulsiveness has misguided you.
Yes. Such matters are really in my province.
I am humbly aware of that, Colonel. I will not interfere again.
I am sure you will not. Come, we will have a drink.
Would you like to meet my other guests, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, right now, I'd like to have a little talk with you, Dr. Mao.
But of course. Come, we will walk out onto the terrace.
Huh?
What was it you wished to talk about?
Madame Tia. Who is she? Where does she fit into this deal?
She is fanatically devoted to our cause.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
Well, she could have known who I was all along. That story that she gave us just now might be a pretty neat cover-up.
I have not the slightest doubt of her sincerity.
Okay, well, let it go for the present. Wait.
What is it?
The bushes over there, they just moved a little.
What? Mitchell, a man with a gun.
Yeah, get down. Oh, Dr. Mao.
It is all right, Mitchell. It is just a flesh wound.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh, thanks. I did not get a very good look at him.
I did. I'll recognize him if I ever see him again.
What happened? I heard...
Come on.
Oh, it is nothing, Colonel. Slight wound in the shoulder.
Come, we will get you inside.
No. I do not wish to disturb my guests.
Now, look.
Oh, no, please. There is one of my servants. He can take me upstairs by the back way and take care of me. I insist, gentlemen. Wang, help me to my room.
Are you sure you're okay?
Of course. I will join you later. Come, Wang, come.
Brother, he's a pretty calm character.
Indeed he is. Mitchell, there has been a new development. I was looking for you when I heard the shot out here.
What is it?
This American pilot we believe to be in the employ of the guerrilla leader has arrived.
Oh? Where is he?
My men have picked him up and are holding him in custody. His name is Williams.
Good. Come on, Colonel. Let's you and me have a little chat with Mr. Williams.
Now, look, you two. All right, so my name is Williams, so I am a pilot. I'm just hanging around this town looking for a job. I don't know any guerrilla leader, and I'm not working for one. And you'll never be able to prove any different.
Now, listen to me, Mr. Williams.
Wait a minute, Colonel. Okay, Williams, you can go.
What's that?
Mitchell.
Sure, go ahead, Williams. Shove out.
Well, it's a little more like it. See you around, fellas.
Of course, if you're not in our custody, then what happens to you isn't our responsibility, is it?
What? What do you mean by that?
Well, figure it out, Buster. The natives here in Yabney are pretty bitter about this guerrilla chief.
All right, so what?
So they think you came here to work for him. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they felt like taking justice into their own hands.
Look, what are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead. Walk out of here. You might get a block away. You might even get 2 blocks away.
Oh, I get it. All right. I'm not going to make any clay pigeon out of myself for anybody. What's the deal?
Safe conduct out of here for you if you tell us who this guerrilla chief is.
I don't know.
Now, look.
I'm telling you the truth. I've never seen him. He's never seen me. I got word he needed a boy. I let it be known I was interested.
How did you intend to contact him?
I was told to go to a little flower stand down the street and buy 5 gardenias. They'd take it from there.
I see. Okay, Colonel, I'm through with him.
Guards, take him away.
All right, now look. Don't forget that safe conduct you promised me.
We won't. Look, we know how Williams was supposed to contact this guy, and we also know that this guy has never seen Williams.
So?
Colonel, I've got me an idea. A little wild, maybe, but it could work, and it's our only chance. We're going to send another pilot in Williams' place.
Another pilot? Who?
You're looking at him, Colonel.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a minute.
And now, my friends, I'd like you to hear from a famous young man known for his pitching arm, and known, too, for the fact that Wheaties make his favorite training dish. And believe me, training is mighty important for this young man. Ask him a question, will you, Ed Prentice?
Now, young man, will you tell us what you do for a living? I pitch. You what? Pitch. You know, baseball. When you have a baseball team, you have to have a pitcher. I'm a pitcher. I pitch.
Oh, yes, I see. And are you on a team?
Yes, sir. I'm on the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, What is your name, young man?
I'm Bob Feller, and you know it as well as I do, Ed.
Sure I do, Bob. It's good to see you. This makes your 14th season playing with the Indians, doesn't it?
Yep, Ed. 14 years.
Well, tell me, Bob, how long you been eating Wheaties?
Oh, about 20 years, give or take a couple.
You mean you started eating Wheaties before you started playing ball?
Why, of course. What's so strange about that? Most people start eating Wheaties before they get to playing ball. In fact, most people never start playing baseball. You don't have to be a ball player to enjoy the lift you get from Wheaties with milk and fruit.
You're right as rain, Bob. No champ ever said a truer word about Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Whether you pitch baseballs for a living, or drive a bus, or keep house, or lay bricks, you can use Wheaties, too. Breakfast of champions. Have some.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Hey, told me you wanted to see me here in your office, Colonel.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell, please have a seat. We are going to plan a campaign.
Oh?
And for the first time, I think we will have the jump on our friend, the guerrilla leader. We are sending a shipment of military supplies into the interior the day after tomorrow, and I have reason to believe the guerrillas have learned of it and now plan to raid this shipment.
I see. And we're going to give them a little surprise party, huh?
With your help. Now, observe this map, please. Here is our city of Yabne. The Rouge River, as you can see, winds inland from here.
Oh, and this is a railroad running parallel to the river, huh?
Correct.
And these military supplies are going to be on that train?
That was the original plan, and that is what we believe the guerrillas think. Actually, we have secretly arranged to ship the supplies by barges up the river. On the train will be my troops, fully prepared for action.
Good. Looks like these guerrillas are going to stick their head into a meat grinder.
We sincerely hope so.
Any idea where their attack will take place, Colonel?
I know where the most logical point is. Impress this area of the map thoroughly on your mind, Mr. Mitchell. At this point, the railroad crosses the river. We will call it Bridge A. The river forms a horseshoe and widens out into a lake. There are high cliffs on one side. Then the railroad recrosses the river up here, Bridge B. I believe the attack will take place either at Bridge A or Bridge B.
And your troops will be ready for trouble at either point?
Yes. And now we come to the part you will play in this operation, Mr. Mitchell, the most important part.
What's that?
At the time of the raid, you will probably be up in a plane with him somewhere over this horseshoe area.
I hope so. And he won't be able to issue many orders with my hand over his mouth.
That is exactly the point. If you wish to communicate with me, do so on 3570 kilocycles. And one thing more. This leader must not escape from you.
Oh, I am so sorry. I did not know you were occupied.
It's quite all right, my dear.
Madam Tia?
What's on your mind, my dear?
It was just that I have thought of a plan by which
How many
we might...
times have I told you you must leave the planning to Dr. Mao and myself? As a matter of fact, Mitchell and I are even now putting a plan into operation by which we feel confident the guerrilla leader will be captured.
Oh, I am so happy to hear that. What is this plan?
Well, in short, we plan to put...
Colonel, there's not much use in talking about a plan until it works, is there?
Perhaps you are right.
Anyway, I'm sure that Madam Tia is more interested in the results rather than the manner in which they're obtained.
Yes, of course.
Well, I better be on my way.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
Don't worry.
My every wish for your success, Mr. Mitchell. And please be assured of my undying gratitude.
That might be an interesting topic of conversation when we get together again, Madam Tia.
Yes. I hope it will not be long before we do.
Well, you never can tell. See you later, I hope.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to buy some flowers.
As you see, I have nice flowers, all kinds.
I want 5 gardenias.
5 gardenias? You would not like half a dozen?
I said 5.
I see. You are Williams, the American pilot.
Yeah.
Vanda!
It is Williams.
You are late, Williams. We have been expecting you for some time.
I got here as soon as I could. Who are you?
Banda, second in command to our leader. Come.
Where are we going?
By small boat up the Rouge River.
Where to?
You are too inquisitive. Everything will be unfolded to you at the proper time. Come.
Banda and I head up the river. 3 hours later, we turn into a cove. There's a small freighter hidden there, and a seaplane is hoisted out of the hold. We climb in it and take off. Half an hour later, Banda points down. We're right over the same horseshoe in the river that Colonel Diane had pointed out to me on the map. I bring the plane down and land it on the lake.
A nice landing.
Thanks.
Keep taxiing straight ahead.
Straight ahead, we're heading right for that cliff.
Do as you are told.
Now, look. Hey, the side of the cliff is moving.
Yes. As you see, the cliff is not as solid as it looks.
Well, what do you know? A king-size swinging door.
Yes, it is an entrance to a large cave. You can taxi the plane right in.
So, this is headquarters, huh?
This is headquarters.
I taxi into the cave, and the camouflage gate swings shut behind us. We climb out. Banda leads the way up a ladder to an upper room in the cave. He leaves me there and disappears. It's an observation post looking out over the lake, and it's full of radio equipment. Then I start getting a few nasty surprises. Number one, the radio operator is the same guy who tried to kill Dr. Mao. He keeps giving me the haven't I seen you somewhere before look, and I start sweating. Number two, sitting on a chair over in one corner is Sin, Madame Tia's stooge, the guy who slugged me and dragged me to her house right after I got to Yabney. Right now, I've got an uneasy feeling that I was right about Madame Tia. But my surprises haven't ended yet. Number three walks into the observation post with Banda.
Hello, Mitchell.
Williams.
Yeah, Williams. Been having fun posing as me?
So you decided not to take our safe conduct out of the country.
I went as far as the waterfront. Then I figured out which side my door was butted on.
So it would seem you were not as clever as you thought, Mitchell.
It sure would, Banda. My compliments to Madame Tia.
I will be glad to deliver them, Mitchell.
Dr. Mao.
Indeed. I gather your suspicions were directed against Madame Tia. Perhaps I should have allowed them to continue in that direction.
It's been you all along. Huh?
Exactly.
Pretty clever act you pulled, having your stooge over there plug you in the shoulder for my benefit.
A painful but effective device. I have used it before and may have to again.
And Madame Tia's boy over there is really working for you, huh?
Oh, no. If you had looked more closely, you would have seen that his hands are tied behind him. Sin has certain information which he will reveal to me in good time.
Barges in sight of first bridge. Barges in sight of first bridge.
There is the radio signal we have been waiting for. Come, Williams. We'll take off at once.
The barges?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mitchell. I am completely aware of Colonel Diane's little scheme. I know the supplies I want are on the barges instead of on the train, and my plan has been set accordingly.
Great.
I must take my leave now, but as you can see, the radio operator is armed, so it would be foolish to attempt an escape before I return. And, anyway, I wish to grant you the pleasure of witnessing my complete victory before you die.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
You know, every morning in my house, everybody has to get up. How about you folks? You have to get up too? Well, do what we do. Get up to Wheaties. They can help make the whole morning look a lot brighter at the breakfast table. As pleasant a way to meet the world as any I know of. Plus, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why they give you wonderful, wonderful nourishment. Every Wheaties flake gives the family natural whole wheat vitamins and minerals and whole wheat energy. All things that can make a whale of a big difference the whole morning long. You try it and see what a difference it makes. Breakfast of Champions with milk and fruit. Tomorrow morning, next morning, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You do that now, huh?
Well, along about now, I'm willing to sell my Social Security number cheap. My brilliant idea has backfired, and I find out I've been played for a sucker all along. Dr. Mao and his gang know the supplies are on the barge, and it looks like Colonel Diane and his troops are going to be left holding the bag, and me, I'm the guy in the bag. Well, they tie my hands and dump me in the corner beside Sin. Then they leave.
Well, Mr. Mitchell, it would appear we are both very unfortunate.
Yeah. How come they're holding you here, Sin?
Madame Tia plans to import hired fighters to track down these guerrillas. Dr. Mao learned of her plan and knows that I can tell him where the first meeting of these fighters is to take place.
So he's keeping you on ice until you do, huh?
Yes, I heard him tell the guard over there at the radio that under no circumstances was anything to happen to me until he returned.
Brother, I'd like to get to that radio and warn Colonel Diane and his troops of what's going to happen.
That guard will shoot you if you try.
Yeah, and with my hands tied up. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Twist around so that we're sitting back to back. Come on.
Very well.
That's it. Yeah. I think I can untie your hands. Keep your eyes on that guard.
He's not paying any attention to us.
Leader to Patriots! Leader to Patriots!
That must be Dr. Mao in his plane. Patriots yet.
Remain in concealment. Attack after barges have passed the first bridge.
We haven't got much time. There.
My hands are free.
Yeah. Now untie mine. Hurry.
Yes, what then?
You're going to run for that entrance.
But, Mitchell, if I fall, it is 100 feet down.
Don't worry. You won't have to dive, and the guard's not going to shoot you. You said he had orders to keep you alive. He'll grab you, and I'll grab him. Okay, that's the last knot. Thanks. You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Stop, Sin! Death before dishonor! Get back! Mitchell!
That's right, Buster. Oh! Good work, Sin. Now I've got to get through to Colonel Diane.
Do you know the right frequency?
Yeah. He said he'd be guarding 3570 kilocycles on the train. Here we are. Steve Mitchell to Colonel Diane. Steve Mitchell to Colonel Diane. Over.
Diane to Mitchell. Are you in the plane? I can see you circling. Over.
Mitchell to Diane. I'm in a cave on the side of a cliff overlooking the lake. Get this. Dr. Mao's the leader. He and his boys know the supplies are in the barges, not on the train. Over.
Diane to Mitchell. Repeat name of guerrilla leader. Over.
You heard me right. It's Dr. Mao. Where are you and your troops now?
Our train is just crossing the first bridge.
Good. Maybe there's still time. Look, the guerrillas will probably attack the barges in small boats. Unload half your troops at the bridge you're on now. Take the other half up to the upper bridge. We may be able to bottle the guerrillas up in between. Over.
I will give the necessary orders at once. Over and out.
It's a race against time now. I tune back to the guerrillas' radio frequency, grab a pair of binoculars, and go to the entrance to the cave. The minutes drag by. Dr. Mao's plane is circling over the lake. Suddenly, in the distance, I can see the line of barges passing under the first bridge. If Diane's men aren't in position by now, we're cooked. The barges inch out into the lake.
Attack! Attack!
Dr. Mao's orders come over the radio. Small boats start out from the shore and head for the barges, and it looks like he's won. Then I can hear machine guns. They're shooting from the lower bridge. Colonel Diane's troops, and they're blasting the guerrilla boats right out of the water.
Retreat up the river! Retreat up the river!
The boats start streaking up the river. I'm just hoping Colonel Diane's ready to close the trap on them.
Mitchell, look. Dr. Mao's plane is landing in front of the cave.
Yeah, he's heading here for cover. We'll try to give him a good reception.
The guerrilla boats are almost to the upper bridge.
Yep. If they get past us, we'll lose them.
See, they are passing under it now. They will escape.
Not quite. Listen to that.
They're trapped.
Yeah, it worked. They're getting cut to pieces, Sin. Well, it looks like this is the end of the line for these guerrillas.
But listen, Dr. Mao's plane is inside the cave below us.
Yeah. They'll be climbing up here in a minute. Let's get back inside the cave. You take Williamson. Leave Dr. Mao for me.
Very well.
Get back. They're coming up the ladder.
I will wait for your signal.
Watch it. They're both armed.
What? Who's not gone wrong, Williams? My plans were perfect.
Well, if Napoleon, quit worrying about your campaign. Start worrying about us getting out of here.
But still, I do not understand what... Wait. Look, the guard lying unconscious.
What?
Where's Mitchell?
Right here, Doctor.
Mitchell. Williams, quick.
Get Williamson.
I have him.
Good work.
Let go of me.
Drop the gun or I'll break your arm. Drop it. That's better.
Mitchell, he has a knife.
I know you. Still won't drop the knife, huh? Okay.
Help.
Mitchell. Right on top of his own plane.
One might observe that such an ending is most fitting for Dr. Mao.
Yeah. In the old days, they used to fall on their sword. Now they fall on their plane. That's what you call progress, Sin.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Carn. Join us again next Wednesday at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Dangerous Assignment comes to you from Hollywood. Next, The Falcon, one of 4 exciting mysteries, tonight on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Come on, you're on.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work, will you?
Okay. Folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em.
The International Airport at Los Angeles is a main port of entry between the West Coast and Mexico. The volume of business is large, and the U.S. Customs inspectors who man its gates have their hands full. They deal with all kinds of people in the course of their work, good and bad, honest and dishonest, and shrewdly place them in various categories. But one of today's passengers has a category all his own.
Zelschmidt is the name, Inspector Pagan Zelschmidt, Vice President of the Axel Beverage Company, butlers of the famous soft drink.
Never heard of it.
Oh, you will, my good man, you will, yeah.
I'll hold my breath. All right, unlock your bag.
Sure, why not? I've just got this one bag.
What's in those boxes?
Oh, just some spices and herbs.
What kind of spices and herbs?
All kinds.
Hey, look out. You're going to knock that box off the table.
Oops.
Oh, fine. Busted wide open.
Well, that's okay. I can just gather it together
Hey,
like...
wait a sec. Let's have a look at that. All kinds is right.
Huh?
Including opium. Okay.
But...
Stay where you are. You're under arrest.
Well, I demand a habeas corpus. I want a lawyer. I want my congressman. I want Mr. Rex.
Actually, Ken, it doesn't surprise me a bit.
I hate to say I told you so, but...
But you will, is that it, Chief?
Yes, confound it. Because I have told you so, Ken. Zellschmidt is a conniving, swindling little two-bit crook who'd sell out anybody, including you, at the drop of a hat.
Sure, I know that.
Well, if you know it, why do you let him hang around you?
Oh, a lot of reasons, Chief. He's useful for one thing, has shady contacts all over the world.
Yeah.
And he'll sell out the other side, too. Anyway, I kind of like him.
Oh, even when he's caught red-handed smuggling opium?
I simply can't buy that one. The opium racket just doesn't fit Pagon's personality.
I don't see why not. He's done everything else.
That's the point, Chief. Everything else. I think he's been made the fall guy for somebody.
For whom?
I'll know more about that when I get back from L.A.
Ken, if you go out there and try to help that good-for-nothing little bum, you'll just be wasting your time.
Chief, aside from Pagon, even if he weren't mixed up in this, it would hardly be a waste of time.
What do you mean?
I mean opium. That's the lowest, dirtiest game in the world, wherever it's played. Any chance to smash it is never a waste of time. I'm going to Los Angeles.
Look, Mr. Thurston, you see, they mean business. They even slapped a big master padlock on the cell, so I'll never get out.
Well, that's the price of crime, Pagon.
What's crime? Now, what? They just got it in for me, that's all. I didn't do nothing.
Nothing? When did opium smuggling get to be nothing?
But I didn't. I swear by the father of my father...
Never mind.
But I really didn't. This time.
Okay. Then what is the story?
Well, it all started when I decided to go into this beverage bottling business with Uncle Ahmed.
Huh?
No, this time it was strictly legitimate, really. Of course, the first thing we needed was some herbs and spices to make the soft drinks out of. So I had some phony letterhead printed and...
Strictly legitimate.
Well, anyway, I got a letter back to come down and get some free samples from this Mendoza Ranchers company in Guadalajara.
Mendoza Ranchers Company, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I did. And here I am in jail.
Yes, because of opium. Not herbs and spices.
But it was packed inside the sample boxes. How should I know?
Are you sure you didn't?
Oh, Mr. X, I swear by the father of
Let's not go into that again. Well, it sounds like a typical Pagon Ahmed crooked scheme.
Crooked?
Sure. 10 to 1, you represented yourself as a potential buyer of carload lots and got a couple of $100 worth of samples for nothing.
300.
Okay, then 300.
It was enough to run us for a whole year.
Yeah, except for one thing. Somebody saw a chance to use you.
But who, Mr. X?
That's what we're going to find out when we get to Guadalajara.
What do you mean, we?
You've been released in my custody, Pagon. Come on. Pack your toothbrush, if any, and let's go. Straight ahead, Pagon. Gate D, there at the end.
Hey, that's our plane now, Mr. Thurston. It's taking off.
No, it's the one past it. Come on.
Boy, I won't feel safe until I get in the air and out. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That is quite all right.
Jose, what are you doing here?
Well,
Mr. Thurston, I want you to meet a very dear old friend who I met on the plane coming up from Guadalajara.
Senor.
Jose?
How come you're here at the airport? You meeting somebody?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm taking the plane to Guadalajara.
But you just got here 2 days ago. You said you
There has been a change of plans. Now, if you will excuse me.
Now, wait a second,
Good
Jose.
day, gentlemen. It has been a pleasure.
I can't understand it, Mr. Thurston. He was so friendly on the trip up.
Why not? With you packing his opium across the border for him, why shouldn't he be friendly?
You mean he...
It's an idea, anyway.
Oh, I beg your pardon, senores. Could you tell me which is the gate for the plane to Guadalajara?
It's Gate D. We're going there ourselves. Here, let me help you with that hat box.
Oh, thank you so much. And, you are also traveling to Guadalajara, senor?
Yeah.
Have you been there before?
Oh, no, for a long time. Lovely city, though, as I recall it.
Oh, it is. I hope you enjoy your visit with us, senor.
Oh, thanks. Now, here we are, Gate D.
Gracias, senor. And since we are fellow passengers, it does seem awkward to call you senor.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ken Thurston. This, by the way, is Pagon Zellschmidt.
How do you do? Hello. I am Evelina Mendoza.
Mendoza?
Yes. Perhaps you have heard of my father, Don Federico. He is owner of the Mendoza Ranchos Company.
Hey, taxi, senores. You like nice taxi, huh? Take you any place. Want to grab this guy's hack, Mr. Thurston?
Just a second, Pagan.
Oh, you have been charming, Mr. Thurston. It has been a most pleasant trip.
Thank you, Miss Mendoza.
And you will come to dinner this evening. Both of you, of course.
Right, at 8.
Then I'll say hasta luego. Until this evening.
Bye.
My name is Pancho, senor. You take my taxi, huh? It's a real fine car. We go like the wind. Might as well, Mr. Thurston. He's got our bag.
Okay, one cab's as good as another. All right, Pancho, let's go.
Si, senor. Si. This way, huh? You coming, huh? I wonder what happened to Jose. I never did see him get off the plane.
I did. He was the first to leave.
Well, hadn't you to follow him, give him the business, put the log on him?
Why?
Well, you could. I mean, he was, he didn't like me.
If that's a crime, I'll have to go back to New York and arrest the chief. Say, Pancho, where is this taxi anyway?
Oh, it's only a bit more now, senor.
We're clear down the other end of the terminal.
But it's no matter, senor. It's only around this corner now. Just a little bit more. Huh?
All right. Watch your Pagan. Be ready for a move.
Move? You mean... Oh, no, I'd rather be back in jail. Ahorita!
Hit the dirt, Pagan. It's that car by the corner of the building. If I can just get a clear shot at... too late.
Mr. Thurston, is it all right?
It's all over, if that's what you mean. Car took off and Pancho disappeared into the underbrush.
You should live so long. And now somebody else doesn't like us.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
The guy in the car, the one who fired those shots. That was your very dear old friend, Jose.
That's the place, Mr. X. That little dump right over our head there.
It's not much of a place for a layout the size of the Mendoza Company.
Oh, I think this is only a retail office for herbs and stuff. The way I get it, they run some big ranches out west of town.
What's the name of the man you dealt with, the one who gave you the samples?
Manuel Gomez. He's a little short fellow, bold as an egg. Boy, am I going to tell him a couple of things or two?
You're going to tell him nothing. In fact, you're going to wait for me outside.
Huh?
This Gomez is the only lead I've got so far. And he has to be handled right. You wait here.
Buenos dias, senor. There is something I can do for you.
Yes, you can tell Manuel Gomez I'd like to see him.
Well, see. I could tell him that, but I do not think I will tell him.
Oh, why not?
Because it's a waste of time, I think. He would not care to see you.
I suppose we find out.
Senor, I am Capitan Rodriguez, the Policía Federalista.
What are the federal police doing here?
Senor, if you really wish to see Manuel Gomez, then I do not have any objections. Permit me to turn back the sheet. Mira, senor.
Apparently not all the marksmanship in Guadalajara is bad. Right through the heart.
We return to The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Yes, a great many families have taken this advice to heart and bought the thrilling RCA Victor 19-inch. Truly, the most exciting buy in television. When you buy television, remember that the set you choose will be the very hub of your home for years to come. So select the screen size you really want most. The bigger and better RCA Victor 19-inch pictures are the just right size for family viewing. Big enough to watch from across the room, and yet so clear and sharp you can sit up close. That's RCA Victor's million-proof quality for you. Quality proven in over 2 million homes. Your dealer can show you RCA Victor 19-inch television in a table model, a console floor model, or a combination television radio phonograph. See them. Learn why inch for inch. Your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. And now to continue with The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. few tins of opium hidden in an herb sample landed Pagon in jail and brought Ken Thurston into the case. But now Ken's one lead. The man who gave Pagon the sample is dead. So Ken is following a blind trail as he talks with Don Federico Mendoza in his Guadalajara home.
Gwen.
And can I offer you more sherry, Senor Thurston?
No, thanks, Don Federico. This is fine.
Boy, this stuff is real McCoy.
It was brought here from Spain a long time ago, Senor Zellschmidt.
A real pre-prohibition, eh? I think I'll just have another little snort.
I fear I live a much too isolated life, Senor Thurston. Believe me, I am most happy that Evelina has brought you home to dine with us.
I told you you would like him, Padrecito.
Well, thanks again to both of you. Of course, I imagine your ranches keep you too busy for much of a social life.
No. Unfortunately, I must admit to being a farmer only by inheritance, not by inclination or ability.
Oh, that is not true, Padre. In good years, the crops do very well.
With scarce thanks to me, however. You see, Senor Thurston, I leave the operation of the ranchos entirely in the hands of my manager, an immigrant named Hans Borkny.
I see.
He's very, very efficient. Knows much more about it than I do.
Padre, I am sure Senor Thurston is not interested
Oh,
in...
but yes, I am. I'm very interested in farming, especially in unusual products.
Well, Hans does have a number of experimental crops, but only he could explain them. I know very little about that phase of the estate.
Maybe you would like to look over the property in the morning, Senor Thurston. It's only a few miles from the city.
Yeah, I should like to.
I would enjoy such an outing myself. It has been nearly a month since
Buenas noches. I must apologize for being late.
Hans, come in and join us.
Yes, we have guests for dinner.
Oh.
Senor Thurston, Senor Zellschmidt, Hans Borkny, my manager.
Oh, yeah.
How do you do? You are from the States, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah, just here on a visit.
There's something familiar about you. Have we possibly met somewhere?
I don't know. Where might have been, Mr. Borkny?
I'm not sure.
Europe, maybe?
No, I've been away from there for a long time.
Oh, not so very long, Hans. You only came here 3 years ago.
Well, I was in many other places first, Evelina. Don Federico, that trouble at the office seems to be settling down a little.
Oh, excelente.
Oh, no serious trouble, I hope?
Oh, no, Mr. Thurston.
Trouble? You mean that murder?
Please, Senor Zellschmidt. Such things as you mention are a part of the world outside. I never permit them to intrude upon the social life in my home. Shall we go into dinner now?
Easy, boy. Easy now.
I am afraid I am not quite certain about the crops in these particular fields, Senor Thurston.
I'd say they're lying fallow from the looks of them.
Yes, I believe that is it. Hans knows, of course.
Yes, I noticed that earlier. He seems to be familiar with every blade of grass on the rancho.
He is indeed. I am sure you would have found him a much more interesting guide than I am, Senor Thurston.
Oh, we'll catch up with the rest of the party later. I want to... Here. What's the matter, boy?
I believe he's trying to shy at something.
There's something there in the bushes. Here now. Hold it, boy. There.
Can you see what it is?
Says someone's been hurt.
Why? Why, it is one of the peons. He must have been drinking.
Yeah, looks like... No, he isn't hurt. And he hasn't been drinking.
Huh?
He's smoking opium.
Opium?
Yeah. Can't you smell it?
Yes. Too bad. A number of the peons do this upon occasion.
Where do they get this stuff?
Who knows? And who can say they are wrong? The ranchos are not profitable, and the workers' lot is a hard one.
This kind of thing doesn't make it any easier.
They can forget for a while.
Oh, they pay for it, all right. There wouldn't happen to be any opium poppies growing in the ranchos, would there?
I am not even sure that the plant will grow in this climate, Senor.
It will if somebody sets it out and cultivates it.
Then who can say?
Somebody can. I'll bet on that.
Well, I really know very little about the matter, Senor Thurston. Shall we join the others now?
excellent horseman, Senor Thurston.
Nothing to it. The horse does all the work.
I sure wish mine would.
Well, sir, I think you've seen almost the entire rancho now. Maybe you have decided you would like to be a farmer.
Well, I might, if I knew as much about crops as you do, Hans.
Anything which has roots to put it in the ground, I can make it grow.
Ah, yes. Hans, Senor Thurston was asking me a while ago about the opium poppies.
Opium poppies?
You see, whether they would grow in this climate. Do you happen to know?
Of course. They will not grow in this climate. There is not the least doubt about it, Mr. Thurston.
I see.
Oh, Senor Thurston, I just remembered a place we have not seen, and I would love to. I haven't been up there for years. Cañón Perdido.
Lost Canyon. Sounds interesting.
Oh, Evelina, my dear, I am much too tired to ride up there today. Please, some other time, eh?
I am sorry, Padrecito. I should not have mentioned it. Senor Thurston, I did not realize how long we have been.
Well, some other time, maybe.
I will have the car brought here if you wish, and one of the peons can take the horses back.
Excelente, Hans, excelente. I have had enough exercise to last me for a month. Tell me, Senor Thurston, what do you think of it?
It's a nice layout, Don Federico. Good example of diversified farming.
Ah, yes.
And those experimental fields. I think I saw at least one specimen of every crop that can possibly be grown. That is, in this particular climate, of course.
I can't tell from nothing of this map, Mr. Thurston. Where are we anyhow?
Well, about 10 miles out of Guadalajara. That's the east boundary of the Mendoza ranchos, right below us.
I sure hope something don't happen to this plane mover.
You should have waited at the hotel, Pagan.
With that Jose character running loose? I'm not that crazy.
Let's see now. This lost canyon must lie along the foothill side of the ranchos. So...
I just want to say one thing. Mr. X, I'm opposed to this whole idea.
All right. Your attitude is on record now, so relax and enjoy yourself.
With what we're carrying there in the back of the plane, who can relax?
Well, you better hope the plan works. It's your neck that's out, you know.
But at least I've got a neck now.
This must be it. Just over the ridge.
Look. Look, they're growing stuff down there in that canyon.
I'll say they are. Let's drop down and circle back over it.
You think it's that lost canyon, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah. And a crop of opium. See it down there? 40 acres or more.
But whose is it? Who's growing it?
Let's go down and find out.
Mr. Thurston, the motor's come down.
Sure I did. I cut the switch.
But why?
Because there's somebody down there I want to meet.
Who?
A killer. Operator of one of the rottenest businesses in the world.
Jose.
Maybe.
Hey, is that why the back of the plane is...
Hang on, Pagan. We're going to land.
Well, we're here, Mr. X. What do we do now?
Just sit tight until somebody shows up.
Like who, for instance?
Like whoever's back of this whole opium racket.
I mean, all these pretty little flowers around here are opium poppies?
Yeah.
Oops.
No, I'm sure we must have been seen coming in. But if somebody doesn't show pretty soon, maybe we'd better. Pagan, what's the matter with you? Pagan. You idiot. What are you holding your breath for?
I should get conked out by this opium stuff?
Huh?
Well, look, shouldn't we get out of here before we get dopey?
With the head start you've got. Wait. Here comes a station wagon.
But these poppies...
Oh, they can't hurt you. Well, looks like we may have some action now.
Action what I don't want, Mr. X. Not the kind we're gonna get.
Would you rather do 20 years for smuggling dope?
Right now, yes. If I get out of here alive, no. Mr. X, are you sure the back door of the plane is unlocked?
I'm sure. And don't tip the play ahead of time, understand?
All I'm going to do, try just to look non-conspicuous.
Ah. They're suspicious, all right, or they'd have driven right up to us.
Who's suspicious? Who? You mean it's him?
Yeah, the manager of the ranchers. Who did you expect? Good afternoon, Mr. Borkney.
Get your hands up, Thurston. You too.
Yes, sir. They're up. See?
That was a fast draw, Borkney. You learn it in Germany, Austria, or am I too far south?
So, you're Mr. X. I've heard about you for a long time, but I never thought I'd see you across the sights of a gun.
Well, all of us run into unexpected situations now and then.
Sure we do. Like having a plane motor conk out while we're busy snooping?
Oh, I landed on purpose.
And you all the time I'd be waiting for you, I suppose.
I thought you'd be around somewhere. I wanted a closer look at your poppy field. You in the flower business, Balkany?
I'm in the opium business, Thurston, and I'm going to stay in business. But I don't think you are. Jose.
Oh, no.
Si, senor, yo vengo.
So Jose gets another chance, is that it?
That's it. Jose, I don't think you need any instructions.
Not at all, senor.
Balkany, shouldn't the rest of the corporation be present for the ceremony?
There isn't any rest, Thurston. This is it. If you mean old Federico, he is too busy being an aristocrat to know what's going on around him.
His daughter, too?
Evelina? No. I have other plans for her.
So it's just you and Jose. And Manuel Gomez, until you killed him, of course.
He would have talked under pressure.
I see. Well, I think that's all the information we need. Balkany, I imagine you're aware of the damage a submachine gun can do at close range.
What are you trying?
There are two of them pointed at you right now from the rear door of the plane. Come on out, Captain.
Yo vengo, senor Thurston. Do not move, senor.
Penalistas!
That's right. Better drop those guns.
No, you're not going to take me to prison.
Parece.
No!
Entonces, pues!
Oh, Mr. Thurston, he must have been crazy to try that. Why, he didn't have a chance.
Pagan, he didn't have a chance before he tried it. A dope peddler never has a chance. Matter of fact, there's all kinds of dope being peddled in the world today. Far too many people are falling for it. It looks like good business for the peddler, too, for a while. But sooner or later, a dope peddler never has a chance.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It is a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means, try Anacin. You like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you will be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. The other folks you listened to tonight were Lucille Meredith, Will Wright, Frank Gerstle, Ted DeCorsia, Harry Bartell, and Tony Barrett. Next week, our story is called Cargo Contraband, and it involves smuggling of one of the most treacherous things in the world, people. Of course, that includes Leon Belasco, who'll be along again as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is produced by J. Richard Kennedy, with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents in this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. Also, on the Theater Guild on the Air tomorrow, you'll hear John Gielgud with Dorothy McGuire and Pamela Brown in a great performance of Shakespeare's Hamlet. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Hear Phil Regan's great new show starting tomorrow on NBC.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you the amazing story of House of Greed. A taxicab rolls through the night and comes to a stop before a brownstone mansion on West 52nd Street. The driver opens the door, and a handsome, well-dressed man steps out, pays the driver, slips quickly up the stairs, fumbles with a bunch of keys, but the door opens.
Oh, hello, Jackson.
Mr. Talbot, welcome home, sir.
Where's Mrs. Talbot?
Oh, she left 3 days ago. Went to the place in the Catskills. There's a note on your desk, sir.
Oh, good.
Your brother, Frank, is waiting in the library.
Oh. Hello, Frank. What do you want?
John.
Now, look, Frank, I told you the last time I'd give you no more money.
Oh, but it isn't gambling debts this time. I'm reforming. I'm going to settle down and work.
Work?
I met a big cattleman from South America. He has a very lovely daughter. And she talked her father into letting me buy an interest in the business.
How much?
10,000. Oh, I'm sure I'll make good, John.
Oh, very well. I don't mind doing something like that for you. When are you leaving?
Tomorrow. I've had a plane reservation for 4 days. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the check, John. You're a swell guy. Tell Mary goodbye for me.
Yeah, she's up in the Catskills.
Yeah, so Jackson told me.
Good Lord.
What's wrong?
She hasn't gone to the Catskills. I can't understand this. What on earth does she mean?
Well, what is it?
Well, read it.
John, this life is too lonely. I can't go on like this, so I'm leaving you. I found someone else who is more considerate of me.
But
First, I'm going home, and from there, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but things just didn't work out for us. Mary.
Someone who's more considerate of her. Why, I've given Mary everything her heart desired. She must be out of her mind.
Of course, you have been gone a lot, and women get crazy ideas.
It's knocked the pins right out from under me.
Yes, I can see that. You'd better take it easy for a while.
Yes, I feel, I don't know, kind of sick. All of a sudden, nothing seems to matter.
Well, maybe she'll wake up before she gets too far. Perhaps I'd better cancel my trip for a few weeks until you get straightened out.
No, never mind. I'll pull myself together. I wouldn't have you sidetrack your plans for the world. I think you better go now, Frank. I'd rather be alone.
All right. But don't do anything foolish.
What do you mean?
Well, if you brood about it, you're liable to get some crazy ideas and end up really holding the sack.
Good luck, Frank. Lots of luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, John.
John sits for the remainder of the night staring over the top of his desk. The next morning, he closes the house and starts on Mary's trail, which takes him to London, Paris, Berlin, all over Europe, but to no avail. Finally, he drops his active interest in his business and goes to live in his country estate. Then one day, 14 years later, he finds himself on a honeymoon He has married a widow named Helga.
Well, John, dear, we got away without too much trouble.
Well, it does seem a bit silly, rice and honeymoons at our age.
Our age? Well, you sound as though we're a couple of old grannies. I'm 36 and you're 45, and I certainly don't feel old.
Why, of course you're not, Helga.
Oh, dear. John, now that the wedding's over, there's something I haven't told you.
Oh, now
I haven't said anything because I was afraid it might make a difference.
I know what it is. You have a son.
How did you know?
I wondered when you were going to mention it.
Oh, well, he finishes school this year. It's been quite a struggle putting him through college, but he's very bright. Paul has studied hard and managed to cram 2 years into one. Could he spend the summer with us?
Why, of course.
Oh, John, you're a darling.
I should be able to find a place for him in the business. Oh, ask him to come down to our place in the country.
Oh, thanks, John. You're wonderful.
So Helga's son, Paul, came to spend the summer at the country place. And he stayed the next winter, and the following summer, and the next winter. Now it is summer again, and Paul is still visiting his mother and stepfather. The first year, he worked in the office every day until noon, and found business very boring. So finally, he quit going to the city at all.
But, Mother, I've looked the whole thing over, and there's nothing there that interests me.
Well, you could learn about the business. You seem to be able to learn anything else you want to.
But I don't care for business.
Oh, you're a fool. I worked my knuckles to the bone to give you an education. I married John Talbot to give you a chance to do something. John has no children. It's a huge business. And one day you could control the whole thing. I'm disappointed in you, Paul. You're letting me down.
Well, it seems to run very well without too much attention from him. If we were to inherit it, why wouldn't it continue to run just as well?
You either get down to that office or you pack your things and get out.
Why should I? I'm perfectly satisfied.
I'll tell John to make you go.
And suppose I tell him what you just said? That you married him just to give me a chance? Married him for his money?
You wouldn't dare.
And suppose I tell him that you were never divorced from Father? That he's still down in South America, still wandering around trying to find a gold mine?
If you dare open your mouth, I'll...
Hello there. How are you, Helga? What's this I heard about South America?
Oh, why, nothing, darling. Paul was just talking about someone he met from down there.
Who do you know from South America, Paul?
Fellow, I met him today.
Were you in the city today?
No, I was down the village.
I didn't suppose you'd been out of the house today. What's his name?
Why, I don't remember.
I didn't think you would. You haven't been out of this house for 3 days. Paul, I think you're the laziest man I've ever met.
All right. I'll start back to the office Monday. If that's what you and Mother want me to do, I'll do it.
Why, I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner, Helga. I was detained in town. I have quite a bit of work to do. I'll be here in the library for 2 or 3 hours.
Very well, John. I won't bother you. I'll go on upstairs. Besides, I want to have a little talk with Paul. Good night, dear.
Good night, Helga. What on earth? Who's out there? Why? What do you want out there?
May I come in? I want to talk with you.
Well, why do you come to the library windows? Why didn't you ring the bell?
I didn't want to cause a disturbance.
Disturbance? What do you mean?
May I come in?
Yes, come ahead.
Don't you know me, John?
Good Lord. Mary.
I'm sorry, John. I had to talk with you. I saw the light in the library.
What do you want?
I need your help.
Where have you been all these years?
Oh, every place. Are you still filled with resentment?
It's been too long ago. At first I was. I followed you all over Europe, but never quite caught up with you. Now I'm glad I didn't. There's no telling what I might have done.
I'm sorry, John. I was a fool. I know that now. May I sit down?
Why, of course. Have you a cold?
Yes, I can't seem to shake it. I've had it for weeks.
See, I hate to mention it, but you look a bit shabby, Mary. Aren't you doing well?
Oh, well, yes. Yes, I'm doing all right.
Are you?
You've married again,
Yes.
and your wife is here?
Yes.
Then I'll be as brief as possible. I wouldn't want her to know that I was here.
You want me to help your husband?
No, not that. I have no husband.
What about the man you said was more considerate of you?
He left me 4 years after the baby was born.
Baby? You have a child.
Yes, John. She's 17 now.
And where's the man?
I don't know, and I don't care. Oh, John, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I should have known better. But he practically carried me off my feet. And I learned later, to my sorrow, that he was not worth shooting.
Where's your daughter?
She's in a school in Vermont. I've worked hard to give her an education. I've done everything I could do to give her a chance. I've not seen her very often. But now, well, I'm sort of cracking up. I've been ill a lot, and I seem to have trouble getting a job.
Job? What kind of a job?
Why, any kind of a job.
What have you been working at, Mary?
Oh, John, I've made such a miserable mess of it. I was never able to face things. I always took the line of least resistance.
What a shame.
And now I've come to the end of my rope. Joan has finished school. She's a lovely girl, John. I can't let her know. I can't take her with me.
Why not?
She deserves so much more. She deserves a chance in life. I want you to do something for her.
Why should I?
Because she's your daughter, John.
Yeah. My daughter?
Yes, yours and mine. She was born 7 months after I left. Here's the birth certificate. Please, John, do something for her. She shouldn't be made to suffer for my mistake. She's innocent.
Well, does she know I'm her father?
No. And she doesn't remember the other men. Here, I'll give you her address. Fernwood College. And I'll write a letter to her explaining all about you.
Well,
Oh, John, you could do so much for her. She's a young lady now. And so lovely. Please see her. I know you'll fall in love with her.
All right, Mary. I'll see her. I'll have her come down here.
Oh, John, I'm so sorry. So sorry for everything I've done. Please forgive me.
I've forgotten everything, Mary. Oh, wait a moment. Take this check and do something about that cough.
No, thanks, John. I won't need it.
You'd better take it.
Thanks. I'll be all right in a few days. The cough will be gone. Good night, John.
Good night, Mary.
If he brings this girl here, do you realize what it means, Mother?
Yes?
It's his own daughter. If he falls for her, if he likes her, he'll change his will and split the estate.
She's entitled to it, isn't she?
Now, why should she be? Strange girl he didn't even know existed. Popped up out of nowhere and cheats us out of half the estate.
I know what you mean.
We've been here for several years. You're his wife. It isn't fair.
What would you do about it, Paul?
I'd see that she didn't get anything.
How would that be possible?
Suppose she didn't like it here. Supposing that before John got attached to her, the things happened that would make her dislike everything here. She runs away soon enough, he won't change his will.
Perhaps you're right. And if she doesn't?
Then maybe something could happen to John. Later, something could happen to the girl. But in any event, the will must not be changed.
Where do you get such ideas?
That, Joan dear, is the story of your mother. I trailed them all over Europe, but never quite caught up with them.
You mean you planned to kill them?
Kill them? I was filled with revenge, but I finally gave up the chase and returned here to wait. I knew that sooner or later she'd show up.
But it's been so long ago. Surely you've lost the desire for revenge by this time.
Time heals many wounds, my dear.
If you had caught up with them and satisfied your revenge, what good would it have done?
Quite right, my dear, quite right. Tell me, have you no recollection of this man? You can recall nothing about him?
Absolutely nothing. Remember, I was only 4 when he went away.
And you do believe that I'm your father?
What else am I to believe? Mother proved that with the birth certificate. proved that I'm Joan Talbot, not Joan Evans, as I've always believed.
Of course. And would you like to remain here?
Why, yes, I think I would,
Well,
but
there seems to be a doubt. Why do you hesitate?
I don't know. From all the evidence, I belong here. I have a legal right, but... Well, I can't seem to find words to express it.
Express what?
From the moment I stepped in the door of this house, I've had a strange feeling. A cold, chilly sensation of fear.
Well, is it something you feel about me?
Yes.
You're afraid of me.
No, I don't think so.
Is it Helga?
Well...
Is it Paul?
Oh, please don't ask me anymore. I don't know what it is.
Well, what has Paul said to you?
Nothing. No one said anything. It's just a premonition of evil. There's something wrong. Something horribly wrong in this house.
Oh, you're imagining things, Joan. It's all in your mind. It will pass as suddenly as it came. You're young, Joan, impressionable, and you've suddenly found your life turned upside down. A new environment to which you've never become accustomed, but you'll get used to it. You're my daughter. I want you to have what you deserve, what is rightfully yours.
I understand. And I'll try to overcome this feeling.
Yeah, that's better. You're a lovely girl, Joan. An intelligent girl. I know I'm going to be very proud of you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to bed now.
Well, it is rather late. Good night, dear. See you in the morning.
Hello?
Paul, what are you doing here on the stairs in the dark?
I wanted to tell you something.
What?
You're very, very beautiful. Your eyes, your hair, just like gold. Gold moonbeams. And soft.
Paul!
And your throat. Your throat is slender and soft. Like...
Take your hands off my neck. Paul!
I don't know many girls. Girls don't like me.
Let me by.
You don't like me either, do you?
Well,
I know. I can tell. Elsie didn't like me either. She was afraid of me.
Who's Elsie?
She was a girl in the village. She worked here in the summertime. No one knows what became of her.
What?
I don't remember what happened to her. But her throat was slender and white, like yours.
Let me by.
Joan.
What? Who's here? Who's in this room?
Don't turn on the light.
Helga. What do you want?
I must talk to you.
What about?
You're not safe here. No one is safe in this house. You must leave at once.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
The house is wrong. It's filled with evil and hate. I know.
Why do you stay?
I can't leave. It's too late. But you must go at once.
Do you mean that Paul?
That's part of it.
And what else?
John.
John? What about him?
I can't tell you. But you must believe me.
What about my father?
He doesn't believe he is your father. And he's planning to get revenge on your mother through you.
I don't believe you. I won't.
Get away while you have a chance.
No. I won't run from it. I'll face it whatever it is.
Very well. Good night, Joan.
Now it is nearly midnight. John still works at his desk in the library. But outside, a man steps softly through the trees upon the terrace, quietly opens the library doors, and steps in.
Hello, John.
Frank. Good Lord.
Yes, Brother Frank. Well, why don't you say something? Come in, or get out, or something.
Why, come in, Frank. You fairly knocked me off my feet. I didn't know whether you were alive or dead.
It's been a long time, John.
Why haven't you written me?
Well, I was hoping I could make a go of that ranch and pay you back, but I guess I was just born unlucky.
Oh?
They had a revolution and cleaned Senor Gonzalez out and me with him.
That's too bad, Frank.
But you're still the same steady, reliable John. Yes, sir, I've tried my darndest to be like you, but, well, it just isn't in me. I don't have what it takes. The last 2 years, I've had a pretty tough time. I caught some sort of a malarial fever down there, and it's impossible to get rid of it. It's recurring.
You certainly don't look well. You've aged quite a bit. You better have Dr. Richards look you over tomorrow.
Huh. She's still kicking around? I thought he'd be gone long ago. How's your new marriage turned out?
Oh, very well. Very well indeed.
Good. Ever hear from Mary?
Yes. She came to see me. I knew she would eventually. She was broke and quite ill. She'd had a tough time of it.
And you helped her out. You would. You couldn't turn anyone down.
Well, she was mainly interested in my helping the girl. She had her in a school in Vermont.
And so now you're taking care of both of them.
What else could I do?
Good old Joe.
I sent for the girl and brought her down here. She's a lovely child. Sweet as can be.
And you'll give her everything her heart desires, I suppose. And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
Oh? Well, I've decided that.
Really?
I'd like to send her to Wellesley.
Good. Isn't every man who can have...
Just a minute, Frank. I'll be right back. Well, what are you doing out here in the hall at this time of night for?
Oh, well, Mother sent me down to see why you hadn't come up to your room.
Oh. Well, tell her I'll be up in a few minutes.
Yes, I'll tell her.
My stepson, Paul. His mother thought I was staying up unusually late.
Oh, well, I'll run along. Good heavens, it's after 12. When's the last train back to the city?
12 o'clock. You've missed it.
Well, when's the next one?
5 a.m.
Oh. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait for that. Can you put me up?
Yes, of course, Frank.
Oh, thanks.
Well, wait a moment, Frank. I probably won't be up when you leave, so I'll give you this now.
Oh, now, John, I didn't come here for that. Well, that is not exactly.
No, you never have. Here you are, Frank. 1,000. And see Doc Richards first thing in the morning. And drop in at the office and let me know what he says.
Thanks, John. I'm sorry to have to take this. I only wish that...
Oh, forget it. We're not kids any longer. You're too old to learn new tricks now. Run along to bed, Frank. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, take the guest room at the head of the stairs.
Good night, John. See you in town at noon.
Night, Frank.
The clock strikes 3 as 2 figures slip down the darkened hall and quietly enter John's bedroom. Then a few minutes later, the same 2 figures make their way in the moonlight through the trees to the back of the estate, carrying a long, gruesome bundle wrapped in a sheet. Now it is 3 nights later, and Joan, Helga, and Paul are in the library as Joan paces back and forth anxiously.
But where could Father have gone? He didn't say a word about going out of town.
Oh, maybe he doesn't want to come back.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like it here.
You should have listened to me.
But you didn't say anything about... Well, you just mentioned me.
Could have been a mistake. I just had a weird feeling of impending disaster.
Something is wrong, I know.
If I didn't belong here, if I could leave, I'd not stay another moment. Who knows what will happen next?
I know.
What do you know?
I know what'll happen next.
They always happen in twos.
Many people have come here and stayed a while and then suddenly disappeared.
What time is it?
11:30.
There's a train at 12. I'm leaving here. Hello? Yes, this is Joan Talbot. What? Good heavens, who? Where? Yes. Yes, I understand. Yes, I'll be here. Yes.
Who was it?
I don't know. I've never heard anything like it.
What do you mean?
It was a man, and he...
What man?
He said he had a message for us, and he'll be here at 12 o'clock, and To wait for him in the library.
The police?
I don't know. He said he'll come to the garden windows, to the library window.
Who could it be?
I don't know. But we'll wait. I'm going to see this through.
Here he comes. Through the garden.
Who is it, Mother?
I don't know.
The lights. Why did you turn out the lights?
I turned them out so we could see outside. Who is he?
I don't know. He's up on the terrace.
Who are you? What do you want?
I came to talk to you.
What about?
About what happened here at 3 o'clock in the morning several days ago.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
But something did happen.
Turn on the lights.
No, don't turn them on. You couldn't see me if you turned on the lights.
Paul, good Lord. Was it you who phoned me?
I spoke to you, but I didn't phone you.
Mother.
What happened in this house at 3 o'clock several days ago?
A man was murdered.
What? Paul.
Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights!
Joan Talbot, open the top drawer of that desk. Now take out the paper. It says, on the night of August 5th, we, the undersigned, murdered John Talbot in his bedroom and buried his body on the estate.
We didn't. We didn't.
It's John. It's John.
Sign it. Sign the paper and I'll go.
Sign it, Paul. Sign it. You did it. You killed him. Sign it.
You help me. You sign it.
I can't.
Turn on the lights, Joan.
John.
It's him. It's him. He isn't dead.
No, Paul.
We didn't. Paul, what happened?
I'll tell you. You killed my brother Frank instead. Come on in, Sergeant. You heard it all.
Yes, we heard it all.
Father, what on earth happened? When you phoned a while ago, I almost fainted. I was sure you were dead.
I knew from the moment you told me you were frightened in this house that something was wrong. I put two and two together and realized what it was. They didn't want you to share in the estate. I knew they were planning something on that night. And then my brother came. He accidentally got into my room by mistake, and they killed him instead of me. I saw them carrying his body through the trees. So I disappeared for a few days and evolved this plan. You've nothing to worry about any longer, Joan. Nothing.
No. Nothing to worry about. But the truth would certainly amaze you. All that Helga said about Paul and John was true. John was planning revenge, but not through Joan. That night your brother Frank came back. You discovered something, John. What was it Frank said?
And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
It was then, John, that you knew the truth. The only way that Frank could have possibly known that the girl's name was Joan and that she was 17 was to have been with Mary. So John knew then that it was Frank who ran away with Mary and deserted her when Joan was 4 years old. And then John, knowing that Helga and Paul planned to kill him, deliberately let Frank occupy his room on that fateful night. John's revenge was satisfied, and he didn't have to turn a hand. That's all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. And now an important announcement regarding a change of time. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow night, on Sunday, September 13th, The Whistler will come to you at 9:15 p.m. Remember, Sunday, September 13th, at 9:15 p.m. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Hello, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Well, only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
Oh, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced the Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So?
So, 2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objection.
Now, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between 2 meals. So, breakfast has to be good to do the most good for you at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy, in a hurry, without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy, because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find a girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. over at a corner table. A guy gives me the nod. I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But, of course, we've kept all that undercover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here. This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergestrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
Huh. This could tie in all right. 37 Bergestrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein...
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who put the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to George Manescu?
Yes, I'm his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of George Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Manescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Manescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her. And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
Frau Manescu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva's hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, it sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Manescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Manescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to the background, George and his wife Denise apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Manescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Manescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Manescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Manescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. That gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
Well, I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Comes the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure, matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. It was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted, interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for a breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too, you and me. We need whole wheat energy same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties, get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda. Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, There is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warned who?
Look, here's a window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me, what happened, Denise?
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Oh, suddenly I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor, Joseph Bildner, murdered. Second, the American, Olson, murdered. Third, Georges Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below
All
him.
of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse me, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab.
So?
So today, a newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands, crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Loesch.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. Still, nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof! Poof.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter!
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation, Mitchell.
But I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in his cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Come on.
Oh?
Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Loesch, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed, this gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you. Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance. Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like them.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat, vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. Steve Mitchell is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed. Now we present Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Hey, wait, listen to this.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh ho, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Under the flat silver glare of a full moon, the California desert is a lonely, burned-out wasteland without a sign of human habitation. But in a dense clump of mesquite and chaparral, two men crouch silent and hidden, watching as a two-engine transport plane lands in the midst of this utter desolation.
Hear 'em, Thurston? They're Mexican nationals, all right.
Okay, Kitty. Give the signal. Let's get out there.
Check.
All right out there. Stand still and nobody will get hurt. You're surrounded by men of the United States Immigration Service, so just stay where you are and we'll be...
Look out, Kitty.
The plane, Thurston. The pilot's getting away.
Mexico City was legitimate, huh?
That's right.
Good. You heading back to New York now?
No rush, Chief. I think I'll stay out west for a little while.
But why, Ken? It's just a routine thing. Another bunch of Mexican nationals picked up for attempting illegal entry.
Chief, did you ever hear of Fedor Kolenda?
Fedor Kolenda?
Yeah.
Sure. During the war, he was one of the biggest international agents in the business.
He was also one of the passengers aboard that plane.
What?
That's right. He's the fourth big-time alien agent we've picked up in the past 60 days. Illegal entry, all of them. How many more have gotten in without it being spotted, we don't know. But I have a hunch we're being flooded with them.
If you're right, Ken, we've got to put a stop to it.
Right. Now, Colenda's in the hospital at Blythe with a bullet in his shoulder. He's in no condition to talk, even if he wanted to. But he had a telegram in his pocket that may give us a lead.
Well, what did it say?
It confirmed a reservation he'd made for a vacation.
Vacation? Where?
At the Flying Mustang, a dude ranch in Helena, Montana.
The Flying Mustang? Sure, I know where it is, stranger. About 100 miles from here as the crow flies. But it'll take 2 days easy by car, 10 by pack mule.
What about flying in?
Well, you maybe got a point there, stranger, if you ain't afraid of them mountains, that is. Pretty danged high, them mountains. I heard of fellas who were once...
Plane ready yet, Zeke?
Oh, howdy, Miss Doris. Yep, gassed up, checked out, and all ready to skedaddle.
Thanks, Zeke.
Say, before you go, Miss Doris, a fella here been asking about the Flying Mustang. Seems he's trying to figure how to get out there.
You the man Zeke's talking about, mister?
Maybe.
What's your interest in getting to the Flying Mustang?
Well, that comes down to the heading of private business, doesn't it?
It's my business, too, mister.
Oh, why?
Why? Why? Because she's Doris Crandall, stranger. She owns the outfit, that's why.
And I'm asking, mister, what's your interest in getting out there?
You're not very cordial to your guests, are you, Miss Crandall?
Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
We're full up, Mr. Thurston. Better wire for reservations the next time. Maybe sometime next fall.
Would Fedor Calendar have to wait that long?
What's Calendar got to do with this?
His vacation plans have been interrupted, and I thought I might be able to take his reservation.
Zeke?
Yep, it's Doris.
Tell the boys at traffic control that I'm changing my flight papers. I'll be carrying a passenger. Here we are, Thurston. The Flying Mustang.
Thanks, Miss Crandall. Nice landing strip. Couple of good-sized hangars. Looks like you handle a lot of traffic here at the Flying Mustang.
Running a cattle outfit, even a dude ranch, is big business these days. And in big business, the airplanes replaced the horse. Or haven't you heard?
Well, not being a rancher, I'll have to take your word for that.
My handyman's riding up. He'll take you to your bunkhouse. When you get your gear stowed away, come up to the ranch house and meet the other guests. See you later.
Yes, see you later, Miss Crandall.
Howdy, stranger. Howdy. Welcome on board the Flying Mustang.
What the... Putsy.
That's right, Mr. X. Long time no see, huh?
What the devil are you doing here? I thought you were in Mexico City.
Oh, I was, but this Senor Rocas flew me up here and got me this job with that luscious Doris Crandall.
Who's Senor Rocas?
Oh, a big hotshot cattleman from Argentina. He's the guy I heard talk about smuggling in the Mexicans when I called you and the chief about it.
Huh?
Believe me, Mr. X, I'm plenty glad you showed up. There's something screwy going on this ranch place.
Like what, Putsy?
Yeah, like what, Putsy?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Sanders.
You were saying there's something screwy about the Flying Mustang, Putsy. Like what?
I didn't mean exactly screwy. Exactly. Oh, Mr. Thurston, this is Mr. Bert Sanders. He's the big shot in charge around here.
That means I'm foreman of the spread, Thurston. And any information you want about the outfit, you can get from me. Not from any cookhouse waddy who's been pasturing on loco weed.
What's the matter, Sanders? Has the Flying Mustang got something to hide?
Look, mister, maybe you're here for a vacation. Maybe you're mixed up with some of that business going on at the ranch house. But whatever it is, let's get one thing straight. As long as I'm foreman here, I'm running things the way I see them. That goes for you and all the rest of the...
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Come on, Sanders.
Stop worrying, Thurston. Just a couple of the boys leveling their sights on some coyotes.
For a cattleman, Sanders, you've got a bad sense of direction. Unless your boys are shooting coyotes in the ranch house.
Here, Senor Thurston. Martini. Perhaps it will make restitution for the way Madeline and I startled you.
Oh, well,
After all, Mr. Thurston, we must have a drink to our newly formed acquaintanceship. All being dudes together.
Sure, Miss Trent. A martini it'll be.
Bueno. You, Senor Sanders?
I don't drink during working hours, Mr. Rocas.
As you wish.
And I still think there's something mighty funny about those shots.
I thought we had explained it, Mr. Sanders. Julio was boasting of his ability with a revolver. I asked him to prove it. He did, by firing at a target out the window. If you have any other comments, I suggest you make them to Miss Crandall.
Your horse is saddled and ready, Miss Trent. I'll be at the corral any time you want to take that ride.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. You're very sweet. But you needn't wait for me. I'm going to try to persuade Mr. Thurston to ride with me instead. Well, Mr. Thurston, will you accept my invitation?
Be glad to, Miss Trent.
Oh, good. I'll be changed and ready in 15 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, she's a wonderful woman, Madeleine. Wonderful. Too rich, too bored, too willful, but wonderful. Another drink?
Not just now, thanks, no. Tell me, Senor Rocas, where are the other guests?
Other guests? Oh, but there are none, my dear Crandall. We three have the Flying Mustang to ourselves.
Oh?
You are surprised at this?
Well, a little.
Just as you were surprised to find your friend Putzi at the rancho? See. I find him a most amusing person and most informative. Tell me, did you manage to capture those Mexican nationals who attempted to cross the border?
We did, yes.
Bueno.
You're happy about it?
Oh, but of course. Was it not I who learned of the plot in Mexico City and told Putzi of it? And now you and I meet here at the rancho in Montana. Strange coincidence, eh, senor?
Is it?
You know, Thurston, I am most intrigued with this idea of smuggling people over the border. Perhaps you would care to exchange information with me later at your bunkhouse.
I'll be there.
Bueno. I would not miss this opportunity for anything, Senor X.
Tired, Madeline?
Oh, no, Ken. I could ride like that for hours. But we're nearly back at the ranch house. And my main purpose in coming out here was to talk.
What about?
A friend of yours, Fedor Kolenda.
What do you know about Kolenda?
Oh, I met him once, casually, before the war, at an embassy ball in Budapest.
What makes you think he's a friend of mine?
Well, Doris Crandall told me you'd assumed his reservation. Frankly, I was a little surprised to learn he was in the country. I thought he was in disfavor with the government.
Yeah. Tell me a couple of things, Madeline.
Of course, Ken.
You and Rocas were the only guests at the ranch when I arrived, but at first Miss Crandall said there wasn't room for anyone else. Any idea why?
No. Except that Doris is a rather peculiar girl. Any other questions?
Yeah, that shooting episode in the ranch house. What really happened there?
You didn't believe my story to Sanders?
I might have. If Rocas didn't have powder burns on the shoulder of his jacket.
Powder burns?
Yep. Rocas wasn't shooting at anything. He was the target.
Oh. If you knew Julio better, you'd realize how ridiculous that statement is. My darling, he hasn't an enemy in the world.
Mr. Thurston! You, Mr. Thurston! Oh, boy, am I glad I found you. You've got to do something, Mr. Thurston. You've got to do something.
What's wrong?
Somebody's been shooting at coyotes again. That's what's wrong.
What?
And they got him, too. Right in your bunkhouse. Senor Rocas.
Julio? What's happened to him?
He is murdered, killed.
Oh.
Even dead, maybe. Oh, blood all over.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we're not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Attempting to track down a well-organized effort to smuggle alien agents into the country, Ken Thurston finds himself at the Flying Mustang, a dude ranch near Helena, Montana.
Right now, Ken, the beautiful Madeleine Trent, and Putzi are entering the bunkhouse, where Putzi claims to have found the murdered body of Julio Rocas.
You see what I mean, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah.
What was it, Ken?
Whoever shot at him this time didn't miss. Who else knows about this, Putzi?
Oh, nobody.
Where's Sanders?
He said he was going hunting for snipes or something.
And Doris Crandall?
Oh, the last I seen of her, she was going into the airplane garage.
The hangars? What would Doris be doing there at this time? Ken.
Yeah. There's your answer, Madeline. Looks like Doris is taking a little trip. That's it, Chief. Will you get the reports back to me as fast as you can?
Right, Ken. Now, I've got some hot news for you. I got a call from Keating of Immigration. He went into the hospital at Blythe early this morning to question Fedor Kalenda.
Did he find out anything?
I'll say he did. He found out that...
Hello? Chief, can you hear me? Chief!
What's the matter, Mr. Thurston?
I think somebody just cut the phone wire, Putzi.
Oh, that's all it... Huh? Cut the phone wire?
That's right.
Hey, I don't get it, Mr. X. Well, what's going on this ranch place anyways? Cutting phone wires, murdering people? And why would anybody want to bump out that Rocas character anyway?
The usual reason, he knew too much.
Knew too much about what?
Smuggling aliens into the country.
Huh?
I have an idea he was going to tell me about it when I got back from that ride. Somebody else must have thought so, too.
Hey, what if that somebody thinks I know something?
It's a possibility.
Well, don't just stand there. Call the police. Call the... Mr. X, the telephone wires. We can't call nobody.
That's right, Putzi. Looking for me, Madeline?
Ken. Oh, I was looking for you, yes, but... Well, I didn't expect to find you sitting in a plane. What are you doing up there?
Oh, you might call it a test flight.
Test flight in a closed hangar?
You'd be surprised how much you can learn about a plane just doodling around. The fuel tanks are full, and there's a flight map in the pilot's compartment. Know anybody in Victoria, British Columbia?
Victoria?
That's the flight destination marked off on the map.
Oh, Canada's a long way to go to report a murder to the police, isn't it?
Yeah, but not too far to pick up guests for a dude ranch in Montana.
Either I'm very obtuse, darling, or you're being deliberately frustrated. Ken!
Watch it, Madeline. Stay right there.
Can you see him, Ken?
No, he's gone.
Do you think it was Sanders?
Could be.
Carrying a grudge against us for taking a ride together?
A better guess is that he didn't want us to talk to Doris Crandall.
Doris?
Yeah, she's back. Coming in for a landing now.
She has a passenger with her, Ken. She must have gone to Helena to pick him up.
Recognize him?
Should I?
You met him once before the war. At an embassy ball in Budapest.
Ken?
Yeah. He's our old friend, Fedor Kalenda.
But I don't get it, Mr. X. What's that no-good spy Calendo doing here anyways?
I think he's come to meet some old friends, Putzi.
Huh?
Listen. The minute it's dark, take one of the ranch cars. Head down the road to Helena.
Uh-huh.
First telephone you come to, put in a call for the chief and tell him Calenda's here. He'll know what it's about.
That's far enough, Thurston.
Well, Miss Crandall, welcome home.
Thanks.
Any particular reason for being in my bunkhouse?
You wouldn't come out on the landing strip to meet me, so I came here.
Very thoughtful of you. Why the 45?
I was also thoughtful enough to ask your friend, Calenda, about you.
Did you give me a good reference?
Maybe you'd like to answer that, Calenda.
We are always glad to oblige an old friend. Aren't we, Mr. X?
Oh, why I get myself mixed up in these things, I don't know. Shootings, killings, spies. Oh, I should have took my Uncle Ahmed's advice and married that rich dame in Vienna. So what if she did have to shave once a day? With $1 million, I could afford a barber. Now I got to sneak out of here in the dark. Maybe get shot at a couple of times. And all because
Hello, Putsy.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's only you, Miss Trent. Oh, nice night out, huh?
I asked you if you were going somewhere.
Oh, yes, sure. To get help before we all get bumped off out here. Maybe... Hey, what are you doing with that gun?
Nothing. If you change your mind and head for the airplane hangar. Otherwise, you might join Senor Rocas.
Join Senor Rocas, but he's dead. He... Oh, my...
Any luck with those ropes, Putsy?
Luck? These things got me tied tighter than a bum. What gives, Mr. X? What gives? Why we're all tied up in this aeroplane hangar? Why? Who's after us and for what?
Smuggling enemy agents into the country is a profitable business these days.
What's that got to do with that Madeline pulling a gun on me?
Just protecting her vested interests, Putsy.
Huh?
She's the boss of the outfit.
Oh, that's different. For a minute, I thought you said the boss of the outfit.
That's why she had Sanders kill her boyfriend, Lucas.
Oh.
He tipped us off once and was going to do it again. When she tried getting him herself earlier, it didn't quite come off.
But he said it was target practice or something.
A cover-up for her. When you love someone badly enough.
Oh. But what about little Doris Crandall? How does she figure in all this?
Would you like me to take over on that one, Ken?
Mr. X.
Hello, Madeline.
You see, darling, Doris is a nice girl, though rather stupid. When the blizzards of 2 years ago nearly wiped her out, she was very grateful when I financed her.
So you told her I was the one who killed Rokas. How long do you think you can keep fooling her, Madeline?
Oh, just long enough for my next plane to arrive from Canada. It's due any minute, carrying one of the most valuable cargoes I've ever handled.
I see.
Then Doris will try to fly you and Putsy back to Helena in that plane. But unfortunately, it's going to crash.
Crash?
Sanders tells me it can be done quite easily. He'll take the plane up with the 3 of you aboard, set the automatic pilot, and bail out.
Oh, but we could get killed that way, even hurt, maybe.
The plane from Canada is coming in now, Madeline. And Sanders has Doris outside. What about these two?
Cut their ropes, Fedor, and take them out to the runway. As soon as the others disembark, see that they climb aboard. I'll hold a gun on them while you tie them up again.
Very well, Madeline. Yeah, so you thought you could stop us from entering your country, Thurston. What fools you are. You know, someday you will learn that nothing can prevent us from obtaining our objectives. Yeah. So, stand over there.
Sure. Anything to say?
Now, for you, Putsy.
Hurry, Fedor. The plane is landing.
All right, Madeline, all right. There, on your feet.
Oh, okay. I'm on my feet.
Here, Fedor. Take the gun and get them out there quickly.
You see them, Thurston? 10 of the finest espionage agents in the world. Gorbachev, Madison, Ferran, Stryker. It may take them time, but when they're through, there will not be a military secret left in this country.
Radar.
Huh? Oh?
There's something wrong there.
What?
Those men. They're not the ones we were bringing in.
That's right, Madeline. All right, Chief. Better take them.
Chief?
All right, all of you. Stand where you are. You're under arrest.
Arrest? No! Shoot them, Fedor! Shoot!
Don't bother trying. Fedor!
Oh!
Look at Sanders. He's trying to run away. Hey, what do you know? He didn't make it.
Round them up, men. Watch out for snipers.
How about it, Ken? You okay?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. What about the plane from Canada?
We waited until it got across the border. Then a couple of Army jets forced it to land. You had your information down pat.
Good. Oh, Chief, this is Madeline Trent. She was operating the outfit.
Yes, but apparently not quite smartly enough. How did you get that information out?
Those planes in the hangars have shortwave radios, Madeline.
Radios. I had forgotten.
You forgot something else, too. Something that every American school kid knows and believes in. They say it every day. It might be a good idea if all of us said it every day. And meant it. It goes, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. You know, when spring puts in its appearance, the ladies always seem to catch the men off guard. They've been busy for weeks planning their spring wardrobe, studying the new styles. And this year, there's one style everyone will want to study. It's the better-looking in every way style of RCA Victor's magnificent new 17-inch television receiver, the Fairfield. With the Fairfield, you'll get television pictures which are exceptionally clear, bright, and steady. And you'll have RCA Victor's new picture pickup, which assures you of the best possible reception. If you've been looking for a television set that's going to look well in your home, here's your answer. The Fairfield's console cabinet is truly distinctive, and its beautiful doors close over the screen when your set's not in use. Go see your RCA Victor dealer. He'll be glad to show you the better-looking Fairfield. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. I think you ought to know that those in tonight's cast were Gene Tatum, Lucille Meredith, Will Wright, Sidney Miller, Bill Johnstone, Billy Hallopp, and Lou Merrill. Next week, Mr. X tracks down an old friend of his who is tied up with one of the most nefarious crimes in modern history. Of course, when you use a word like nefarious, you also have to mention Leon Belasco, who will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is produced by J. Richard Kennedy, with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars. The Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Hear Phil Regan's new show tomorrow. Now enjoy your hit parade on NBC.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days, And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so tonight I tell you the bewildering story of Mirage. Fred Adams is an attorney, a promising young attorney. Fred is a specialist, for his practice has been limited to nightclubs and bars. In other words, Fred is what is called a mouthpiece. He steps gaily down the street tonight, unaware of the two men leaning against the black sedan parked in the shadows between the lampposts.
Hi, Fred. What's your hurry?
Huh? Oh, hello, Joe. What are you and Mike doing in this end of town?
We're waiting for you, Fred. Thought you might like to take a little ride.
Ride?
Yeah, the boss wants to have a little talk with you, Fred.
Well, not tonight. I'm busy. Got an appointment.
The boss would like to talk with you, Fred. Get in.
I told you I'm busy. I'll drop around tomorrow.
What are you so busy about, Fred?
How'd you like a poke in the nose?
Get in the car, Fred.
Let go of me, you hood.
We ain't kidding. Get in.
What'd you two guys do without a gun?
Get in.
Okay.
15 minutes later, Fred makes his way through the crowded tables of the swank Tripoli Cafe toward a door marked manager. He hesitates a moment, glances at the two men beside him, and knocks. Across the room, a beautiful woman sits behind the desk, toying with a long cigarette holder.
Come in, Freddie. Come in.
Well, we got him, boss. And where do you think he was? Over on Park Avenue.
How fancy. Wait outside, Joe. I want to talk to Freddie. Alone.
Yeah.
Sit down, Fred.
Well, what's wrong? You in trouble again, Gloria?
Would it matter to you if I were in trouble?
Of course it would.
Where have you been the past week?
Has it been a week since I saw you last?
You know it has. And a week is too long to suit me, Freddie.
Well, you know my phone number. If anything had happened, you'd have found me.
Doesn't make me very happy to think I have to go out looking for you. Kind of lets me down.
Oh, for the love of Pete. What happened?
Nothing's happened here at the cafe.
Oh, what's the matter then?
It's you, Fred. It's what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Why do you think I paid your way through law school?
Well, because you wanted to. And because you needed a lawyer around.
Is that all?
I don't know.
I thought we were together in this thing for keeps.
Well, yeah. I'm still your attorney. What else do you expect of me?
You have the nerve to sit there and say that. You know how I feel about you. You've always known.
We've always been pals, good friends.
Pals? Friends? Oh, Freddie.
Now, what are you trying to say?
I knew for the past 3 weeks that you were changed. Couldn't figure it out. But I found out this afternoon. Here it is in the paper. District Attorney's daughter to wed young lawyer.
Well, what about it?
Are you really in love with her, Fred?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't think you are. I knew you were campaigning for the DA in this last election. I know you're ambitious. I think you've got your eyes on a job in the DA's office, more than you have on the girl.
I tell you, I love Brenda Gibson, and you can think whatever you like.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty. Young.
I don't like the way you said that, Fred. I'm not so old.
I didn't mean it that way. You're a very beautiful woman, Gloria.
Am I?
But, well, I don't know what it is. You've done everything in the world for me. No one could ask for more. And I've always cared more for you than any woman I've ever known. Until now. But there's something about Brenda. That, well, she's so different.
Go on.
I hate to say this to you, but I've got to make you understand. Brenda's intelligent. She comes from a fine family. She has culture.
And I came up from the chorus.
Now, Gloria, I didn't expect you to take it this way.
Well, how did you expect me to take it?
I didn't think you were really in love with me. It never occurred to me that you had any ideas about marriage.
What do you think I am, a totem pole?
I looked at our association more as a business arrangement. You financed me through school, and when I got up in the money, I'd pay you back.
Oh, Fred, don't say any more.
I know I've been blunt, but how else can I tell you? What else can I say?
There's nothing you can say, but I'll tell you something. You're getting out of your element. You don't belong there. You belong here with me. And if you marry her, you'll live to regret the day you met her.
Now, look. Don't be like that. Don't be a hard loser.
You'd be better off dead.
You don't mean that, Gloria?
No. No, Fred, I didn't mean that. Oh, darling, please go before I say any more. I know I haven't a chance, but please go.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Bye, Fred.
I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Gloria.
Now, a week later, the papers are filled with stories and pictures of Fred and Brenda and the district attorney, and parties and dinners and teas. Read them, Gloria. Pore over them. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams this and Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams that. Read them, Gloria. Read them and weep. Meanwhile, on a train to Miami.
And Fred, darling, after we spend a few days in Miami, we can fly over to Nassau. Father has a place there, and I know some wonderful people. We can have a great time. Fred?
Hmm? Oh, what did you say?
Snap out of it, darling. We're on our honeymoon.
Yes, Brenda, I'm sorry. I know we're going to have a swell time.
My sister Nella's spending the summer at Nassau.
Why didn't Nella come home for the wedding? She was to be your bridesmaid.
I told you, dear, you can't always get transportation just when you want it these days.
After all, Nella's your only sister. She could have made an extra effort. Hmm?
What are you thinking about?
Oh, business.
Business? What business?
I was thinking about my new job. How did your father happen to make a place for me in the DA's office?
I suppose he thinks you're a capable young attorney.
Did you ask him to appoint me?
Well, I may have had something to do with it. I wanted you to start out right. You don't mind, do you?
Certainly not. Well, swell of you. I only hope I can make good.
You will. And who knows, maybe you'll be the district attorney yourself someday.
I hope so. At least I'll break my neck trying.
Oh, let's forget about everything for the next 2 weeks, but us.
I love you so very much, Brenda.
Darling, I'll spend all my waking moments trying to make you happy.
Thanks, dear.
You'll never regret the day you met me.
What did you say?
I said you'd never regret the day you met me.
Oh. I should say I won't. Not a chance in a million.
Now the happy honeymoon is over, and Fred and Brenda are back home. Fred is in the district attorney's office and progressing nicely. But Gloria, poor Gloria, still sits in her office at the Tripoli and broods over her fate. She scans every item in the society columns, searching for news about Fred and Brenda. And every item, every picture nurtures her resentment. And her resentment slowly turns to hate. And finally something snaps in her mind and she begins to harbor thoughts of revenge. Yes, revenge.
Joe! Joe!
Yeah? What are you yelling about, Gloria?
I wasn't yelling. Close the door.
Sure sounded like yelling to me.
I said I wasn't yelling.
Okay. I apologize.
No, sit down.
Oh, look, Gloria, what's eating you? Why don't you get out of this office? Go out and visit with the customers the way you used to.
Why should I?
Well, they all miss you. They're all asking, where's Gloria? I run out of excuses.
I didn't call you in here to talk about the business.
Well, maybe not, but I thought it was time I said something.
Where's the evening paper?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Oh, look, Gloria, snap out of it, will you? Why don't you quit hunting for news about Fred? You're only driving yourself nutty. Fred was a nice guy, but he's gone. He's married. Forget him.
I can't.
Well, you could try.
Not as easy as that.
After all, he ain't the only man walking around. There's one or two others, you know.
Yeah?
Well, There's one guy in particular who might get your mind off Fred, if you'd give him a chance.
Yeah? Who?
Well, I know I'm not as good-looking as Fred, and I ain't got his fancy manners. But I like you just as much as he did, and probably a lot more.
Sorry, Joe.
At least I wouldn't walk out on you for any other dame.
If you did, I wouldn't blame you.
No?
No. I'd blame the other woman. She had no right to take him away from me. He belonged to me.
Oh, Gloria, please forget it.
No, I won't. I can't. I've made up my mind.
Huh? What are you thinking?
Where's your car?
Outside.
Where's your gun?
In my pocket.
Some people are giving a party at their country place tonight for Fred and his wife.
But, Gloria...
But Fred was called out of town on business. They're giving the party anyway. And she'll be there. Brenda will be there.
So what?
We'll wait for her. And follow her when she leaves.
Wait a minute. Nothing doing. I ain't bumping off no woman.
Sit down and shut up.
You're crazy. You're gone absolutely nutty. I'm getting out of here.
You're driving me to that house.
I won't.
No? I wonder if the police would be interested in knowing who killed Lefty Hammond.
Gloria, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't I?
Well... Okay. You win.
Better. Go get in your car. I'll go out the back way and meet you in the alley.
Gloria and Joe sit in the car in the deep shadows of a spreading tree. The hours drag on, and then about 1:30 in the morning, the party breaks up and the cars begin to leave. Finally, Brenda comes through the gate, driving her own coupe.
There she is. That's Brenda. Get going, Joe.
Is she alone?
Yes, she's alone.
I sure wish you'd change your mind.
Don't get too close to her.
No, I ain't got nothing against her or Fred either. What good's this going to do you?
You wouldn't understand.
I think you've gone off your beam. Maybe you're cracked.
Shut up. I'm not crazy, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Drop back a little.
They say crazy people never think they're batty. You might feel different about this in the morning, Gloria. Maybe you ought to see a doctor. Oh. Cut it out. What do you get off slapping people?
Move along. You're losing her.
Well, lay off that rough stuff. Or I might decide to change my mind about the whole thing.
Nah, you won't change your mind.
It'd be funny if something happened to you.
If anything happens to me, there's a letter in my safe that tells all about you. So you better see that I get back to the AAA.
Okay. I was only kidding.
Yeah. We're coming along to that long stretch now. No cars behind us and none coming. Step on it now. Run her off the road. Now, run her off in that ditch.
Idea? Are you trying to wreck me?
Get out of that car.
What is this, a hold-up?
Get out and shut up.
I haven't anything but a couple of rings.
Take her rings, Joe.
Well, this is a new one. A woman bandit.
Any money in your purse?
A few dollars.
Take the money and scatter the rest of the things around.
Yeah.
Now, ruffle up her hair, Joe. Muss her up.
You take your hands off me.
Oh, have a heart, Gloria.
Okay. I muss her up, but good.
Look, are you?
Stick your hand.
What's the meaning of this? You've got what you want. Why don't you let me alone?
I'll let you alone, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
Start walking.
What?
Start walking off through those trees.
I won't. Oh, stop.
Get moving.
What are you going to do?
See to it that you don't do any more chiseling in, Mrs. Fred Adams.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What? Let her have it, Joe. Now, what are you stolen for? You missed her. Give me that gun. Well, and that's the last of Mrs. Adams.
She's dead.
Yeah. There's your gun. Now, let's get out of here.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? What are you waiting for?
I'm kind of dizzy. Kind of sick. I can't drive, Gloria. You better drive.
And I thought you were experienced at this business.
If I hadn't seen you do it, Gloria, nobody in the world could have made me believe it. Nobody.
Anything about it in this morning's paper, Joe?
No, not a thing about it. And it was the night before last, too. I can't understand it.
Are you sure she was dead?
Of course I'm sure. Well, what do you suppose could have happened? She couldn't have walked away. Say, maybe they haven't found her or the car yet, huh?
It's impossible. That's the main highway. Hundreds of cars pass there in the course of a few hours.
Well, maybe they've seen the car, but just thought it was a wreck. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Hey, you better lay off that stuff, Joe. You've been drinking for 2 days now.
Yeah, but I need it. I'm jittery. I got the willies like I never had before. Say, maybe I ought to drive by that place and see if the car's gone.
Okay. Get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, sure. I can't get it off my mind. I don't mind telling you, I'm scared.
Go on. And quit talking so much.
Gloria, I went out there.
Yeah, well, I know. What did you see?
Nothing. The car was gone. I looked all around for the spot. There wasn't a sign of anything. No trinkets, no blood marks, no nothing.
Well, then he must have found her.
But why don't they say something in the papers about it? If they just said something, I could stand it. It's driving me nuts.
Are you going to lay off that stuff?
No, I ain't. I need it.
I don't need it.
Yeah? I don't know what you're made of, but whatever it is, it's sure tough. I never knew a woman could be as tough. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
You're a jellyfish.
I can understand one guy rubbing out another one for doing something against the gang, but I never thought I'd see a woman do a thing like that. And for no good reason.
There was a reason. And shut up.
I couldn't have done a thing like that. You could have turned me in first. There she was, laying there covered with...
Shut up.
It's funny, this stuff don't seem to have any effect on me. It's just like some water.
Get hold of yourself.
Poor kid. I never felt so miserable in all my life.
Did you get the late papers?
Yeah. Here you are. Well, anything in it?
No. Not a word.
Hey, maybe we didn't do it, Gloria. Maybe it was just a nightmare.
No, we did it all right. And proper.
If I don't hear something soon, I'll go crazy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it? Did they find her?
No. Well, what do you know about that?
Well, what is it?
Look at this picture.
Holy smoke. It's her and Fred.
Mr. and Mrs. Fred Adams attend the races.
When?
Yesterday. It isn't possible.
But it's her. I know it's her, Gloria. How could she? She's dead. Hey.
What's the matter?
Maybe it's her.
Her ghost? Don't be silly.
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving town.
Look. You're in the other paper.
Huh?
Day before yesterday. Fred Adams and wife attend tennis match.
And another picture.
What could this mean? What did they say something about it?
You see, Gloria, it's getting you down, too. Oh, please, Gloria, let's pull out.
It's uncanny. I can't believe it.
If it's in the papers, you gotta believe it.
Did you double-cross me, Joe?
What do you mean?
Did you have blanks in that gun?
Blanks? I'd certainly hate to get hit with what I had in that gun. She's dead, I tell you.
Well, she better be.
What'll we do?
We'll wait. That's all. Just wait.
Okay. But I don't think I can stand it, Gloria. I'm going to pieces.
But they did wait. They waited for 2 more days, and Joe, fortified with his bottle, was able to hang on. Then Gloria began to crack under the strain of waiting.
Joe, I can't stand it any longer. I gotta do it.
Do what?
I'm going to call Fred's apartment to see if she's there.
I wouldn't.
Hello? Is this the Adams apartment? Is Mrs. Adams there? An old friend from out of town. Yeah, thank you. She's there.
Holy gee.
She answered. I heard her. You lied to me, Joe.
I didn't lie. I had bullets in that gun. I saw her and she was dead.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days. I'll check again. And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
That's crazy.
I don't think it would be safe to have you walking around and talking.
Gloria, listen.
Come on, we're going to my apartment and wait. The story's bound to break sooner or later.
I'd rather get out of town.
You're coming with me to my apartment. Get moving.
Then 3 more days of sleepless waiting. The tenseness grows and grows. The suspense is almost stifling. Poor Joe can neither sleep nor eat, and Gloria becomes pale and drawn. Then Joe finally emerges and goes on a little scouting tour about town to see what he can learn. Then on the next night, a knock at Gloria's apartment door.
Who is it?
It's me, Fred.
Fred. Wait a minute.
Hello, Gloria.
What do you want, Fred?
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, of course. Come in.
It's rather late, but, well, I had to talk to you.
What about? I never expected to see you around here again.
Well, I was lonely. I had to talk to someone.
Lonely? Well, sit down, Fred.
Thanks. You look kind of tired, Gloria. What's wrong?
Well, since you mentioned it, you look a bit weary yourself. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. I sent you a check clearing up what I owed you. Did you get it?
Yeah. There's something wrong, Fred. What is it?
Oh, a little trouble, that's all.
Sort of trouble.
Domestic?
Domestic? What do you mean? That isn't...
Isn't possible? Is that what you're going to say?
Yes, I thought you were quite happy with your wife.
Well, things can develop suddenly. I certainly found that out.
Well, what happened? Or do you want to tell me?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. Guess that's why I came here. You're always so darn understanding. You always knew the answers to things.
But what happened?
Well, I guess I really didn't belong in the upper crust. You had it figured out about right. Everything was all right until Brenda started to shape my career.
Shape your career?
Yes. She had everything all planned out for me. She and her father had it all figured out. I wanted to go into the DA's office and move up on my own initiative. They didn't want it that way. They wanted me to start out as a big shot.
Did she leave you?
Well, yes. We just agreed to disagree.
Oh. Well, where's she now?
Her father's place, I suppose.
When did she leave?
Yesterday?
Yesterday. Are you sure it was yesterday?
Of course. Why do you ask that?
Well, no reason, I suppose. I just can't believe it. It seems a shame. Well, I'm very sorry for you, Fred. Believe me. I know how you feel. I was let down with a dull thud once.
Were you?
You should know.
Oh, Gloria, I was such a fool. You were right. I should have listened to you. You could see what was coming, and I was too dumb to realize it. Have you forgiven me?
Yeah. Yeah, Fred. I'd have to forgive you. I love you so much. I've never been able to forget you for one single moment.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Fred, I got a strange feeling. I don't know what it is, but I've got a feeling you're not telling me the truth.
What? You mean you don't believe me?
There is something you haven't told me. What is it?
Why, nothing. I've told you everything.
I don't believe you, Fred.
All right. Gloria, I'm in a tough spot. Brenda hasn't gone away. She's dead.
Dead? What on earth do you mean?
Yeah, she was found dead beside a car a number of days ago. The day after we had a nasty argument, but I didn't do it. There have been many threats against the district attorney and member of his family. It may have been any one of a number of persons.
Nothing's been said about it in the paper.
I know that. I know it. They purposely kept it quiet, hoping the real killer would show his hand.
That's silly. Why should he?
I don't know. Oh, darling, it's all a mess. I'm completely worn out over it. I know they suspect me. I don't know what to do about it.
Gloria. I seen her.
Who?
She was standing under the lamppost at the corner. She spoke to me. She said, "Hello, Joe. How's Gloria?"
Shut up, you're drunk.
No, it was her. It was Brenda. I ran for the elevator, and as the doors closed, she was coming into the lobby. She was terrible. Oh, pale and awful looking.
You simpleton, you got the snakes.
No, it was her. And she's coming up here. It's her. I do want to see her. I can't look at her. I can't stand it.
Joe, turn on the lights.
I won't.
Turn on those lights.
Never mind the lights. I can see you. All three of you.
Brenda. What do you want?
So you're Gloria. Yes. Yes, I met you for the first time not many nights ago. on a deserted highway.
Joe, it is her.
Come out of the corner, Joe. I can see you. Joe, the man who pulled the trigger.
I didn't.
What do you want?
So, Fred, you were in on the plan, too. You wanted me out of the way because of Gloria. You were back of the whole thing.
No, Brenda, no. I had nothing to do with it.
You decided you'd made a mistake, that you wanted Gloria.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Tell him, Joe. Tell him how you shot me down. You had the gun. Tell him, or I'll...
No. Keep away from me. Don't touch me. I'll tell. I didn't do it. She did it. Gloria did it. I couldn't. I didn't have the nerve.
He's lying. I didn't do it.
Go ahead, Joe. Spill it.
I ain't going to take the rap for this. Gloria went off her beam when you married Brenda. She went crazy with jealousy. She knew about that party, and she made me drive her out there. We followed Brenda and then ran her off the road. She tried to make me do it, but I couldn't. I fired wild, and Gloria grabbed the gun from me and let her have it.
He's lying.
How did she make you do it?
She threatened me. She's got something.
Shut up!
I don't care. She can tell what she knows about me, but I can prove that she killed Brenda.
How can you prove it, Joe?
I wore gloves. I still have the gun, and the only fingerprints on it are Gloria's.
You dirty little...
I figured she might try to double-cross me.
What about it, Gloria?
All right, I did it. I shot her. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Turn on the lights, Joe.
Hey, she ain't dead. It's her. It's her. Brenda ain't dead.
Good Lord.
Oh, yes. Brenda's dead, all right. Quite dead.
What is she?
You'll find out, Gloria. What a strange quirk of fate. It was your money that caused all this. It was you who put me through law school so that I could defend you. But now, I'm sorry to say I'll be forced to be your prosecutor. Sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Well, Gloria, you've come to the end of your rope. Things didn't work out as you'd planned. You really killed Brenda that night. But Fred got a brilliant idea. He had Nella, Brenda's twin sister, come up from Nassau and pose as his wife. That's how all the pictures appeared in the papers. And it was Nella who just walked in on you and got a confession. And how did Fred know you were the one? Well, there were several suspects. But you, Gloria, made the mistake of phoning for Brenda too many times. And the police traced your calls. Too bad, Gloria. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, Sunday at 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story out of the fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The district attorney knows that crime is no respecter of social position. It can strike in the slums of the city, or it can strike, as this case did, in the vast and wealthy estates in the suburbs. The time is 1:37 a.m., and Howard Morton, a wealthy industrialist, is awakened from his sleep by the sound of his daughter screaming.
Daddy, help me! Help me!
Honey, what's the matter?
Bob. He's dead, Daddy. He's dead.
Ah, yes. What happened to him? Connie, get hold of yourself. What happened?
I'm frightened, Daddy. There was a man with a bandana over his face.
Where, Connie? Where?
The old road near the lake. We were parked there listening to the music on the car radio. When all of a sudden... Oh, it was horrible.
Sit down. Sit down while I call the police. Then you'd better have a doctor. Get something for your nerves.
He tried to hold us up. Bob had a gun in the car. They fought for it.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report a murder.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy.
Connie! Connie! Walters! Meade! Wake up, somebody! Wake up! Wake up!
The butler said we could wait here in the library, Chief. The doctor's still in with the girl. She had a mighty bad shock.
She tell you where the killing took place, Harrington?
Yeah, one of the old roads down by the lake, over in the state park. I've got 3 squads beating around the lake roads now. They'll call us as soon as they find the body.
Now, what time is it?
Almost 5 a.m. Be getting light in half an hour.
If the girl can't talk to us soon, we'd better get over to the lake with the men.
Oh, here's the girl's father now. How are you, Mr. Garrett? I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
I understand, Mr. Morton. May we see your daughter now?
I'm afraid not. The doctor put her under sedation. She must have absolute rest for a few hours.
Well, we'd better come back later then.
Well, thank you. I think that would be best. I'll walk out with you.
Is there any way we can get to the lake from here without driving back to the highway?
Yes, there is. Go around to the rear of the house, past the guest house and the stables. You'll find a road there that intersects several of the neighboring estates. We use it more or less as a bridle path, but it's suitable for a car.
Fine. That'll save us a few minutes. What time was it when your daughter got home, Mr. Morton?
Just a minute or two before I made my call to the police. A little past 1:30. I'd only been in bed about an hour. The servants locked up at about 12:30. Remember, behind the house and past the stables.
We'll find it. See you later. Well, Harrington, Ma Brady must have been standing right beside his car when he was killed. Tire tracks are pretty heavy where the car was parked.
Yeah. I only saw the Morton girl for a minute before the doctor got to the house. Couldn't make much out of what she was saying, but I gathered that Brady was killed with his own gun.
How come?
Well, one of the servants told me that Brady carried an automatic in the glove compartment of his car.
I guess it was robbery, all right, though. Brady doesn't seem to have a cent on him. No wallet, no wristwatch, nothing.
Yeah, no doubt about the motive. Well, I guess we can have the body moved into town. Somebody will have to notify his folks.
Yeah. Keep a squad of men out here, though.
What do you want them to do?
Beat the brush and look for Brady's gun. While they're looking, we can follow this extra set of footprints. See where they lead.
Yeah. Hey, you fellas. Comb this area. Find that gun.
Okay. Tracks head this way.
Well, whoever he is, Chief, he didn't make much of an attempt to cover up his tracks.
No, unless he had a car parked along here someplace waiting for him. Oh, wait a minute.
Footprints leave the road here. This may be where the trouble starts.
No, they just turn off to this footpath. What's down the path? In that clump of trees.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, it looks like a small cottage. Oh, this is state parkland, Chief. Can't be a private home.
Well, it must be a caretaker's cottage. State fire warden.
You think he could be our man?
Well, the best way to find out is to ask him. Keep your eyes open.
Come into the cottage. It isn't even 7 a.m. yet. He was out late last night. Might still be asleep.
Take a look through the windows.
Yeah, he's there all right, Chief.
Yes. He may still have Brady's gun tucked under his pillow someplace. Let's see if we can take him before he wakes up. Easy.
Door isn't locked.
Good. You in.
Bedroom. There he is.
Covered. Here are the boots. Right beside his bed. Look.
Yeah, they made the marks we've been following, all right.
Wake him up.
All right, you. Wake up. Wake up.
What's the matter?
Get up.
Hey, what are you guys doing in here? Who are you?
Well, my name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
What is this? One of Charlie's gags? You friends of Charlie's?
I told you who I am, and it's no gag. What's your name?
Brennan. Mike Brennan. What's the
Let
matter?
us ask the questions, huh, mister?
Where were you last night, Brennan?
In town to a movie. Why?
Anybody see you in there?
Friend named Charlie Ridgway. We ate together.
Anybody else?
Clerk at Walton's Photo Supplies. I picked up a gallon of developing solution. I take a lot of pictures to my own developing. There's the solution on the table. You'll find the bill for it in that paper sack.
What time did you start back from town, Brennan?
Got the last bus out this way at midnight. Dropped me off out at the highway about 12:30. About a half-hour walk from there to here.
You see anybody after you left the bus at the highway?
Why, yeah. Yeah, come to think of it, I did. I saw a fella and a girl on the old road coming through the woods. I passed their car. Thought maybe somebody had had a breakdown. I looked inside, but there wasn't anybody in the car. Then I walked on a little further, and I met them, walking too. I asked them if they were having any trouble, and...
Go ahead.
He said no, so I left.
Better get dressed, Brennan. You're coming with us.
But why? What have I done?
If you don't know, you'll find out later. If you do know, we don't have to tell you. Watch him, Harrington. I'm going to look around for that gun.
A gun?
You heard him, mister. A gun. Just like the one I'm pointing at you. So get dressed and no tricks. I hope the Morton girl can give us some more information, Chief. We sure can't hold that Brennan for long unless we get more on him.
No, he didn't have Brady's gun or anything else.
There's Mr. Morton now, out front waiting for us.
Secretary told me you'd arrested somebody when I called to say Connie could see you now.
Just a suspect, Mr. Morton. Nothing definite. May we go in?
Oh, sure. She's upstairs in her room. She's still very nervous, though, gentlemen. Before you speak to her, I want you to know I'd consider it a personal favor if you try not to upset her any more than is necessary.
We'll try not to, Mr. Morton, but a man has been murdered, and we must have all the information we can get.
Of course. Mr. Garrett and his assistant have come back to talk to you, dear.
Hello.
Hello, Miss.
Hello, Miss Morton. Miss Morton, would you mind telling us about last night?
Well, there's very little you don't already know. Bob and I hadn't dated for a long time. But last night he called, said he wanted to see me. We drove around, then parked down on that lake road.
Mm-hmm.
We talked for quite a while. You see, Bob was planning to get married next month to a girl named Mildred Peters. She's a school teacher, I think he said.
Go ahead, Connie. Tell them everything.
while we were talking, a man came up to the car. It was dark. He had a bandana over his face.
You couldn't identify him by his features, then?
No. He held us up, made us get out of the car.
Did he have a gun?
I'm not sure. He had something in his hand. I don't know what. I was too frightened. He took Bob's wallet and his wristwatch. And then he told us to stay right where we were.
And he didn't take anything from you?
Oh, yes. Yes, he took my purse.
And then what happened?
Well, all of a sudden, Bob made a dash for the car. He got his gun from the glove compartment. But the man was right after him. They fought. The other man got the gun. And then he shot Bob and ran away.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think...
Just a minute, please, sir. Miss Morton, what were you wearing last night?
Just a plain blue taffeta dress. It's right there on the chair.
No topcoat?
It was a warm night.
You were in bed when your daughter drove home, Mr. Morton.
Yes, I told you. I turned in about 12:30.
Servants go to bed, too?
Same time I did. I watched them locking up.
All right, Harrington. We'd better run along. We can find our way out.
Goodbye. That girl can make our case against Brennan when she calms down.
I don't know, Harrington. Somebody's lying around here. Mr. Morton claims the house was locked up tight when he and the servants went to bed. But they both admit that his daughter came tearing into the house and up to his bedroom.
Well, what's wrong with that?
How did she get into the house if Brennan stole her purse? Her keys would be in the purse.
Well, not necessarily, Chief. She might have had her house key in the pocket of her dress.
That's why I took a look at that dress, Harrington. And that's why I know she's lying. That dress didn't have any pockets.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had been murdered with his own gun in a Lover's Lane killing. Suspicion pointed strongly at a state park caretaker. I had the dead man's mother and his fiancée brought to my office for interrogation. I was with them when Harrington came back to the office with some vital evidence.
Hello, Harrington.
Hi, Miss Miller. Chief in his office?
Yes, Brady's mother's with him and, Miss Mildred Peters.
Peters. Oh, that must be the school teacher Brady was going to marry.
Probably. She looked like she'd been doing a lot of crying. What's that you got?
Well, fingerprints. Nice matching set. Lab crew lifted this set from the door of the death car. And we took this set on Brennan when we booked him.
You're identical, all right.
Yeah, Brennan's our boy. This ties it on him, but good. I wonder if the chief wants me in there.
You don't want to see those. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Only boy I had left. Brother died 6 years ago.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Brady. Come in, Harrington. Sit down.
I thought you might want to see these right away, Chief.
Please, Mother. Brady, try to calm down. Mr. Garrett needs our help.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. This is Mr. Harrington, my assistant. Harrington, this is Mrs. Brady, and this is Miss Peters.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, Miss Brady, how long did you say it had been since your son had been out with Connie Morton? Before last night, I mean.
6 months. I thought it was all over between them. I thought she'd leave him alone when she knew that he and Mildred were going to be married.
Did he brood about her much during the time they stopped going out together?
No. He knew it was for the best. She was spoiled. She never really wanted him. Until she found out he was planning to marry Mildred.
Do either of you have any idea, then, as to why he called her and asked her to see him last night?
He didn't call her. She called him.
You're sure of that?
I was there when he answered the phone. He didn't want to go. She must have been insisting, because after a while he said all right, he'd meet her just once. For the last time.
Well, it was the last time, all right. Well, thank you, ladies. That'll be all for now. You've helped a great deal.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Is it true what the newspaper reporters told us when we were coming in, that you've arrested the killer?
Well, I wouldn't count on that just yet. You will be informed.
Thank you.
I don't get you, Chief. Why did you say that? Those fingerprints on Brennan, you've got enough to get an indictment for murder right now.
I can get more than an indictment with them, Harrington. I can get a conviction. But I don't like convicting the wrong person. Now, let's go down to the lab. I want a set of the mug shots they made of Brennan when he was booked. Going to the lab, Miss Miller. Photo gallery.
Yes, sir.
What do you want Brennan's picture for, Chief?
I want Connie Morton to look at them. See if she can make an identification.
She said the man who stuck him up had a bandana over his face.
She said a lot of things. Basement, please, Marty. Was a bandana found in Brennan's clothing out at the cottage?
Yeah. He says he wore it around his neck. Lots of guys who work outdoors do wear him, you know.
I want to stop someplace and buy a different bandana. Different color and pattern.
Oh? What for?
You'll see tomorrow. I want to find out how many lies Connie Morton can tell. Because I won't be satisfied with the case against Brennan until we find Brady's gun and the things that were supposed to be stolen.
Miss Morton must be feeling a lot better this morning if she's out at the stables.
Yeah, a lot better.
There she is now, over in the ring. Hey, what's she doing?
Working out a jumper.
All right, Caesar. Now back again. Over. Fork at a jump, will you? I'll teach you. When I want you to jump, you'll jump.
Take it easy with that horse.
Oh. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington. I didn't see you.
Glad to see you recovered from your shock.
I had to find something to occupy my mind. Jeffries, get Caesar out of the ring and unsaddle him. We can talk at the house. I thought working Caesar might relax me. I've got him entered in the garden show next Sunday.
Be nice if the horse lives that long, the way you use a whip.
It happens to be my horse and my business, Mr. Garrett. What do you want?
A little help. We may have the man who killed Bob Brady.
So the reporters told me. A park worker named Brennan.
News gets around, doesn't it?
Here's a photograph of him. Is he the man?
He could be. He looks like the one.
Well, what do you recognize? The scar on his chin?
Yes. No, I mean no. His face was covered.
Uh-huh. With a bandana. We found one on Brennan. Was this the bandana you saw?
Well, it was dark. But it was just like that one.
I see. Well, thank you. Come on, Harrington.
Is that all you wanted to know?
Yes. That's all for now.
Yeah, she took the bait on that bandana, all right, Chief. It's nothing like the one Brennan was wearing.
I know.
Hey, isn't that a Central Division car coming up the drive?
Yes. Well, that's Miss Miller with the driver.
Wonder what's up to bring her out here.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. I'm glad I got here before you left.
What is it?
This letter. Came in the morning mail about 5 minutes after you left the office. I thought you'd want it right away.
Look at this, Harrington.
Ah, hand-printed on cheap stationery. Addressed to you.
Look in crevice of oak tree 50 yards behind Brennan's cottage. That's it.
Ah, looks like Brennan trusted a friend who decided to double-cross him.
What do you think it means?
It means we're about to find a few stolen items, including Bob Brady's gun. You take a cab back, Miss Miller. Let the squad car follow us.
something else in here if I can get my fingers on it. I got it. Yeah. Hey, Chief. Look at the inscription on the back.
To Bob from Mildred. Brady's wristwatch, all right.
Yeah, nice haul. Gone, girl's purse, Brady's wallet, and wristwatch. All practically on Brennan's doorstep.
And here are Connie Morton's keys. The keys she let herself into the house with. They couldn't be in this tree and with her at the same time.
Why would she kill Brady?
Oldest motive in the world. Jealousy. Now, we'll have to hold Brennan another 24 hours. That'll be long enough to get what we need. Then Connie Morton can take his place.
Well, we still can't prove anything.
We'll have enough when I send that anonymous note through the lab for handwriting analysis.
But the note isn't written. It's hand-printed.
There'll still be similarity in letter formations. We can compare them against Connie's printing.
Where are you going to get your sample to compare?
The registration blank she sent to the horse show to enter her mount for the jumps. Ever see one of those applications?
No.
They say, please print.
Well, why do you have to see my daughter again, Mr. Garrett? You men have been seeing her every day. You've got to leave her alone.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Morton. This is our last visit.
Why can't I answer whatever it is you want to ask?
Because you weren't there when Brady was killed.
There she is, Chief. In by the stalls.
Mind if we come in, Miss Morton? Or would you rather come out?
What do you want this time?
We thought you might like to know that we found Bob Brady's gun. An anonymous note told us where it was. A crevice in a tree right behind Brennan's place.
Well, now you've got a good case. You can stop bothering me.
Oh, we've got a good case, all right, but not against Brennan. Brennan didn't kill Bob Brady.
Then you still don't know who did it.
Oh, yes, we know. You did it, Miss Morton.
I did it.
Dare you make such an accusation against my daughter? Get out of here. Get off my property. My attorneys will break you for this, Garrett. Get out!
We'll go, but we'll take your daughter with us.
What evidence do you have?
A hand-printed anonymous letter that matches the printing on the registration blanks your daughter sent into the horse show.
You better come along, Miss Morton. You're not going to be showing your horses this Sunday.
You...
Oh, give me that quirt.
That's something else you won't be using again, Miss...
We'll get the best legal talent in the country. We'll beat you on this, Garrett.
It's your privilege to try. But be true to yourself, Mr. Morton. You began to suspect she was lying the same time I did.
She's not lying. She didn't know anything about it. I did it. I shot Brady.
No, that won't work either, Mr. Morton. We've got her pinned down tight.
Daddy, help me. Talk to them. Give them some money. What kind of a father are you if you can't help me?
Shut up!
You hit me.
Yes. I should have started 20 years ago, before I let you become what you are. Maybe I'm not legally guilty, Mr. Garrett, but I'm guilty of raising her the way I did.
It's too bad you didn't think of that sooner. All right, Connie. Let's go into town.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
When Connie Morton's attorneys saw that her protestations of innocence in the face of the evidence against her was not impressing the judge or jury, they persuaded her to enter a voluntary plea of guilty to murder in the second degree. She was sentenced to a prison term of 50 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. You're invited every Saturday over most of these NBC stations to a 1-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony. Tomorrow's symphony performance features Metropolitan Opera star Helen Trouble as guest soloist. For tomorrow's broadcast, the orchestra will be under the baton of the widely acclaimed conductor Wilfrid Pelletier. For the world's great music, hear the NBC Symphony brought to you tomorrow and every Saturday. Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Yes, who's calling? Mr. John Blake? Well, is this a matter of business? That's fine, Mr. Blake. I'll just call him.
Archie, I'm not here. Tell him I'm up in the plant room with the orchids.
I was going to call him to the phone, but he's up in the plant room with his orchids. What sort of a case is this, sir? Really? Really, is that so?
Is it a man or a woman?
Oh, I understand perfectly. It's a man.
Well, at least that's something different.
Yes, sir. Very urgent, I understand. And I assure you, Mr. Wolf will be here waiting for you. The fee? Shall we say about, 1,000?
I will not see any client until after dinner. Fritz is having mountain quail on toast.
Yes, Mr. Blake. Come at once. What were you saying, boss?
And found you, Archie, nothing but business. All the time. What's the problem?
I don't know. And at $1,000, considering our bank balance, I'll help him poison his great-grandmother.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
What we chose to refer to as the case of the hasty will began, of course, with an urgent phone call from the mysterious John Blake. At the moment, Nero Wolfe was seated in his chair, which was specially built for his 300 pounds, and I was giving him a lecture on the importance of money.
Archie, that will do. I'm not interested.
You will be when you learn you can make no more purchases of beer and Skittles. You've passed up 2 cinch cases now. Each would have meant a healthy fee. Let us hope this Mr. Blake has a nice, fat problem that will take us days to solve.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Answer the door.
Good evening. I'm John Blake.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Blake. You have no idea how welcome you are.
Archie, show Mr. Blake in and close the door. That draft is unbearable.
This way, sir. Mr. Wolfe doesn't care for anything resembling air. Oh, I'm Archie Goodwin.
Good evening, Mr. Blake.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a little business for you. Now, before you say anything, I know you're not a lawyer.
I'm not a member of the bar, let us say, Mr. Blake.
Of course.
What kind of business, Mr. Blake?
I have here a short will, which I have typewritten myself. I haven't signed it yet. Also, I have here a sealed envelope containing a letter which I want you to be prepared to deliver to the addressee.
A will and a letter. Very well.
Yes. Do you know who I am?
Seems that I've certainly seen you before.
Same here. I just can't place you.
Well, I'm John Blake, president of the Plymouth Building and Loan.
Oh, of course. I've seen your picture many times.
You have a staff of the best attorneys in the city, Mr. Blake, and this is most assuredly the business of attorney.
Perhaps. But in this particular instance, I wanted an individual who had no interest in me, nor previous knowledge of my affairs.
I see.
Also, I wanted a person who was, shall we say, not too well fixed.
Well, you certainly couldn't
Archie.
Imagine Mr. Wolfe being in need of money.
Just why can't your attorneys handle this?
You'll know in a moment. But when I leave here, I want you to forget the whole thing, for the time being.
Indeed. You have said it.
Here's the will. You may read it.
Archie.
January 25, 1951. To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn.
So, simple enough, isn't it?
That's all. Now, the pen, please, and I'll sign it. Now then, you sign as witness, Mr. Goodwin. You retain the will, Mr. Wolf, and the envelope here, which is addressed to Hillary Blake, my brother, who is now living in this city.
Your brother?
He's just recently returned from 25 years in Australia. Though Hillary has written me several times, I have not favored him. We've been estranged these many years over, a certain unpleasant situation which this enclosed letter will clear up.
Are you in fear of your life, Mr. Blake? Murder?
No, Mr. Wolf. There was a time, yes, but, not now. You will know what to do with the will and the letter, though, when the time arrives. Now, as to your fee, you said, 1,000?
Well, we usually receive...
1,000 will do.
Well, here's a check, all made out.
If you're thinking of suicide, Mr. Blake, we must warn you.
If you don't care to go through with this, please say so. I'm not planning on suicide, I assure you.
We have taken the job, Mr. Blake.
And good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for your kind indulgence.
Well, that's the simplest little 1,000 we ever made.
I believe, Mr. Goodwin, you're going to be quite surprised. I want you to get acquainted with John Blake's secretary. You have more than earned this 1,000, young man. Archie. Archie, is that you?
Yes, boss.
What time is it?
It is 6 p.m. The clock is right in front of your eyes.
I'm thinking, Archie, it's very interesting. Very. An entire day has passed since the visit from John Blake. Did you learn anything from Blake's secretary?
I did. He left his office late yesterday, she said. His daughter Anita is quite upset because he didn't come home.
Check his club?
Yup. I didn't talk to the daughter, but I learned that she's engaged to a young fellow named Wilbur Martin. She told the secretary that her father had been acting strangely of late, a bit morose.
And what does the daughter feel has happened?
Anita's afraid he's been kidnapped.
You haven't met nor talked to any other than the secretary?
Not yet. And so far, no one's called the police.
Good. We must, for the time being, prevent that. What did you learn of Blake's brother from Australia?
He's been here only a year. They've met only once or twice since his return. The secretary thinks the breakup was because of their love for the same woman. Hillary became very wealthy in Australia.
Very well, Archie. It is time for you to visit Miss Anita Blake at her home.
I'd love to, boss. She's a mighty purty gal.
Phooey. Archie, you can do me a great service.
Anything.
Be sure to close it tightly as you leave.
Close what?
The coal chute, of course.
I'm awfully glad you could come, Uncle Hillary. Wilbur seemed to think you might know something about Father's disappearance.
No, I don't know, Wilbur. I'm just as nonplussed as you are.
When did you see your brother last?
Oh, it's been 4 or 5 months. Why?
Well, I just wanted to know.
What do you two think has become of him? Surely you know his recent actions better than I.
Well, at first I thought he'd been kidnapped. Now I'm afraid it's suicide.
Oh, I say, really now. Have you been putting such ideas into our head, young man?
On the other hand, could have been murder.
Indeed. Well, I suggest that the police be called. Hospitals, the morgue, every place. Have you thought of doing that, young man?
I was going to.
Oh, really? Then what are you stalling about? I'll just step into the library and do it myself.
Oh, it can't be, Wilbur. It just can't be.
Miss Blake, there's a Mr. Goodwin to see your father.
Oh, I'll see him.
Thank you, Miss Blake. I'm Archie Goodwin.
This is my fiancé, Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Mr. Martin?
How do you do?
What is it you want, Mr. Goodwin?
Is your father here, Miss Blake?
Why, no. No, he isn't.
What is your business, Mr. Goodwin? Why do you want to see Mr. Blake?
As a matter of fact, I don't really want to see Mr. Blake because I don't think he's here. I came to see Miss Blake.
Just who are you?
I'm a detective.
Police?
Private investigator with Nero Wolf. John Blake has disappeared. I know you're trying to keep it out of the press because you think he's been kidnapped.
We have called the police.
Oh, what do you think has happened to my father?
I think he's dead.
Oh, dear. Why do you think that?
Yes. Just what do you know, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Anita, I want to ask you a few questions. I think it's advisable.
Mr. Blake.
Yes?
I thought you were done for. That is...
I don't think I...
This chap is a detective.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Blake, but curiosity got the better of me. I hope I haven't wrecked things.
What are you talking about?
You remember the agreement.
What agreement?
Mr. Goodwin, do you know who you're talking to?
Why, yes, John Blake.
Oh, no, Mr. Goodwin. This is my Uncle Hillary, my father's brother.
Hillary. Hillary Blake?
Yes, my father's twin brother.
John and Hillary were twins.
Of course.
That's news to me. I didn't know that.
What did you know about him?
Well, now that I look at him, now that I can recall his speech, there is a difference.
And now, why do you think John Blake is dead?
I've just come from police headquarters.
You mean he's been murdered?
No. From all indications, he's committed suicide.
Suicide? Are you sure?
Poor father. Oh, I was afraid of this.
This morning, a hat and an overcoat were found on the East River docks near Pier 9. In the coat was a typewritten copy of a will made yesterday. The hat bears the initials J.B.
There was a will?
Yes. Could you identify the hat and coat, Miss Blake?
Well, yes, of course.
Very well. Come in, Sergeant. This is Sergeant Hanlon. Miss Blake, do you recognize this coat and hat?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do. They were father's. Oh, Wilbur.
Suicide? I can't understand it.
But the hat and coat are not conclusive evidence. What about the will found in the pocket?
Show them the will, Sergeant. Read it, miss.
You read it, Wilbur?
To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn. But no signature.
I have the original. Here you are.
Where did you get this?
Notice the signature of the witness?
Archie Goodwin. You witnessed his signature?
In Nero Wolf's office.
But Mr. Blake had his own attorneys.
Nevertheless, he came to Mr. Wolf to take care of the will. If we hadn't recognized him from his photos in the papers, I wouldn't have witnessed the signature.
Anita, is this your father's handwriting?
Yes. Yes, it's his, all right.
But this still isn't proof that he's dead, nor that he committed suicide. No corpus delicti.
And the body may not be found for days. But this evidence we have here certainly indicates that a body will be found eventually.
Maybe not, Mr. Goodwin. It's possible they could have...
What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Miss Blake, in a way, I blame myself for your father's death.
How do you mean?
I had a sort of premonition. It's obvious now why he came to Nero Wolf.
Is it?
He wanted someone who didn't know him personally. His own attorneys would have been able to see through his plan and prevent his carrying it out.
But he made a will. Why did he draw this new one?
Yes, that's what I don't understand.
Well, I still am not convinced that he committed suicide.
Mr. Blake, here is a letter he asked to be delivered to you.
Oh, well, now.
Perhaps it will shed some light on the problem.
What does it say, Uncle?
Jove. It says, Hillary, 25 years now, jealousy and bitterness have kept us apart. I know why you stayed in Australia all these years. I know you loved Marcia. She was rightfully yours. But I loved her, too, and I couldn't go on without her. I know you've despised us both, and I've pretended to despise you. I had to pretend, because I lied to Marcia. I told her you were engaged to marry a woman in Sydney. Marcia was innocent. I was to blame. When Marcia died last year, and you wrote that you were coming back, I knew then that your resentment had faded, but I didn't answer you, and I've kept away from you because I couldn't face you. I've told you all this because things have happened, which you will learn soon enough, that have decided me to close my book and write fini. I have made a new will, leaving everything I possess to Anita. Anita is young, Hillary, and I beg you to watch after her as though she were your own, which, but for my selfishness, she might well have been. Forgive me, Hillary. Well, this certainly indicates suicide.
But what does he mean by things have happened?
That, Miss Blake, is the motive, for which we'll just have to wait.
Yes, for that and the body.
Well, boss, up here in the conservatory a bit early, aren't you? How are the orchids?
Oh, it's a nice sunny morning. Even though it is around 0 outside, the sun is fine for them. And behold, Archie.
Huh? What is it?
The Dendrobium sclerostel.
Yes, indeed. What about it?
Showing 2 buds. Most encouraging.
Indeed so. Boss, I can't take the steam heat here.
Tell me, this painting of Marcia Blake, is it large?
It hangs over the Blake mantel, about 3 by 4 feet.
find it most intriguing that John Blake should mention the painting in so short a will. And Hillary, does he seem to offer any suggestion on this problem?
He has very little to say. Wilbur has definite ideas, and he's in there pitching all the time. He has a rather unpleasant way about him, though.
You have talked with Inspector Kramer?
I have.
And asked Miss Anita and Hillary to meet you at the morgue to look at the body?
Right. And I left Wilbur out of this gathering.
This body is practically unidentifiable, huh?
In Kramer's opinion, it is.
After you're finished down there, I'd like to have a chat with this Wilbur Martin.
Okay, but you'll get nothing out of him. I've tried.
Archie, you're becoming so conceited. Soon I fear I'll have to fire you.
If it were summer, I would forthwith resign.
Run along and close our coal chute behind you.
Morning, Inspector Kramer. Up early.
Yeah, Goodwin. I just love to come down to this morgue.
This is Miss Anita Blake and her Uncle Hillary Blake.
Howdy
How do
do.
you do? Good morning, Mr. Goodwin. I hope you don't object too much to my joining the proceedings.
Oh, I know, Wilbur. I suppose it's all right.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, what's happened?
There's a body here. Rather badly bruised and cut and in a bad condition, but I think you should look at it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Miss Blake, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
very well. I'll be all right.
Now, I'd like to come along.
Oh, yes, Wilbur, you must.
Well, come on. This way. Well, here we are.
Wilbur.
What do you say, Miss Blake?
Now get hold of yourself, Anita. Please, you must.
Yes. Yes, that's Father.
And you, Mr. Blake?
It's certainly hard to say. It looks as though it might be John. Was there no means of identification on the body? No jewelry or...
Father never wore any jewelry.
There was nothing but this suit here. Nothing in the pockets.
That's Father's suit, all right. I know. Oh, why? Why did he do it?
Come along now. That's all for today. Mr. Wolf, this is Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Ah, yes. How do you do, Mr. Martin? Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
No. Take the red leather chair. That's right.
So glad you could come. Archie, beer first. Tell me, Mr. Martin, you saw the body?
I did. Whether it was John Blake or not, I'm not sure. But Anita feels positive enough.
You are skeptical about the suicide theory, huh?
Well, yes, I am.
Are you trying to cast suspicion on someone else?
No.
He thinks he was murdered.
I do?
But not by you, of course.
Certainly not.
But who would know that John came here, signed the will, and gave us the letter to his brother? He must have contemplated suicide, don't you think?
Are you positive it was John Blake who signed the will?
How interesting. You think it was his brother Hillary who came here, posing as John, huh?
It could have been.
But the man was quite gray and had no Australian accent.
Hillary could have dropped the accent for a short while and grayed his hair, and they were twins.
So enlightening, Mr. Martin. Do go on.
After he left you here, he could have killed John and thrown him in the river, and left his overcoat and hat on the wharf.
And why would Hillary kill John?
Well, there may have been several reasons. Maybe because of Marcia. Well, several reasons.
Tell me, did John Blake object to your engagement to Anita?
No, why should he?
I don't know. I merely asked. Anita Blake identified her father's handwriting. She identified the body. You still believe it's murder?
Maybe she only thought it was his handwriting.
You had best be careful, Wilbur. In trying to make a murder out of this, you might place yourself in a most unhappy position.
I checked the letter and the will with papers at John's office, and the handwriting is identical, in my opinion.
Maybe Hillary is clever at forgery.
Maybe.
Did you have the experts check the writing?
Not yet.
Then how can you tell unless you had a bona fide sample of Hillary's writing?
I take it that you found a sample of Hillary's writing? Some letters from Hillary to John?
Yes. I found a package of them in John's desk at his home.
That, Wilbur, is most encouraging.
Here they are. Several of them tied together. Some written in 1928 and a couple in 1948.
Now, we'll tell you something. We never thought John committed suicide either.
You didn't?
No. And before you go, Wilbur, Write your name here on this pad.
Very well.
Thank you so much. I hope we shall see you tomorrow. Well, I'm surprised, Inspector Kramer, to see you out in such inclement weather.
I like the cold spells.
Sit in the red leather chair.
Yeah, thanks.
Good. Have your experts finished checking the will and the letter?
Yep, but not all through with a package of Hillary's old letters that Wilbur found.
What's the verdict?
If this is forgery, it's the cleverest bit of forgery we've ever come across. My men say the will and the letter you received appear identical with the specimens from John's office.
Indeed. The will and the letter then do seem to have been written by John Blake.
Yes. But on the other hand, and this is unusual, by comparing this letter from John with a letter Hillary wrote from Australia in 1948, we found characteristics in both men's letters which were definitely similar.
Then, Inspector, you feel that Hillary might have written the letter and signed the will. That it was Hillary who came to my office?
It's a tough thing to prove, but I think that's being on the right track.
Inspector, what about the rest of the package of letters I got from Wilbur Martin?
They're still working on those down at headquarters.
What about young Wilbur?
So far, can't see much in him to worry about, but it's a bit early.
Archie, phone out to the Blake mansion and tell Wilbur Martin that we've uncovered the whole thing. And if Wilbur's in on it, he'll be gone before you get there. We can pick him up later.
Okay. I'll let you know about the rest of Hillary's letters.
Good. We won't phone out there until you're finished.
I'll call you as soon as possible.
Archie, I want you to look into the affairs of the Plymouth Building and Loan Company. See what you can learn about the actual stability of the company.
Okay. Boss, please put on your muffler and overcoat and open a window. A candle couldn't burn in this place. Yeah. I'm on my way.
Anita.
What is it, Wilbur? What's happened?
I came out as soon as I heard.
Well, what's happened? Speak up, man.
You haven't heard? You don't know?
No, what?
Look at these headlines.
Plymouth Building and Loan crashes. Wilbur, what does this mean?
It means your father embezzled the funds of the company and he has gone to the wall.
What?
Yes, closed the doors.
Oh, no, Wilbur, no, I can't believe such a thing.
I'm sorry, Anita, but there it is in black and white.
Then this is the motive for John's suicide.
Why?
Why? Because he knew he was caught. What else?
He could have put the money back, couldn't he?
Yes, but maybe he lost it by trying to make more to cover up the shortage.
I don't think he lost it.
You don't?
No.
Oh, nonsense. He must have. Else why would he kill himself?
Maybe he didn't kill himself.
Oh, this is awful.
Oh, please, Anita, you mustn't worry. I know this is very embarrassing for you, but it isn't your fault. Now, let me take you away for a while. We can run down to Mexico until this blows over.
You won't take her to Mexico. You won't take her any place.
Just what do you mean?
What's wrong with you, Wilbur? You're acting stupid.
Your father may have fleeced the company, but I don't believe he lost the money.
Wilbur.
He hid the money, and your Uncle Hillary found the hiding place. And he set up the suicide to cover your father's murder. Hillary killed him.
Oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind.
Why, this doesn't make sense. I have all the money I need.
Yes, you have now.
Pack your things, Anita. I'll phone the airport for reservations.
You can't leave at a time like this. You won't leave this room.
Do you know what can be done to you for threatening people with firearms? I'll call the police.
You don't need to call the police. I've just talked to that detective, Mr. Goodwin. He's on his way here. The police have uncovered everything. I know you killed John, and you have the money.
Wilbur, you're out of your mind.
I know what I'm talking about.
Get out of here. Get out.
I won't leave. No one will leave till Goodwin comes.
Archie, come in, Miss Blake. Mr. Blake, Mr. Martin, glad you were all able to accept my invitation. You too, Inspector Kramer.
Yeah, I know how glad you are I could be here, Wolf.
Please be seated, folks.
Hillary was going to Mexico on the next plane and taking Anita with him.
Mexico?
John Blake stole the money from the company, but Hillary found out about it and killed him.
Mr. Wolf, this is utter nonsense.
Mr. Blake, Inspector Kramer's handwriting experts have examined the will and the letter left with me. They have also checked them with your recent letters from Australia.
Indeed.
And your letters from Australia show a definite resemblance, having the same characteristics as the letter and the will you give me.
You mean you think that I signed the will and wrote the letter?
Definitely.
Ridiculous.
But there's something else. The will mentions a painting of Marcia Blake, Anita's mother. Archie, where is that painting? Did you bring it?
It's here.
Bring it in here, Sergeant.
Just a moment.
I hope you don't mind, Miss Blake.
What are you doing to it?
Tearing off the paper backing of the picture?
Yes, and there you are. There's the reason for the whole thing.
Bonds.
Pasted in the back. Thousands of dollars in negotiable bonds. Then Hillary did know about the money. He killed John for all this. He had Anita order the picture to be credited for shipping.
I did no such thing. Nevertheless, you didn't kill John Blake.
Certainly he did.
Look at these two letters from Hillary Blake to John here in America. What are the dates?
September and November 1948.
Those were supposedly Hillary's most recent letters to John. And look at these letters, June and July 1928. Notice any difference?
All are signed by Hillary, but the ones dated 1928 are not at all like the ones written in 1948.
Not the least similarity. The ones dated 1928 were written by Hillary. But those dated 1948 were written by John.
By John? How do you mean?
Carry on, Inspector.
You're under arrest, Mr. Blake. Not for murder, because there's been no murder. You're under arrest on a charge of embezzlement.
Embezzlement? Oh, but how can
And you, Miss Blake, are under arrest as an accomplice.
What? I don't understand. Mr. Wolf.
Wilbur, you yourself unearthed the old 1928 letters, really written by Hillary from Australia. The recent letters are not in the same handwriting. They were poorly forged by John in 1948. Furthermore, we checked with Australia and learned that Hillary Blake died in Sydney 10 years ago.
And this man here is really John Blake, posing as Hillary to escape the penalty for looting the company.
Anita. It just doesn't seem possible.
Anita knew all about it, and they might have gotten away with it if they hadn't come to us, Archie.
What a fantastic plan.
I'm giving you back your $1,000, Mr. Blake, but I'm afraid it won't do either of you much good now. Thank you so much, Inspector Kramer, for dropping in.
Well, boss, that was a clever bit of deduction.
You really think so, Archie? It was quite a blunder for so clever a man as John Blake.
Why did he make the mistake of coming to us?
There are many holes in the plans of the criminal mind. He must have forgotten about the 1928 letters, or he would have destroyed them.
And he underestimated Wilbur's intelligence. And I thought he was a dope, too. But he was half right.
He really slipped up on the body in the morgue. Inspector Kramer was most kind to cooperate with us in that little act. Anita was too eager to identify the first body she saw.
And the painting. You sensed there was more importance attached to it than the fact that it was a work of art.
True. Some beer, please, Archie.
Coming up, boss?
Now, that brings me to an unpleasant subject.
What's that?
You were talking about resigning. Are you still in that frame of mind?
Resigning? When did I say anything like that?
Then you're going to be content with conditions as they are?
Why, of course. What are you saying?
And you don't mind it a bit as long as this dreadful weather continues?
Well, not at all. I don't mind what?
Going in and out of the house through the coal chute.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout and produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In tonight's cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Victor Rodman, Louise Arthur, Hal Gerard, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Disappearing Diamonds. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, Come with me.
When Captain Bart Friday and his sidekick Skip Turner returned to Saigon, capital of French Indochina, following their experiences in the Cambodian jungles, they were taken immediately to Government House. They had accomplished such a satisfactory piece of work for the French territorial government, they were immediately asked to take on another mission, en route back across the Pacific to San Francisco and home. This mission had to do with flying a special French-type Army plane from Saigon to Australia, where it was to be torn down and shipped by boat to France. Had you ever flown this type plane before, Captain Friday?
Well, something pretty similar. It wasn't entirely familiar, but with Skip acting as mechanic and co-pilot, I was pretty confident. Isn't that right, Skip?
Why, sure. Wasn't a plane that bothered me. I hated like the deuce to separate from the rest of the Carter party.
Business before pleasure.
Oh, sure, I know, but I got pretty fond of Professor LeBrun and Perry Mills.
Now, how about Celia?
You're doggone right. And here Perry and Patricia went and got married in Saigon, and we hardly had a chance to kiss the bride. Before away we'd go on another harebrained mission.
Well, Perry and Patricia and Professor LeBrun and Celia are well out to sea by now in a luxury liner for San Francisco.
Yeah, and look at where we are.
Where Captain Friday and Skip Turner are is another matter entirely. Yesterday afternoon, they took off from the Saigon airport. Out over the China Sea and the Indian Ocean they flew, into the night, through oriental moonlight and white clouds which stood up on end like mountains and skyscrapers and giant pillars. And when the dawn came, these massive towers of white clouds turned rose and pink and flame color and lit up the sky so that the flyers felt as though they were driving through a sky on fire. And then, as full day came, the vastness of the ocean expanse spread out below them. From horizon to horizon, nothing but the dirty blue of the ocean below and the haze blue of the heat-tinted atmosphere around them. And then it happened. Engine trouble. And when the motors conked out completely, the sound of wind in the struts and against the fuselage and on the wings was all the sound there was, and the falling craft gathered speed. And it was then that Skip Turner caught sight of a tiny island, hardly bigger than a pocket handkerchief, looming ahead of them right into the wind. With every ounce of skill, Captain Friday kept the plane under control, heading it for the small place of refuge. And then they swept down onto the bosom of the water. And to add further to the good fortune of landing safely, there was a sandy beach, and the first waves took the plane and ran it up on the sand like a toy in a bathtub.
Ooh-wee! Man, oh man, did you see what happened to us?
Yeah, you can be glad you're not feeding the fishes at this very moment.
Amen, brother, amen.
You didn't get hurt in that bouncing around?
Huh, not a scratch. You?
Nope.
Well, Chief, let's get out and see the country.
Get this strap unfastened. I don't think the plane's been hurt any.
Oh, doggone them engines. What you suppose happened?
There. Will the door open?
Yep. Ain't jammed a bit.
Good. Get out, Skip.
Yeah. Hey, you coming?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, listen to that bird. Sounds like San Diego on a bright June night.
I don't see any signs of habitation anywhere around.
You can't tell what's up in that jungle stuff away from the beach.
It's a pretty rugged country. Volcanic.
Yeah, probably caves and stuff up in there. You know, we was lucky to find a sandy beach.
Well, let's have a look. Got your packet of special rations?
Yes, sir, including 6 bars of chocolate.
Here we go, then.
Hey, what about the plane, Captain? Shouldn't we ought to give it the once-over and see whether we're stuck here for good?
That'll have to come later, Skip. First thing's to see if we're in any danger from the natives.
Yeah, if there is any. Looks like a deserted hunk of volcano to me.
Yep. Guess we'll have to wade through this grass for a little.
Yeah. Hey, where are we aiming for?
I thought if we could climb up on that high ground, we might get a survey of the whole place.
We ain't mad at that. Whole place ain't 2 miles across in any direction, look like from the air.
Okay, here's where we start the climb.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to get out of that grass. There's one thing I hate. It's the snakes and bugs and stuff down in this part of the world.
A lot of sharp lava. Edges like a razor. Gotta pull yourself up in some of these places.
You make it?
Yeah. Come on up.
Okay. Phew, is that sun boiling?
I think we can skirt the edge of that next pinnacle. Seems to be easier going to the left here.
It looks like the minute we get up on the next level, we're going to be in a tangle of jungle.
Don't worry about that when we get up there. Notice how the island seems to be built up in tiers. First the beach level, and this level we're on. Then up above the jungle level.
Yeah. I ain't seen nothing that looks like human life yet.
For any natives, they're going to be pretty shy of 2 white men. Especially coming down out of the sky as we just did.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. What do we do now?
Run into a blank wall, all right.
Boy, it's 10 foot if it's an inch, and straight up. And no place to go except turn back.
Skip, do you think you could boost me up? Maybe if I could get my fingers over the edge, I could scramble up.
Sure, but how do I get up?
Well, let's figure that when I make it up.
Okay, climb up on my shoulders. Hey, but for God's sakes, keep them hobnails out of my ribs.
Here I go.
Hey, you're taking my skin off.
Hold still there.
Hold still, he says. You making it?
Yeah. I got my fingers over the edge. Now you can reach up and push my feet up when I heave.
Well, I can try.
You go.
You make it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, now what about me?
Just a minute. Be with you in just a minute.
Hey, what's up there, anyway?
Haven't had much of a chance to look around. Yeah. There.
Hey, you got your pants off.
That's right. I'll brace myself up here and throw the legs of my pants over the edge. Grab a hold and scramble up.
And what if I tear a leg off?
For your own good, you better not. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, here I come. Looks like I'm naked.
Up with you.
There.
Yeah.
Hooey.
Excuse me while I put my trousers back on.
Well, will you look around us? Hey, this ain't the kind of a jungle I thought we'd find up here.
There. It looks interesting, though.
Hey, that's beautiful. Kind of rolling meadow with green grass and vines and a lot of palm trees.
Okay, let's go and investigate.
Yeah. That's more like a park. And we'll keep heading for high ground, huh?
Yeah. I'd like to get a picture of the whole island if I can.
Hey, look it. As soon as we get back from the rock ledge, the ground's as black and fertile as a California meadow.
Uh-oh. Look there.
Yeah, they're rabbits.
Looks like a cross between a rabbit and a kangaroo.
It's just the size of a rabbit. Hey, there's some more of them. Hey, this place is alive with them.
Well, we won't starve here, that's one thing. Here, let's cut across to that high spot.
Yeah. Hey, this is kind of interesting, you know? I didn't know there was any South Sea islands like this.
You want to stay here and homestead it?
The heck with that. Too far to the nearest drugstore.
Okay, here we are.
Yeah, and there's your whole island laying out before you.
Well, the island seems to be divided into 2 parts. Look at that ravine down below us.
Yeah, seems to have 2 humps like the back of a camel.
Yeah. We're standing on one hump, and across the ravine is the other. Hello. That water down there in that ravine?
Hey, it looks like a creek, all right.
If there's a freshwater stream on the island, we're more than in luck.
Hey, you talk as if you didn't think we was going to be able to get that airship off the beach.
That remains to be seen.
Hey, Captain, look down yonder in the water.
Where?
By that palm tree down by the creek. It's a girl.
Skip, I think you're right.
Why, of course I'm right. A white girl using the old swimming hole as sure as I'm a foot high.
She's a white girl, all right. How far away do you imagine she is?
A couple of 100 yards in a straight line, I reckon. Probably half a mile away we'd have to travel to get down to where she is.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, man. Now, what in the blazes is the white girl doing alone on this desert island?
She might be a Polynesian.
Oh, but their skins ain't pure white. They're kind of brownish. You could see for yourself. This girl's skin was white as milk. It actually gleamed in the sunshine. Hey, look, you can still see it.
You're not going poetic on me, are you, Skip?
Well, I know, but something like this don't happen to a man every day.
Yeah, we're going to have to skirt around the brow of the hill for a ways.
Oh, but we'll lose sight of her.
So we lose sight of her. She can't keep out of our way for very long on an island no bigger than a pocket handkerchief.
Just a minute, Chief.
Well?
Looky, maybe you should stay here and kind of keep her in view while I go down and...
Hey, what kind of double talk's that?
Well, I was just thinking.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Come on, we go down together.
Well, it was an idea.
I'll say it was. We get around the brow of this hill and... Hey, look there, Skip.
Huh? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
Shipwreck.
You see, it is a white girl. Shipwrecked and marooned on this island, probably for months and months.
Yeah. That craft's been piled up on the beach there for 6 months anyway, looks like.
Yeah, but where's the rest? The captain and crew and the rest.
Probably weren't over 5 or 6 in the crew.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Looks like a small luxury schooner.
Millionaire's yacht, huh?
Could be.
Well, anyway, that explains the girl. Come on, let's get down to her.
We don't want to rush in on her. Probably scare her to death.
Don't be silly. She'll be so glad to see white folks again, she'll probably throw her arms around our necks and hug us to death.
Skip the romanticist.
Well, why shouldn't she? After all, if I hadn't seen a white girl for 6 months, I know how I'd feel. You think she's going to feel any different?
Well, as to that, Skip.
Hey, that was the rifle.
Get the dirt, Skip.
Hey, they were shooting at us. I could hear the bullet just as plain. Why, that little white-skinned female shooting at her rescuers.
That wasn't the girl, Skip. The shots came from behind us.
Here are Captain Bart Friday and Skip Turner marooned on a desert island in the South Pacific when their army plane, in which they were flying between Saigon, French Indochina, and Australia, conked out on them. They landed the plane safely with hopes of repairing the motors, but at the moment are exploring their island refuge. At the foot of the hummock on which they have been standing, they see a freshwater stream, and in the stream, a white girl bathing. They are just making their way down to this amazing vision when 2 rifle bullets sing over their heads. The shots have come from behind them, and just now, the 2 are wriggling on elbows and stomachs through the long grass for safety in the ravine below.
Keep down and keep coming, Skip.
Honest to my grandma, I never felt so sorry for a snake in my life.
Yeah.
Imagine having to go around on your belly all your life.
Hold it just a minute.
Yeah. I need a breather.
Either we've eluded the guy with the nervous trigger finger or else he's stalking us, waiting to get a really good bead on us.
Well, that's a comforting thought.
Yeah. Another 10 feet and we can drop down behind those rocks in the ravine.
You think that makes me mad? Them shots probably scared the heck out of the gal we saw him bathing. Where'll she be now?
Probably jumped into her clothes and beat it for home.
Home?
Whatever she calls home these days.
Yeah, and if she hides out on us, it'll take us maybe days to make contact.
It's not the angle that bothers me.
Yeah?
We now know that there are other people on this island besides the girl.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
What I want to know is why one of them wanted to shoot at us.
Well, maybe he and the gal are here all alone and wants to keep it that way.
On the other hand, if he's been marooned on this island for 6 months, he'd welcome a rescue party with wide open arms.
Even with a beautiful gal all to herself?
Even with 10 beautiful girls all to himself.
I don't believe it.
Well, come on. Let's get down to the rocks.
Okay. Watch the way I wiggle my hips as I slither through the grass.
Okay, hold it.
Hey, Captain, you can hear the creek. Listen. Oh, don't that sound cool and refreshing?
Yeah. Here I go over the edge. I'll drop down onto the gravel. Then when I see everything is all clear, I'll give you the high sign.
Okay. I'll have my gun all set to back you up if there's any trouble.
Check. Here I go. There. Hey, Skip.
Okay, Chief.
All clear. Come on down.
Oh, man, does that water look good. Hey, how about us falling on our faces and having a drink, huh?
Undoubtedly spring water. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. I never tasted anything so good.
Yeah. All right, isn't it?
Yeah. Now then, what?
I'll follow down this creek to where we saw the girl in bathing.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up a trail again, even if she has disappeared.
Come on, then.
Hard walking on these rocks.
Yeah, like walking on marbles and billiard balls.
Hey, we can't be very far from the babe swimming hole.
I've got it spotted right. It should be around the next turn in the ravine.
Mm-hmm. Water's getting a little deeper along here.
Hold it, Skip.
What's the matter?
Crouch down along the edge of the bank. Get down low.
Hey, what's going on?
Somebody's standing on the bank right above us.
Uh-oh.
Quiet. Listen.
I say, is that you, Gracie?
Gracie, huh?
Shh, quiet.
It's all right, Gracie. I'm all alone. You don't need to be afraid of me, you know. You know that, Gracie. You know that
Hey, somebody shot him.
Quick, Skip. Help me put him out of the creek before he drowns.
Yeah.
Up with him. Easy. Oh, wait. Wait, Skip.
I got him.
Never mind. Drop him back in the water.
Hey.
Drop him back. He's dead. Look at the back of his head.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Now listen. Somebody's coming along the bank.
The killer?
Come on. Get back under the bank. Low. Hold it. Hold it.
We just made it.
Yeah. He's looking down at the body.
My fine young Cockney, you have come to a very bad end. A very bad end. Just like I told you would.
Hey, how about throwing a gun on that guy?
Quiet, Skip.
It is too hard to dig for you a grave this afternoon. But tonight you shall have one. See? The senorita must not see like this, no. But tonight you shall have a grave. But now, I shall have my siesta. Buenos dias, Senor Cockney. Adios. Hasta la vista.
Well, how do you like them apples?
Oh, a very cheerful killer.
A doggone pirate.
Pirate?
Certainly a pirate. Didn't you see that bandana tied around his head when he peered over the bank?
I suppose he was a member of that yacht's crew before it went aground.
Why, sure. 20th century pirate if I ever saw one. Hey, what do you suppose he killed his sidekick for?
I could give a good guess.
Gracie?
Oh, looks like it to me. Cockney sneaked off to hold rendezvous with Gracie, and our pirate friend followed after him. When he made sure Cockney was trying to get the inside track on the girlfriend, he up and blew the back of his head off.
Well, that's one way of getting rid of rivals. What does that make Gracie?
I don't know. Shall we go and find out?
Yeah, let's.
Okay. Keeping close to the bank in case there are any more jealous Romeos in this place. There. Yeah, now we've got some sand to walk on.
Yeah, and it's wet, so it won't make a sound.
Uh-huh. Uh-oh. There's the pool where Gracie was bathing.
Hey, pretty, huh?
Nice a pool as you could want.
You know, we should ought to pull Cockney out of the creek. Seems too bad to let him contaminate a pool like this.
I didn't dare. Cockney's body disappears. The pirate's going to know something's wrong.
Well, I just think Gracie buried it or somebody else. Besides, what hurt if it does get uneasy?
Skip, there are a couple of things that keep gnawing at my mind.
Such as?
Those 2 shots that were fired at us.
Uh-oh.
Were they really meant for us? Or was the pirate firing at Cockney?
Got me.
If they were meant for Cockney, then it looks like nobody knows yet that we've landed on the island.
Hey, how could they miss the airplane coming down?
Well, the engines were dead. We just barely glided up to the beach. Unless somebody happened to be looking up, they'd never known we were even in the sky.
Okay, so nobody knows we're on the island. What about it?
In that case, nobody wants to kill us. Those shots were meant for Cockney.
Well, I like it that way better. I never did hanker to have somebody itching to bump me. Huh? What you looking for?
Look here, Skip.
You find something?
Yeah. Barefoot prints of a girl's foot in the sand.
Yeah, I'm pointing in that direction.
Yeah. There's a sort of path away from the pool up through the palm trees.
Yes, sir. As neat as though she'd put up a signboard. Well, lead on, Chief.
Keep low. Use these palm trees for shelter as much as possible.
Just in case of the pirate, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, right up ahead, the jungle looks like it thickened up a bit.
We're climbing up toward the brow of the second hump, if you notice.
Yeah.
Apparently, Gracie doesn't wear shoes anymore. Lots of tracks of a girl's bare feet.
All the same girl?
Seem to be.
Hey, the jungle's beginning to close in around her.
Pat's still good. She must make a practice of bathing down at the pool.
Yeah. Oh, boy, that shade feels good. I never did see such a sun as they have down in this part of the world.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Jungle's closed in over the top of us like a tent.
Hey, hold it.
What happened?
Listen.
Yo-ho, 15 men and a dead man ship.
Listen.
Who goes there? Who goes there? Who goes there?
Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
All around shoot. Advancing in the countersign. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Hey, Captain, that's the craziest thing I ever heard.
It's a parrot, Skip.
A parrot?
Yo-ho, 15 men and a dead man's ship.
It looks like Gracie's got a parrot to keep her company over on this side of the island.
Mayor, please, call the fire department.
Well, I'll say this for him. He's the loudest parrot I ever heard.
Well, he's my parrot.
Hey.
You heard me. He's my parrot, so what about it?
I don't see you.
No, of course you don't see me.
You see her, Captain?
Oh, she's hidden somewhere off the path in the jungle.
There's no use you looking for me. You'll never find me.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Polly, shut up that noise.
You must be Gracie.
And if I am, so what?
Come on out of hiding and let's talk.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't what? What do you mean?
I don't take no chances with men. Not on this desert island, I don't.
But we've just arrived.
I know that. I saw your airplane drop out of the sky.
Well, then why weren't you down at the beach to meet us?
Not me. I watch out for myself, I do. Besides, the way you were falling, I thought sure you'd be smashed to bits.
Oh, no, not us.
Well, it makes no matter. The same rule applies to you two gents, which applies to them that's on the other side of the island.
And, what rules are those?
This half of the island belongs to me.
Oh.
Yes. When you came to the ravine and waded across the creek, you came on my side of the island.
Hey, you mean that hill over yonder belongs to the men, and this hill belongs just to you?
That's just what I said, isn't it?
I don't get it.
I'm a good girl, I am, and I'm a fighter. And when that sailing yacht over yonder went on the rocks, I was the only girl left alive. I took things in my own hands.
Yeah, and you sound like you were just the gal could do it, too.
And so I am.
How many were on the yacht before it was wrecked?
The master and the missus and a crew of 7.
What about you?
I was the missus' lady's mate. And a very good lady's maid I am, too.
That makes 10 on the yacht. How many landed safely on the beach?
4 of us.
You and Cockney and the pirate and one other, huh?
The pirate?
Sure, the Spanish baby with a turban.
That'd be Manuel.
Manuel the pirate.
And who was the 4th?
He was the captain of the yacht. He was killed 2 days after we landed.
And I'll bet it was Nicola was Manuel the pirate who done it, too.
It was him and Cockney together.
Why?
It was over me.
Hey, you must have something.
I have my moments, if I do say so myself.
Well, come on, climb out of the bushes and let's have a look at it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Is that why you divided the island in 2 parts and why you keep to yourself over here?
It is. When I see the way the men were killing each other with me to go to the winner, I just made up my own rules and got me a gun and a box of cartridges to back me up.
Hey, you ain't poking a gun through the bushes at us right now, are you?
Make a move in the wrong direction and see what happens.
You know something, Gracie?
So you're getting mighty familiar with the use of a girl's name, if I may say so?
Oh, no kidding, Gracie. You're what I'd call a woman with an iron willpower.
What about that parrot we keep hearing?
He's my pal, he is. My pal and my watchdog. Ain't anybody able to come within a mile of us without Belshazzar letting me know.
Belshazzar, huh?
Oh, so that's how you knew we were coming up the path, huh?
That's it. Every time Manuel or Cockney tries to come over here...
Oh, by the way, you're not going to have to worry about Cockney anymore.
What are you talking about?
Manuel just shot him.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We saw him do it.
Then none of us is safe on this island. With nobody to stop Manuel, he'll have us all by the heels before morning.
Marooned Stranded on a desert island with a Cockney girl and Manuel the pirate, Captain Friday and Skip Turner face one of the most amazing adventures of their lives in the second episode of The Girl on Shipwreck Island, which is entitled The Pirate is a Fighting Man. Listen next week to another in this fascinating series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
6 months ago, when the ocean-going yacht Carlotta went ashore on a 2x4 South Sea island during a typhoon, only 4 persons got to the beach alive. They included the captain of the craft, 2 able seamen, Cockney and Manuel, and an English lady's maid named Gracie.
My mistress had her neck broken when the mast of the ship came down in the storm, and my master was washed overboard trying to save her body from the storm. It was a bloody mess, and how I came through it alive I'll never know. But there I was, ashore on a desert island along with 3 sailors, none of whom I'd ever spoke a word to in my life before. That is, except the captain, to whom I'd said yes, sir, and no, sir. But the captain didn't last long. The second night ashore, Cockney and Manuel set on him and cut him to ribbons in a knife fight. That was enough for me. I took a gun and some cartridges in my Paul Parrott Belshazzar and set up housekeeping on the far end of the island in a bit of a cave.
And for 6 months, Gracie protected herself against Cockney and Manuel, living off the berries and fruit and small bird and animal life of the island. And then Captain Friday and Skip Turner, earlier this afternoon, came fluttering down out of the sky in a French Army plane whose engines had conked out.
Yeah, we were en route from French Indochina to Australia, flying over the Dutch East Indies and a lot of the China Sea. Well out over the South China Sea, something in the mechanical department went haywire, and we had to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, we were in the vicinity of a minute atoll with a sandy beach. We landed without doing the ship any damage. Before beginning our repair job, we surveyed the tiny island, and that's when we discovered the setup here. Tell them about it, Skip.
Yeah. Well, when we arrived, there was 3 people on the island besides ourselves. Cockney, Manuel the pirate, and the babe Gracie. And Belshazzar the parrot. But before we'd been here an hour, we saw Manuel the pirate stalk Cockney to the edge of the swimming hole and shoot him in the back. It was 'cause Cockney was trying to get friendly with Gracie behind the pirate's back. So now there's only Manuel and Gracie on the island. That is, except for Captain Friday and me.
And both Gracie and Manuel the pirate are very skittish specimens of the human species. With the exception of the moment when they saw Manuel kill Cockney, they have not laid eyes on the swarthy, pirate-looking figure with the turban about his head. They haven't seen Gracie at all. They've talked to her, but she's kept hidden back in the jungle. She's a girl all alone in this little isolated world, and she doesn't trust anything masculine. And now at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Friday and Skip are up to their ears in piston rings, spark plugs, and engine oil as they attempt to adjust their motors for the remainder of the trip to Australia.
Boy, talk about rebuilding a motor the hard way.
Yeah.
Phew. That sun's smacking me on the back of the neck like a baseball bat.
Okay, I guess you can screw that head down again.
Yeah. You think we found the trouble?
Well, we found one of the troubles. How a gas line on an airplane can get stopped up, I don't know. Screwed down hard?
Yeah. Won't get any oil leak there.
Well, I'd say we were all set to take off then.
Okay. How about trying the motors?
I'd like to, but I don't want to take the chance.
Well, hey, we can't take off without tuning the motors.
We'll have to tune them at the last minute.
I don't get it.
You heard what Gracie said.
Oh, you mean about the pirate being a desperate character?
Look, why did he and Cockney kill the captain?
Fight over Gracie.
Then why did he kill Cockney?
Over Gracie.
Okay. You think for 1 minute he's going to let you and me fly off with Gracie if he can help it?
You mean we're taking Gracie with us?
We're not leaving her here for that ape.
Oh, I get it, and the pirate knows it. So the minute he thinks we got this airplane fixed to fly again, the real slaughter begins.
Right. Not only does he want to keep Gracie, but he doesn't want us to get back to civilization and report him. Remember, he's a 2-time killer, and he's stuck here until the authorities come and get him.
So what are we going to do?
Well, when it gets dark, we're going back in the jungles where we met Gracie before. We're going to talk fast and get her to come down to the plane with us. Once we get her inside, we'll turn over the motors, adjust them if they need it, and get the heck out of here before Manuel the pirate knows what's going on.
Does Gracie know she's going on an airplane ride?
Not yet.
Well, she's awful skittish. I don't think she'll come.
She's got to come. We have to hog-tie her.
Yeah, well, remember, she's got a gun, and she's been fighting off Cockney and the pirate for 6 months.
We'll have to sneak up on her if she won't trust us. I don't intend to stay here forever, and I don't intend to leave her behind.
Kidnap her for her own good, huh?
She'll see reason when we explain what we're up to.
Well, maybe. What time is it now?
Well, after 7. Be as dark as the inside of your hat band in another 3/4 of an hour.
So what do we do until dark?
Well, first climb up and close the cabin door and lock it.
Yeah. You got everything you want out of the cabin?
Yeah.
Okay, here she goes, then. And that's that. Hey, you think we can take off on this beach in the dark?
How can I miss? Got a half-mile straight beach. Wind's been blowing in the right direction all afternoon.
Still, it's going to be awful dark.
Well, maybe there'll be moon and stars.
Well, that'll be your worry, Chief. I'll just shut my eyes and hope you don't run into the China Sea.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Got to get back up on the plateau before dark. Find the path in the jungle where we talked with Gracie.
And supposing the pirate's hiding along the path and lets us have both barrels.
We've got to be too smart for him.
Yeah, that's what Cockney said. And look at him. Fly bait.
Okay. If you get killed, I'll see you get buried, won't I?
You know, Chief, sometimes you're an awful comfort to me. And then sometimes you give me goose pimples up and down my spine.
Well, it's dark enough to suit anybody's taste now.
Yeah, the sun skidded out of the sky like it had stepped on a banana peel.
This seems to be the path. Come on.
Hey, you think we'll ever be able to find our way back to the plane?
Well, you know it's downhill in that direction.
Yeah, and plenty of places to break your neck in between.
Quit worrying.
Hey, you know something that's funny to me?
What's that?
Why we haven't had trouble with the pirates so far.
He's probably laying low, watching to see what we intend to do. After all, we're 2 to his 1, you know.
Yeah, but he could have stood up here on the plateau and popped us off while we was working on a plane down on the beach this afternoon.
Couldn't have been sure of hitting us at the distance. All he'd done was put us on the warpath.
Out! Hey!
Skip, where are you?
Hey, Captain Friday. I'm in the bottom of the well.
Are you hurt?
Well, I'm scared.
Now, wait till I turn a flashlight down on you. There. Hello.
Hey, what kind of a doggone setup is this, anyway?
You've fallen into a trap.
I'll say I have. A man trap. And I got a couple of skin shins that somebody's going to pay for, too.
Apparently, this hole was covered up with grass and leaves and used to trap animals in. Maybe for food.
Hey, you mean animals are fool enough to fall down in a hole and break their silly necks?
Well, you fell in, didn't you?
Okay. You going to stand there talking, or you going to reach down a hand and haul me out of here?
Sure. I'll get down on my knees and reach down. Now then, reach up as far as you can.
Yeah.
Just reach your hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Up you come. There.
Now, who do you suppose set that trap? And why didn't you fall into it? You was ahead of me.
Look, the trap's right on the edge of the path. I was walking right down the middle. Apparently, you got too close to the edge.
Some of the pirates' work, what do you bet?
Maybe. Well, come on. Next time, keep in the path.
Yeah. Pardon me if I limp.
Sure, go ahead. Limp. But keep close behind.
We get ourselves in the doggonedest messes.
Hey, listen. Belshazzar.
Doggone talking parrot.
Gracie said the parrot always warned her when anyone came near. So we must be getting close.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Makes Gracie sound like a lost puppy dog.
Now listen.
Your hole. 15 men in a dead man's chest. Fly flew east and fly flew west. Your hole.
I never heard that version before.
Skip for the love of Mike, shut up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Somebody's in the jungle alongside the path. Just ahead of us.
You sure?
Either a person or an animal.
I'll just easy my gun around where it's handy.
Don't do any shooting without knowing what you're shooting at.
Yeah. Raucous old bird. I don't hear anything up ahead.
Something's there, lying in waiting.
Why don't you say something to it?
I have the pirate open up at this range with his rifle.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Listen, Skip.
Yeah.
Get down and lie flat, but keep your gun handy.
You gonna try something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm down.
I'm on my stomach right beside you. I'm going to try to open a conversation. If anyone fires now, it'll probably be over our head.
Okay, shoot.
Hello up there. I know you're up there, so there's no use pretending you're not.
Then it's you, Captain Friday.
Huh. Oh, Gracie. I thought it was the pirate.
Who?
Manuel, the pirate.
And I thought you were Manuel.
You seen anything of him?
Yes, he's on the prowl. I've had a bad time keeping out of his way all afternoon.
You know where he is now?
No. Now that night has set in, I've lost him. Is the other one with you, too?
Hey, you talking about me?
Keep your voice down, Skip.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Gracie, I'm here.
I had a talk with Manuel once this afternoon.
What kind of talk?
He don't like you people being on the island.
I don't suppose he does.
No. He says he went to the trouble of killing the captain of the yacht, and then this afternoon he killed Cockney.
Hey, he come right out and admitted it?
He did. He said just when he thought he had me all to himself, up pops you two.
Yeah.
And so now he has to kill you two.
Well, why didn't he try it this afternoon while we were working on the plane?
Because I didn't let him.
How did you stop him?
I kept close to him. I kept making him think he just about had me cornered. I kept his mind away from you two.
Hey, you must be a pretty tricky babe in the jungle to play hide and seek like that.
I can take care of myself.
Hey, look, Gracie. How would you like to get out of this?
Meaning what?
We got the plane so it'll run again. We can take off any time we like.
So what?
We want you to come with us.
Oh, no, you don't.
But look, Gracie.
No, sir. Gracie don't put herself in the hands of a couple of strangers like that. Not Gracie.
But all we want to do is to get you off this island and away from Manuel. Fly you to Australia so you can get back home.
How do I know that?
You'll have to take us on faith.
Ha! When I ever take a man on faith again, there'll be 2 moons in the sky. And I mean blue moons made of cheese.
Hey, keep talking to her, Captain.
Skip, come back here.
What did you say?
I said you're acting like a little fool. We want to help you. Skip, you crazy fool, come back. You want to get off this island, don't you?
When a ship comes along and gets me, yes.
Well, this is off the beaten lanes of ocean traffic, you know. It might be years. But
Oh, no!
I got her, boss. I got her. But she's fighting like a tiger.
On the lonely little atoll in the China Sea, Manuel the pirate has killed 2 men so that he may have the girl Gracie all to himself. And then Captain Friday and Skip drop down in their disabled plane to complicate matters. Now the plane is mended, and Captain Friday wants to take Gracie off the island with them. But not if Manuel can prevent it. Also, not if Gracie can prevent it, because she doesn't trust any man. In the darkness on the jungle trail, Captain Friday kept Gracie's attention while Skip slipped into the jungle and grabbed the girl from behind. If she won't leave with them of her own free will, then they intend taking her by force.
Captain Friday, if you don't give me a hand...
Here I am. Gracie, stop it. Stop it, do you hear?
You're the worst of the lot.
We're not going to hurt you.
Throwing a girl down in the dark and sitting on her. Here, what are you doing?
Tying your hands behind you.
You can't do that.
Hang on to her, Skip.
She's as strong as a box full of tiger cats.
There.
Shall I let her up?
No. Keep sitting on her until I tie her feet.
I've never been treated like this in all my born days.
Well, it's what you get for being so skittish. If you trusted us and come out in the open, we wouldn't have had to do this.
I suppose you wouldn't show a young lady no mercy.
Okay. His feet are tied. Expect the worst, do you, Gracie?
I ain't had no reason to expect anything better.
Hey, Chief, turn your flash on and let's see what we got, huh?
Don't want too much light around here. Liable to attack the pirate.
I hope he does come to and butchers the both of you.
What, with you tied up and helpless the way you are? Shame on you, Gracie. Now, what's the matter? Why don't you turn on a flash?
I dropped it. Oh, here it is.
Okay, click it on.
There.
Hey. Well, how do you do? If it isn't Miss Dorothy Lamour herself.
Just because I'm reduced to wearing a sarong out here on the island ain't no reason for calling me Dorothy Lamour.
What's wrong with Dorothy Lamour, for God's sake?
Well, I ain't her is all I'm saying.
You're a very good-looking young woman, Gracie.
And supposing I am, it's only a danger and hindrance to me out here away from civilization. Don't put clothes on my back nor food in my mouth.
You say you're reduced to wearing a sarong. Well, where are the clothes you were wearing when you came ashore?
I was asleep in my nightgown. When the ship struck, all I had in my mind was to get on deck. Once up there, I was washed overboard. When I woke up, I was lying on the beach, and the birds were singing, and it was as nice a day as a body could hope for.
So you made your nightgown into a sarong, huh?
What else could a lady do?
You did yourself proud, if you ask me.
That also explains why you have no shoes or stockings.
No, that was the worst part of all, learning to walk barefoot.
Well, you seem to be doing all right now.
Oh, yes, now my feet are toughened up, I can hop about the jungle with the best of them.
Hey, why'd you turn off the flashlight?
You've seen enough. Besides, we're getting Gracie down the plane and getting out of here.
You ain't fooling the poor girl. Is that why you sit on me like a pack of wolves and tied me up just to rescue me?
Sure. You've got to learn to trust folks, Gracie.
I come of age the hard way. All my life a girl's had to watch out for herself. It was her against the world, and always it's been a man's world.
Well, for once in your life, you've got somebody on your side.
Now, maybe I have at that. You do begin to act like a pair of gents.
Well, we've stood here talking too much as it is. Skip, you want to scout the trail ahead while I carry Gracie?
I do not. I want to carry Gracie while you scout the trail ahead.
We've got some pretty rugged terrain to cross getting down to the beach.
Well, with Dorothy Lamour in my arms, I'll just float down.
But why shouldn't a girl walk on her own 2 feet?
Will you come willingly?
What's a girl got to lose? Now that I'm beginning to trust
No,
you.
I don't go for that, Captain Friday. I think I ought to carry Gracie.
Cut it out, Skip. Now, look, Gracie, if I untie your feet, will you come along with us without any trouble?
I will, and gladly.
It's a deal. Untie her feet, Skip.
In moving pictures, the hero always gets a chance to carry the heroine.
Skip.
Okay, I'm untying her, ain't I?
Well, hurry up and don't talk so much.
Is his name Skip?
Uh-huh. Skip Turner.
And who are you, please?
Bart Friday.
Captain Bart Friday.
Okay, Captain Bart Friday, then.
Okay, Gracie, your feet are untied.
But my hands.
Your hands stay tied.
But if we trust each other.
When we get on the plane, we'll untie your hands. For the present, they stay tied behind you. Here, get up on your feet.
Oh, there.
Hey, Captain, even with just the moonlight, she looks like something out of a South Sea moon picture. Hair down her back, just the right amount of sarong.
All right, Romeo, let's go. You bring up the rear. Gracie, you walk between us. I'll keep an eye open ahead.
Now that the moon has come up, be careful.
Huh? Careful of what?
Have you forgotten Manuel is stalking this island?
Hey, that's right. The pirate does want our scalps at that.
All right, here we go. Don't fall behind, Skip.
I'm right on Grace's heels. Honest to goodness, don't the sharp stones and briars and stuff hurt your bare feet?
No, not at all. I don't know whether I'm ever going to be able to put shoes on again.
Yeah, and I bet you're going to miss the old swimming hole down in the ravine, too.
Oh, you saw me down there?
Yeah, that was our first peek at you. Of course, we were so far off, about all we could tell was that you was a white girl.
Yes, I will miss the swimming. As a matter of fact, I've got to like my island quite a bit.
Except for Manuel, the pirate.
Well, after all, it was nice knowing there was a man on the island.
I thought you'd been fighting him off for 6 months.
And so I have. And I would have shot him down like a dog if he'd bothered me. But still and all, it was comforting, knowing that there was a man about.
You're a queer one, Gracie.
Well, after all, when you're living in the wilderness, you just about forget everything you learned in civilization. Nothing seems to apply, if you know what I mean.
I think I do. Okay, now, we're coming out of the jungle. Path gets pretty rugged. You're going to have to keep low so as not to show up against the skyline. Skip, you're not going to have to help. You're going to have to help Gracie with her hands tied behind her. Skip, are you paying attention? Skip!
That's queer.
Didn't you know he wasn't right behind you?
But I thought he was.
Well, he's not.
That's queer.
It's not queer at all. He was bringing up the rear, and like as not, the pirate slipped up behind him and knocked him over the head.
See, that is right, Capitan.
What's that?
It's Manuel.
See, I did slip up behind the unwary Skip Turner and tap him on the skull. It was so simple.
If you've killed Skip Turner...
Oh, no. That I have not done. Yet.
What do you mean, yet?
But just what he sound like. This friend of yours is not dead, Because I need him as a hostage.
Hostage?
See, you have in your possession something which belongs to me. I therefore have in my possession something which belongs to you.
I don't get it.
Perhaps the senor do not wish to get it.
What have I that belongs to you?
This so beautiful senorita.
Gracie?
See, but of course. For 6 months I have been on this shipwreck island with Gracie. During this time I have killed 2 men because of her. If that does not give a man false rights to a woman, then please tell me, what does?
I'm a free girl and I belong to no man.
But naturally, that is what a senorita is supposed to say.
I know you killed the ship's captain and I know you killed Cockney, but if you think that entitles you to any special favors...
But, senorita, how many men would you have me kill before I may win your favor?
What's killing got to do with love?
Well, it is always that way in nature. The strongest male kills the weaker males, and then he becomes the one whom the female loves.
Well, nature can take that sort of business and go jump in the lake with it.
You see, Manuel?
See what, Capitan?
Gracie doesn't agree that she belongs to you. Therefore, I don't have anything of yours.
So?
Yes, so. She'd better turn over Skip to me and be glad we don't nail your skin to a tree before we leave this island.
Oh, so you expect to leave this island?
Any minute now.
Well, I will tell you this, senor. Unless you turn over to me the senorita whom you have in your possession, your friend Skip Turner will never leave here alive. And I think that goes for you also, Captain Friday.
Look, Manuel, I'll make a deal with you.
Deal?
Yeah. Why didn't I think of it before? You want to get off this lonely, out-of-the-way island, don't you?
Oh, see, naturally I hope not to spend all my life here.
Okay. Come on and join us.
No.
How do you mean join with you?
We were going to take Gracie out. We've got room for you, too.
You are speaking of the airship on the beach?
That's it. We had engine trouble, but we've got that fixed up. So bring along Skip, and we'll all 4 be away from here in a half hour.
Senor, but that is the most handsome offer I have had the pleasure of receiving in my whole life.
Can you accept?
No.
But Manuel...
No.
Doesn't make sense. Why not?
Why not? I am 2-time killer, confessed with my own lips. Besides, this Gracie saw me kill the captain. And Gracie told me that you and this Skip person, who is my prisoner, saw me kill Cockney.
Well, what of it?
Well, the minute you arrive in Australia, you tell the stories to the authorities, and what become of poor Manuel?
Oh, nonsense. Why should we
hang
talk?
by the neck until he is dead? That is what happened to poor Manuel.
Gracie, talk to him. Tell him you'll keep your mouth shut.
But I will not.
See, the senorita is the truthful one.
You mean you wouldn't give Manuel a break, even to save your own honor? Perhaps your own life?
If you take Manuel back to Australia with us, I'll point him out as a murderer to the very first policeman.
You haven't got any more sense.
So, you see, Captain Friday, the best thing for you to do is to give the senorita to me. When you have done this, I will return Skip Turner to you.
How does that appeal to you, Gracie?
You wouldn't do that to a poor girl. Turn her over to a dirty, killing sea pirate.
That's just what I ought to do.
Now you are talking sense. Give Gracie and you two fly away about your own business.
And what about after they fly away, Manuel?
And what about it, senorita?
That's something else you haven't thought about. Once they're away, what's to prevent them from reporting to the bobbers that you're a killer and you're on this island?
See, that could happen.
And they can come back and get you at their leisure, because how can you possibly get off?
See. They must not be allowed to leave.
Say, what is this anyway? Whose side are you on, Gracie?
They must not be allowed to leave. They must be killed, see? And the airplane burned.
Oh, it's the parrot.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here, Gracie.
There's somebody prowling up near my cave.
What's that?
Impossible, senorita.
Yes, there is. That's the signal the parrot always gives when somebody comes near. It's my warning.
But we 3 and Skip are the only ones on the island. Have you really got Skip there with you, Manuel?
See, I have him tied to a tree. Besides, he's unconscious.
Then there's somebody else on this island. Manuel, maybe you didn't kill Cockney after all.
Can a man walk about with the back of his head blown away?
Perhaps it's his ghost walking.
Senorita, do not say such a thing.
To be recognized.
Somebody prowling around the mouth of my cave in the jungle.
There are supposed to be only 4 living persons and a parrot on Shipwreck Island. Then who is the 5th shadow prowling near Gracie's cave? The 3rd episode of The Girl on Shipwreck Island is entitled There is More About Gracie Than Meets the Eye, and will come to you next week at the same hour. You are listening to another in the series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Captain Bart Friday and Skip Turner, flying from French Indochina to Australia, made a forced landing on a tiny island in the South China Sea when their engines conked out. They arrived on this tiny atoll just in time to witness murder. They saw a Cockney sailor creeping through the undergrowth and softly call out the name of a girl, Gracie. Then they heard a rifle shot and saw a Cockney fall, an ugly bullet hole in the back of his head. Then they saw a swaggering Spanish pirate, his head tied up in a bandana, come out of hiding and bend over his victim, quite pleased with himself. All this on an island which was supposedly uninhabited. And what of this girl Gracie, Captain Friday?
Well, Gracie was one of 4 persons washed ashore in a hurricane when a private yacht wrecked itself on the outer reef of the island. She's an English Cockney girl and was lady's maid aboard the yacht. Washed up on the beach with her was the captain and 2 sailors, Spanish Manuel, alias the pirate, and Cockney. The captain was murdered 2 days after the landing, and we saw Cockney finished off this afternoon. And now Manuel had Gracie all to himself, or so he thought. But that was before our engines went bad and we came down on the beach.
It didn't take us no time to tune up the engines again once we set out on the sand.
Yes, Skip, go ahead. Tell him.
Well, matter of fact, if it wasn't that we insisted on getting Gracie out of the pirates' clutches and taking her along with us, we'd have been off Shipwreck Island and on our way to Australia by this time.
But Gracie's afraid of men. All men. So she wouldn't trust us?
Yeah. So we had to wait till it was dark and catch her unawares and tie her up. Man, did she ever put up a fight.
Yes, Gracie put up a fight, and then things got complicated all of a sudden. Captain Friday and Skip were taking Gracie from the plateau down to the plain where it rested on the sand. Captain Friday in front, Skip bringing up the rear. Then suddenly, Skip wasn't there anymore. Instead of Skip, there was Manuel, the pirate, lurking just out of range in the darkness. And he had Skip prisoner. He offered to make a deal.
You will turn over to me the girl Gracie, and I will turn over to you your friend Skip Turner.
No.
But this is fair thing to ask. You better do it, because if you do not, I will cut your friend Skip Turner's throat from ear to ear. And that will not be happy time for your friend Skip Turner.
And it was while Captain Friday stood in the midst of this quandary, trying to make up his mind whether to sacrifice the girl Gracie or his sidekick Skip, or whether maybe there wasn't another way out, that Belshazzar, the parrot, began to squawk in the distance.
Advance to be recognized. 1, 2, 3, halt. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
You hear that? You hear that? Belshazzar warning me.
What do you mean, warning you?
Someone's prowling in the dark about my cave up there in the jungle.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
You hear that? Somebody's up there.
Manuel.
See, I am here.
You still got Skip Turner?
Oh, see, he is tied to a tree. I banged him on the head and he is unconscious. What is the matter with the parrot?
Gracie says somebody's prowling in the dark near her cave.
Oh, but that cannot be. We are all here.
I don't care if we are all here. When Belshazzar calls to me like that, it means somebody's prowling close by.
Yo-ho! Yo-ho! 15 men and a dead man's chest. Here, Gracie! Here, Gracie!
You hear that? He's gone back into the cave to hide. He always hides when strangers come near.
Doesn't make sense, Gracie. You and I and Skip and Manuel are the only living people on the island.
I don't care nothing about that. I know what I know, and when Belshazzar warns me, it means something.
It's crazy. Unless Manuel is lying to me about having Skip a prisoner. Hey, Manuel, are you lying to me?
But why should I lie to you?
What I want to know is, if you have Skip Turner tied up, then who's up prowling around Gracie's cave?
That is what I wonder also, senor.
Well, there's somebody up there.
If there is anyone prowling this night, then it must be the ghosts of the captain or the sailor, Cockney.
Your conscience bothering you?
Senor, that is something I pride myself on. I have no conscience.
And there's something I pride myself on. I don't believe in ghosts.
Senor, you do not know what you are saying.
Well, ghosts or no ghosts, I'm in favor of getting off this island as fast as possible. And I'm making you a proposition, Manuel.
See? I am listening.
There's room on the plane for 4 of us. You throw in with Skip and Gracie and me. We'll take you off the island and get you out of this place.
Oh, no, senor. And turn me over to the police for murder.
I guarantee we won't. You release Skip and come along, and we'll make a special landing any place you say. On some other island or on the mainland, just as you choose.
You guarantee this thing, Captain Friday?
Word of honor. We'll give you every break.
That is good enough for Manuel, senor.
You'd better be careful.
What do you mean?
If you trust Manuel 1 inch, you're a bigger fool than I thought you were.
Senor, I am waiting. I have cut Skip Turner loose from the tree where I have tied him.
If he tried the double cross, that's his hard luck. Come on.
Ah, here you come. I thought perhaps you had thought better of your bargain.
I don't make a deal I'm not prepared to keep.
Ah, the senorita.
Turn that flashlight out of my face. And I warn you, Manuel, one move out of you and I'll shoot you without blinking a bloomin' eyelash.
Captain Friday let you carry a gun? I thought you was his prisoner.
I am not his prisoner. As you can very well see, my hands are released and he has returned my gun.
Ah, I see. I can't see that.
Well, turn that blinking torch out of my face.
Turn the flashlight over this way, Manuel, so I can get a better look at Skip.
See? But I did not hit him too hard. He should not be unconscious all this time.
Well, he still is. You're going to have to help me carry him down to the beach.
Captain Friday, I don't trust Manuel. Oh.
What was that? Did you hit Gracie in the dark?
Do not move, Captain Friday. Do not move a muscle, because you are outlined in the moonlight, and I will kill you if you do. Me you cannot see. I am in the shadow.
Then you did strike down Gracie.
See, you should not have given back her gun. A senorita is a dangerous animal with a gun.
What's the idea? What's this all about?
Senor, you did not think for 1 minute I would trust myself in your hands.
If you don't know the truth when you hear it...
No, I trust no man. There is no such thing as truth.
Well, the worse for you, then.
No, senor. The worse for you and for your friend Skip Turner.
Maybe.
See, for now I have you where I want you. It is so simple to do what is necessary.
We offer you rescue and freedom. In return, you offer us death.
See, it is so.
Why? You take such pleasure in killing your fellow men?
No, it is not that.
And for the love of Pete, what is it?
With you and Skip Turner gone, then Gracie and I will have this island all to ourselves.
Yeah?
See.
What about that somebody or something that's prowling up around Gracie's cave?
That I do not believe.
But you said yourself...
See, when I am making big deal with you, I say one thing. When you are in my power, I say something else.
That's great.
No. I do not think there is anyone on this island except the 4 of us. And in 10 minutes, there will be only 2 of us. The senorita and I.
Okay, Manuel. But Gracie swears the parrot always acts the way it did when there's prowlers.
Oh, senor, a parrot can make a mistake. Human beings make the mistake. Why should not a parrot be allowed a mistake also?
I think you're crazy.
What difference does it make? Crazy or not crazy, you will be just as dead.
Okay. Shoot and get it over with.
Senor, you prefer to be shot in the front or in the back?
What difference does it make?
I do not know. Some people have
Oh, shoot it and get it over with.
Si, senor. I do not wish to keep the senor in suspense. But don't worry. It will be over quickly. Right in the heart, senor. It will be over quickly. 1, 2...
Manuel! Oh, where's that flashlight?
Here it is, Captain.
Skip, you're conscious?
Well, I think so. Here's the flashlight you was looking for.
Dead as a mackerel. That was a good shot from where you were lying, Skip.
Hey, I didn't kill him.
You didn't?
Heck, fine, no. I thought you pulled a fast one.
He was right on me. I couldn't move a muscle. Hey, where's Gracie?
Hey, maybe she come to and crawled around.
No. Oh, no, here she is. Still knocked out.
Well, you didn't kill him. Gracie didn't kill him, and I didn't kill him. And who the heck did?
Looks like Gracie was right.
Huh? About what?
There's somebody else on the island.
Hey, she knew it all the time?
While you were knocked out, the parrot Belshazzar began acting up. Gracie said he always did it when somebody was prowling around her cave.
Yeah, but I thought there was only you and Gracie and the pirate and me.
Looks like reinforcements have landed.
Reinforcements for who?
Looks like our side.
Hey, it does at that. Mowing down Manuel here just as he was about to make cat meat out of you. What you think we ought to do now?
Well, we can either pick up Gracie and hit for the beach, get the plane in the air, or we can go back up to Gracie's cave and try to thank our rescuer.
It'd be kind of a dirty trick to just run off and leave the guy behind who saved your life.
You feel that way, do you?
Why, sure. How about you?
The same.
Well, then we're heading back up through the jungle to Gracie's cave, huh?
We are. You want to carry Gracie, or...
Of course I want to carry Gracie. I ain't had a gal's head resting on my shoulder.
And you ain't going to begin now.
Hey.
Gracie, are you all right?
Oh, I've got a headache big enough for everybody.
Well, then, naturally, I'll carry.
You'll do no such thing. I got my 2 feet. As long as I live, I'll walk on them.
Here, let me help you up.
Ooh, what hit me?
Manuel the pirate did.
Oh, that double-crossing...
Here, pick her up, Skip. She's not able to walk.
You bet you. Up you come.
Here now.
Now, just take it easy, Gracie. You don't feel like wrestling.
Oh, I doubt it that.
Come on.
Ooh, I'm dizzy as a bumblebee. I told you not to trust Manuel. What'd he do, escape?
Escape my eye. He's dead.
Dead? Manuel's dead?
As a stinking fish.
Yeah, where are you taking me?
Back to your cave in the jungles.
But I thought you were taking me on the airplane.
That'll come later, when we discover who killed Manuel.
Who killed... But didn't you do it?
Nope.
It Skip didn't?
Not me. Hey, your hair smells good.
Never mind my hair. What I want to know is who killed Manuel.
Whoever it was prowling around your cave earlier.
Belshazzar. The parrot warned me. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, but who is he?
I don't know.
Well, whoever he is a good shot. Got Manuel right through the heart.
But why are you going back to my cave?
To say thank you to the mystery man.
And get a bullet through your own heart?
Yeah?
That's what you two are heading for. A bullet through your heart.
This tiny, isolated atoll in the midst of the South China Sea should be called Dead Men's Island instead of Shipwreck Island. The captain of the yacht is dead, Cockney is dead, and now Manuel the pirate is dead. And somewhere abroad on this 2x4 coral strand is a phantom figure, moving in stealth and in darkness. Who is it? That's why Captain Friday and Skip insist on returning to Gracie's cave. They want to know, and they're returning against Gracie's vehement protests.
You're doing yourself an harm coming back like this. You're doing yourself an harm and you'll get no thanks for it.
Don't you get it, Gracie? Somebody done us a good deed. Shot the pirate and saved our lives. But you can't just up and fly away from a deserted island and leave a friend behind.
He ain't no friend of yours.
What did you say, Gracie?
I said he ain't no friend of yours, and you'll save yourself a heap of trouble if you go away from this island.
Just a minute. Now, let's get to the bottom of this.
Bottom of what?
Who isn't a friend of ours?
Whoever shot Manuel. He'll do the same by you.
You say that as though you know what you're talking about.
Of course I know what I'm talking about. Of course I know.
And this phantom person isn't a phantom at all. I mean, as far as you're concerned.
I never said that.
You the same as said it.
I never did.
Why, sure you did.
Hold it, Skip.
Excuse me.
Now, look, Gracie. There is somebody on this island you know about, isn't there? There's been somebody on the island all the time, somebody from the wrecked yacht.
That's a lie.
Is it?
You heard me say so.
But I don't believe you.
I was washed ashore in the storm. The captain was washed ashore, and so was Cockney and Manuel.
And that's all?
And that's all. Well, except for Belshazzar, my friend the parrot.
Okay, come on.
Yeah. Now, just a minute.
Take her arm, Skip.
Yeah, come on, Gracie.
Don't take hold of me. Don't rough me up.
Hey, what you scared about?
If you know what's good for you, don't lay an hand on me.
I don't get this. Do you, Cap?
No, but I'm beginning to get ideas.
Look, I'm telling you for your own good. You treated me like a pair of gents, and I don't want to see you get hurt.
What's that mean?
The cave where I've been living for the last 6 months is just up ahead. I can't keep you from going there, but if you do, you won't leave this island alive.
Hey, now you got my appetite all whetted up.
Don't be a fool. Go away while you can. Go down to the beach and get in your plane before it's too late.
Will you come with us?
I can't. Don't you understand? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be allowed.
What's to prevent you?
How can you stand there arguing with a girl when your very lives are in danger?
Hey, look, Gracie, you don't think we'd go off and leave a pretty gal in trouble?
I'm in no trouble.
I agree with you. No use arguing. Come on.
You fools. You're a pair of fools.
That's the mouth of the cave right up ahead, isn't it?
Yes, that's it.
You don't need to be so unhappy, Gracie. Captain Friday and I can take care of ourselves.
Hey! Run for it. The mouth of the cave.
Oh.
Inside. That's it.
Made it. We made it all right. Hey, that rifle bullet went by my ear like a bumblebee in a fruit jar.
Well, now, maybe you'll believe me.
About what?
That you're dead men.
Hey, I don't feel dead.
Now, you are. Dead men. Both of you.
Gracie.
Well,
Where's Belshazzar?
what, the parrot?
Yes, the parrot. Where is he?
Well, how should I know? About somewhere, I suppose.
You said he always squawked when strangers came near the cave. We're strangers. Why didn't he squawk?
He's a temperamental parrot.
And you also said he hid himself at the back of the cave here when strangers got too near.
And so he does.
Well, let's get him. I'd like to look at him.
Well, maybe he ain't there. Maybe he's out in the jungle.
Why would he be out there?
Well, Belshazzar's been making eyes at a cockatoo out in the jungle lately. He's probably out there sitting with her in the moonlight.
In other words, Gracie, there is no parrot.
Hey, Chief.
You heard him with your own ears, didn't you?
I heard something you say was a parrot.
Sounded like a parrot to me, Captain.
Maybe. Maybe it sounded like a human being trying to sound like a parrot.
That's a lie.
Okay. Get Belshazzar the parrot and prove it to me.
If Manuel or Cockney or the captain was alive, they'd tell you there was too a parrot. Belshazzar belonged to the galley cook on the yacht. Everybody on the yacht knew about Belshazzar. It was the life of the party he was before the shipwreck.
How did you happen to get him after the wreck?
I found him washed ashore. His feather was wet and he was shivering like a leaf. I picked him up in my arms and dried him and brought him to my cave here. He was that grateful he wouldn't leave me afterwards.
Why don't we go to the back of the cave and have a look? He might be there.
Why so awful interested in a parrot?
Do you mind coming back with me?
It's the only thing that'll make you happy.
Skip, you stay here. Watch the entrance.
While you and Gracie look for Belshazzar, huh?
Yeah. Keep an eye open. I don't want anyone sneaking in behind us while we're back there.
Check.
Shall we go, Gracie?
I've given you all the warning I'm going to. From now on, you'll just have to do the best that you can.
Just listen at her. As though me and Captain Friday could... Hey. Hey, out there, outside the cave. No use giving me that silent treatment. I seen your shadow when you moved behind that tree yonder.
Then you have seen the shadow of your own doom, which is close upon you.
Hey, a doggone Oriental.
Oriental is a general term which covers many races and creeds and facial and mental characteristics.
You sound like a dad-born professor.
I am a student by avocation. My profession is a culinary art practiced aboard sea-going vessels.
In other words, you're a sea cook by trade.
If you wish.
Hey, then you must be the cook aboard the yacht that Gracie was telling us about.
The girl tell you about me?
Yeah, that you was the owner of the parrot, Belshazzar, on the yacht.
Oh, what else did she say?
Well, that's all. Hey, look, what you hiding out on us for? We owe you a lot for shooting the parrot at a kind of a critical time in our lives. Come on out and shake hands with a man that wants to thank you.
Do not be a fool.
Huh? What's that mean?
I did not kill Manuel to save you. I killed him because he struck the girl.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, so that's what Gracie meant when she warned us not to grab a hold of her or rough her up. You was watching us, huh?
I was watching.
Well, what the heck you want to kill us for? If you've been watching, you know doggone well we don't mean Gracie no harm.
You are trying to take her from this island.
Well, sure, but we'll take you, too. We'll be glad to take you.
No.
What you mean, no? You don't want to stay here forever, do you?
With the girl? Yes.
Hey, look, you mean you'd be willing to spend the rest of your life out here, isolated from the rest of the world, if we'll just go away and leave you and Gracie alone?
It would be a pleasure. It would be something beyond words to express.
I'm afraid I'd get kind of tired of even Salome and the Queen of Sheba rolled into one after 6 months of the year.
That is the Western mind. The poetic mind of the East knows how to make happiness last forever.
And so you're going to kill Captain Friday and me so you and Gracie can have everlasting happiness, huh?
It is so written.
Well, somebody wrote wrong, brother, and he better dig himself up an eraser and rub it out.
That is foolish, childish talk.
And besides, what about Gracie? What does she say about all this?
Woman is musical instrument ready to respond to those who know how to play upon her. A woman is happy anywhere if placed in the hands of one who is a master of such matters. Just as a violin plays as sweetly in a drawing room or in the darkness of a coal cellar, if it is in a master's hands.
Well, that's quite a speech, Professor. But I'd still like to know what Gracie would say with her own lips.
Where is she?
She and Captain Friday are at the back of the cave looking for the parrot.
Parrot? There is no parrot.
Huh? But Gracie said you had one on the ship.
On the yacht, yes. But Belshazzar was drowned. It was I who imitated the parrot.
But what for?
To protect Gracie from the Cockney and Manuel. I watched him in the jungle, and whenever they decided to try to catch Gracie, I would cry out like the parrot used to do on the yacht. Thus, she was able to hide in the jungle.
Well, just the same, Captain Friday and Gracie are in the back of the cave and looking for the parrot Belshazzar, and I wish they'd get back here.
It's just as I told you, Belshazzar's out in the moonlight with the cockatoo.
Gracie, did anyone ever tell you you couldn't lie worth a plugged nickel?
Is that any way to talk to a girl?
Look here in the back of the cave. Where did these sea chests come from?
Sea chests?
Yes, you know what a sea chest is, don't you? Look, 3, 4, 5 of them.
They came off the wrecked yacht. They were washed up on the beach at night.
I suppose you put them on your back and lugged them up here to the cave.
And supposing I did, I'm a strong girl.
Baloney. What's in them?
Food supplies.
100, 150 pounds apiece.
I know that.
And you know as well as I do that the Phantom who killed Manuel carried these up here. You and whoever he is have been working some kind of deal together.
That's not true. Not a blinking word of it is true. Oh, what was that?
Gun battle. Skip's in trouble. Come on.
I heard someone scream.
I'll say you did. Skip! Skip, are you all right?
Hi, Captain. Come see what I got.
You hear that?
Oh, what has he done? What has he done?
Yeah, I am. Hey, did you hear that gun battle? Boy, it was hot and heavy for a minute.
What have you done? What have you done?
Come on out here and I'll show you. Here's your Belshazzar the parrot, dead on a mackerel.
Chad, what have they done?
What happened, Skip? Who is he?
This guy was the cook on the yacht. He's the one who's been imitating the parrot.
He told you that?
Sure, told me all about it. And then he sneaked in and tried to kill me. Almost did, too, but I got a couple of shots in where they did a job.
Come on, Gracie, get up on your feet.
It's cruel. Cruel, that's what it is.
Up you come. Were you in love with him?
No. But he was the best friend a girl ever had. I found him washed up on the beach after the storm. I took care of him.
He was in love with you.
I don't believe it. He was just grateful for the way I saved him.
He was in love. He wanted to keep just you and him on this island forever.
He was devoted. He protected me from the other men. He never tried to take advantage of me because I was a girl.
Sounds like a decent gent.
And all because I nursed him back when he nearly drowned on the beach.
Well, he was out to get Captain Friday and me. He said so.
I told you that. That's why I wanted you to go away without me.
Hey, you wanted to stay here forever with him?
No, but I didn't want him killed either. And I didn't want either of you killed.
Well, anyway, we can give him a decent burial.
Yeah. Dig a grave and then let's get off this crazy place.
You got your belt fastened, Gracie?
It's fastened.
Shut the door and lock it, Skip.
Door's secure. Turn him over, Captain.
Okay, here goes.
How they acting, Chief?
Purring like a tiger cat.
Well, then, let's go.
Hang on, Gracie.
I am, with every bit of me.
All aboard for Australia, Honolulu, and San Francisco. Give her the gun, Captain.
And there we are.
Are we up in the air?
Relax, Gracie. You can open your eyes now. She held her breath and gritted her teeth and kept her eyes shut all during the takeoff.
Well, a girl never knows what might happen to her up in an airplane.
Hey, y'all, look at down there. There goes Shipwreck Island.
Oh, it wasn't such a bad place. Not bad at all. It's just that men can't keep from killing each other when a girl's around.
And that is what happened to the girl on Shipwreck Island. From Australia, Captain Friday and Skip returned to San Francisco. And when you next hear from them, they will undoubtedly be up to their necks in high adventure, intrigue, and more blood and thunder. You have been listening to Adventures by Morse.